Chapter 40, 751 Block L. As Tristan Wesseling and Professor Zinn Galbraith continued to talk among each other from their seats in the commercial district, the VIP guests were slowly being led to their assigned seating blocks. Vess felt more apprehensive as he and his fellow Larkinsons approached Block L. The seating blocks all floated up in the air, so everyone either needed to float over by themselves or board one of the many ornate platforms that acted as ferries. The Larkinsons opted to move onto the same floating platform on account of the kids they brought along. "We're so high above the ground," Marvane said as he walked up to the side and gazed below the streets and the bannered government structures. Large crowds of guests melded into a river of moving energy at this altitude. The boy grew so wondrous that he continued to lean forward until a cat moved forward and pressed him back from the edge. "Meow, meow, meow. I want to go back, Papa. Clixie is so mean." Vess grabbed his son and held him close. "Marvane, have you forgotten the safety rules that I have explained to you? Your anti-grav clothing or powerful shield generator can always fail to protect you under specific circumstances. Clixie was protecting you for your own good." He admonished his son and made sure to repeat his warnings to all of his children. He couldn't help but remember that blasted day back in prosperous Hill Roman 4, where an entire biological Mech arena turned out to be a giant death trap. So many people up high fell to their deaths during the ensuing chaos that Vess never wanted his children to meet their end in such an awful fashion. The fact that all of the seating blocks were floating structures did not please him at all. Their elevation made them painfully vulnerable to surprise attacks from many different locations in Cotter City. The mechanisms responsible for keeping them aloft could also be hacked or destroyed, causing everyone to be brought to a destination against their will unless they were able to flee from their seats. However, as the Larkinson delegation arrived at the entrance of the seating block and slowly moved their way to the inner area, Vess only had to take one look above his head to see that a strong energy shield enveloped the floating structure. If Vess was lucky, then the energy shield allowed for free passage in one direction. If not, then it could easily produce a cage that kept everyone trapped inside. The personal security arrangements also left much to be desired in his opinion. "We can't bring in our guards," Vess complained to a Davitan security captain. "Our sincerest apologies, Patriarch Larkinson, but Skyline Palace directly set these rules." The completely armored and full-helmeted officer replied. "Each party of representatives can only bring a maximum of 10 guards, and each of them cannot go further than this checkpoint." In other words, the guards had to wait outside and remain out of sight. They could not be allowed to threaten the other guests or ruin the appearance of the seating block in the historical footage. Everything related to the founding ceremony was destined to be captured in historic footage that would be viewed by countless descendants in the future. Given the significance of this, the colonial government wanted to make sure that everything looked as neat and organized as possible. Vess was still able to accept this situation, as the distance between his group and his honor guards was not too much. He waved his family to go on ahead. They all got through without a problem, as the shield generators they carried were permissible equipment. Even Lucky and Clixie managed to get past without a problem, as they made an effort to look as harmless and adorable as possible while they were carried by his 2 daughters. Meanwhile, Vess approached his tallest honor guard. "Stay alert, Nida." "I am always alert, sir," the helmeted woman dutifully replied. They did not have to exchange that many words. Nida had been in the same room when Calabast unveiled the possibility of a deathly conspiracy to Vess. The real reason why Vess approached his chief guard was because he wanted to take an important item. He reached out and took the thick and heavy metal suitcase from her grasp. Despite the recent upgrades made to the armor of all of the honor guards that Vess had brought along today, none of this would be of any help if the two remained apart from each other. If a circumstance ever took place where the honor guards could not fulfill their primary responsibilities and come to Vess, then he would have to rely on himself and whatever tools he had in his possession. There was no way that Vess wanted to meet any impending crisis while wearing nothing but his ceremonial patriarch uniform. Although it was a lot tougher than it looked, there was no substitute for genuine armor. Besides, his unending regalia also integrated a lot of other useful modules and systems that he wanted to have at his disposal. He exchanged a few more short and terse words with Nida before he turned around and tried to pass through the security checkpoint. The same security captain stepped forward and raised his palm. "Halt! The rules do not permit you to carry any form of heavy combat equipment into the inner seating area. Please leave your gear behind." A tense silence ensued as Vess stared at the obstructing officer without making any move to obey the latest instruction. "I can accept the rule that prohibits us from bringing in our guards, but if you do not want us to have any of our own troopers close at hand, then at least give me the option to defend my own life." "The rules do not permit that, sir. I am going to have to ask you to put down your equipment." "It's not a weapon, goddammit," Vess shouted back as he grew impatient. "It's just a suit of combat armor. Look, I can show you what it can do. It doesn't contain any offensive module or any powerful servos." "Be that as it may, the mass, volume, and quantity of features of your equipment exceed the limits set by Skyline Palace. Please do not cause an incident and follow the rules." Vess scowled and leaned forward. "I am not budging on this matter. If you have studied my history and the history of my clan, we Larkinsons have a history of getting caught up in violent incidents in times where we least expect it. I have accrued a lot of trauma. Because of that has made it impossible for me to go anywhere without sufficient protection that I can trust. Our colony is guaranteeing the security of this founding ceremony. We employ a large amount of mechs, foot guards, and automated security measures to prevent any malicious actors from threatening your lives. The safety of our guests is our highest priority." Vess dramatically rolled his eyes. "Others have made the same claims. They let us down in the worst possible ways. No more. I have learned my lesson. I will not go anywhere with solid protection of my own. Be lucky that I can restrain myself from bringing in any firearms." "Sir." "Oh, shut up. Do you know who I am? President Yename's Clive himself visited me the other day. I am not going to cooperate with his vain pageantry if you won't allow me to bring my defensive gear. You can either drag me to my seat, or you will have to proceed with the founding ceremony without my attendance. Trust me, you don't want either of these scenarios to happen. Now go contact your superior and request an exemption from the rules." It took another minute, but the security captain eventually received instructions to let the Larkinson patriarch have his way. Vess smirked and saluted the security officer before he proceeded forward with his unending regalia in his grasp. "Stay alert and be ready to respond at any time. I don't want you to slack off if my fears come true. Anything can happen today." The unsettling feeling produced by his intuition had become stronger now that time was running out. It was as if a damaged violin was playing an off-tune song in his ears. It wouldn't have been such a problem if Vess remained ignorant of the possibility of a surprise attack. But now that Calabast warned him of this possibility in advance, it was impossible for him to miss this mysterious undercurrent. His danger senses had become attuned than they had ever been in his life. His recent sublimation had clearly improved them, but that was not always a good thing as he had become a lot jumpier than before. Every anomaly, every suspicious individual, and every loud sound could be related to a possible threat to his life and the lives of other people. What weighted Vess down the most was that he was not sure whether his previous warning to Master Benedict Cortez made any difference. He was afraid that this was not the case. If so, then Vess would have to take more drastic action in order to prevent the Crossers from falling victim to a conspiracy designed to create an irreconcilable vendetta between Patriarch Reginald Cross and Carlatch. "I still have options," he reminded himself as he tapped the heavy tome in his arms. He moved forward and landed on his seat that was conveniently placed at the front row. His wife and children had already settled onto their own places and were already talking about the arrival of the first Mechs on parade. "Whose Mech will be going first, Mama?" Marvane asked as he held Lucky in his arms. "Rorsch and Rorsch will be presenting its Mechs first according to the schedule," Gloriana said as she glanced at her husband. She rolled her eyes when she saw that Vess had managed to bring his unending regalia past the security checkpoint. Look over there. That's an ace Mech," Andrast excitedly shouted as she pointed in the direction of Block A. Oh, I recognize that machine. That is St. Megan Runzen's Koi Riser. It's so pretty, Tilda." Gloriana pressed her hand on top of her daughter's perfectly braided red hair. "Control yourself, Andrast. We are about to witness a solemn and historic occasion that will be recorded for the ages." Vess took a look at the other people assigned to Block L. There were hundreds of guests who came from over a dozen different organizations. The composition of organizations was fairly random as far as he could tell. There were representatives who hailed from an ordinary university, a farming consortium, a large energy cell production company, a hospital chain, and an IT company. Vess looked disappointed. He already had a good idea about the companies assigned to Block L, but he hoped that whoever was in charge had changed the assignments. Though he shouldn't underestimate any of the senior figures who managed to earn a seat in this event, there didn't appear to be many professional soldiers among them. Only the Larkinson clan diverged in this aspect, as a lot of its leaders were either current or former servicemen. Vess especially held high expectations for the sword maidens, such as Caddies and Legion Commander Sendra. However, the biggest complication was the lack of weapons and equipment. Everyone attended the founding ceremony while wearing their fanciest outfits as opposed to wearing their most practical and defensive gear. The sword maidens had to leave behind their favorite greatswords. There was no way they could, and defensive gear. The sword maidens had to leave behind their favorite greatswords. There was no way they could provide any legitimate excuse to bring these intimidating cutting weapons past the security checkpoints. The clan also brought plenty of non-combatants who were not only useless in combat, but imposed a significant burden to their protectors. Vess became concerned at the excessive proportion of senior leaders of the Larkinson clan who were currently present in the same seating block. If a fatal accident ever occurred, all of the chief ministers, normal ministers, directors, legion commanders, and so on would be gone at once. The loss of so many critical leaders would devastate the Larkinson clan. Chapter 40, 752, The Grand Stage. As Vess settled in his seat and occasionally chatted with the Larkinsons around him, the seating blocks simultaneously moved into position. They floated above the center plaza and gardens of the government district and assumed a wide U-shaped formation that granted every seated guest a clear view of the grand stage that was floating up in front. The stage was a magnificent piece of work. It blended advanced metals and ornate stone into a construction that formed an artistic tapestry of what the founders of Davut aspired to create. The various carved and molded shapes depicted settled planets, powerful mechs, and huge starships. The stage also added a strong human factor by showing many different professionals working together to make their new homeland prosper. From an artistic standpoint, Vess could definitely tell that the colonial government put a lot of effort into hiring the right artisans and coordinating their individual efforts. Over 100 different artists had worked on the stage. Yet despite being marked by a large amount of individual touches, the craftsmen all blended their efforts into each other without producing any form of conflict, thereby producing a coherent collective artwork that possessed a strong collective meaning. Aurelia was clever enough to pick up on the underlying message as well. "The government desperately wants people to work together," she spoke. "It also wants to conquer the entire zone." Minister Sheddarin Purnes, who sat behind the front row, voiced his approval. "That is correct, but that is not the extent of the message that the artists have been tasked with conveying. Look deeper, young lady. What else stands out in your eyes?" There was another meaning to the grand stage. Both Vess and Aurelia put more effort into analyzing what profound message may be hiding in the details. Aurelia was too young to figure out a good answer. Her face scrunched up in confusion as she habitually hugged and stroked Clixie's furry body. Meow meow Tilda. I don't know. Do you have an idea, Papa? Vess grinned at his girl. As an artist himself, it had been easy enough for him to put himself in the shoes of the artisans and simulate their thinking towards their work. It also helped that several of the participating artists also happened to be card-carrying members of the Creation Association. With the help of Vulcan's vast insights in craftsmanship, Vess saw that the artisans responsible for creating the human figures had been instructed to shape their facial expressions in specific ways. Look at it from an emotional perspective, Aurelia. What mood does it try to impart in its viewers? It is cold due to the use of pale colors. It is also grand and distant. However, the people shown on the surface don't look unhappy at all. Instead, they all show a range of positive expressions. They are happy, hopeful, expectant, and loving. It resembles the people of our clan. That's a good observation, my dear, Vess praised. The humans depicted on the exterior are optimistic, that is true. They are also exhibiting another pattern, which is the direction of their gazes. Each of the figures are looking straight in the direction of the dais, where the founding president of the colonial state is about to hold his historic speech. The message it tried to convey was clear. Davut may be composed of people from all regions and all backgrounds, but only a single person was capable of bringing them hope and joy. It was a rather symbolic message that sought to unite the disparate immigrants and stakeholders of Davut into a single cohesive group. This was incredibly difficult at the best of times, but as Davut's regional holdings continued to experience rapid growth, it would become even more challenging to keep everything together. A state that was experiencing rapid growth and change could easily be led astray if it was ruled by a committee of rivaling interests. Rivals and political opponents would constantly try to steer the development state in one direction or another. Nothing would get done, and the situation on the ground would evolve in a chaotic and uncontrolled fashion until it all crashed down. This was why it became so critical to put forth a single voice. Even though it was risky to invest a lot of executive authority over an entire colonial state in a single person, an effective leader could cut through the confusion and force squabbling factions to work in the same direction rather than oppose each other all of the time. Could President Yenames Clive become that person? Vess had no idea, but there had to be a lot of reasons why the original backers of Davut settled on him rather than any other viable candidate. A good performance on this historic day was a great way to start his presidency on a good footing. It was too bad that Vess became increasingly certain that the most important phase of the founding ceremony would never proceed according to plan. He held the collapsed form of his unending regalia closer to his body, so that he would be ready to deploy it as soon as possible. Look, the dark Mechs have come. As a lengthy column of black Mechs approached the center of the government district. Their quantity along with their uniform dark gray color scheme contrasted strongly against the brightly colored architecture of the surrounding government buildings. At the same time, the Mechs moved close enough to pass underneath the floating seating blocks. A figure weighed down by a multitude of yellow robes stepped forth. The predominant color scheme of the robes was yellow. President Yenames Clive ponderously stepped forward. He gave everyone the illusion that it was a heavy burden for him to move forward with all of the layers of clothing weighing him down. Many people shifted their attention from the Mechs of Rorsch and Rorsch to the man appointed to lead their new state. Large amounts of projections came to life in order to give everyone a good view of their new leader. If that wasn't enough, the air above the center of the government district turned into a giant mirror of the grand stage. Even those with poor eyesight could not claim to have seen the image of Yenames Clive. "He's so big," Marvane commented. Gloriana patted his small body. SHHH. Do not speak out of turn. It is rude and disrespectful to the people who worked hard to make this possible. The little boy's comment was understandable. Not just children, but also adults gained the impression that the prospective president had become larger than life. The elaborate pomp and the enlargement of many elements did not make Yenames Clive smaller. Instead, it was the opposite. The grace and dignity that flowed from his expression and appearance made him look as if he belonged on the grandest stage in Davut. His presence elevated the entire founding ceremony. Yenames Clive was no amateur, that was for sure. His carefully controlled movements exhibited just the right cadence to convey as much gravitas and regality as possible. It was no coincidence that his heavy ceremonial robes harkened back to the regal garments of traditional kings and emperors. Those who knew almost nothing about Yenames Clive would see this image of the man as the truest representation of their new leader. As Yenames Clive stopped before an ornate lectern, the man raised his arms, causing many conversations to die down as everyone got ready to listen to what may be the most consequential speech of their lives. Colonists of the Red Ocean, Yenames uttered in a deep and thrumming voice that seemed perfectly modulated to shake the hearts, minds, and bodies of his listeners. Today, Davut shall rise. He only spoke a couple of words so far, but somehow they resonated in the hearts of many colonists. No matter where they originally came from, and no matter how long they resided in Davut, billions of immigrants had already developed an immediate attachment to their new homes. There were good reasons why this was the case. Different lights shone on the yellow-robed figure body, creating the illusion that Yenames Clive was a god that watched down onto his subjects in his domain. Davut is a crossroads, the president continued to speak. To many humans, our colonial state is but one stop among many in their journey into the frontier. To other humans, it is their new home. No matter whether your plans end in Davut or beyond, we welcome all visitors, because that is our way. We are the managers of the crossroads. We are the caretakers of this important nexus of trade. We ensure that goods continue to flow where they must. Do you know why we must undertake these responsibilities? The man lifted up an arm, as if he was reaching towards the skies. Because we are Davutans. That sentence sounded ordinary if said in any other circumstances, but when spoken in this context, it generated an immediate sense of righteousness and belonging. Vess found it interesting that Yenames Clive chose to start his speech by emphasizing the trade and commercial aspects of Davut. He truly wanted to associate their new home state with commerce in everyone's minds. This was not enough to create a shared identity, though. The new president needed to do more in order to create a national identity for his new colonial state. What does it mean to be a Davutan? President Yenames Clive asked. There are many answers to this question. I will share with you the answer in my dreams. The heavily robed figure gestured with his arm, causing a projection to appear behind his back that showed the early days of the colonization of the planet. Davut Roman 7 used to be a promising and prosperous life-bearing planet. Once humanity arrived and made it suitable for human habitation, the site that eventually became known as Cotter City became host to a large amount of prefab modular structures and landed starships. A Davutan presses forward. Yenames Clive said as the projected footage continued to display all of the difficult work required to build the initial shape of a settlement. We have voluntarily distanced ourselves from the steady structure of the old galaxy so that we can build our new lives on our own terms. We are the pioneers, the settlers, the wayfarers, and the workers of the Red Ocean. We are not afraid of challenging the status quo. We do not know how to stop. The man created an image of a Davutan who was willing to abandon an easy life and work in a rough and developing colony in order to build a better future. Even Vess felt taken by these words as the man's message about hardships and work aligned with his own values. A Davutan takes pride in honest work. We are decent people, and we must not forget this side of us as we work towards a better future in our new home state. Davut is a crossroads, but it is not the only one in the Red Ocean. If we desire to keep it alive, we must set aside our differences and present an open, tolerant, and inclusive society to the foreigners that come to trade or settle among us. Tolerance pays. Inclusiveness allows us to build a stronger state. By becoming a people that can accept anyone, we can ensure our crossroads will be frequented the most. Every Davitan shall live like kings as long as we stay true to our collective mission. Vess had a feeling that President Yename's Clive may have taken inspiration from the Larkinson clan when he and his writers drafted his speech. He didn't blame the Davitans. The Larkinson clan was a success story, so it made sense to imitate its best practices. Of course, Davut could not fully replicate the clan. The former did not possess a spiritual network to bind so many strangers together. The scale and living spaces were also entirely different. It was not wise to blindly copy the model of the Larkinson clan to an actual colonial state. Chapter 40, 753, Painting an Enemy. Many people concentrated solely on President Yename's Clive's speech. His words continued to enthrall and lure more Davitans into his narrative. President Yename's Clive single-handedly tried to shape the culture and values of his new people to fit his chosen ideal. By bringing up themes such as tolerance and inclusiveness first, the former businessman clearly prioritized the need for his people to become excellent hosts to the foreigners that come to engage in trade and commerce. Our economy shall be our greatest strength. President Yename's Clive continued to hammer on this broad issue. Our colonies cannot thrive without investment. Our salaries cannot be issued without revenue. Our Mech pilots cannot fight effectively without quality Mechs. Everything costs money, which means that earning more of it will make Davut stronger than any other colonial state. It was hard to argue these basic truths when everyone who emigrated from the stale but well-developed Milky Way experienced the many downsides of lacking funds. This was especially awkward when the circumstances of the Red Ocean demanded more from people and organizations. President Yename's Clive apparently thought that people's experiences over the last years had given them a profoundly greater appreciation of the importance of money. Though Vess agreed with the man's words, his message presented an interesting contrast to the silent parade that was taking place on the ground. It was a bold choice to hold this speech while letting the parade continue in a more diminished form. Though the Mechs that had marched through the streets of Cotter City were no longer accompanied by bombastic music and projected footage, the columns of war machines still evoked a martial atmosphere that contrasted against the peaceful message conveyed by President Yename's Clive. The dichotomy carried the implicit message that for all of the leader's welcoming words, Davut was not a soft target. It had the Mechs to back up its ambitions. A welcoming hand could easily turn into a clenched fist at any moment. The variety of Mechs on parade silently showcased the diversity and prosperity of the regional Mech industry. The abundance of homegrown Mechs, along with their rich set of features, could not have emerged without a strong economic base. By silently showing that Davut was able to house and support so many strong and distinctive Mech companies, it was cleverly marketing its strong military industry. Anyone who wanted to buy the best Mech in the greatest quantities should turn to Davut. At the same time, those who thought that Davut was nothing but a big and vulnerable marketplace would get confronted by its many defending Mechs. More and more people took pride in the strength and prosperity that Davut had already accumulated in such a short amount of time. The uplifting words of President Yename's Clive clearly caused a lot of people to feel a sense of ownership towards the colonial state that they had adopted in their hearts. When Vess shifted his gaze to the people seated in Block L, he noticed that Yename's Clive managed to capture an awful lot of people. It was not that big of a surprise to see the people working for local companies and institutions to strongly identify with the president's narrative. However, what Vess did not like as much was how even his own Larkinsons became swayed by the belonging and identity espoused by the ambitious leader. Though there were plenty of clansmen such as Caddies and Commander Valerie Chansey that showed no apparent interest in becoming a Davitan, there were other people who showed a faint yearning to become a contributing citizen of the new colonial state. You can take an individual out of a state, but you can't take the state away from that same person, Vess muttered. Certain individuals who had built up successful and memorable lives in a state, such as Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson, and the Pernissers showed a clear preference of working within the framework of a traditional state. They were all old and possessed a lot more confidence in their ability to navigate the confines of Davut. They wouldn't have to confront the many limitations of trying to run a sovereign clan that possessed no real territory of its own that they could treat as their homeland. To many of these nostalgic individuals, the Davut branch may not be as important as they liked, but it was a good first start. The seating block did not contain a lot of younger clansmen, but Vess bet that the Larkinsons from the later generations were much less interested in what Davut had to offer. The Mech pilots from the same generation as him were still hungry for more and possessed the courage to confront greater dangers in the hopes of obtaining a greater payoff. President Yenames, Clive, continued to speak about the importance of building a strong economy for another minute. Not everyone was able to understand his full reasoning and arguments, but that did not prevent them from knowing that wealth was the key to transforming Davut into a dominant state in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The man finally pivoted to the military affairs of the state. There was no way he could speak about Davut without bringing up its fated arch-rival. As much as we aspire to become the first crossroads that everyone considers when their journey passes through Krakatoa, there are adversaries that seek to deprive us from plying our honest trade. Many faces became angry or disgruntled as they thought about the rival colonial state that had already started to frustrate Davut in many different ways. Karlach? Yenames spat the name as if he was referring to a demon. Karlach yearns to become Davut. Its leaders are less forgiving and more tyrannical. Its port system has not been able to match the quantity of traffic that our own capital has attracted. It does not respect the rights of its satellite star systems as much as us. Make no mistake, Karlach is a disease that has taken root in our zone. What is worse is that this affliction is spreading and encroaching on our territory. Will you permit this plague to take root in the colony that you have built with your own hands? No, millions of people in Cotter City simultaneously thundered a reply. It didn't matter whether they were sitting on a floating construction or standing on the streets. Each of them had developed enough of a sense of belonging to Davut that they became protective of their state. Vess had to hand it to Yenames Clive. It was clever of him to emphasize everyone's contributions and build up Davut's prosperity before introducing a clear enemy. The narrative that the president built up was that the evil Karlachs envied the Davitans and sought to take away everything by force. There was no way the colonists that had settled in Davut would be willing to let an aggressor take advantage of them. They invested too much in their own colonial state to be willing to let others deprive them of the fruits of their labor. The Mechs that marched down below took on a greater emphasis as a result. Everyone gained a reminder that these machines were not just products meant for export, but also war material that could be used to defend the sovereignty of their new colonial state. With Mechs from companies such as Rorsch and Renewal Tech and Design parading through the government district, while Yenames Clive held his speech, Davut showed that it was more than ready to step up and defend its precious holdings. You may be wondering why we must paint the subjects of Karlach as our enemies. Yenames Clive spoke as the man adopted a sympathetic expression. They are humans who appear no different from ourselves. Is it not better for us to unite and form a united front in a galaxy that is still filled with hostile aliens that hate us both? Vess wordlessly rolled his eyes. As if there were any Davitans that possessed the courage to take up the fight against powerful alien warships that could blow up a starship with a single salvo of their main cannon batteries. The president did not take notice of a single Mech designer's reaction. His dignified face grew more severe. The projections behind him began to show raw battle footage taken from the Mechs that fought against the machines in the employ of Karlach. Before we can confront a greater mission and work towards freeing this dwarf galaxy from the clutches of the savage and undeserving aliens, we must first guarantee our own safety. Even now, our unfriendly neighbors are gearing up for a destructive invasion that will not cease until it has reached the heart of our colonial state. The Karlach seek to break our resolve, drive us from our new homes, and appropriate all of the work we have done to make our colonies great. Will you let this aggression stand? Nuu. The man spoke as if Karlach had already initiated a military offensive into Davut. Vess knew that this was not the case. At most, the mercenary outfits hired by either side had begun to dance around each other at the contentious border region. The quantity that got trashed was quite considerable, but actual deaths among Mech pilots and support personnel were fairly low. The mercenaries weren't stupid. They knew that their employers wanted to create an image of active hostilities for their own ends. The mercenaries contracted to fight at the border were merely a means to an end. As such, the mercenary outfits that performed their missions would put up a dramatic show that was sure to look incredibly violent in all of the footage, but actually consisted of a lot of smoke and mirrors. From employing an abundance of explosives that hit useless ground to cutting off the limbs of enemy Mechs, but failing to follow up, both sides tried to fulfill their contracts, but avoid making it any bloodier than necessary. Davut and Karlach weren't stupid either. They knew that the mercenaries that accepted their contracts only worked half-heartedly, but as long as they created the illusion of a destructive and escalating conflict, everyone got what they wanted. Just because we embrace peace does not mean we are unable to go to war. Yename's Clive continued. The repeated provocations of Karlach has made it clear that our neighbors do not intend to stop until they have engulfed our entire state and everything that we have worked towards. It is not enough for us to become traders and producers. If we want our Davut to remain ours, then we must become willing to take up arms and defend our state against the murderous forces of Karlach. As President Yename's Clive continued to demonize Karlach in order to reduce everyone's reluctance to start a bloody conflict against a rival colonial state, Vess had not forgotten about his original priorities. Vess understood that the time had almost come to trigger whatever measures the conspirators had prepared. The speech drove up all of the dark and negative emotions of the citizens of Davut. Each of them started to gain a lower and lower opinion of Karlach. However, words were still words. There was a limit to how many Davutans would become susceptible to such a limited form of indoctrination. Therefore, the best way to persuade them that Karlach was a real and actual threat was to make it tangible. While everyone continued to listen to the speech, Vess had raised his alertness to the highest level. He held a handmade totem of Ilvain in his hands and quietly communed with the design spirit in order to identify the timing and nature of a possible attack. Though the proximity of several ace Mech was still causing plenty of interference to Ilvain, the great prophet was still able to tease out a few clues as long as he did not cast his gaze further than a couple of minutes. Vess almost froze when Ilvain silently communicated a concerning message. In 3 minutes, the probability that hundreds of people would have their futures cut off had spiked. Chapter 40, 754, The Other Secret Agent. We must not show any mercy to the aggressors that seek to take over our colonies. President Yename's Clive continued to rail against the greatest threat of the Davut project. Karlach will remain an ever-present threat to our wealth, our possessions, our livelihoods, and the future that you have promised to your descendants. Only by ending this threat on a permanent basis and taking custody of all of its colonies will we be able to safeguard our new homeland. As the man of the hour continued to impress his audience upon the importance of eliminating Karlach as a threat, Vess no longer had the mind to think that much about what the president was saying. He was much more concerned about the nature of the threat that would soon doom the lives of hundreds of people, if not thousands of them, in the coming minutes. Despite how little time there was left for a possible attack to occur, Ilvain still couldn't provide Vess with a lot of certainty. After working with the human design spirit for several years, Vess had gradually gained a general understanding of how Ilvain's predictive capabilities work. The mechanism behind the ability to see the future was still a mystery to Vess, but it wasn't necessary for him to know all of that if he just wanted to comprehend its limitations. From what Vess was able to piece together, there were many possible futures. There were ones where Vess might spontaneously combust and die, though the chance of that happening was so exceedingly small that Ilvain did not spend a single thought on these outlandish timelines. What interested the great prophet more were the futures that had a realistic chance of coming true. However, just because an event had a 70% of coming true did not mean it was guaranteed to happen. This was why his ability to predict future possibilities became a lot fuzzier and more abstract the further he cast his gaze. Every subsequent prediction built upon a previous one, which in turn rested on another probable event. Ilvain's prophecies could become entirely wrong if a crucial early event that had a high chance of coming true did not actually happen. In theory, the design spirit could largely avoid this problem if he only looked forward a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes at best, but Ilvain still became confronted by the same cloud of uncertainty as before. This suggested to Vess that a large amount of dramatic events could take place in the following minutes. Each crucial action completely changed the subsequent equations, thereby invalidating a lot of scenarios that Ilvain previously considered. It all reminded Vess about the confusing mess that was quantum mechanics. It was exceedingly hard to apply it at the macroscopic level, but the most advanced civilizations had somehow managed to develop working applications that should have been impossible to realize in any other circumstance. Since high technology was capable of playing around with quantum mechanics, it was not that big of a stretch to assume that metaphysics could interact with this difficult field as well. In any case, the problem with quantum mechanics was that it could never make a 100% prediction of the future. A simple question of whether the founding ceremony would get disrupting within the next 3 minutes became an event that was 60% likely to happen. Still, despite the fact that there was a whopping 40% chance that Vess had been overreacting for no reason all of this time, he felt it was better to assume the worst. 60% is already far too great of a risk, Vess muttered under his breath. The apparent fact that an attack would happen 60 out of 100 times was already strong proof that nefarious parties definitely intended to cause a lot of disruption during the founding ceremony. Enemies, traitors, and other malicious actors had already put a lot of work and effort into circumventing the extremely tight security arrangements of the main event. They just needed to pull a series of crucial triggers in order to launch a devastating strike that was sure to produce a major tragedy on this day. Come on, help me out here. What is going to happen? What Vess had to do right now was to narrow down the possible causes of the possible mass killings. He directed his gaze towards the many military mechs that stood guard or patrolled the surroundings with great diligence. Any of them could turn their armaments against the sieging blocks at any moment, though the chance that they would succeed was minimal, as they would immediately get shot down by the ever-watchful ace mechs. It was a lot more probable for a strike to originate from a long distance. For example, a stealthed satellite hovering in orbit or a hidden artillery cannon emplacement installed in a remote area over 100 kilometers away. It would be difficult for highly alert ace pilots to anticipate threats from extreme ranges. Their intuition may have reached a superhuman level, but their ability to predict threats in advance was nowhere close to comprehensive as that of Ilvain. Vess tried his best to look around in each direction, but to no avail. Neither he nor Ilvain came any closer to ruling out any possibilities. What was worse was that they couldn't even rule out the chance that he and his fellow Larkinsons might fall victim in the ensuing chaos. Unlike with the Crossers, Ilvain did not foresee a strong certainty of death among the Larkinsons. That didn't mean that Vess was happy with this knowledge. It told Vess that whatever chaos that might ensue had a decent chance of spilling over the other seeding blocks. He had hoped that this probably would drop as the critical moment drew closer, but it appeared that he was hoping for too much. He subtly shook his head. This wasn't working. Since Ilvain could not pin down the potential in advance, that left Vess with few acceptable choices. Fine then. He concentrated his mind on another part of himself. He did not focus on Blinky or Vulcan this time, as they were both intangible in nature. Instead, he shifted his attention to a third incarnation that no one should know about except himself. He had never told his wife, his children, Calabast, Keddies, or anyone else about his masterwork cyborg cat. Vess could never explain where it came from or how he managed to make such a transcendent marvel. Though Vess planned to employ her as a backup to his own life, he had yet to find a quality home for his living divine artifact. For now, he was content with leaving her with the fleet whenever he was stuck on the surface of a planet and vice versa. It was only after his eventful talk with Calabast that Vess secretly decided to bring his third incarnation to the surface of Davut Roman 7 as well. This did not align with the rules he set for himself, but he broke them because he wanted to save the Crossers that were marked for death. Of course, he also agreed with Calabast that he could exploit this situation to his advantage. Right now, Secret Agent Veronica was on the job. Maya. The cyborg cat was currently hiding within the solid floor, directly underneath the seats of Block M. It was quite risky to sneak Veronica into the right position. Just getting her, there was a little troublesome as she had to smuggle herself onto the same floating platform as the one that carried the leaders of the Cross clan in order to bring her to Block M. Throughout this period, Veronica constantly made maximum use of her strong, inherent hiding abilities. Her inbuilt ECM functions prevented most electronic sensors from detecting her body. Her face water affinity allowed her to integrate a higher proportion of face water in her partially organic body than Vess. It also enabled her to execute a variety of basic abilities, such as placing her body slightly out of phase with the material realm. Her permanent mimic Arcutulium platinum body allowed her to mimic any material she came into contact with, allowing her to blend into structures. She possessed a variety of other advantages, many of which were geared towards making her more difficult to detect through both material and spiritual means. Veronica was actually a better version of Vess in that sense. As his divine artifact, she partially represented what Vess could become in the future if he continued towards spiritual ascension. Vess designed Veronica with clear strengths in mind. As a simple Mech designer who just wanted to stay alive so that he could do his work in peace, he designed his cyborg cat with survival in mind. More specifically, Veronica was supposed to excel in survival by making sure that no one knew she existed in the first place. Of course, if any did happen to know about the existence of the cat, that was still fine as well. People would never think that this simple silver mechanical cat actually possessed a lot of transphasic and electronic warfare capabilities. Sneaking Veronica into Block M and keeping her hidden from all of the high-tech sensors and scanners was her first test. Preventing his cyborg cat from tripping the unnaturally sharp and prescient intuition of patrolling saints was her second test. Once Veronica did the deed that Vess had mined, getting away completely undetected was her third test. The cyborg cat needed to pass through all three tests in order for Vess to declare her mission a success. For now, Veronica easily managed to pass the first test. Reaching the right position turned out to be manageable. Sneaking past the powerful sensors and scanners that protected the outer perimeter had also been easy enough. Sensor systems that were specifically developed to detect any transphasic phenomenon failed to sense anything wrong. The cyborg cat relied on multiple different measures to escape detection, so if one of them failed, the other methods still had a chance of working. Passing the second test was a lot more nerve-wracking. Of the half a dozen ace mechs that were active in the government district, the Endormian piloted by St. Yorvik Clive was hiding right behind the grand stage where the president held his speech. The impressive machine remained out of sight of most people and recording devices in order to avoid stealing the show from his cousin. The Koi Riser, piloted by St. Megan Runzen, took over the Endormian's previous task and shadowed Block A. The Ace Swordsman Mech thereby guaranteed the safety of all of the important representatives of the Clive Consortium, the Dogen Collective, the Serenitas Foundation, and the other original investors of the Davut project. Vess tried to find the Mars, but couldn't see the machine piloted by Patriarch Reginald Cross from his seat at Block L. Since the Mars was an absolutely stellar masterwork ace mech, the Davitans feared that it would have stolen President Yenames Clive's thunder during the time he held his speech. That was why they presumably assigned the Mars to a guard position that was far enough away from the center of the government district. This was bad news for Vess, but he already took this possibility into account. The only ace mech that Vess had to worry about was the Shotgun Shogun, a destructive ace striker mech piloted by St. Anti-Shogi. Though the Shotgun Shogun was a hefty machine that could never be overlooked, St. Shogi tried his best not to steal the show either. For this reason, St. Shogi tried to minimize the amount of disruption that he could cause. He only made a few rounds before the start of President Yenames Clive's speech before he slowed down. He also tried to keep his ace mech out of sight as much as possible, while utilizing his Saint Kingdom at a lower intensity to sweep through the seating blocks with the lightest of touches. Though the Shotgun Shogun had swept Block M, while Veronica was hiding inside it multiple times, the ace mech showed no sign that it picked up on the fact that a strange cyborg cat was secretly hiding inside. Vess minutely narrowed his eyes. Everything looked clear so far. After another second of contemplation, he decided to go through with his radical plan. Chapter 40, 755, St. Anti-Shogi. The cyborg cat silently moved through the solid floor until she had reached right underneath the seat of Arthur Penelane, the chief executive officer of the Penelane Planetary Shipping Company. While Vess did his best to pretend that he was listening attentively to President Yenames Clive's speech, he silently apologized to the innocent CEO. In order for his plan to work, he needed a high-value sacrifice. Arthur Penelane definitely met his requirements. Besides, the old man was already getting on in his years, and he had already raised a bunch of qualified successors. The overworked CEO would probably appreciate the opportunity to go on an early retirement. After completing his apology in advance, Vess gave the green light for Veronica to make her move. The hidden cat's purple eyes gleamed as she exerted a tiny amount of her power. Maya. Every Davitan must play his part in our struggle to defend against the aggression of the Karlats. Whether you can pilot a mech or not, each of you, bang, can contribute to the survival of our precious colonial state. President Yenames Clive almost interrupted his speech after he received an emergency notification, but he managed to maintain control well enough to keep going without skipping any beat. On the other hand, Block M quickly descended into panic as the body of Arthur Penelane spontaneously burst into pieces. "He's dead." The executive sitting next to him rose to his feet in horror as blood and flesh spilled over from a body that should have been whole. "He's been assassinated." The dramatic and explosive death of Arthur Penelane triggered immediate reactions from a host of people. President Yenames Clive may be carrying on with his speech while maintaining the same unflappable bearing and demeanor as always, but to say he was upset was an understatement. The man did not want this strange assassination to completely ruin the most important occasion of his extensive lifetime. A part of his mind already transmitted numerous urgent commands through his cranial implant. He wanted his subordinates to handle the situation right away and keep the disruption to a minimum. Meanwhile, Block M became a lot more disarrayed as soon as a body burst apart, as if a bomb had gone off inside his body. It wasn't just the fact that someone spontaneously exploded that triggered so much panic and screaming. It was the fact that it happened to an individual that should have been protected against assassination that truly shocked the people seated in Block M. Strangely enough, the guests sitting at the other seating blocks hadn't actually noticed anything, which was exactly the result that the authorities wanted to keep. This was because shortly after the powerful monitoring systems detected that an important guest had lost his life at Block M, a powerful projection overlapped the surface of the energy shield, depicting a simulated image of the guests while they were completely fine. Nothing unusual seemed to have happened, and Arthur Penelane looked as if he was still completely healthy and breathing. The founding ceremony therefore continued to proceed without getting marred by any awful accidents. While the government officials were happy that it managed to prevent this incident from spilling over, that still didn't make up for the fact that one of their VIPs died under their watch. A lot of activity took place within the false projected image. For one, practically everyone rose from their seats as if they feared they would be next. A lot of clever people had already guessed that the attack may be positional in nature. For example, a tiny bomb may have been planted beneath their seats. For this reason, they not only relocated elsewhere, but also floated in the air so that they at least had a chance of detecting an incoming attack. The security guards moved into action as well. Those that were closest immediately raced forward to examine the immediate area and determine whether there were any other explosives in the vicinity. Dozens of other guards poured in from the other sections of the seating block. They either moved to calm down the panicking guards or fanned out to inspect the emptied seating areas. Seconds later, a powerful Saint Kingdom engulfed the entire seating block. The shotgun Shogun has arrived. Get us out of here. We demand restitution. Silence! The amplified voice of Saint Shogi thundered into everyone's ears. Though the heavy willpower of the ace pilot did much to calm and silence the VIPs by force, many of the invited guests were anything but average people. Leaving aside the children and spouses that accompanied their important family members, the true VIPs were all highly intelligent or highly competent leaders in their own fields. Their mental strength and determination were considerably higher than average. Though the prospect of death was enough to scare them out of their wits, they were not willing to allow an ace pilot to cow them into submission. This counted double for the Crossers. A part of their leadership consisted of current or former Mech pilots. The rest received some measure of combat training, as the Garland Empire, where they originated from, was an incredibly martial state where strength was admired. It did not surprise anyone that the Crossers therefore exhibited the best reactions in response to the recent events. At first, they flew out of their seats and spread out to prevent themselves from getting taken out at once by a single explosive attack. Then, they started to converge into groups of 6 to 10 people. The most competent warriors among the Crossers surrounded the young and the vulnerable with their bodies. Although there was not much they could do without their mechs or combat equipment, not all of them were as weak as they appeared on the surface. Those with combat-oriented implants and genetic modifications could be surprisingly deadly under the right circumstances. Not even the arrival of a powerful ace mech could sway them from their determination to bring themselves and their families to safety. It is not safe here anymore. We need to evacuate from this death trap as soon as possible. Unlock the exits, or get this damned energy shield out of the way. An ace pilot paired with a good machine may be more than capable of challenging enemy ace mechs and alien warships in a head-on clash. But Saint Shogi was not equipped to deal with the massed objections from hundreds of VIPs. Many of these individuals controlled or contributed to a significant part of Davyut's commercial, logistical, industrial and military sectors. If too many of them lost their trust in the ability of their hosts to protect them, or decided to take their business to another colonial state, then that would inflict an unimaginable amount of damage to Davut. The state that President Yenames Clive dreamed of building was one that became strong due to accepting as much trade and commerce as possible. If a large number of disgruntled groups pulled out their investments at once, then that might hinder the Davut project's development plan and cause the once promising state to falter in a war against the much more solid Karlach. One of the reasons why Saint Shogi had been assigned to patrol the seeding blocks was because he was not a single-minded brute that only knew how to solve problems by blasting his ace Mech's formidable shotgun at them. He could be mindful when he needed to be, and he was also frank enough to admit his own shortcomings. Calm down. Additional forces are already on their way to secure this structure. Your safety is our highest priority. Nothing will happen as soon as our elite troopers arrive. I have already examined the entire seeding block with my Saint Kingdom. I have not detected anything that can possibly pose a threat to your lives. The answer, along with the powerful strength exuded by Saint Shogi, made it difficult for the Vips to directly challenge his words. Though there were a number of CEOs or board directors that looked ready to step up, it was at this time that Master Benedict Cortez rose up and offered a retort. How can we possibly trust in your ability to detect danger when you have swept our seeding block multiple times before? I know for certain that you have examined our location several times when Mr. Arthur Penelane was within the range of your domain field. For you to be unable to detect anything amiss in his body or his immediate surroundings is a failure of the highest order. The CEO of one of the most largest and extensive transportation companies on the planet entrusted his safety to you and the security detail, but what has that got him? His body has fallen apart, and his head has shattered to the point where we cannot preserve his brain anymore. Master Benedict had already entered into high alert from the moment that Vess sent him a cryptic warning. Though Vess was not exactly the sanest Mech designer he knew, the young journeyman was a wily survivor and had likely possessed an excellent sense for danger. The warning, along with the dramatic death of Mr. Penelane, had completely awakened a beast that the master Mech designer previously locked up in the depths of his being. Benedict had roused the skull architect part of his life again. As a Mech designer who had been forced to live the life of a pirate lord for a number of decades of his life, he had learned how to question everything. Master Cortez, with all due respect, I have examined your seeding block from top to bottom at full power. There are no bombs, traps, or any other sources of threats in the area, if there were any at all. Please, do not speak empty platitudes, the master Mech designer shot back. Your security measures have already failed once, as any assassin that has sought to kill us has been able to circumvent them despite your best efforts. How can we expect that a repeat event will not happen when the circumstances have not fundamentally changed? You are still using the same tech and the same people to inspect our seeding block. If the input remains similar enough, the outcome is unlikely to change. The probability that another person among us will die in spite of your raised alertness is still too high. The two kept arguing against each other. Saint Shogi wanted to placate the Vips, but Master Benedict kept demanding to evacuate this cursed seeding block. This was unacceptable to the Davitans, as it would ruin the perfectly choreographed founding ceremony. The only circumstance where we feel adequately protected is if you permanently stand guard next to our seeding block. Master Benedict attempted to offer a compromise. If your Saint Kingdom covers us for the remainder of this phase of this ceremony, you may convince us to return to our seats. I am afraid I cannot do that, Master. My mission is to patrol, inspect, and guard every seeding block. I am not meant to serve as your personal guard. Bring over another ace Mech, then. All of our current ace Mechs all hold important responsibilities. They cannot be reassigned. Then let our clan recall our own ace Mech. St. Reginald Cross and the Mars are stationed not too far away in the same district. Bring him over so that we can take care of our own security. Your saint is needed there. He is not permitted to approach the center of this district." Just as Master Benedict was ready to respond with another counter-argument, a series of dramatic events took place in a matter of seconds. It started when the strong interference field that engulfed the center of the government district malfunctioned all of a sudden. What happened? I feel a lot more comfortable. Master Benedict knew enough about what had disappeared. He widened his eyes in alarm. The spatial interdiction fields responsible for blocking warp travel, teleportation, and other forms of spatial manipulation have disappeared. By the time he finished that sentence, a large crowd of exobests of varying shapes and sizes appeared right in the middle of the plaza down below. This eclectic swarm of exobests immediately went berserk and started to rampage in every direction. What was worse was that this was not the only group of alien beasts that managed to get loose. More clusters of violent and dangerous exobests had been teleported to multiple different streets throughout the government district. Where are the guards? The heart of Davut had come under attack by an unlikely category of hostiles. As alarms rang in the air, 3 of the oddest-looking beasts suddenly turned into different directions and opened their maws. Each creature released a supremely powerful transphasic heat beam that was targeted towards 3 seemingly random seating blocks. One of them happened to be Block M. Even as 2 of the heat beams overcame the energy shields protecting Block E and Block Y with disturbing ease, the shotgun Shogun had placed itself directly in front of Block M and utilized all of its formidable defensive capabilities to block the 3rd heat beam. Chapter 40, 756 Second Thoughts. Many minutes before a monstrous surprise attack disrupted the most important phase of the founding ceremony, prospective President Yenames Clive patiently waited as a team of professionals fluffed up the exquisite layers of garments that had been piled onto his body. Another attendant had already brushed up his makeup and slightly modified it so that he would look as commanding as possible when he held the most important speech of his life. Standing by the side was Rihanna Kernsk, who wore a dark ceremonial uniform of her own that looked suitably refined, but did not overshadow the president or any of his senior officials. As Yenames Clive's confidant and chief of staff, Madame Kernsk was in constant communication with the different arms of the government apparatus. She wielded the power of the prospective president on behalf of the man himself. This not only allowed her to command a huge variety of departments, but also granted her unparalleled access to government systems and databases. Naturally, Rihanna Kernsk could not wield all of these powers on an indiscriminate basis. She was not the president herself, but she was merely his trusted agent. As such, there were entire control departments based inside Skyline Palace that constantly tracked and monitored the actions of the chief of staff and other important personnel. Numerous intelligence agencies, empowered by the government to undertake counterintelligence duties, covertly spied on public officials in order to catch for any acts of treason or severe misconduct. Then there were the president's most solid and reliable protectors. Anyone who served closely by the side of Yenames Clive had to make sure to hold no duplicitous thoughts. At the very least, Rihanna Kernsk was not allowed to act on them in any way. This was because the slightest sign of treachery or malice could trip the suspicions of the ace pilots assigned to guard their principal. Ace pilots paired with ace mechs possessed many metaphysical powers that could not be described or reproduced through conventional means. Nonetheless, this was the age of mechs. Despite the inability to figure out the mechanisms behind their amazing abilities, many powerful leaders had come to trust the saints and their inexplicable powers. The active intervention and promotion by the Mech Trade Association had led to a rapid degree of acceptance of ace pilots and all of the benefits they could bring to the table. Barring a few exceptions, ace pilots always abided by their word. They could be trusted to discharge their duties faithfully and without any hesitation. If they ever entertained any doubts, they were always honest enough to discuss them openly with their employers, rather than lie or scheme behind their backs. In a day and age where trust was never absolute, and where a whole array of advanced technology could assassinate or sabotage damn near anyone and anything, the introduction of ace pilots and their miraculous powers urgently served an essential need for powerful states and organizations. In fact, one of the unofficial but essential requirements to found and run a second-rate state was to have at least one dedicated ace pilot on retainer. Those that attempted to run a second-rate state without the protection of a saint became far too susceptible to manipulation, blackmail, sabotage, and outright decapitation strikes. This was also why no one was eager to cooperate with ambitious parties that tried to build a powerful state, which subsequently hindered their plans of succeeding in their ambitious ventures. One of the fundamental reasons why Davut and Karlach had entered into the forefront of the Krakatoa Middle Zone was because both of these rising powers had multiple ace pilots under their command. Not only that, but through establishing extensive cooperation agreements with powerful pioneering organizations such as the Cross Clan, the two colonial states substantially increased the amount of ace mech they could deploy on the battlefield. Of course, the latter group could not be relied upon to fight for Davut on an unconditional basis. Powerful individuals such as Patriarch Reginald Cross only fought for the colonial state when their goals happened to be aligned. Once this was no longer the case, it would be difficult for the government to rely on these mercenary saints. Only a small group of hand-picked ace pilots received the privilege of guarding and watching over President Yename's Clive. This presidential guard duty was extremely sensitive and critical. Not only were the ace pilots not allowed to make any mistake, they also routinely came into contact with incredibly important and damaging secrets. The ace pilots had to make absolute vows to never divulge any secrets they heard, without the express permission of their employers. Right now, St. Anti-Shogi kept careful watch over President Yename's Clive. His iconic shotgun hovered right outside. His Saint Kingdom cast an invisible blanket across every individual within its extensive range, causing them to feel as if they were never truly alone. Rihanna Kernsk had lived under these circumstances since the beginning of the colony. It was difficult for many people to rein in their impulses and live a more honest life, but those who managed to pass this difficult test enjoyed a lot of trust from their employers. This was exactly the case with the female chief of staff. Every day she reported for duty. An ace pilot assigned to guard the president thoroughly verified her intentions and confirmed that she bore not a single thought of ill will towards Yename's Clive. Rihanna, Yename's Clive spoke in his smooth and commanding voice after his makeup had been adjusted. Have the speechwriters completed their final adjustments? Yes, sir, the uniformed woman responded. I have read through the speech myself. The writers have increased the proportion of targeted attacks towards Karlach. Depending on how you deliver these words, you should be able to whip up a higher number of citizens against our rival with these adjustments. She handed over the latest iteration of the speech to Yename's Clive in the form of a secure data chip, who promptly transferred the contents to his cranial implant after verifying that it did not contain any malware. It would have been a lot more convenient if the president received this package directly through a wireless connection, but it was way too risky for a man of his importance to casually transmit and receive a lot of data in a wireless form. Yename's Clive possessed perfect control over his expressions, so he never needlessly displayed his disapproval. Nonetheless, Rihanna Kernsk had worked for him long enough to sense that he was not entirely pleased. One of the important criteria that I have set for this speech is that it must be timeless and relevant throughout the years. The man slowly spoke. Whether people listen to it today, 50 years later, or even 1,000 years from now, my words must remain relevant to each of them provided that our colonial state still exists in a recognizable form at that time. specifically attacking a rival state, may be highly relevant for the time being, but it will render much of my speech antiquated and irrelevant to a future audience. The Chief of Staff understood his concerns. There are good reasons why these adjustments are necessary. Making a speech that will remain timeless is a good aspiration, but it becomes moot if Davut ever suffers total defeat at the hands of Karlach. Our hostile neighbors are making excellent strides in building up a powerful Mech army by luring in many powerful mercenary organizations. If you have read the intelligence reports and military analysis reports, the Karlach Mech forces will hit outlines hard right at the start of formal hostilities. If this happens, our lines will break and collapse if our defending troops do not have the motivation and resolve to stand their ground. She did not need to remind the prospective president what needed to be done to prevent this from happening. The colonial state already poured in a lot of funding and resources into the border systems. Each of them was being fortified at a rapid rate. A lot of newly raised Mech units would soon get transferred to these strategic locations as soon as the bases and space stations could accommodate their presence. Still, no amount of fortification work would help with stopping the Karlachs if the soldiers faltered before their defenses. In order to motivate so many selfish soldiers and mercenaries into holding their ground against the formidable Mech forces fighting under the banner of Karlach, it was crucial for President Yenames Clive to rally his new subjects against a common enemy. The changes are distasteful, but effective, the man admitted. I fear that I will come across as a demagogue rather than the father of a state. That is not the start to my presidency that I have envisioned. We must attain victory before anything else, sir. If giving up a part of your dignity and losing the universality of your speech can help our soldiers vanquish over their Karlach counterparts, then that is a favorable transaction. You can always rebuild your dignity and legacy at a later date. You cannot regain the territories of Davut once Karlach's forces have routed our troops and conquered our colonial state. A man as proud as Yenames Clive could not stomach this transaction easily. Nonetheless, he was no stranger to painful compromises. He knew it was best to meet his essential short-term obligations before he could address his long-term priorities. So be it. Please inspect the voice amplification settings and verify that they have taken the alterations to the speech into account. If I must unleash thunder and fury against Karlach, then I shall do so beautifully. Make certain that the sound engineers exercise precise control over the amplification of my voice. The best of the best are handling this assignment. Once President Yenames Clive confirmed that every detail surrounding the upcoming speech was in order, he moved to make his first public appearance in front of a mass audience. In the meantime, the Endormian piloted by St. Yorvik Clive relieved the shotgun Shogun from its current guard duty. The Ace Striker Mech piloted by St. Shogi proceeded to undertake his new mission of guarding the VIP seating blocks. The Ace Knight Mech that remained behind carefully covered prospective President Yenames Clive and everyone else in the vicinity. Rihanna Kernsk could feel that St. Yorvik Clive paid much closer attention to herself all of a sudden. Just as she wondered what had caused her to attract the ace pilot's elevated focus, the Endormian's Saint Kingdom precisely vibrated the air between her ears to produce a single voice command. AE 34, 10F Casparagus Stews, #34 RRCZ 36 Res Royale. Though this string of code meant nothing to Rihanna Kernsk, it triggered a hidden setting of her cranial implant. Her entire mind froze as the cranial implant secretly became a lot more active. Normally, activity of this level should have triggered a number of highly sensitive sensors, but this didn't happen due to the deliberate tampering of St. Yorvik's domain field. As such, Rihanna Kernsk's mind completely shifted without alerting anyone else. It took a moment before the woman opened her eyes once again. Her gaze became minutely sharper, wiser, and more assertive, though she quickly softened her demeanor so that she became indistinguishable from her previous state. The woman did not turn to look in the direction of the Endormian, though her altered mind clearly directed its attention towards the ace pilot. St. Yorvik Clive made a brief mental bow towards the woman. "Welcome to the Red Ocean, my lady." "Report." She spoke in a soft but uncannily commanding tone that resembled that of Yename's Clive. "The president is ready to hold a speech that puts a heavy emphasis on uniting the Davitans against Karlach." St. Yorvik replied in an uncommonly subservient tone. "I have confirmed that all of the possible actors and elements of the plan are in place." "Very well, let us commence the plan. Please transmit the override codes to these channels, with the permissions held by the individual under your control." "Done," Rihanna Kursk spoke, or more precisely the elder who had managed to assume direct control over the chief of staff's body. Chapter 40, 757, Olna Volkova School of Genetics and Exobiology. Right now, Rihanna Kursk was no longer conscious and aware of what took place. Her mind had completely shut off in order to allow for another person to pilot her body as if it was a biomech. St. Yorvik Clive knew that the actual person in control of this body was Elder Yistrak Clive, a woman who held great authority over the Clive Consortium. Not only that, Yistrak Clive also happened to be the mother of Yename's Clive. It was due to her love and desire for her son to do well in this important assignment that she had decided to intervene and trigger a highly consequential action that was years in the planning. "My son isn't ruthless enough." The elder expressed her disapproval as her actions triggered a series of events that were bound to drastically change the trajectory of Davut from this day onward. Elder Yistrak Clive did not maintain the tenuous connection to her current meat avatar for too long. Since she resided all the way in the old galaxy, she was only able to maintain this extremely intimate connection over the galactic net. No matter how well she and her trusted subordinates encrypted this data transmission, the chances of getting caught rose exponentially the longer she maintained it. This was especially the case when she connected to the cranial implant of a crucial figure in President Yename's Clive's administration. As such, she did not linger any further and decisively shut down the connection. The chief of staff's body slumped for a few seconds as her cranial implant exhibited dramatically less activity. Once the woman straightened her back and restored her old posture, the original personality and consciousness of the body was back in charge. What was odd about her return was that she did not exhibit any awareness that she had blanked out or that a completely different individual hijacked her body for a brief moment. As far as Rihanna Kursk was concerned, she had just concluded a fruitful meeting with her boss. She did not notice the unexplainable passage of time as her brain literally could not process this specific thought. Madame Kursk turned towards the direction of the Endormian and made a respectful bow. "I shall be making my way to the primary control room in order to supervise the sound engineers and the producers in person." "You may proceed," St. Yorvik Clive transmitted as if he had checked her intentions and found nothing untoward. As the woman moved away, the Ace Night Mech that was hovering behind the grand stage remained mostly still. Its pilot understood quite well the events that would take place after the elder had intervened. St. Yorvik even participated in the planning of the secret plan, as it involved many moving parts that had to go exactly right in order to make it possible. Did he feel guilty for playing a key enabling role in a violent disruption of the founding ceremony? He did not, though Yorvik ostensibly pledged his service to the colonial government and its prospective president. He always remained loyal to the Clive Consortium. In any cases where these two loyalties conflicted, he was commanded to prioritize the interests of the colonial state over the interests of any individual stakeholder. At least that was supposed to happen. The reality was that the Clive Consortium tampered with the procedures and created a deliberate loophole that ensured that his original employer could still count on his assistance in certain matters. As far as St. Yorvik was concerned, his continued loyalty to the Clive Consortium superseded every other promise and commitment he made. He even received express permission from the Clives to lie or misrepresent his position, if that was necessary for him to perform his missions. Although this was not an act that was becoming of an honorable ace pilot, St. Jorvik had never been raised to respect notions such as honor and fairness. He just presented everyone with the illusion that he was honorable and that he never spoke any falsehoods. This was what he had been trained to do since before he graduated from the Mech Academy. Not many individuals knew his true guise. Only certain elders and senior leadership figures of the Clive Consortium understood his true nature. This was also the main reason why he had been chosen to accompany his cousin Yenname's Clive to the new frontier. The elders of the consortium would always be able to count on St. Jorvik to assist with any corrective actions that they wanted to make. The ace pilot silently prepared to defend his principal against the attack that he knew was coming. Though the deaths that would surely fall already weighed on his consciousness, the mission always came first. Having accompanied and guarded Yennames for several years, Jorvik personally agreed with Yistrak's judgment that the prospective president had been too soft in his decisions and compromised more often than he needed. Since St. Jorvik Clive roughly knew what was coming, he could already sense the air growing more and more tense. While he waited for the action to start, the secret commands transmitted by the elder controlling Rihanna Kernsk's body were starting to do their work. They made use of cleverly hidden backdoors that had been integrated in the software and hardware of many of the sophisticated control systems utilized by the colonial government. Some of the commands did nothing more than temporarily deactivate a safety setting. This allowed specific individuals, from systems engineers to military personnel, to secretly alter the settings of their areas of responsibility. For example, the security personnel in charge of controlling the powerful energy shields that protected the VIPs of Block E, Block M, and Block Y surreptitiously abused their access authority and weakened the protection to those seating blocks. They did not directly reduce the power levels of the crucial energy shields. That would be too obvious and definitely make people suspicious. Instead, they accomplished their goals by secretly sabotaging the settings of the power generators and energy transmission systems responsible for enabling the power-hungry shield generators to do their jobs. If the shield generators could not draw nearly enough energy to resist an overwhelming attack, then the seemingly powerful energy shields were liable to collapse in an instant. Another group of personnel committed a more obvious and blatant act of sabotage. These compromised individuals similarly abused their access to highly sensitive systems to produce a small number of alterations that seemed completely innocuous and harmless on the surface. While this may be true of these changes took place in isolation, when they all interacted with each other at the same time, they happened to produce a rare cascade of glitches that ultimately caused the power supply of multiple spatial interdiction field generators to become increasingly more unstable. Just as any other advanced technological device, the power requirements were extremely harsh. The advanced field generators may be a product of high technology, but they were only ever designed to operate with an abundant supply of energy within reach. As these ominous changes were taking place throughout the government district of Cotter City, an entirely different set of events had been set into motion in a different location. Even though the colony of Davut established the academic district shortly after landfall, it was situated considerably further away from the government district than the other starting city districts. This was because the founders of Davut already envisioned the need to build a large and extensive academic sector to accelerate the research and development of their colonial state. The first and most impressive academic institution was the Davut University of Technology. The colonial state invested a lot of funding and resources to enable the DUT to output a lot of research and excellent graduates. Davut needed both of them to gain an edge in the upcoming war against Karlach. However, the plan initiated by Elder Yistrak Clive did not concern the Davut University of Technology. Instead, the focus lay on the institution that sat adjacent to the campus of the DUT. The Davut Biotechnology University was almost just as old. Throughout its young history, it has quickly risen and secured its place as the region's most premier academic institution in the field of biotechnology and biosciences. The government may not invest as much money into the DBU, but the level of funding was sufficient to fund a number of massive research initiatives. The directors of the biotechnology institutions had chosen to pursue a strategy of specialization. By concentrating a large share of resources into specific departments and research projects, the DBU would quickly be able to stand out and become a famed and prestigious biotechnology university in Krakatoa and the neighboring middle zones. One of the departments of the Davut Biotechnology University that had been selected for this strategy was the Olna Volkova School of Genetics and Exobiology, or OVS for short. As a university department that was specifically set up to study the wonderful diversity of alien organisms of a brand new galaxy, the OVS played a crucial role in figuring out how alien exobests and exoplants worked. By understanding the unique and wonderful products of nature in the red ocean, biotech researchers could subsequently use this knowledge to develop many difficult applications. While this kind of work was most often used to develop powerful new genetic modification templates for the purpose of human augmentation, the goals were different in the new frontier. Institutions such as the OVS primarily studied and experimented with the organic systems of native exobests to decipher and make use of their biological relationship with face water. As face water was an exotic that was prevalent on many different planets, including life-bearing ones, it was rare but not completely unheard of for organisms to evolve that somehow incorporated face water into their bodies without getting torn apart. This was extremely special, as there were many intelligent species in the red ocean that tried and failed to accomplish the same result through artificial means. A small proportion of rare face water exobests even grew so formidable that they had become absolute apex predators that could demolish plenty of mechs with the help of their remarkable abilities. The existence of these creatures spurred frantic research projects throughout the red ocean. Davut did not want to be left out of the party, so it invested a lot of resources and other forms of support to get the Olna Volkova School of Genetics and Exobiology off the ground as soon as possible. Right now, many schools in the academic district closed their doors due to the start of the founding ceremony. Many students either traveled to one of the more central and dynamic city districts or chose to gather and celebrate at the few local establishments that continued to operate on this important day. Only a small number of guards and caretakers could still be found inside the nearly emptied school buildings. Although many scientists preferred to witness the founding ceremony in downtown Cotter City, a lot of sensitive, dangerous, and complicated laboratories needed more than a bunch of uneducated guards to control the situation. Only the scientists who worked in these facilities themselves possessed the deep knowledge and expertise to respond to any accidents and prevent ongoing experiments from escalating into calamities. By far, most of the scientists and researchers would rather be elsewhere than remaining stuck in their labs. They would rather join the soirees organized by their distinguished colleagues or gather with a number of other professors and industry magnates in order to expand their networks and secure additional funding for their pet projects. Since a few of the scientists absolutely had to be left behind, the universities and schools all employed lotteries to decide who had to undertake this undesirable duty. In rare cases, a few of the researchers chose to volunteer for this duty, either because they could gain a valuable favor which they could cash in at a later date, or because they wanted to grant their other colleagues the time of their life. Professor Mermilian Grants of the Olna Volkova School of Genetics and Exobiology happened to be among the volunteers. The only difference was that he had no use of favors, and he did not accept this boring assignment because he wanted to sacrifice himself for his fellow researchers. His motivations were entirely different from everyone else, because he did not possess much of an attachment towards Davut at all. He could care less about attending the founding ceremony. The truth was that Professor Mermillion Grants was a traitor all along. Chapter 40, 758, Professor Mermillion Grants. One of the more notable aspects about the OVS was that it featured an expansive zoo of hundreds of different organisms, both natural and artificial. Many of these beasts were relatively harmless, but there was a small proportion of native exobests and artificially cultivated designer beasts that were monsters in their own right. In fact, one of the secret research projects was explicitly set up to develop dangerous artificial war beasts that could play a useful role in the upcoming war. It was not common to deploy giant war beasts into battle. They were expensive and difficult to develop, grow, and maintain. Transportation was another nightmare, as beasts designed to destroy Mechs could easily destroy cargo vessels from the inside. Nonetheless, warbeasts could play a useful role on certain planets with rough terrain and adverse conditions. Aside from that, designer beasts with powerful strengths and capabilities could also contribute a lot to different research projects. Here, in one of the underground laboratories of the Olna Volkova School of Genetics and Exobiology, Professor Mermillion Grants led an entire research group that attempted to develop artificial face-water beasts for various purposes. If successful, Davut hoped to make use of these powerful beasts as an alternative and more disposable form of shield breakers or base raiders. Although the secret research group already produced a couple of initial successes, they were far from developing war beasts that could be deployed in battle. The success of the researchers still earned them a lot of follow-up grants and support, allowing them to expand their personnel as well as the amount of beasts under cultivation. Right now, the entire lab dedicated to the development of face-water war beasts was almost devoid of human presence. Only automated systems, along with a small number of humans, supervised the expensive chambers where the artificial war beasts were being incubated or held captive. Professor Mermillion Grants sedately made the rounds, as he knew this would be the last time he would ever be able to grace his eyes on the artificial war beasts that he had brought into life. Each of them were designed and bred to be as violent and hostile as possible. They possessed a keen sense for humans and had been bioprogrammed to hunt down the largest concentrations of people that they could find. Most of the monstrous creatures that looked like variations of natural exobests did not have a clue that a human had been walking by their holding pens. Only a few sensitive beasts possessed keener senses than normal. They lifted their heads and sniffed in the direction of Professor Grants as he passed by their holding pens. The man knew the details of each of the war beasts. Even though he lived for over 230 years, his advanced implants and augmentations had elevated his memory and mental processing power to an unheard-of level. He even took part in the development of some of his own bio-augmentations. What excited him more was that the Red Ocean introduced a host of new biological systems that the biotech industry at large had never come in touch with before. The ways in which exceptional organisms were able to merge a small amount of face water into their bodies was especially fascinating. An intact and preferably living phase whale specimen was the holy grail for every biotech researcher. As the most powerful and iconic face water organism of the Red Ocean, the phase whale species possessed unparalleled genetic compatibility with this precious substance. The theory that phase whales originally produced this incredibly versatile liquid exotic in the first place didn't sound so far-fetched. Humanity's obsession with face water enabled Professor Mermillion Grants and his many fellow biotech researchers to completely reinvigorate their studies. They had barely explored the tip of the iceberg as far as face water organisms were concerned. Yet instead of following the latest trends and try to become the first biotech researcher to discovering working formulas that combined biology with face water. He was on the cusp of performing an action that would permanently burn his reputation, discredit his name in the biotech community, and force him to give up on all of his interesting research projects. Oh, he would lose his life in the process as well. Professor Grants did not expect any of his current colleagues and friends to understand why he was willing to betray their trust and implement a plan that favored Karlach at Davut's expense. His face drooped in a complex expression as he briefly stood in front of one of the holding cells. 9 strange creatures that looked like a mix between a polychromic worm and a dragon lazily napped or burrowed around without much aim. These happened to be the latest results of his ongoing research. Each of these creatures managed to integrate a greater amount of face water than any of his other artificial warbeasts. Not only that, they also incorporated a few of his best solutions, some of which were so potent that he had to argue with the dean of the school for a long time in order to secure additional funding and resources to create these expensive beasts. A smirk gradually appeared on his face. To think they still haven't understood the true depth of my masterpiece for so long. Do they really think that this is the extent of what I can produce after so many years? He shook his head. The Davitans were all fools. He no longer studied his most proud warbeasts and slowly ended his tour. Once he returned where he started, he moved to the side and entered a number of checkpoints and security gates before he entered the central control room that supervised the condition of all of the holding cells. "Professor," a research assistant respectfully greeted as he turned his attention away from the projection that showed the ongoing parade. "Why are you here? My shift is not yet supposed to end in another 2 hours." Professor Grants casually waved his arm and seated himself behind a nearby console. "I have already inspected the specimens for the day. All of them remain stable. There is little point in doing any research. I may as well sit back and read my backlog of academic journals. I can do that anywhere, so I may as well do it here and relieve you of your duties early." You will let me go sooner. Is that allowed?" The man who was over 2 centuries younger than the professor asked. "I am old, Stevenson. Events like these no longer hold any interest to me anymore," Professor Grants said in an uncommonly weary voice. "Let me enjoy my time in peace. As for you, this may be your only chance to experience a day such as this to the fullest." Thank you, Professor." The two chatted a little longer before the eager and excited research assistant raced off so that he could head to the commercial district in time. Of course, the younger biotech researcher also signed off early, thereby passing off much of the responsibility for controlling the holding pens and underground laboratories to Professor Grants. Once the younger researcher left, the mood in the control room became a lot more somber. The professor first used his access authority to check the status and positions of all of the other individuals in this underground facility. Aside from himself, Grants knew that 2 unlucky research assistants as well as a handful of security guards had been assigned to watch over the underground laboratory. He confirmed that none of them could hinder his next actions. Seeing that almost everything was in place, Grants was ready to reveal his true allegiance. It would be from this moment on that he would truly betray the trust of his government, his employer and his passionate colleagues and his earnest students. He could still reconsider. Up until now, he had yet to make any blatant actions that directly harmed the interests of Davut. He could still turn his back on the plan and keep living the life of a prestigious, government-supported star researcher and university professor. However, only Mermillion Grants himself knew that there was no turning back since the time he initially infiltrated Davut. To think that an award-winning geneticist and beast designer had fallen so low. Professor Mermillion Grants didn't have to fall so low and besmirch his name forever. He still had plenty of years to go before he would no longer be able to persist in his research anymore. With the extensive list of scientific accomplishments in his name, he would be able to retire with great fanfare and continue to live off the profits of his patents, licenses, and royalties for the rest of his life. It was a pity that none of this interested him anymore. Professor Grants was not motivated by selfishness, but by kinship. My children. By ending his own future, he would be able to boost the lives of his descendants. Thinking about his offspring made him feel frustrated and helpless. Despite his best efforts, none of his children, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren, and so on amounted to anything decent, at least by his standards. Sure, the expensive designer baby formulas and augmentations he provided to them lifted their intelligences to well above average. However, they were nowhere close to reaching his level. All of the augmentations could not solve a lack of drive and passion for a productive pursuit. At best, they could become junior research associates or middle-level managers at a company. Their chances of climbing any higher was exceedingly slim based on their projected growth trajectories. There were still many ways to beat the most promising of his offspring into shape. However, the most convenient and promising way to do so was to earn an entire planet for his dynasty. Once his middling and incompetent descendants gained ownership over an entire planet, they could sit back for generations and live off the taxes for as long as Karlach existed. The income they could derive from running an entire planet vastly exceeded the amount of profits that Professor Grants could make through his work. Who knows? Maybe a genius will finally be born among my useless descendants. My dynasty shall truly rise when that happens. As Grants dreamt about securing a much better future for his bloodline, he finally hardened his resolve. He waited until he received a hidden signal that informed him that the time had come for him to take action. His fingers immediately started to input a long and complex series of commands into the central console. He was practically rewriting many different settings and deactivating a lot of security programs without tripping any obvious alarms. Of course, he would have never been able to avoid the scrutiny of the security AIs that were supposed to watch for suspicious activities. He had already received a notification that this problem had already been taken care of, leaving him free to repurpose the underground laboratory. Done. After he submitted his final instruction, the facility underwent a complete change. First, all of the holding pens that held the large and destructive organisms opened up their gates at once. Many captured exobests and warbeasts couldn't believe that the exits became open all of a sudden. Before the beasts could rampage, a strange influence settled over them, activating extremely well-hidden genetic programming that caused them to remain docile. Each of the beasts moved out of their holding pens in an orderly fashion. Apex predators that would have normally savaged each other upon sight remained completely docile as they moved towards a single specific holding pen. The destination that they were moving towards happened to be the large chamber, which held the 9 beasts that Professor Grants considered to be his magnum opus. It was only now that these organic products revealed their true shapes and potential. After receiving a silent signal, the polychromic worm dragons no longer remained impassive, but instead began to merge together in groups of 3s. Hufufehoa. Strange noises escaped from the throats of the artificial warbeasts as their bodies spontaneously merged with each other. The sight was both fascinating and disgusting. Entire organs and body parts melted into 3 identical monstrosities that looked greater than the sum of their parts. Once the super worm dragons took shape, they towered over many of the exobests and warbeasts that had slowly entered the holding pen. The 3 super worm dragons cried out once before they activated the brand new face water organ that had spontaneously formed within the depths of their bodies. The organ crudely imitated the structure and functions of a phase whale organ. Though Professor Grants never gained access to such a valuable high-end biotech design, Karlach somehow managed to obtain it and pass it on to him in total secrecy. Now, the engineering put into these brand-new organs was put to the test. The hastily shaped face water organ was already undergoing so much stress that they were already close to breaking apart. This was one of the most sensitive parts of the operations. If the hastily grown face water organs did not last long enough for them to do their only job, then this entire operation would fail. Professor Grants clenched his fist as he tried to convince himself that his masterpiece was bound to succeed. After a few more seconds of heavy exertion, the super worm dragons simultaneously let out another roar before they spatially displaced themselves, along with every other beast in the vicinity, to an entirely different location. "It's done," Professor Grant sighed in relief. Now that he had done his job, he let out a deep breath and activated a few commands that completely scrambled the logs and made sure that the Davitans wouldn't be able to extract any useful information from the systems. He then pulled out a small vial from his lab coat pocket and stared at its glowing blue contents for a second. "For Karlach," he whispered and proceeded to swallow the contents of the vial at once. His body began to melt over a span of a minute. His clothes increasingly drooped and engulfed his diminishing body as he was literally dying in a manner of his choosing. The smile on his face remained as long as his face retained its shape. Soon, even that faded away as his flesh and bone decomposed into a formless puddle of organic liquids. Thus the life of a 230-year-old professor of genetics and inventor of many impressive war beasts had come to an abrupt and undignified end. Chapter 40, 759 Monstrous Outbreak. Tristan Wesseling and Professor Zin Galbraith continued their leisurely discussion as the founding ceremony became dominated by the all-important speech. Though a dazzling variety of mechs still marched through the streets, not even the mech designers paid that much attention to their designs anymore. As new but committed citizens of the colonial state that President Yenames Clive sought to establish, it became extremely important to understand what kind of society they were trying to build. Tristan and Galbraith approved of what they heard in the early parts of the president's speech. Fairly normal and predictable to those in the know, but we are not the target audience of this address. The senior mech designer spoke as he picked up a bite from a plate of morsels that a bot had just delivered. "The large influx of immigrants has led to the rapid growth of our colony, but that has come at the expense of cohesion. Too many different cultures and groups have blended together, producing a great degree of friction and societal tension. It is truly right to start working on building more cohesion among the citizens of our colonial state." Tristan looked thoughtful. The president is still framing his speech as a business proposition. It sounds like he believes that everyone will go along with what he is saying because we can earn more money that way. I am not so sure that will work out as well as he hoped. "You are not sufficiently taking the cost of building a colony into consideration, Mr. Wesseling. Up until this point, the Davut project is still operating at a substantial loss. While the initial investors have completed the construction of all of the essential infrastructure and colonial facilities, there is still a critical lack of depth that can only be compensated by continuing to build new settlements, develop larger colonies, and foster more industries. Public spending can never shoulder this burden alone. Davut needs its citizens to contribute to its economic development. Everything revolves around money in the Red Ocean." Tristan frowned in disapproval. "That is not a unique concept. Money motivates every human. Do you think that the humans of the Milky Way are less greedy than the people who have moved to the Red Ocean? That is not the case. The only reason why the latter are more restrained is because there is much less room for development in the old galaxy. All of the obvious opportunities have already been taken by the previous generations. Those who are born after can do little but submit themselves to these early winners. Out here in the new frontier, there are no established powers who are capable of choking out opportunists. There is boundless room for development here, and that has amplified the importance of capital. In other words, the pursuit of wealth had become the dominant trend of the Red Ocean. Davut, a rising colonial state that elevated commercialism to the highest degree, had the potential to become the largest and strongest political entity in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. This approach was not without weaknesses, though. When President Yenames Clive's speech took a more belligerent turn, both Tristan and Professor Galbraith disapproved for different reasons. "War again," Tristan said in a voice that conveyed a strong sense of disgust. "I am not naive to think that peace can be maintained in the Red Ocean, but do we truly have to demonize Karlach to this extent? Both states are filled with humans, many of whom used to be citizens of many other states. This is driving us into another war of annihilation. There will be less room for reconciliation or compromise." The senior Mech designer, who munched on another bite-sized morsel, was not as naive. Davut and Karlach cannot coexist with each other. So long as the founding groups want to turn their investments into the dominant states of Krakatoa, they will always target each other for as long as they exist. Rather than allow this divide to last for centuries, as has been the case for the rival states in the Komodo Star sector, the founders do not have the patience to learn whether they need to write off their efforts in this middle zone. A quick resolution will give more certainty to the winner and give the loser an early chance to suspend a failing project and start a new one in a different zone. In other words, the fates of the two colonial states depended on the economic interests of the powers that founded them and still retained a lot of control. Tristan felt as if he was experiencing a rerun of his awful experiences back when he was still a Fridayman. "I hope I won't get drafted into a war again. I have served enough in this capacity. Just let me do my real work for once." Professor Galbraith keenly sensed the fluctuations in the younger Mech designer's emotional state. "You should not have any concern," Professor Galbraith said. "Davut's policies rely heavily on incentives to attract voluntary soldiers and fighting groups. The burden of fighting the war that is to come will solely fall onto the shoulders of professional soldiers. If it comes to a point where a draft is required to muster up more personnel to the front, Davut has already turned into a crashing starship. Those forced to risk their lives for a state that only existed for a short amount of time are more liable to defect to the enemy. After all, many people would rather side with the winner of a conflict. The shallow loyalties and the overly mercenary nature of many soldiers represented a huge hidden danger for Davut. That was also why President Yenames Clive spent so much time on building a national identity and painting Karlach as an evil aggressor. "What do you think about what the president is attempting to accomplish, Professor?" "My opinion is irrelevant," the senior Mech designer advised Tristan. "It is better to leave matters of policy to the politicians. Just as Mech designers such as us prefer to work on our projects without interference from laymen, we should not presume to know better than the public officials who govern over people for a living. That said, what I have heard does not change my decision to bet on Davut. Karlach may be strong right out of the gate due to its more pronounced militaristic orientation, but we have our own advantages." Just as Tristan wanted to ask why Professor Galbraith remained optimistic about Davut, the latter abruptly put down his wine glass and straightened his back. "What is wrong, Professor?" "Wait, I have received a concerning notification from a friend. An unexpected development occurred. There are." Alarms suddenly rang throughout the nearby government district. Shortly after the piercing sounds spread throughout all of downtown Cotter City, the central and most important district began to produce noises and vibrations that reminded Tristan of his time in the Komodo War. Both Mech designers directed their gaze to the projection that currently displayed a president that was forced to interrupt his speech. Professor Galbraith sent a command that changed the live feed to one that displayed the central area of the government district. Everything had erupted into chaos. "Are those exobests?" Tristan gasped. "How did they get here? No, wait, they are attacking the surrounding people." What they witnessed was an all-out attack on Davut. Its institutions, as well as its upper society figures, came under brazen attack by giant beasts that looked as if they could fight against Mechs on an equal basis. "It's not just the central plaza that is under attack," Professor Galbraith exclaimed. They both stared in the direction of the government district. The rapidly increasing discharges of projectiles, energy beams, and explosives within this sudden war zone made it clear that hostile elements had managed to bypass every guard and somehow appear in the midst of people on the streets. Tristan's eyes shook as the events unfolding a district away overlapped with the memories that haunted him to this day. He never thought that one of his nightmares would come true so close to his position. Davut was supposed to be one of the safest and well-protected star systems in Krakatoa. "This is a slaughter," he spoke in a pained voice. "Over 1 million people have tried to cram their way into the government district. The appearance of hundreds of murderous giant beasts will kill many thousands of them in a matter of minutes. Whoever was responsible for unleashing the bloodthirsty beasts upon the civilian population showed no regard for the deaths of innocents." Professor Galbraith relaxed a bit as he received further news from an undisclosed information source. That may be true, but the government district is not without its defenders. Look, the parade mechs along with the patrol mechs have already started to take action. Multiple projected live feeds came to life in the luxurious restaurant, as many diners and guests demanded to know what happened in the other streets. The reason why they hadn't left in panic was because the commercial district was not under immediate attack. The floating diamond no longer stupidly floated in the air, but started to descend and float away from the government district. This was the greatest advantage to floating structures. They may be expensive to keep aloft, but their inherent mobility allowed them to move away from problematic areas. Of course, the speed of traversal left much to be desired, but neither Tristan nor Professor Galbraith thought there was any need to evacuate from the facility on their own. A strong energy shield also took shape around the floating diamond structure. Every construct of its kind had to possess one in order to guard against accidents, but it could also be used to resist deliberate attacks. Many different shuttles and other vehicles already lifted off and brought their respective passengers away from downtown Davut as much as possible. The sheer amount of traffic that appeared at once was wreaking havoc in the skies and making the lives of traffic controllers a lot harder. More importantly to many people that had been caught on the streets, the entrances to underground shelters and tunnel complexes had opened up at once, giving a lot of concerned and panicking individuals a chance to escape the massacre. Get off the streets. It's not just the beasts that can kill us. The collateral damage produced by the mechs can be just as deadly. Collateral damage was always a concern with mechs, but the sudden outbreak of hostilities instantly amplified the magnitude of attacks landing onto packed civilian structures and streets filled with people. The parade mechs that were mostly piloted by mercenaries or company employees all scrambled to respond to the biological monstrosities that had teleported onto nearby streets. The worst of these mech pilots opened fire or maneuvered around the broad, but still confining avenues without taking the crowds into account. Combined with the out-of-control beasts that showed absolutely no qualms about slaughtering humans en masse, a lot of streets in the government district became engulfed in blood. Certain groups of parade mech acquitted themselves worse than others. One of the most notable ones were the dark gray mechs paraded by Rorsch and Rorsch. Despite the fact that it was the largest mech manufacturer on the planet by production volume, the pilots it assigned to its amazing variety of mass production models fell into chaos as their complete lack of preparation produced a host of problems. "What do we do, Captain? How in the seven hells did these beasts appear on the streets?" "Ah, they're coming for us. Open fire before it's too late." "Damn it, our rifles are locked. Why can't we fire our guns?" "Take flight, colleagues. We need time to reorganize and regroup." "Are you crazy? There are civilians on the streets. If we don't put our mech in our way, those people will disappear into the bellies of those monsters. We can't fight unless we receive the unlock codes of our rifles." Chapter 40, 760 Falling Blocks. Vess and many other people seated in Block L watched with increasing horror as the entire situation in the government district deteriorated in a short amount of time. They barely had any time to react to the abrupt arrival of a group of large and dangerous beasts in the middle of the central plaza. The beasts barely took time to get their bearings before they immediately sought to attack the humans in the vicinity. No one could figure out why the brutish monsters unanimously chose to go on the attack instead of trying to run away. But the fact of the matter was that every seating block turned into an eligible target at this point. Vess scarcely managed to jump to his feet and unpack his unending regalia before 3 bright and hot energy beams exploded from the maws of the 3 largest and more remarkable beasts. They're gone. They're all gone. In the places of the U-shaped formation, where 2 seating blocks were previously hovering, nothing was left except for half-molten pieces of slag. What happened to their energy shields? Attacks of this magnitude shouldn't be able to break the shields of our blocks so easily. It's impossible for them to be so weak. Vess hurriedly equipped his unending regalia while providing clarification based on what he managed to observe. As a transcendent who evolved into something of a phase lord himself, he and Veronica could clearly sense that many of the organisms down below possessed extremely special properties that significantly elevated their threat level. These beasts are not normal creatures. They are face water beasts. Each of their attacks can bypass or overwhelm transphasic energy shields with greater ease. I recognize some of these beasts, a hospital director working for Freewell Medical Services uttered. If I am not mistaken, these are the captured exobests and experimental war beasts that should have been locked away inside the holding pens underneath the campus of the Davut Biotech University. The former are already dangerous on their own, but the latter are even worse as they are specifically made to crush mechs. Who brought them here? Shouldn't they be locked in their cages? Panic and incomprehension rapidly spread among the audience. If 2 of the seating blocks could be felled by the alien beasts, then so could all of the other ones. All of their previous poise and confidence was nowhere to be seen as they fell under the sway of their own fears. Get us out of here. Where are our Mech armies? Many children began to cry and sought shelter from their parents, which didn't help all of that much because a lot of adults were barely able to maintain their wits in the face of all of this death and destruction. Only the Larkinsons exhibited a lot more discipline and control. Though the children and the non-combatants among them did not react well to the outbreak of violence, almost all of them had been riding aboard the same starships that took part in multiple dangerous expeditions. Their tolerance towards life-threatening situations was remarkably better than normal. Vess was most proud with the reactions of his soldiers. The officers of the Larkinson army did not possess any advance warning of what might happen today. That did not stop them from rising to the occasion. They pressed their more vulnerable clansmen back and tried their best to meet any incoming threat, though there was not much they could do without access to arms. Everyone implicitly knew that there was no way they could protect themselves against the scale of attacks launched by these mech-sized beasts. Only mechs or heavier war platforms could adequately handle these cruel but surprisingly strong war beasts. Fortunately, the government district was not short of mechs. Compared to the streets and avenues that had descended into chaos, the Central Plaza area was much better protected and organized. The first mechs to respond there were ace mechs, as their pilots were much more powerful and much faster to respond. Of the 3 ace mechs that were stationed in this crucial area, the shotgun Shogun was the first to bear the brunt of alien firepower. Even as Block E and Block Y vaporized and melted into unrecognizable ruins, Block M still managed to hold on for the time being despite the unexpected weakening of its energy shield. Hallelujah. As soon as one of the strange, multicolored dragon-like creatures spat out a transphasic heat beam of unsurpassed might and penetration power, the ace striker mech did its best to block and weaken the destructive energies that sought to kill off everyone sitting in Block M. As soon as the incoming energy beams struck in the direction of this seating block, Master Benedict Cortez had already been prepared to activate his emergency, single-use personal teleporter and disappear from the heart of this calamity zone. It was only his great reluctance to use up a precious life-saving device that he had exchanged from the association for a hefty amount of MTA merits that had stayed his hands. Seeing that the shotgun Shogun was holding on for now, Master Benedict held back from squandering one of his most valuable assets in vain and hovered in solidarity with his fellow crossers. The incredible output of the multicolored war beast completely washed the area directly in front of the shotgun Shogun with heat and energy. Even as the Davitan Ace Mech's Saint Kingdom constantly sapped the strength of the heat beam the further it proceeded, a small portion of the heat still bypassed the solid frame of the machine and passed through the other side. The energy shield covering Block M slightly strained to resist the incoming remnant heat and energy. It was a pity that the shotgun Shogun was not a true defensive mech like the Endormian. Its relatively thick transphasic armor system more than satisfied its own defensive needs, but aside from its Saint Kingdom, the Ace Mech lacked any ability to mitigate damage across a wider area. We are saved. The people who had originally been marked for death managed to obtain a stay of execution when they saw that the shotgun Shogun's early arrival had allowed them to escape the same fate that had befallen the victims assigned to Block E and Block Y. The two ruined seating blocks had long lost all of their power and antigrav modules. With nothing able to keep them aloft, they rapidly lost altitude until the large and ruined constructs of metal crashed against the plaza's surface as if they were pieces of discarded ship debris. No beast is allowed to run wild under my watch, Saint Anti-Shogi roared as his fury amplified his true resonance and caused his ace striker Mech's shotgun to charge up an attack of great power. As the colorful worm-dragon creature looked as if it had overdrawn half of its life to unleash such a ridiculously powerful heat beam attack, the creature hastily activated one of its face water organs to produce a wobbly spatial shield. The other worm-dragons that had succeeded in their initial strike noticed that threat posed by the shotgun Shogun was considerable. They simultaneously generated their own spatial shields, thereby causing 3 of them in total to cover their group. Saint Anti-Shogi didn't care. The beasts that had managed to kill off hundreds of important VIPs and almost managed to reap more lives with their powerful biological attacks had completely enraged him. The creatures needed to be dealt with before they could inflict any more damage. Wipe the board. With a single pull of the trigger, the oversized transphasic shotgun held by the ace striker Mech opened fire, producing a discharge that outputted both physical projectiles and lots of energy. This time, not even Master Benedict Cortez could observe what happened. His augmented eyes strained with the excess of resonance-empowered energies that burst out of the powerful shotgun. The effect was immediate. The special ammunition utilized by the shotgun tore through the spatial shields as if they did not exist and slammed straight into the fleshy bodies of the 3 worm-dragons. The monstrous beasts did not die immediately, but they sustained serious injuries as their bioengineered bodies sustained massive injuries as the resonance-empowered projectiles tore through their flesh and bones. The shotgun Shogun charged up for another attack and opened fire again, unleashing an incendiary attack that made it seem as if the ace striker Mech had breathed out a concentrated pulse of fire. This time, the bodies of the worm-dragons screamed to their deaths, as their weakened and heavily injured bodies could not resist the resonance-empowered flames. Their horrible flesh burned into ash, while their bones crumbled as well. All 3 warbeasts ultimately didn't stand a chance against a single ace Mech. It was unfortunate that the seating blocks were placed too far apart from each other, and that the shotgun Shogun could not save all of the seating blocks. In fact, if an explosive assassination attack hadn't taken out the CEO of the Penelane Planetary Shipping Company, Saint Anti would have never brought his ace Mech to such a convenient position in advance. Saint Anti wasn't stupid. He figured out that the two events were not only perpetrated by different actors, but that they also worked against each other. However, this was not the time for him to conduct an investigation. The 3 worm dragons had been taken care of, but there were still plenty of other dangerous beasts that had managed to spread out since their appearance. Fortunately, most of the seeding blocks floated high enough in the air to prevent most of the hostile creatures from threatening the other VIPs. Not all of the beasts were able to attack at a distance. Though a number of them could output weaker energy beams or spit out globs of corrosive acids, most creatures could only savage their prey with their limbs or their teeth. Still, after finding out that they could not reach their desired targets, the bloodthirsty war beasts were already starting to run towards the sides, where dense crowds of people were hastily trying to fly away or evacuate to the nearest emergency shelters. Stop them all. Seeing that the threat targeted against Block M had passed, the shotgun Shogun quickly flew away so that it could intercept the other beasts and blast them all to bits at more effective angles of fire. The VIPs, sheltering inside the fragile energy shield of Block M, felt awfully exposed again. Get us out of here. Let us leave this place at once. Where are our Mechs? There was no justification to allow the seeding blocks to hover conspicuously in the air. No matter how much the colonial government wanted to portray an image of absolute control, it was not acceptable to put the surviving VIPs at risk. After a short delay, Block M, along with all of the other surviving seeding blocks, began to split apart and followed several different evacuation routes that should eventually bring them to highly secure underground hangars. A large number of military mechs belatedly arrived and escorted the vulnerable blocks to ensure that no beast could target them unopposed. After the departure of the shotgun Shogun, Master Benedict Cortez finally dared to think about the sequence of events that ultimately led to this situation. He put his considerable analytical mind to use by processing Vest's cryptic warning, the assassination of Arthur Penelane, the arrival of an ace striker Mech, and the sudden appearance and surprise attack from a cultivated warbeast. The possible conclusions he drew from all of these clues did not sit well with him. Though his expression remained carefully neutral, internally he was seething with fury. He only clenched his fist for a single second before he shifted his attention elsewhere. He first needed to take care of his own survival before he could pursue other priorities. Where are our guards? Recall them to our positions and prepare to move out as soon as our Mechs arrive. We will remain targets if we continue to stay on this faulty block. Chapter 40, 761 Warbeast Mania. With the sudden arrival and outbreak of hundreds of violent and powerful beasts, the defenses set up in the government district were slow to come online. Part of it was because too little time had passed for the colonial government to complete the defensive arrangements. Structural energy shields, turrets, and physical walls were in short supply. The ones that did exist only held out for a short amount of time before the larger transphasic warbeasts broke through them by force, which was exactly what they were designed to do by their creators. Damn it, who created these beasts? Why are they so powerful, and how much face water did those scientists pump into their bodies? The defenses broke too easily, showing that the quality and the cost of the largest artificial creatures were exceedingly high. The scientists over at the Olna Volkova School of Genetics and Exobiology were crazy. A more well-informed Davitan spoke out regardless of the consequences. They promised to cultivate warbeasts that were powerful enough to compete against expert Mech, so long as their funding and face water allowances were high enough. What were those nutjobs thinking? Granting the power equivalent to an expert Mech to a bunch of feral beasts is the dumbest idea I have ever heard. To think that there are biotechs who were delusional enough to turn this into an actual research goal. How much face water has been wasted on this self-defeating venture? The original premise of this research project had a lot of promise at the start. Expert pilots are still difficult to recruit, and the rate in which they appear from the ranks is too slow to keep up with the projected loss rate. If we can deploy violent beasts in place of expert mechs at the cost of putting in more face water, then this could have worked out well for us. Don't you see how strong they are right now? They're fighting the wrong side. This is the problem with rearing war beasts. Their control can always be subverted or hijacked by those that have managed to learn how they follow instructions. This is why human mechs are much better. Unlike bots or simple beasts, humans like you and I are much harder to subvert. Even as the people who were aware of what went on in the OVS figured out where the creatures originally came from, they could not provide that much useful information to the defense forces. For one, many of the powerful war beasts were mainly developed by Professor Mermillion Grants. The award-winning beast designer worked on another level, compared to his colleagues, and mastered way more advanced theories related to developing war beasts than any other specialists in Davut. Even though the majority of the unleashed monsters were actually failed or unfinished experimental products, that did not stop them from using their heavy bodies to charge through annoying energy shields, or use their unnaturally sharp transphasic biomental claws and teeth to rip into the armor of any nearby mechs. The vast majority of mechs present in the field consisted of standard mechs. It was impossible for them to be clad with transphasic armor plating. As such, once the dangerous war beasts fell upon their formations, the savage creatures easily tore through the thick layers of armor that should have resisted such attacks with much greater effectiveness if face water didn't enter into consideration. Help me. I don't want to die. Why are you running away? We'll all die if we don't fight back. Why doesn't my mech have a flight system? I am never going to pilot another landbound mech if I manage to make it out alive. Screw this, I am out of here. Space Knights equipped with thick alloy tower shields proved to be unable to hold back the aggressive war beasts for long. Enormous tears against their surfaces showed how useless it was to employ any layer of conventional armor against the might of these elite transphasic war beasts. Ruuesa, a scaled tiger-like creature, ripped a thick tower shield asunder with its claws before cleanly biting off a third of the torso of a R&R mech. The impressive maw of the scaled tiger proved to be too much for the poor commercial mechs. The large numbers proved to be a hindrance rather than a boon as the mechs physically collided against each other as they attempted to retreat or maneuver in a different direction. The lack of cohesion showed that the mech pilots were largely unaccustomed to operating as a single unit outside of the parade formations that they trained for. The officers tried to rally the men together, but the sheer chaos along with other factors made it impossible for them to organize an effective defense. Other parade mech groups fared just as bad for similar reasons. The mech pilots employed by purely commercial organizations never signed up for this and had never made any mental preparations to fight on this day. Aside from that, the onerous restrictions on weapons set by the authorities deprived a lot of mechs from the ability to use their most powerful and effective armaments. My mech isn't carrying any ammunition for its Gauss cannons. My laser rifle is still locked. What use is a sword when it can't even cut through this super beast's transphasic scales? They're way too hard. Although the weaker and less extravagant beast fell easily enough after getting attacked enough times, the ones that managed to survive the initial onslaught proved to be far more formidable than any of the mech pilots ever envisioned. Even if they outnumbered these exceptional war beasts by 100 to 1, the latter still managed to rampage with impunity as their transphasic attack and defense capabilities allowed them to fight as if they were wolves among sheep. The rapidly spreading panic along with the continuous fall of mechs caused the attacks directed against these beasts to lose their effectiveness. What was worse were the mech pilots who completely lost their nerve and ejected from their cockpit, even though a beast was not even close to attacking them. Though they weren't obliged to defend the city against murderous monstrosities, they nonetheless incurred a permanent stain on their honor by fleeing before their mechs had exhausted all of their options. You dishonorable curs, do you have no shame? To think I treated you as my brothers, You have thrown away your chances of breaking through. At least I get to live past this day. In the back of their minds, they knew that this incredibly cowardly act had essentially disqualified them from ever advancing to the rank of expert pilot or higher for the remainder of their careers. But at this time, they couldn't care less about attaining greater power. Their lives mattered the most to them, and there was no willingness for any of them to sacrifice their lives for a bunch of strangers in Davut. The fall of so many Mechs, along with the decreasing battle intent of the surrounding Mech pilots, encouraged the bloodthirsty war beasts to attack even more. While the Mechs on land were getting shredded in rapid succession, the dark gray Mechs that were capable of taking flight had already done so. Just as they thought they were safe, they came under attack by a different set of war beasts. There was no way that Professor Mermullion Grants had overlooked the existence of aerial Mechs. The brilliant beast designer developed 2 different categories of war beasts to cope against threats from afar. Those beasts are shooting lasers from their transphasic biocannons. The armor of my Mech doesn't stand a chance. I'm ejecting. Damn, this beast has wings. No, wait, it even has an organic jet engine built onto its back. It's moving faster than my Mech. The flight-capable war beasts easily cut the aerial Mechs to pieces. Without sufficient coordination or firepower, the machines that had taken flight essentially turned into target dummies that could easily be wiped out by the war beasts that had especially been engineered to spread chaos and ruination behind enemy lines. Stand back, citizens. The cavalry has arrived. The military Mech units assigned to guard Cotter City had already started to take action as soon as the threats emerged. While they needed time to navigate to the streets where the beasts were let loose, once they came close enough, they attempted to destroy the war beasts with overwhelming firepower. All of the civilians in the vicinity have evacuated by now. We are cleared to open fire. Fire, a combination of laser beams and Gauss projectiles, slammed against the rampaging war beasts. Some of them managed to crack their scales and make them bleed, but the more formidable creatures managed to resist the attacks for a time. The aggressive creatures instantly reoriented themselves to the greater threats. They began to counterattack in a variety of different ways, from spraying corrosive acids to flying over to where they were floating. Shoot them down. We can't, sir. They are too tough. Block them with our defensive Mechs. They can't. Their shields and armor are getting shredded with too much ease. Our Mechs aren't equipped with transphasic gear. Spread out if that is the case. Make the beasts work for their kills. Call in backup from our expert Mechs or ace Mechs right away. We cannot hold these beasts for long. Headquarters says they are busy. The nearest one is due to arrive in 25 seconds. 25 seconds is too long. We will lose half of our machines at this rate. The military Mech pilots tried to hold out as long as possible. Though they kept their fingers right on top of the eject button, they did not press it unless the war beasts were truly close to felling their machines. Each second they bought saved more lives. Johnson, bring your pacifier and do your job. On it, sir. Reinforcements from an unexpected group had arrived after a few more seconds had passed. Though the military Mech pilots were glad to receive additional help, many of them became disappointed when they saw that the new arrivals hailed from the planetary guard of all possibilities. What are you doing here? This is no ordinary out-of-control Mech. These are transphasic war beasts. Your slime won't avail you much. We can at least try, and don't worry. We have another trick up our sleeve. The Mech pilots of the planetary guard might not be as skilled as their military counterparts, but they possessed a much greater sense of duty towards protecting the citizens of the state. As such, they bravely flew forward and used their array of non-lethal armaments to disable the flying war beasts. Zap M, a planetary guard captain commanded. One of the winged creatures briefly faltered when 3 paralyzing lightning bolts struck its body. Already, though the creature ultimately did not incur any significant damage, It did slow the aggressive beast long enough for another batch of law enforcement mechs to come close and activate their fluid projectors. Enormous streams of slime engulfed the body of the winged beast. Though the creature violently tried to shake off the gunk, its ability to fly significantly dropped. "Johnson, bring your pacifier and do your job." "On it, sir." One of the most unique law enforcement mechs to have come out, as of late boldly approached the entangled beast and engulfed it with an aura that exuded pure tranquility. Though the Planetary Guard mech pilots did not expect this glow to do all that much to calm down the beast, they became pleasantly surprised when the creature lost a lot of vigor and crashed onto the street. Though the beast still contained a lot of rage and desire to kill the humans around it, the mystical glow of the Pacificer mech continued to subdue its ferocity, thereby suppressing it to the point where the other law enforcement mechs could continually pile up so much rapidly hardening slime onto its body until it became completely encased. Even though the flying warbeast possessed deadly transphasic claws and teeth, there was no way for the creature to employ them effectively when it had lost a lot of leverage due to being glued straight onto the surface of the street. "Good work, Johnson. Let us proceed and tame these other feral beasts." "Gotta catch 'em all." Chapter 40, 762 Face Water Difference. The Mech units that answered to the colonial government reacted considerably better towards the current crisis. Unlike the parade mechs that were mostly piloted by mercenaries or ordinary company employees, the military mechs acted more decisively and more brilliantly. Even if the machines did not fare too well against the most powerful transphasic warbeasts, their bravery and their dedication to their duty demonstrated the quality of Davute's finest soldiers. One of the unanticipated surprises of this sudden outbreak was the outsized role played by the humble pacifier mechs. The law enforcement mech model had become a popular staple for many Planetary Guard organizations in and outside of Davute. It had even become an increasingly more common product among mercenary outfits who found many lucrative uses for it aside from policing a settlement. One of the known uses for the pacifier was subduing wild beasts. For example, hunting groups that received a contract to capture valuable exobast specimens on an alien planet used to experience a lot of difficulties in completing their assignments. Large and strong exobasts were so ferocious that they could easily break through nets or resist a lot of paralyzing attacks. If a hunt went poorly, then the hunting group might incur a lot of damage to its mechs, thereby wiping out all of the profits that could be made. However, the presence of a single pacifier could completely change the game. Against many different exobasts, the calming influence of the pacifier's glow often worked to reduce the hostility and degree of resistance against any adversary. Although willpower, instinct, mental resistance, and many other factors determined how extensively the exobasts became affected by the glow of the pacifier, in most cases it played a useful enough role to make it worthwhile to take along. Right now, these pacifiers were showing their worth in various ways. Weaker exobasts with more subservient attitudes became so cowed that they slowed down, causing them to become easy pickings for mechs. The larger, more formidable, and more aggressive beasts did not relent so easily, but their drive to attack and slaughter any nearby humans or mechs became noticeably more subdued. Not only that, but the pacifiers also played a massive role in stopping the spread of panic among the packed crowds of the people that had jammed into the government district. Too many people were running mindlessly on the streets or flying haphazardly in the air. Either way, they often got in the way of the mechs that had been tasked with stopping the warbeasts from continuing on their rampage. "Get out of the way, you fool. You are in the line of fire. I will open fire if you don't move out this instant. Don't shoot. Everything is being recorded. Our superiors will have our heads if we deliberately fire on innocent civilians." It was only when the calming glows of the pacifiers reduced the sense of panic and fear that the mindless civilians regained their wits. They obediently followed instructions and headed straight towards the entrances of underground shelters. However, the pacifiers only played a limited role due to their limited numbers. There were planetary guard units stationed all across Cotter City. The pacifier Mechs assigned to them would never be able to make it to the government district in time. Of the units that managed to respond more effectively against the unleashed war beast than most, none could match the prowess of the expert Mechs and ace Mechs stationed in and around the government district. "Defend the innocent," General Ark Larkinson roared as he led his barebones command to eliminate any nearby beasts in the vicinity. He issued a rapid series of commands that caused the subordinates assigned to his Mech unit to move in a coordinated fashion. He had already learned that standard Mechs were not effective against the most powerful war beasts, so he instructed them to wipe out the weaker beasts first, before focusing on distracting and luring the stronger creatures away from any nearby concentrations of civilians. At the same time, he exerted all of the strength and power of a high-tier expert pilot and directly challenged the most threatening creatures. "Come at me, you lizard." His Travon Exine flew forward while firing its integrated laser guns at the monster that massed more than a heavy Mech. Unfortunately for the defending side, the resonance-empowered laser beam salvo failed to inflict serious enough harm against the massive creature. Its transphasic scales resisted the Travon Exine's might with great efficiency. Though Ark did not give up and instructed his high-tier expert Mech to fire its ranged armaments repeatedly against the same wounds it created earlier, the scales resisted the incoming energy attacks way too effectively for his liking. This wasn't working. "Facewater is too ridiculous," the Larkinson expert pilot grunted in frustration. Although Ark could foresee that his expert hybrid Mech's ranged attacks would eventually be able to burn off the creature's resilient scales, it would have taken far too much time to finish the job. In the meantime, a lot of other powerful warbeasts would be left unopposed. His heart burned with the strong desire to protect and safeguard the citizens of the state that he had recently pledged to serve. It had always been his nature, as a professional soldier, to protect the innocent. As such, his Travon Exine retrieved a spear from its back and initiated a short-ranged charge that built a lot of momentum in a short amount of time. "Break! Ruea!" The overgrown lizard roared in pain as the sudden charge of the high-tier expert Mech succeeded in overcoming the enhanced resistance of the lizard's scales. It helped that General Ark deliberately drove his resonance-empowered spear through the scales that had already been scorched by earlier intensive attacks. Before the lizard could launch a devastating counterattack that was sure to damage the integrity of the expert hybrid Mech's resonance shield, the Travon Exine quickly pulled out its spear and leaped to the side. "Our new general did it. I knew the Larkinsons were strong." The warbeast had incurred a penetrating wound. Alien blood slowly spilled out of the hole, and though the creature's specialized biology quickly tried to plug the gap, it was undeniable that the beast had become a lot more vulnerable to attacks than before. Ranged Mechs focus fire on the weak point of this warbeast. General Ark quickly commanded the nearby military Mechs regardless of whether they fell under his command. "The scales of this feral beast may be impervious to your attacks, but the same cannot be said for his inner flesh." After the surrounding Mech units suffered a lot at the hands of these abnormally tough and deadly warbeasts, a lot of Mech pilots built up an intense hatred and animosity towards these man-eating monstrosities. Many of them felt helpless about the fact that their regular Mechs lacked the punching power to inflict true harm on these purpose-built warbeasts. Now that an expert Mech's spear charge successfully opened a wound, the military-ranged Mechs all concentrated their fire on the wound, which inflicted a lot of additional pain on the creature. "It's working. Look at how much blood we are spilling." "The beast is turning around. Make sure to surround it on multiple sides." "It is hunching over and using its forepaw to cover its open wound. We can't hurt it anymore." Break. General Ark had already anticipated that the war beast would hunker down, so he had moved his Travon Exine away and circled around. This allowed the expert hybrid Mech to charge forward and sink its spear through the thicker transphasic scales, covering its back with great power. There's a second wound now. There is no way the beast can defend against all of our attacks. The Larkinson expert pilot no longer bothered to entangle with the large lizard anymore. The creature possessed way too mass for his expert Mech to kill with ease. It was better to let the regular troops finish the job and give them a greater sense of accomplishment in the process. Ark went on to target another warbeast that possessed flight capabilities. Although the flight-capable ones tended to be a little smaller and a lot lighter than the ones stuck on land, they were also a lot faster and harder to pin down as a result. The Travon Exine opened fire with its integrated laser gun suite. 12 resonance-empowered beams struck the creature's thinner wing membrane with unerring accuracy, burning several holes through the transphasic leathery surface. Squayak. The wings were much less resilient than the scales of the previous creature, but destroying them did not cause the flying warbeast to lose altitude. The developer of this bioengineered product seemed to have taken this possibility into account a long time ago. As such, the flying beast still managed to retain its flight capability by relying on a biological jet engine in combination with other organic lifting mechanisms. The attack angered the creature and caused it to fly straight towards the Travon Exine at an accelerated rate by forming a quick warp bubble around its body. General Ark widened his eyes and just managed to lift up its spear and sword to meet the incoming creature. Bang! Shrilly! The warbeast cried out in pain, as its skull had almost been punctured by the Travon Exine's spear. However, the creature also managed to inflict a lot of damage onto the Travon Exine's resonance shield. The transphasic charge attack caused the expert Mech to lose a lot buffer. Its resonance shield may still be holding on, but it lost the ability to resist a second attack of this magnitude. General Ark Larkinson could have never imagined that a single warbeast could inflict so much. He needed much more time to fill up the ranks of his Mech division and train them into a cohesive whole. Damage onto his high-tier expert Mech. He grew more and more disappointed with his machine. Though the Travon Exine had served him well back when he served for the various warlords of the Garland Empire, the lack of face-water tech was hampering his efforts more and more. If the colonists had begun to augment their warbeasts with face-water, then their Mechs would certainly be worse in this regard. Vess needs to design my new expert Mech sooner rather than later, he concluded. It would be devastating if the war between the colonial states started early as a result of this incident. Ark was not ready at all, and his command wasn't even properly up and running as of yet. He needed much more time to fill up the ranks of his Mech division and train them into a cohesive whole. As Ark commanded his expert hybrid Mech to turn around and fire another salvo of laser beams at the flying warbeast, he became a little more determined to upgrade from his current machine when he saw that the strike had only caused surface damage at best. The expert pilot readied to meet another charge. If the warbeast was just as fast as before, then it would be extremely difficult to prevent his expert Mech from incurring damage again. Yet just before the enemy creature could pull off its fearsome charge, a bright resonance-empowered positron beam accurately nailed the warbeast in the head, causing it to get killed in an instant. Ark, an incoming transmission sounded in the cockpit. Good job, but let me do the rest. A much more powerful and radiant red machine had appeared over the distance. The sight of the impressive caped masterwork Ace hybrid Mech inspired a lot of hope and optimism among the people that were struggling to fight or run away from the hardier warbeast. Unlike other Mechs, Patriarch Reginald Cross and his Ace Mech possessed more than enough power to punch through the resilient transphasic defenses of the berserk warbeasts with a single attack. Its Arceus system did what the laser gun hardpoints of the Travon Exine could never accomplish and accurately strike down more than half a dozen beasts within line of sight with each and every discharge. Once the Mars quickly cleared the most threatening war beasts with contemptuous ease, the Ace hybrid Mech flew away in order to clear other section of the large and expansive government district. Though a part of General Ark felt empty after being robbed of his responsibility, a greater part of him was grateful for the intervention. I can wield this strength too one day. He just needed to pilot the right Mech. Chapter 40, 763, Overseeing the Battlefield. Of the many parade Mech groups that had been forced to confront these war beasts due to their proximity to the hostile creatures upon their appearance, a part of them rise to the occasion, while many others disappointed the new colonial state for many different reasons. Just run. I'm not paid to fight against these ridiculous monsters. Davut is an awful place. For example, one street that was previously engulfed in pink had become remarkably less colorful. The Mech pilots hired by Selena Dynamics only fought against the war beasts for a short amount of time before they realized how outmatched they were. Their pink and feminine commercial Mechs might look good on a broadcast, but their relatively fragile frames presented an even poorer defense against the out-of-control beasts than other machines. The only consistent advantages that these pink-coated machines possessed was that they were faster and nimbler across all Mech archetypes. This enabled the Mechs to evade many of the simplistic and telegraphed attacks of many beasts, as long as their Mech pilots reacted quickly enough. Unfortunately, none of the Mech pilots possessed the training, nerve, and willingness to do their duty. Their company Mech pilots weren't particularly awful, but their lack of preparation along with the adverse circumstances caused them to quickly lose heart, especially when many of their colleagues got killed as their Mechs got caught by the beasts. The rout did not happen due to anyone's deliberate actions. The more off-balanced Mech pilots simply chose to cut and run by whatever means possible, showing no regard for the teammates they left behind. You bastard. He's got the right idea. The flight of the first pink Mechs quickly started a cascade, as the ones that initially remained behind did not want to be left with the burden that others had avoided. It was at this point that the advantages of the Selena Mechs played a more useful role to the Mech pilots for once. Their superior traversal speeds allowed them to outpace many Mechs. Even if they weren't fast enough, they at least managed to outrace the Mechs produced by many other companies, ensuring that others would fall before it was the turn of the pink machines. What are you doing? You led them right to us, you cowards. You'll pay for this, Selena. A lot of complaints flew around as not just the parade Mechs fielded by Selena Dynamics, but many other machines made the situation worse by acting in a completely chaotic fashion. This increased the burden on the Mech units that had largely chosen to make their stand and protect the people in the government district from the ravages of the rampaging beasts. Is this what Davut's finest troops amount to? Our colonial state is doomed. Not all of the Mech pilots are cowards. Look over there. Those machines are still making a stand. Whereas the extremely numerous but incredibly weak commercial Mechs of R&R and Selena Dynamics disappointed everyone who witnessed their abysmal performance, the Mechs fielded by Renewal Tech and Design fared considerably better. For one, their Mech pilots did not panic and run around like headless chickens. They showed considerably more professionalism to the point where it became obvious that they had been working together with each other for a long time. The RT&D machines formed up and coordinated their actions with much less confusion and delay than the other parade groups. The Mech pilots obeyed the instructions of their superior officers without fuss, and the company headquarters also transmitted the unlock codes that restricted the functionality of the dangerous ranged weapons in a timely manner. As the initial waves of weaker exobests and warbeasts charged towards the RT&D Mechs, many of them were either gunned down by concentrated firepower or lost much of their momentum when they collided against the overlapping energy shields, projected by multiple melee mechs standing in close formation. Guyua. Arwu. The creatures are pissed. Hit them hard before they can regroup. Though the standard mechs of RT and D lost their energy shields at a rapid rate, they nonetheless acquitted themselves well and managed to eliminate the mob of cannon fodder creatures before they did much damage. Unfortunately, that did not leave them with much power to fend off the most threatening transphasic war beasts. These experimental creatures had already torn up a lot of other mechs and easily managed to rip through the conventional energy shields that protected the softer mechs of this new mech company. It was only now that the downside of piloting energy shield mechs became clear. Eject faster. Without our shields, the rest of our mech won't last long. When the war beasts tore through a bunch of energy shields with disturbing ease and raked their unnaturally sharp claws through the thin armor plating of the RT and D mechs, the exteriors of the latter parted as if they were made of paper. In over half of the cases, the cockpits of the mechs in question didn't even have time to eject in time. Although the surviving mech pilots made sure to keep their hands on the eject button or levers at all time, it ultimately became clear that without equipping transphasic energy shields, the products of RT and D became just as vulnerable to transphasic attacks as their armor-based counterparts. Nevertheless, the well-trained mech pilots in the service of renewal tech and design tried to hold out as best they could. We need backup. We are losing our mechs at a rapid rate. The RT and D mechs suddenly received a direct transmission on a new communication channel. Fear not, brave soldiers. We have heard your pleas. Be ready for a long-ranged precision strike. What? From where? This is no place to initiate an artillery bombardment. Who said anything about artillery? Before the renewal mech pilots could ask for more, a thin but bright energy beam launched from a distance and curved over the roofs of the government structures until it struck the neck of a resilient war beast. The creature's exultant war cry turned into a bloody gurgle as a thin hole had been sliced through its arteries and a part of its windpipe. Though the creature's resilient regeneration power quickly tried to stem the bleeding, the surrounding RT and D mechs weren't sitting still. Attack the neck while the beast is still incapacitated. Many different ranged attacks worsen the injuries on the neck, causing the war beast to choke and bleed to the point where it could no longer resist the melee mechs that quickly delivered the finishing blows. The expert mech that was responsible for firing the curving energy beam was not done. It fired 3 more slicing energy beams, each of which possessed enough penetration power to slice through the transphasic hide or scales of the war beasts that fell victim to these strikes. Even if the magnitude of the damage was not all that great, just the fact that they were able to create a hole in the defenses of the beasts was enough for the surrounding RT and D mechs to exploit the openings and finish the job. "Who are you?" the mech captain in the employ of RT and D asked. "You saved our back with those impressive precision strikes." "We hail from the Larkinson clan," the authoritative female voice responded. "We appreciate your gratitude, but you can repay us by doing what you can to secure your sector and bring order to the surrounding streets." "What about the other sectors, ma'am?" "They are already being handled by us and other reinforcements. It is more important for your unit to hold your positions and hinder any war beasts from crossing into other streets. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma'am." Legion Commander Kaisela Ingvar became satisfied with what she heard and saw. She knew she could count on the troops of RT and D to take their latest assignment seriously. A part of her expansive mind continued to monitor the situation based on the expansive information fed to her expert command mech. This allowed Kaisela to take in the circumstances in the other sectors and feed precise targeting data to the Amaranto that was hovering a short distance away from the Minerva. The expert rifleman mech piloted by Venerable Stark was making good use of the instrument of vengeance that had recently fallen out of favor. Though the older rifle could not match the destructive might of the instrument of doom, It was much more controllable, especially when Stark activated the resonance ability associated with the Luminar crystal weapon. Each time the Amaranto opened fire, it always managed to strike the creatures that were ordinarily hiding behind the walls of nearby structures by bending its beams by up to 45 degrees during their passage. Good work, Stark. You are saving a lot of lives with your excellent precision. The ones responsible for unleashing these beasts must pay. Venerable Stark spoke between gritted teeth. I promise you that our black cats will get to the bottom of this after this is over. Commander Kaesela Ingvar had already noticed that Venerable Stark had grown a lot more volatile since this incident started. Having learned the guest pilot's history a long time ago, Kaesela became concerned whether Venerable Stark would be able to maintain control over herself. The command-oriented expert pilot could not afford to babysit Davia Stark, though. She was already trying to coordinate and keep track of many different developments. Her brain was heating up as she put her multitasking capability to the test. Though Titania helped put her in a better state to track so many different elements, the burden on Kaesela and her masterwork expert command Mech was not light. Even as she sought to do the jobs of many officers and analysts at once, she also had to expend her concentration on commandeering dozens of nearby Larkinson Mechs. Nullifiers. Eliminate the flying warbeasts in Sector A5. Roger that. The elite nullifier Mechs that were exclusive to the battle criers flew towards the periphery of the government districts and managed to gain line of sight to a quartet of flying creatures that were faster and more resilient than normal. The biological warping capabilities of the four beasts made it difficult to land any attacks on the nimble and maneuverable monsters. Their transphasic hides were also thick and layered to the point where they could prevent themselves from getting seriously injured as long as they moved quickly enough to prevent concentrated attacks from falling onto the same sections of flesh. The nullifier Mechs did not care for that. The 12 Mechs armed with rare but considerably powerful Godkiller heavy luminar crystal rifles started to take aim at once. Even though the individual battle crier Mech pilots were already quite skilled by themselves, they gained an extra boost from allowing Kaesela Ingvar to commandeer them and their Mechs. This instantly turned the already powerful Rifleman Mech into quasi-expert Rifleman Mechs. After the Mechs and Mech pilots received wisps of Kaesela's transcendent strength, the nullifier Mechs all adjusted their aim with much better precision and opened fire at the right timing. 2 of the beasts got struck with 6 resonance-empowered transphasic positron beams at once. Even though the destructive attacks only carried a meager amount of true resonance compared to the attacks launched by the Amaranto, the positron beams vaporized through the hides of the impudent warbeasts and burned so many holes through their bodies that they died as they fell. How did you do that, Larkinsons? It only took a couple more seconds for the nullifiers to charge another powerful salvo of positron beams that quickly shot down the remaining 2 flying warbeasts. So strong. Why aren't these mocks for sale? There were 2 reasons why the nullifiers managed to cut through the strong exterior defenses of the powerful warbeasts with relative ease. The first reason was because they received a considerable offensive boost from Commander Kaesela's resonance ability. The second reason was because the nullifier Mechs were all armed with transphasic luminar crystal weapons. Even if those rifles only integrated 5 grams of face water each, that granted them just enough transphasic capabilities to neutralize a portion of the transphasic defenses of their targets. These 2 factors in isolation might not necessarily allow the nullifiers to shoot down the resilient warbeasts with ease, but when they were active at the same time, they produced a wonderful synergy that allowed the end results to vastly exceed the sum of their parts. Chapter 40, 764 Early Test. Jorvik, President Yename's Clive addressed his cousin and trusted protector. Why are you not moving to defeat the terrible monsters unleashed on my subjects? They are being harmed in large quantities. It is the duty of our colonial state's most powerful protector to take action when its people and planet are being severely threatened. I am sorry, Yenames. I am afraid I cannot do that, Jorvik steadily replied over the communication channel. Why not? Yenames simply asked. The Endormian remained still, as its formidable Saint Kingdom continued to envelop a part of the grand stage. The defensive ace pilot had chosen to condense his protective and defensive Saint Kingdom, so that it provided stronger and more concentrated protection to Yenames' Clive alone. Despite the arrival of a whole company of Mechs, in addition to hundreds of individual infantry soldiers, the mighty Ace Knight Mech did not budge from its position directly in front of Yenames' Clive. This was the best position for the Endormian to use its considerable bulk and its solid tower shield to block any long-ranged strikes from afar. However, many people, including the president of the colonial state himself, thought that the Endormian could do a lot more for everyone if it went out and quelled the crisis. Yorick, Yenames' Clive roared as he grew frustrated at his lack of control. As the commander-in-chief, I compel you to go out and crush the rogue warbeasts as soon as possible. You have yet to formally proclaim the founding of the colonial state and formalized your appointment as its president, Yorick replied. You are still a servant of the colony of Davut. That is true, but the leader of Davut does not hold as many rights and power. Give up, Yenames. I do not intend to move from your side for the remainder of the day. My greater duty is to protect your life. The Davut project depends on your continued well-being, as it will collapse if our enemies manage to assassinate you on this crucial day. I cannot overlook the slightest chance of an assassination. The president violently gestured with his arms, causing the multiple layers of ceremonial robes on his body to flutter. Then allow me to evacuate to the Skyline Palace or an underground stronghold. The sooner I am brought to safety, the better. My mission still remains active, even if you are brought to a less exposed and more secure location, Saint Yorick emotionlessly replied. The plotters of this vile attack have already shown they can circumvent our sophisticated security measures and teleport hostiles in areas where they shouldn't have been able to penetrate. Who can say it will not happen again? Aside from that, you are a symbol of Davut. You must show your courage and commitment to the people by standing bravely while you watch the Mech troops of Davut rise to the occasion. As a member of the Clive Consortium that had been on a leadership track for most of his life, Yenames' Clive knew exactly what Yorick was referring to. It was a more profitable choice for him to remain in place and witness his people struggling and suffering to survive against the rampage of wild beasts that should have never been let loose. However, his empathy and attachment for his subjects made it difficult for him to stomach this cold-blooded choice. He especially found it to be an incredible waste to keep the Endormian anchored to his position. A saint must step forward and fight. You should at least shoot down the warbeasts that are in the line of sight of your ace Mech's ranged weapons. I know that the Mech designers have added a handful of ranged options to your Endormian. The Ace Knight Mech showed no indication that it was about to employ its modest but powerful complement of ranged weapons. Using them is unnecessary and counterproductive, Saint Yorick replied. The engineered warbeasts will most certainly direct their aggression towards my ace Mech, which not only distracts me from anticipating assassination attempts against your life, but also puts our immediate area at risk. Other ace Mechs are already taking the lead in cleansing the government district of the filth that is trying to stain the streets with blood. The shotgun Shogun, the Koi Riser, and the Mars are more than adequate enough to defeat even the strongest rogue creatures. The government district shall be made secure in 2 minutes at most. That is too long of a delay. The warbeasts can tear through Mechs and crowds of Davitans in a matter of seconds. Believe in your citizens, Yenames, Jorvik calmly replied. You did not ask for this test, but you can make use of it to see which Mech companies and Mech forces are worth courting. Be glad that Karlach is testing us before the proper war has commenced. It is much more costly for our colonial state to make misjudgments when we have already invested heavily in the wrong groups. Look at how the parade mechs of the Larkinson clan are faring. Both their standard mechs and expert mechs are performing more than admirably. Their Everett Shanger is worth as much as 4 expert mechs during a violent attack, such as this, due to its glow abilities alone. When President Yenames Clive accessed the feeds that displayed the current activities of the Larkinson mechs, he immediately understood why they earned the appreciation of his powerful cousin. Not a single parade mech of the Larkinson clan turned out to be a waste. The Minerva kept track of the surrounding and coordinated the movements of both Larkinson mechs and any cooperating mech units from other organizations. It also empowered the standard mechs of the Larkinson clan within range with a hint of true resonance, allowing mechs such as the nullifiers to more easily tear through the transphasic exterior defenses of the tougher and more resilient warbeasts. The Amaranto perfectly sniped the different warbeasts with great power and accuracy. Although its firing rate was a little slow, each blow was guaranteed to kill or cripple any expensive monster that could give most non-transphasic expert mechs a run for their money. Even the melee mechs were doing their part. A part of the rigid walls and the bright warriors Mark Roman II had moved to Block L, where the VIPs of the Larkinson clan resided, and utilized their formidable defensive equipment to completely shield the seating block from any damage. The other rigid walls and defensive bright warriors had moved to shield the surrounding civilians from the errant attacks of surviving beasts. The second swords performed considerably better than expected. The 4 quasi-first-class mechs utilized their new first-class armor plating and hastily forged greatswords to hunt down individual warbeasts without relying on any assistance. "This is just like old times," Commander Sendra Larkinson crowed. "These upgraded second swords might not run as smoothly as our old machines, but with this much raw power at our disposal, it is inexcusable for us to leave this battlefield empty-handed. Now let us earn a trophy." That was exactly what the other 3 veteran Swordmaiden mech pilots wanted to hear. Whereas most melee mech pilots in the field wanted to distance themselves from the killer warbeasts, whose claws and teeth could tear straight through many layers of armor plating, as if they were made out of butter, the Sword Maidens eagerly challenged them as if they knew no fear. Hack this lizard apart. A strange, 6-legged creature had been breathing fire into the entrance of an underground shelter. The blast doors and energy shields that should have blocked the flames from penetrating deeper completely failed as the transphasic fire blasts tore through the barriers with concentrated power. Over 100 civilians had just entered the tunnel complex and failed to move far enough from the entrance to escape the danger. Though the 4 Swordmaiden mechs failed to move in quickly enough to prevent so many civilians from getting burned, they could at least hinder the fire-breathing warbeast from ruining the tunnel complex even further. "Careful with the flames," Commander Sendra warned, even though her fellow sisters did not really need the reminder. "If this beast is weak, go for the neck. If it is tougher, then focus on disabling the limbs." The second swords automatically split up and approached the 6-legged fire lizard from multiple directions. As the formidable swordsman mech struck with quick and cautious slashes, the Swordmaiden mech pilots found out that the weapons weren't easily capable of penetrating through the scales. This was no surprise, as the alloys of the crudely made greatswords originally consisted of alien warship hull plating. The metal may be a lot tougher than the second-class greatswords that the second swords wielded before, but they did not particularly excel at cutting through tough materials, even if they were mildly transphasic. As the lizard roared in irritation more than anything, it attempted to scorch the nearest second sword. Ruoaza. Yet when the flames surged in the mech's direction, the second sword had already sidestepped away. "Ha, your aim is poor. Watch out, sister. This creature turns a lot faster than it looks." The Sword Maidens thought that the creature's turning rate was poor due to possessing an abundance of thick limbs, But the bioengineered creature had a few tricks up its sleeve. The sides of the scaled lizard's body flashed with propelling fire, allowing the war beast to double its turning rate. Damn, this beast has boosters on its sides. Aim your swords at these cavities. They shouldn't be covered by any scales. We're too late. My sword just bounced off the scales that dropped back into place. The second swords continued to circle and poke at the war beast. Its transphasic scales were so effective that the swordsman Mechs only dented the scales with every normal attack they unleashed. It took heavy and committed strikes in order to break or peel away a number of those powerful scales. Although the sword maidens managed to damage a few scales after half a minute of dancing around, Commander Sendra quickly grew impatient. Get this lumbering beast to breathe fire once again. Once one of us is forced to evade, we can take advantage of the creature's exposed bio-boosters to circumvent its scales. Good idea. A second sword deliberately acted as bait by slowing down its movement while lingering in the forward arc of the threatening creature. This provoked the war beast into taking a deep breath before breathing out an expanding cone of flame. The second sword in question had already circled to the side, but the lizard predictably utilized its bio-boosters to keep up with the movements of its annoying prey. Strike! The other 3 second swords had already started to rush forward. Before the creature finished turning around, 3 extremely hardy swords stabbed their tips right through the exposed bio-booster organs. The swords sunk deep, as the bio-boosters could not resist physical attacks, as well as heat damage. The lizard roared in pain, as the 3 greatswords had cut deep enough to cut through a lot of flesh and organs. Yet before the second swords could retract their blades, the war beast abruptly heated up at an astounding rate. It's going to release a lot of flames. The 3 nearby swordsmen Mechs barely managed to let go of their weapons and moved back as far away as possible while holding their arms in front of their chests. The Mechs protected their cockpits to the best possible extent. Boom! The expensive war beast roared as every cavity in its body released all of the flames that the creature could generate in an instant. The entire street and surroundings became scorched in an instant. The 3 nearby second swords hadn't been able to escape the edge of this firestorm. Sisters. However, as the immediate surroundings turned into a molten crater due to the powerful blast of flames, the 3 second swords ultimately managed to limp out while exhibiting only partial damage to their exteriors. Their thin but impressive layer of first-class bulk alloy armor plating offered just enough protection for the Larkinson Mechs to protect their internals. Though the swords poked into the creature's body had already molten to an extent, the vengeful sword maidens did not care and quickly moved in to reclaim their weapons and butcher the exhausted fire lizard. More. The sword maiden Mech pilots did not let the state of their Mechs and greatswords deter them from continuing the fight. They wordlessly collected themselves before venturing out to challenge a second formidable war beast with their blunt and half-molten blades. Chapter 40, 765 The Subduer. Though the 4 sword maiden Mechs managed to prove that a small group of standard Mechs could fell the ferocious war beasts through a combination of skill and excellent materials, they were too small in number to make much of a difference. The presence of multiple active ace Mechs in the government district ensured that the war beasts were doomed to perish before they could perpetrate their rampage much further. However, just a few minutes of unbridled savagery was already enough to kill tens of thousands of additional civilians, as well tear through hundreds of Mechs. No matter whether it was the former or the latter, the judicious slaughter perpetrated by the war beasts that should have been fighting on the same side as their prey reflected badly on Davut. Every defending Mech or Mech unit that did their utmost to hinder the rogue beasts turned into a hero as far as the government was concerned. They not only saved a lot of lives at great personal risk, but also showcased the bravery and competence of the colonial state's armed forces. Even if the Mechs of the Larkinson clan did not actually belong to the Davut branch, Many viewers watching the unfolding disaster by remote became a lot more appreciative of these machines. Each Larkinson Mech had their merits, but out of all of the standard Mechs and expert Mechs that threw themselves in the fight or made themselves useful, one machine in particular attracted the most attention. The Evertshanger looked like an unlikely candidate. Though the impressive green-coated masterwork expert Mech possessed a fantastic appearance, the hero Mech did not possess any noticeably higher combat power. The living expert Mech's Vitalis rifle was not as deadly as the instrument of vengeance. The Heartsword was not as large or lethal as the decapitator of the first sword. Though Vess had recently added the Scarlet Ember to the Evertshanger's loadout choices, the authorities prohibited the Larkinson clan from bringing the extremely powerful plasma sword to the parade. As such, the Mech's offensive powers were not that impressive compared to other expert Mechs. This was especially the case when the clan had yet to upgrade the Evertshanger with substantial transphasic upgrades to his offensive and defensive systems. The Evertshanger did not attract so much awe and admiration for his ability to take down the rogue warbeasts with great efficiency. The Amaranto already had that covered. What the expert hero Mech did instead was to make the most of his endowments. When Venerable Joshua observed all of the death and destruction around his position, he wanted to do nothing more than to stop all of the killing. His heart yearned for peace. "Lufa, lend me your aid and provide sanctuary to the people that yearn for it. Let us give them a reprieve against the monsters." As the Evertshanger changed his current active design spirit from the golden cat to Lufa, the warm and inviting aura of the Larkinson expert Mech gained a distinctly calmer and purer character. This was not enough, though. The range of the Evertshanger's glow wasn't even extensive enough to reach the ground. This was why Venerable Joshua leveraged his extraordinary willpower and resonated with the iridescent mercury that was integrated deep inside the Evertshanger's frame. This mysterious resonating exotic usually did not play much of a role in other expert Mechs, but combined with the properties of a living machine, the iridescent mercury somehow amplified the range of the Evertshanger's current glow by at least 2 orders of magnitude. This vastly increased the volume of space that came under the effect of the Evertshanger's tranquil glow. The Evertshanger's glow stretched for several kilometers, and while the strength of the glow effect weakened at the furthest edges, every human and alien became affected to a degree. It was as if a superpowered version of the pacifier had taken root in the government district. Though not all of the areas of the large and extensive district had fallen under the sway of the Evertshanger's amplified glow, over 70% of the areas in chaos immediately experienced a downturn in the fighting, as the warbeasts lost a lot of fervor all of a sudden. Rhchuag, Wag, Iridia. The bioprogramming of the rogue warbeasts clearly sought to stoke their aggression as much as possible, but the forced peace imposed by Lufa clearly caused the creatures to slow down in their attacks. That wasn't the extent of the difference that the Evertshanger made. As Lufa's glow fell onto the panicking Mech pilots and civilians who were still stuck on the streets, the people in question calmed down just enough for them to regain their wits. Their fears hadn't disappeared, but they no longer ran around without direction. The tranquility imposed by Lufa cleared their heads just enough for them to act more rationally. The civilians sought the nearest underground shelters instead of trying to leave the government district first. The fleeing Mech pilots slowed down and either formed up with their nearby comrades again or avoided getting in the way of other friendly units. In short, by taking up a central position in the southern section of the government district, where the crowds had been the densest, the amount of lives that the Evertshanger saved was easily on par with that of an ace Mech such as the shotgun Shogun. Venerable Joshua and the Evertshanger weren't satisfied yet. They both knew they could do more to end the killing a little earlier. "It is time to test your dual marksmanship skills again, Joshua." The Evertshanger's rumbling voice sounded in his own cockpit. I have always kept my skills in shape, Joshua replied. He proved that by controlling the Evertshanger to aim his Vitalis rifle in a specific direction. Though the Evertshanger was not able to target as many war beasts at the altitude he was maintaining, it was still sufficient for the expert hero Mech to snipe at the flying war beasts that rose high enough to make them vulnerable to ranged attacks. Joshua resonated with the Vitalis rifle and fired a slicer beam that cut a shallow hole through the winged beast's leathery wings. The creature faltered for a second, but by the time it recovered, the Evertshanger fired its weapon yet again. The creature got struck again and again, interrupting its previous attacks as it became too preoccupied with stabilizing its flight. Unfortunately, the Vitalis' most penetrating attacks had yet to inflict any truly lethal or crippling damage. The weapon had yet to undergo a more significant overhaul. Joshua already expected this outcome. This was why he commanded his Evertshanger to aim a second weapon at the war beast in his sights. The Evertshanger opened fire with a pistol that exuded the breath of death. The gun made for a strong contrast when it was held in the arms of a Mech that exuded a lot of vitality, but somehow the two managed to get along. This was reflected in the energy beam fired by the Gray Lotus. The beam that contained a decent amount of death energy was wrapped with life-attributed true resonance. This not only allowed the beam to slightly adjust its trajectory so that it struck the flying war beast on its more damaged section of hide, but also caused the death energy to persist longer and punch deeper into the monster's flesh. The creature suffered noticeably more from this strike. The affected pieces of flesh started to necrotize at an alarming rate. Not only that, the expanding death energies also affected the creature's feral spirit, causing it to be drained. The result was that the creature fought even less ferociously than before. The war beast completely forgot about chasing after the nearby Mechs and shifted towards the Evertshanger. This just made it easier for venerable Joshua and his battle partner to strike the approaching creature with repeated attacks against its exposed front. Though the head and skull of the war beast was surprisingly resilient, the repeated resonance-empowered attacks from both the Vitalis and the Gray Lotus resulted in a quick resolution. The war beast became so exhausted in its flight that it turned into a sitting duck against other nearby Mechs that had no qualms about taking advantage of the weakness of one of these reviled monsters. Again and again, the Evertshanger shot both of his guns at the same flying war beasts. The Vitalis rifle focused on breaching the transphasic defenses of the resilient creatures, while the Gray Lotus sapped the same targets of their fighting spirit. Combined with the amplified tranquility glow affecting a lot of streets in the government district, the Evertshanger continued to weaken one war beast after another, causing them to become so debilitated that many more people in the vicinity were finally able to flee to safety. Venerable Joshua hated what had happened today, but a part of him couldn't help but feel a lot more relieved about the nature of his opponents today. Not every enemy deserves redemption. Show no mercy to these murderous creatures. You don't need to remind me, Evertshanger. This time, he wasn't fighting against rational and sentient humans or aliens. The creatures let loose in the government district had no redeeming factors. They were monsters born for slaughter and clearly possessed no desire to live a peaceful life. No matter how intelligent they may be, the fact that they were already stained with the blood of dozens, hundreds if not thousands of civilians did not allow for Joshua to show any mercy to these cruel but tragic creatures. As venerable Joshua continued to leverage Lufa's glow, he found himself getting more in tune with the angel of tranquility. The restlessness in his heart faded as he allowed himself to get affected by Lufa's calming presence. Even expert pilots sought peace at times. While Joshua did not delude himself into thinking that he could take shelter in the bliss of ignorance in repeated battles, it was nice for him to detach himself from the dark and depressing thoughts in his mind. He had little doubt that this was a premeditated attack. He may not be a scientist or biotech researcher, but he knew that beasts like these did not randomly get loose on the streets, let alone hunt down humans with such relentless aggression. As the secret grandmaster of the Anima Order, the Evertshanger was able to analyze the context of this incident from the perspective of a leader. The conclusions it drew were not exactly pleasant to hear. These people, Joshua trailed off as he continued to concentrate on firing the guns at the few war beasts that the Evertshanger could target from the air. How much do the citizens of a state have to pay for the ambitions of the ruling class? Complaints do not change anything, Joshua. IT takes action to induce true change. I know, but we have spoken about this before. Your time is better spent on the actions that you can do right now. Your role is not over once the battle ends. Keep providing sanctuary to the saddened and bereaved. There will be a lot of families who have lost their lost ones by the time this battle has finally come to an end. The collective actions of the Mechs stationed in the government district and surroundings finally caused the incident to come to an end. Fewer and fewer war beasts remained in good health. The standard Mechs that lasted this long either learned how to contain these powerful creatures or managed to fell most of the ones in range. The expert Mechs and ace Mechs had managed to do a lot of work. Whether it was the Amaranto or the shotgun Shogun, the powerful pilots of each of these powerful machines exerted their utmost to save as many lives as possible. The only exception was the Endormian, which continued to guard a president who possessed the unenviable job of trying to salvage a benefit out of this horrendous tragedy. St. Jorvik acted more as an observer than anything else during this incident. So far, much of what he witnessed matched his expectations. Only a few groups of Mechs and pilots managed to exceed his initial projections. There are pockets of hope in the midst of disappointment, the ace pilot commented. Chapter 40, 766 disappeared. Just as Yenames Clive finished consulting with his speechwriters, who hastily drafted together a speech that amplified the themes of his earlier words, another alert soon pulled him out of his deliberations. What is the matter, Yorick? Our guests, a third of the VIPs that we have invited, have been abducted under our noses. Are you jesting? Yenames Clive quickly called up the relevant feeds. Of the 24 surviving seating blocks that remained intact, 8 of them that happened to retreat towards the south or west direction had lost all of their occupants. Both the invited guests, as well as the guards, had disappeared from all of the sensors. Where did they go? Who took them away? Our men are still searching for answers, but the evidence so far suggests that they have been teleported to an unknown location with the use of exotic alien technology. When President Yenames Clive rewatched the log recordings, he couldn't figure out how the individuals disappeared so easily. It was as if they simultaneously entered a doorway that led into darkness. The reason why it became possible for a third party to disappear so many VIPs at once was because the spatial interdiction field generators still hadn't been brought back online. Secure the remaining VIPs and restore the interdiction fields. Our engineers are working on it. The team working on the power supply report that they are able to reactivate a generator in less than a single minute. That is already far too late. If the unleashing of rogue and maddened war beasts into the government district could still be salvaged, then the disappearance of over a third of the most influential and strategically important elites of Davut was a catastrophe. This latest turn of events not only drained President Yenames Clive of all hope, but also caused his strongest bodyguard to get shocked into silence. St. Jorvik actually experienced much greater turmoil than he should have. All of the plans he had considered alongside a small group of informed individuals never mentioned anything about making so many crucial figures disappear at once. It was one thing to kill off the occupants of just 3 out of the 26 seating blocks. The fact that one of them inadvertently got saved by the shotgun Shogun's favorable positioning did not materially affect the consequences of this event. The story was different if a lot more people than that disappeared at once. The plan to shake Davut awake and unite all of its citizens against Karlach never accounted for that many losses. If the sudden displacement of thousands of executives, Mech designers, and senior military officers could not be resolved in a short amount of time, then all hell would break loose. The government authorities weren't the only ones who had noticed the strange and unannounced disappearance of so many important VIPs. Several Mech, hailing from various family organizations and mercenary outfits, flew towards the center plaza. Now that the last of the rampaging war beasts had just been subdued, it was no longer necessary for the Mech to remain on guard, at least according to these organizations. They were much more concerned with the disappearance of their leaders. "Where are they, President? You failed to protect our elders, Davut. Why has your ace knight Mech been doing nothing all of this time? Your saint could have stopped the attackers from kidnapping our leaders." The Mech brazenly broadcasted the furious complaints and recriminations from the representatives of the groups that suffered enormously from the disappearances. The amount of Mech that joined the crowd rose quickly as the news spread like wildfire. Even in the midst of all of the deaths and tragedies that took place in the crown jewel of the new colonial state, the various groups were solely concerned about their own losses. "We deserve an answer, President. Why aren't your saints trying to track down our missing relatives already? Do something." As the voices grew louder, the government officials had to act exceedingly carefully. St. Jorvik Clive could have shut all of these blathering mouths up at once by pressing onto them with his Saint Kingdom. The powerful ace pilot did not do so, though. He knew quite well that a softer and more delicate touch was needed. President Yenames Clive was not in a hurry to address the crowd either. He instead consulted with Rihanna Kernsk and his team in a frantic effort to gather more information and prepare a more satisfying response to the important stakeholders of the Davut project. In the meantime, the Mech hailing from one of the most notable and best-performing groups had arrived. A lot of people settled down as the Larkinson Mech appeared. From the nullifiers to its various masterwork expert Mechs, the clan had definitely exhibited the strength that allowed it to defeat numerous alien warships and other alien monstrosities during its expeditions. The people, but especially the Mech pilots that immigrated to the Red Ocean, developed a much greater respect towards superior combat strength than in the past. As far as combat power went, the parade Mechs that the Larkinson clan had brought to the government district today vastly outperformed that of many other groups. As such, the various parties who did not wish to hold back their tongues against the government authorities readily gave way to the Larkinsons. It was not just because the complainers felt that the Larkinsons had done much more to protect them all than all of the government forces put together. The real reason why they fell silent and allowed the Larkinsons to take the initiative was because these brave fighters also fell victim to the latest turn of events. Vess Larkinson, the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, was missing. Also missing was his wife, his children, the chief ministers, the lower ministers, General Verl, along with a fair number of members of the Larkinson Assembly. If not for the fact that Director Calabast Arnland of the Black Cats had wisely chosen to return to the blinding banshee that was orbiting in space, pretty much the entire upper echelon of the clan would have been emptied in its entirety. It was partially because of Calabast's urging that the Larkinsons sought to obtain answers from the Davitans. The Amaranto was still maintaining overwatch, while the Evertshanger utilized his flexible glows as crowd control. This left the Minerva as the only expert Mech that dared to approach the Endormian. The two Mechs were far apart from each other. The Minerva possessed a relatively smaller and more compact frame. The Endormian was literally built like a tank, as it was quite clearly designed to withstand a lot of punishment. The former possessed an exquisite frame, and her imperious personality was clear even to audiences that knew nothing about living Mechs. There was a slight dissonance between the expert command Mech and her expert pilot, But rather than being treated as a flaw, the Larkinsons leveraged these differences as a source of strength. The latter was a much closer reflection of its ace pilot. As a saint, Jorvik continually baptized the Endormian with his exceedingly strong willpower, which literally caused the ace night mech to reshape itself into a form that better complemented its user. If the differences between the mechs couldn't get even more pronounced, the Mars soon blasted to the air above the central plaza, as if it belonged in this gathering. "Commander Casella, I heard what happened." Reginald spoke in a voice that betrayed his lingering excitement of entering into real combat again. "I regret that I missed what happened to Vess and the Larkinsons who were with him. I was pretty sure I would have been able to intercept any enemies that sought to attack their block, but I was mistaken." Though Patriarch Reginald Cross did not deliberately try to impose his will upon others, he was much worse at this than St. Jorvik Clive. Dozens of mechs flew backwards in order to get out of the range of Reginald's domineering Saint Kingdom. Only strong-willed individuals such as Commander Casella and President Yenames Clive could maintain their full clarity while in close proximity to an active Mars. "We require your assistance." Commander Casella eventually issued the Larkinson clan's demand towards Davut. "Our missing clansmen must be accounted for. Your armed forces assumed responsibility for the safety of all of them, to the exclusion of other mech troops, including ours. We would have been able to bring much more than 3 expert mechs and 24 standard mechs if we had the chance to do so. Whether that would have made a difference or not, we cast blame for everything that happened today on your feet." President Yenames Clive maintained an impassive face as he made a show of patiently accepting the Larkinson clan's grievances. "You are correct to express frustration at our security arrangements. We can promise you that we will strictly examine and improve our security protocols to prevent a repeat of this tragedy. I can assure you that our best scientists and analysts are studying the data logs for any clues where your people and relatives have been taken. Every technology leaves a trace. Whether they are deceased or not, we will not stop until we find the answers to what has happened." Yenames knew better than to blame Karlach right away for everything that had happened today. He tried to keep his response as humble as a leader in his position could allow. He expected that the Larkinsons would express more dissatisfaction in his insufficient response. Instead, the voice of Commander Casella Ingvar remained a lot calmer than he and everyone else expected. "We appreciate all of the support you can offer. The sooner you can create a portal or unlock a gate, the better. Perhaps it is better if you enlist the aid of the Mech Trade Association." Everyone became stumped by what they heard. "Commander Ingvar, do you have additional information that can clarify what has taken place?" "We do not have all of the answers," the pilot of the Minerva responded. "We can tell you that Patriarch Vess and the other people assigned to Block L have been moved to a parallel space of sorts. Our Patriarch and our own analysts currently suspect that all of the missing people have been forcibly shifted into an old pocket space that is anchored to this planet. It is not the first time our clan has encountered the work of a phase whale." The revelation of the Larkinson clan shocked the crowd once again. "Is our upper management still alive?" the pilot of a Mech representing Freewell Medical Services asked. "Yes," Casella spoke, "for now at least." "Where did you get that information, ma'am?" "We still maintain limited contact with our Patriarch and the missing clansmen." "How do you maintain contact with individuals who have been moved to a different space that is out of phase with our main reality?" President Yenames Clive asked with a frown. "It should be impossible to maintain contact unless there is an active and connected quantum communication node or similar on the other side of the connection. But that should not be the case." The Minerva shifted a little. "We have our own means. The method of communication is similar to that of the Buzzy Bee model that our Mech company has put on sale for a while. The signals that we transmit and receive travel through a metaphysical channel, for a lack of a better description. Ordinary barriers, such as crossing dimensions, are not as much of a hindrance as you think." The Golden Cat bound the Larkinsons together no matter where they could be found. While those who found themselves in extremely remote and anomalous spaces were harder to maintain contact with, Goldie always knew whether a Larkinson was dead or alive. The fact that the ancestral spirit readily reported that Vess and all of the others were still alive. The welcome news had given the other clansmen a lot of relief. That didn't mean the other side was safe. An unknown party deliberately went out of its way to grab Vess and many other VIPs. "Can you provide us with a live feed through this connection?" President Yenames Clive asked, as he and many other officials developed a much greater interest in examining the performance of the Buzzy Bee model all of a sudden. "That is not possible. The method of communication is still new and rudimentary. It is not yet possible to exchange signals at a high enough bandwidth. It should be sufficient to exchange simple messages and the like." Yenames smiled. "We can work with that. The information that you have provided up to this point already provides us with a great amount of assistance. Let us work together and see whether we can reopen this pocket space." They exchanged contacts and data for the next half-minute. In the meantime, Calabast came up with another question that Commander Casella voiced. "By the way, sir, did you or your government know about the presence of a murky phase whale enclave in the star system?" "No," President Yenames Clive straightforwardly admitted, as if he himself couldn't believe that such a major space had escaped everyone's notice. "We did not know about it. What you have revealed earlier comes as a surprise to us as well." Chapter 40, 767 Delayed Assistance. Over 1,000 VIPs and other people had disappeared. The rampaging beasts that had managed to teleport into the government district did not slaughter them. That pretty much became clear in an instant. Aside from the 2 colorful worm-dragon beasts that managed to destroy 2 seating blocks at the beginning, no other creature managed to lay a hand on the honored guests that Davute had invited to witness the founding ceremony. The shotgun Shogun constantly remained in the vicinity of the surviving seating blocks during the initial minutes of the incident. Once the shotgun Shogun and the arriving guard Mech units stationed in the vicinity cleared the government district of any immediate threats, the former lingered in the neighborhood while the latter constantly shadowed the 24 seating blocks. On top of that, additional Mechs hailing from the various groups arrived to increase the security of the VIPs. The Larkinson clan, for example, dispatched numerous defensive Mechs and utilized their own physical shields as well as remote shields to better protect Block L against incidental attacks or deliberate assassination strikes. None of the warbeasts came close to threatening the seating blocks again. Even as he guarded the president of the new colonial state, St. Yorvik Clive constantly monitored the condition of the 24 blocks that managed to remain aloft. He had not detected any overt or covert attempts to harm the VIPs that received protection from many different angles. Unfortunately, all of the Mechs, expert Mechs and ace Mechs in the field, failed to hinder an unknown party from doing what everyone considered impossible. It turns out that the sabotage of the spatial interdiction field generators had deeper implications than we assumed. Commander Casella Ingvar thought, "It is quite clear that the culprits responsible for the initial attacks are distinct from the perpetrators of the kidnapping. Any group that has taken control of a parallel space on this planet could have done more with this advantage." The people that had gathered here had many unanswered questions. The analysts working in the background came up with many different theories, especially about the identity and the purpose of the kidnappers. Whatever the case, it is clear that the group responsible for taking away so many of our VIPs did so with deliberate intent. President Yenames Clive said with a dark expression on his face. The perpetrators not only understand our state and our people well enough, but also possess the technology to precisely take away the individuals of many different seating blocks. The tech or method used to kidnap our patriarch and others is not completely perfect. The Legion commander of the Larkinson clan spoke. According to what we know, the abductors not only took all of the VIPs on the targeted seating blocks, but also their families, the heavily armed and armored bodyguards, the security guards employed by the state, and even the pets that were allowed inside. This revealed a lot about the technological capabilities of the kidnappers. It was unlikely that whoever targeted the VIPs wanted to kidnap all of the armed guards as well, though it looked as if the targeting system they utilized was not that precise. President Yenames Clive turned towards the Minerva that was floating in front of the grand stage. Despite staying in the presence of several impressive ace mechs, such as the Endormian and the Mars, the Minerva's charm as an expert command mech still allowed her to hold her own and represent the Larkinson clan with pride. No matter what happened today, the leader of Davut increased his resolve to maintain a productive relationship with the Larkinson clan. This pioneering group, more than anything, had showed that it had adapted far better to the Red Ocean than any other organization based in Davut. You claim to be in contact with your missing leaders, correct? That is correct, Commander Kaseller replied. We can feed you a limited amount of information, but only in exchange for several concessions. Speak, Yenames said. It may not be entirely proper for a commander of a private organization to address the highest leader of Davut in such a direct fashion, but this was hardly an unusual circumstance to begin with. The last thing that the president wanted to do was alienate the Larkinson clan and all of the other groups that had suffered from the failures of the colonial state. Aside from that, Davut truly needed the data that only the Larkinsons could provide. Despite equipping a small proportion of the missing security troops with advanced back-mounted communication systems, none of the transceivers on this side picked up any signals from the suspected pocket space where they supposedly resided. It was as if a solid dimensional wall cut off all forms of contact between the two sides. This was why Yenames Clive and his guards patiently allowed Commander Kaseller to issue her demands. First, we need your forces to take immediate and concrete actions to secure the site where our clan leaders had gone missing and study a means to independently open a portal to the Phase Whale Enclave. We already intended to do so without your prompting, Commander. It is in all of our best interest to rescue the missing individuals alive. We have even contracted the MTA to send a science team to examine possible means to forcibly open a portal to this pocket space. I have been informed that the Mechers have the means to do so, but that more advanced equipment is required to locate and determine the right coordinates. The Minerva shifted a bit. What does that mean, President? Yenames Clive's expression turned heavy. The Mechers do not have the right equipment to locate the right coordinates and open a portal to this possible pocket space on hand. We must wait until one of their larger exploration vessels arrive and deploy the necessary hardware. The local branch headquarters of the MTA has just sent a notification to my office that it may take half a day for the crucial ship to arrive. Half a day? Another Mech pilot hailing from one of the affected groups blurted out. That is too long. Who knows what will happen inside this alien space? The longer they stay in enemy hands, the lower the likelihood that they remain alive and well. We need to pull them out right away. More representatives spoke out. The absence of so many leaders and critical high-ranking personnel was not only a disaster for Davut, but could also prove fatal to the affected companies and organizations. The Larkinson clan alone would become a shadow of its former self without its head designer and all of its other journeyman Mech designers. If there was a way of getting them back to the main material dimensions faster, then it should definitely be considered. Commander Ingvar, are the circumstances surrounding your missing men dire enough to demand immediate rescue? Why do you ask, sir? The expense of calling in an MTA vessel on an emergency basis is exorbitant. It will take away much of the reserves that we have built up in anticipation of our escalating war with Karlach. It is better for all of us if we do not sacrifice more than we already have, but if it is absolutely necessary to expedite a rescue attempt, then our state is willing to bear this cost. The MTA merits, face water, and other strategic resources that the colony of Davut stockpiled so far were indeed essential to the war effort, but much of it would lose their value if the colonial state collapsed beforehand. This was why President James Clive did not hesitate too much into offering this dramatic gesture. By paying a huge sum to quickly rescue the missing VIPs, Davut could still salvage its severely damaged relationships with its disgruntled stakeholders. By exaggerating the amount of losses that his colonial state would incur, he might even be able to better enough people's impression of himself and Davut. Of course, James Clive also bet that it might not be necessary to actually take the most drastic course of action. Given the information provided by Commander Kaesela Ingvar, it did not sound as if the missing Larkinsons were in a dire state. The expert pilot of the Minerva soon confirmed those suspicions. "Immediate rescue is not required for the time being," she announced. "While our missing clansmen are not in contact with all of the people that have been taken from the other seating blocks, it appears that the party responsible for taking them into the pocket space is more concerned with keeping them alive for the time being. Been built many ages ago, so it is unlikely that the current controllers of the pocket space are able to exert a high degree of control over the cells and their occupants." A lot of listeners grew relieved after hearing this. There was always a chance to remedy the situation as long as the missing individuals could still be rescued. "Can you give us more information, Commander?" "Our clansmen on the other side are still in the process of gathering information. For now, it appears that they have been randomly transported into cells that hold 20 to 50 people at a time. They have been grouped in these cells based on proximity. No one has come and tried to subdue our trapped men, but the cells are made of extremely tough and hard transphasic materials. Ordinary weapons are unable to damage the thick cell walls. None of our armed guards are able to make any progress in breaking out of the cells they are in. The cells are relatively barren and appear to have been built many ages ago, so it is unlikely that the current controllers of the pocket space are able to exert a high degree of control over the cells and their occupants." The Legion commander provided other information that gave the concerned parties a better understanding of the condition of their missing leaders. Though not all of the news sounded reassuring to them, the Larkinson clan at least had reason to feel more confident. This was not the first time the Larkinson clan entered a pocket space that the phase whales created a long time ago. Though the conditions of a phase whale enclave varied considerably depending on its controllers, the suggestion that its current occupants did not truly master it represented another piece of good news. The group of Mechs that represented many different concerned and disgruntled parties eventually backed off, though they never went away. President James Clive needed to manage a lot of affairs and also had to placate the citizens of his entire state. The Larkinson Mechs all retreated as well and converged on the coordinates where their patriarch and the other important Larkinson had disappeared. By this time, the Larkinson clan had dispatched a lot of additional Mechs and personnel. Though the Larkinsons gave enough space to the scientists and other experts that were currently studying the fabric of space in the government district, they were itching to break into the pocket space and beat up whoever plotted against their clan. As Commander Kaesela continued to issue orders and keep the clansmen busy, the Travon Exine cautiously approached. "Commander," General Ark Larkinson struggled to speak up, "I have failed to protect my nephew. I have failed to protect the rest of the clansmen who have gone missing. You know as well as I do that apologies and regrets cannot reverse the current situation," the Sentinel commander replied. "That is correct. I did not come here to beg for your forgiveness. I came here to see whether Vess and our fellow Larkinsons can still be pulled out of whatever hole they fell into. What can I do to help?" "You can help by using your new rank and contacts within the military to grant our clan more access to this site. You can help by lobbying the government to prioritize the rescue of our clansmen first. You can help by adopting a tougher stance towards the state so that President Clive and his administration feels obliged to pay us greater compensation for the damages that we have suffered." Ark grew speechless for a time. Chapter 40, 768 Thick Cell. Okay, something has gone horribly wrong at the last minute. You think, Gloriana screeched in panic and anger. We are not supposed to be caught in the middle of a war zone, let alone a cold and barren cell. Why didn't you protect us better, Vess? It is already bad enough that a third party has taken the senior leadership of our clan away from our seating block. It is worse when my children, and I have been taken as well. We were never meant to be exposed to the dangers that you so often embrace over the course of your expeditions. Hey, Vess paused in examining the details of the ceiling of the cell and turned his armored form around to face his half-panicked wife. This is not on me. I distinctly recall that I voiced my concerns about bringing you and my children to a high-profile event that is just begging to get attacked by the enemies of Davut. Instead of sharing my concerns about the colonial government's ability to protect us from external threats, you cared more about networking and looking pretty in front of the recorders. At least I went out of my way to buy a first-class transphasic shield generator for each of our kids. It is your responsibility to protect us, but you have abjectly failed as a father. Our children are our future. You should have put more thought in protecting them and the rest of us from involuntary displacement. Due to your negligence, we may all die if we cannot find a way out of this cage. If anything befalls our daughters and our son, I will never forgive you, Vess. Vess wanted to throw his hands up. What was Gloriana expecting from him? It seemed that each time anything went wrong, his wife automatically cast all of the blame on him regardless of whether he was at fault or not. It was especially galling to deal with her complaints when he had already gone above and beyond what he should do. Even he did not expect that the state had dropped the ball so much that its engineers still hadn't managed to restore the devices responsible for blocking forced teleportation attempts. I will definitely invest in personal anti-teleportation equipment when I get out of this place, he promised. I made sure to equip the spirit of Bentheim with sufficient countermeasures against this kind of stuff, but who knew it would happen in the period where I have chosen to spend my time on a planet again? He truly found this to be a frustrating sequence of events. All of his precautions this far hadn't been enough as the enemy struck when he was depending on the protection of a state. His deep-seated paranoia and lack of trust in the reliability of a state actor had taken another nosedive. It seemed that no state had the ability to make good on its promises and actually prevent hostile groups from pulling off their nefarious schemes. It's too late, Vess. You have been negligent in your duties again. If you actually spent your windfall of MTA merits on more useful purchases instead of trying to turn the spirit of Bentheim into a pseudo-fortress, we wouldn't be stuck here where any awful beast could ravage US with impunity. Hey, we are not without protection. We still have our cats, you know. Meow. Meow meow. While Vess and Gloriana had been arguing against each other, the two cats had instantly become more guarded and protective. They hovered around Aurelia, Andrast, and Marvane and made sure that nothing could approach the kids without their notice. At this moment, it had become clear that they had moved to a completely different location than before. Although the gravity was still the same as back in the government district, the air mixture became substantially different. The temperature was hotter, and there were mildly toxic gases in the air that would slowly poison any human physique that did not possess adaptability augmentations. Everyone's smart clothing automatically formed an insulating layer around their bodies in order to prevent this from happening. The thin and transparent helmets that had wrapped around everyone's heads filtered the oxygen in the air and ensured that none of them would have to worry about their breathable air reserves. Even so, this was still a frightening ordeal to many people. Some of the civilians among the crowd already started to shake as they began to fantasize about all kinds of awful outcomes. Vess and Gloriana's children remained a lot calmer than their peers. Whether it was because they wanted to make their parents proud, or whether they did not possess a clear understanding of the danger they had become exposed to, all three kids tried their best to put up a brave face. Aurelia even decided that she should step up. She moved closer to the gathering of other children, some of whom looked ready to cry. Assemble, Junior Larkinsons. When only a couple of children responded to the call, Andrast walked up and smacked a few of the ones that were waffling. "What are you waiting for? Your my big sis demands your obedience. Let us form up and move out of the way of the grown-ups so they can bring us back to our homes." More and more Larkinsons started to regain their bearings and sought to find a solution to their current predicament. It was a pity that Vess and Gloriana had become embroiled in one of their lovers' quarrels again. Just as the couple were beginning to get more heated in their argument, General Verl decided that he couldn't take it any longer. He firmly strode forward and interspersed himself between the clan patriarch and his wife. "Let us not get distracted by recriminations and talk on how we could have prevented our displacement," the middle-aged man spoke. "We are in a crisis right now. The last thing we should do is waste our time on unproductive activity. If we want to survive and make it out, we need to maintain our focus and concentrate on what we can do. Let us begin with, who is stuck here with us and what are we capable of? How many of us are combat capable and who among us need to be protected? Let us make that clear before we proceed." He had a good point. Though Gloriana clearly wasn't in the right mindset to focus on the matter at hand, even she understood that it would be counterproductive to implicate them all with her actions. She crossed her arms and huffed before she decided to head over to the children and see how they fared. "Oh, did you do all of this, Aurelia? You're so brilliant. You are a much better leader than your father. Commanding our children is your first step to galactic domination." While Gloriana spent her time praising her eldest daughter, General Verl quickly counted and assessed the combat effectiveness of the people gathered in their current cell. "All right, Vess, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Give me the good news. We all need a bit of optimism in this dreary place," Vess replied as his armored form waved across their cramped surroundings. "The good news is that there are only Larkinsons among us. Back when we were taken from Block L, we had moved closely to each other. The leaders of the other groups assigned to the same seating block have either been moved to another cell or have been lucky enough to get passed over." "That doesn't really sound like good news, Verl." The man wearing a military dress uniform shrugged. "The bad news is that our guards haven't been brought along. They guarded our perimeter and fell just outside the range where they would have been assigned to our cells. We would have been in a much better position if your elite honor guards were by our side." "Nira and the rest of my guard detail are fine," Vess answered. "I can sense they are located in a different part of this complex. Our clansmen are spread across multiple cells in an expansive space. They remain unharmed for now, but I am not comfortable with letting them stew in their cells. Who knows what our captors will do now that they have completed this step?" Not just General Verl, but many other Larkinsons turned to their patriarch in astonishment. "How do you know that, sir?" Cormont Hempkamp asked. The Mech designer had been tapping at his comm for a while now, but failed to receive any signals. "We are locked in an environment with strong signal suppression. These thick stone walls are not only transphasic, but they are also highly effective at blocking our sensor and communication systems." Vess grinned behind his helmet. Instead of telling them his answer, he concentrated his mind and poked the golden cat. "Nayeta." The cell briefly warmed up, as Goldie briefly pulsed her glow through her connection with Vess. Just like the Everchanger, Vess also possessed the capability of channeling his design spirits, though it cost a lot of energy to sustain the connection. The effect was enough. Goldie's descent had brought the nexus of the Larkinson network closer to the clansmen in the cell. Each of them could briefly feel all the bonds that led to the ancestral spirit. Through this brief exposure, the more perceptive individuals among them could sense multiple different clusters of threads extending in different directions. There were modest clusters that led to several different horizontal directions, suggesting that there were dozens of other clansmen. Then there was a group of threads that were so tightly packed together that it resembled an intangible laser beam. The direction of this laser beam was quite strange. When Vess and other Larkinsons tried to determine the direction, they couldn't straightforwardly describe its orientation in any of the 6 conventional directions. Instead, it seemed to follow a completely nonsensical direction that could not be properly described unless they could perceive at least 11 different dimensions. A few people already started to experience headaches as they tried to make sense of a phenomena that ordinary humans were never meant to comprehend, so Goldie quickly retracted her power. Thanks to Goldie, I know where we are. If our judgment is correct, we may have fallen into another pocket space. That most certainly surprised a lot of Larkinsons. They quickly accepted the conclusion once Vess explained the various clues he gathered. The Larkinsons soon theorized that Davut always had a pocket space the colonists had never discovered. These stupid phase whales and their habit of creating pocket spaces on different planets. Kedys grumbled as her hands twitched for a sword to hold. I cannot believe that the founders of Davut neglected to investigate whether their impressive port system hosted phase whales in the past. Wait a moment, Dulo Voikin said. If this pocket space was made by a phase whale, do we know if there are any dormant ones in our new location? This was a valid concern. The Larkinsons already encountered 2 different variations of phase whales in 2 of their past expeditions. This was a remarkably high frequency. Vess wouldn't be surprised if he ended up in the clutches of another phase whale this time. Let me check, Vess murmured and concentrated his mind so that he could connect to a different design spirit. His body exuded a significantly more alien vibe as the phase king briefly descended into his mind. Vess stared in every direction, even as his recently modified unending regalia seemed to sing, as it faintly began to resonate with the spiritual fish whale king. He was grateful that getting displaced to a pocket space did not cut off his connections to his design spirits. They could play an extremely useful role in the right circumstances. As Vess allowed the phase king to examine the facility around him as thoroughly as possible, he secretly hoped that the fish whale sovereign might possess a special connection to it. The design spirit might even be able to gain access rights due to his familiarity with phase whales. That wasn't the case, unfortunately, but the phase king did manage to gather a lot of information that others would be hard-pressed to discover. Chapter 40, 769 Absurd Resilience. The phase king's presence soon receded from Vess' mind. I can make 2 more observations, the clan leader stated. First, there are no phase whales or phase lords in our general area. That doesn't rule out the possibility that either of them may be hiding far away or in an isolated chamber, but for now, we are not in danger of meeting any of them for the time being. Secondly, we are in some sort of large stone structure that is replete with thick transphasic construction. This place is built like a fortress that is probably strong enough to resist everything a phase whale can throw at it. If we don't have a way of accessing the controls of this facility, we won't be able to get out even if we employ overwhelming power. Unlike many other people, Vess was not defenseless. However, he estimated that he would probably need an ace mech or a warship if he wanted to breach all of the walls of this ridiculous alien facility. Why did the aliens build such an absurd fortress? That was what everyone wanted to know. This was a pocket space. Getting in was already a problem in itself. Anyone who possessed the capability to open a portal and get inside would definitely be able to breach all of the thick and resilient walls. Surprisingly, Gloriana offered the most plausible explanation. What if this facility was not built to keep strangers out, but to keep phase lords and other powerful individuals within its walls? Vess looked around once again and found that her theory matched his observation. This is a prison. A prison. If the Larkinsons previously developed the hope that their impressive patriarch might be able to lead them back to Cotter City, this announcement dashed a lot of their hopes. There were plenty of Mech designers among the clansmen who were stuck in this cell. Kedys, Sarah Voikin, and the others had examined the walls, the ceiling, and the floor to determine whether there was any way to breach them with the limited means they had available. Let me borrow your multiscanner, Vess, Gloriana demanded. Vess detached the vulcani from where it was attached to his unending regalia and handed it over to his wife. She fiddled with the advanced devices settings before she started to scan the nearby walls. The other Mech designers soon gathered as well, because the Vulcani collected much more detailed scientific data than a comm, an ocular implant, or any other device they had on hand. They soon learned a lot more details, such as the fact that the cell was built at least hundreds of thousands of years ago, and that it hardly saw any use. The cell walls were built so solidly that they decayed at an extremely glacial pace. According to the mild signs that we have detected, it will probably take a few million years before the structural integrity of this wall becomes weak enough for us to be able to use physical force to create a passage. That was way too long. Their bodies would have long since turned into dust after such a long time. As the Mech designers continued to puzzle over the data collected by the Vulcani, the others also tried to make themselves useful. For example, General Verl quickly took stock of their combat capabilities. Unfortunately, for all of the Larkinson clan's martial prowess, the people stuck in this cell were far removed from any Mech. All of the powerful Mech that made the clan so famous were stuck in normal space. Even if a Mech somehow got pulled into this cell, the available volume was so limited that everyone's bodies would get crushed against the walls if a Mech was forged to get inside. This was one of the worst circumstances that Vess could find himself in. The Larkinson clan's power base was predominantly based on its Mechs. What was even worse was that they not only lacked access to Mechs, but also suffered from an enormous shortage of combat gear. As a paranoid and distrustful Mech designer, Vess carried the most hardware out of everyone else. Where people such as his wife and the ministers of the clan only thought about wearing their best dress outfits to the founding ceremony, he had always focused on how much protection his own uniform offered. He felt grateful for sticking to his habit of allowing his honor guards to bring the folded version of his personal suit of combat armor everywhere. He could never know when he might need the protection, so keeping it as close as possible was a surefire way to always be able to depend on its features when he desperately needed to feel more capable. He knocked his fist against the newly installed chest plate of his armored suit. He recently overhauled it so that he could replace the unending alloy outer plating with first-class transphasic alloy. This had made his combat armor so tough that he was confident he could even block all forms of second-class small arms fire. His honor guards also enjoyed a similar degree of protection. In fact, they should be able to withstand more attacks due to their larger and thicker combat armor. It's strange that Nira and my other guards have been sent away while I remained with you guys, he puzzled. Maybe there is a lag to the alien targeting system that was responsible for pulling us into the cells of this complex. It is an indication that the people responsible for sending us here have not mastered all of the controls of this ancient facility, General Verl theorized. That is good news for us. It means that we have a greater chance of subverting their attempts to control and imprison us. Whatever their motives may be, we cannot allow them to proceed to the next step of their plan. Nobody disagreed with that, but getting out was hard when they had precious little means available to them. The dress uniforms of all of the others were never designed to take a hit, and while a lot of senior officials of the clan wore shield generators these days, this would only delay the inevitable if they lacked a means to strike back. As people tried to figure out how they could break out of this cell, Vess did not forget about the only competent secret agent among their group. Lucky. Meow. Why haven't you sneaked out of this cell yet? It's nice of you to stay by Andrast's side, but I really need you to go and do what you are best at. Go phase through the walls and find a switch or something that can get us out of this cell. Meow meow. What do you mean you can't? The gem cat demonstrated what he meant by attempting to phase through the floor. It turned out that the transphasic material blocked Lucky from getting past, even if he had turned completely intangible this time. What? Vess, along with several other people familiar with Lucky, grew astonished. You can't phase through. That's ridiculous. The theory that this prison was built to contain Fays lords grew stronger in his mind. There was no way that the native aliens would go through so much effort to hold regular prisoners. Have you tried eating through the floor or walls, perhaps? Meow, meow, meow. A gem cat ate metal. Stone was hardly a desirable component to his diet. Besides, Lucky had already tried and failed to chomp a tunnel through the transphasic stone material. Vess had seen Lucky's improbably strong and sharp teeth bite through unending alloy with ease, and he knew that his cat had devoured an entire CFA shuttle in the past. Yet as Lucky's teeth collided against the wall of the cell, Lucky gained nothing out of it aside from giving himself a toothache. Meow. Damn it, how tough is this cell? There was nothing Lucky could do for the time being, so Vess turned to other possibilities. Do you carry any blades in your armor, Vess? Keddies asked as she stepped forward. I know it can hold many knives. Vess shook his head. I left them at the royal mansion because the security guards wouldn't like it if I carried more than half a dozen knives with me. It is the same reason why you left your bloodsinger at home as well. The sword maiden Mech designer looked dour after hearing that pointed reminder. You were right, Vess. I let myself go and brought not just myself, but my son Kyrian in danger as well. I am grateful that I left my little Mara behind with the sword maidens back in the cat nest. Kyrian was currently among the kids that Aurelia had rallied towards her. She already possessed a lot of prestige among the youngest generation of the Larkinson clan. I'm sorry, Vess apologized. Maybe he should have ignored Calabast's advance and informed more people so that less innocents got caught in this disaster. I should have anticipated that an enemy would take advantage of our lack of defense against getting teleported. It's not your fault, Vess. We all made the same mistake. This seems to be a premeditated operation. Our clan shouldn't be the only victim of this scheme. There are people out there that have gained control over this alien facility and deliberately utilize their control over it to target the most important big shots of Davut on the one day where we have all gathered together. When put it that way, it became even more obvious that adversarial parties would want to do their utmost to strike at the Vips during the founding ceremony. The authorities should have been the ones to anticipate and make sufficient preparations against these eventualities. Vess grumbled before he shifted the topic. Let's get back to business. You were asking if I can provide you with a blade, right? Keddies nodded as if she was a drug addict that was looking straight at a stash. You have a lot of metal on your person at the moment. Does it come with a minifab? I made sure to bring my minifab module as well. Vess replied with a piece of good news. However, much of my combat armor is too tough. The minifab's tools aren't strong enough to put a dent on my unending regalia's new exterior layer. The only way you can use it to make a blade is if you start to disassemble more essential parts, and I would like to avoid doing that if possible. I have a feeling it is better for me if I keep my combat armor as solid as possible. The female journeyman and swordmaster let out a disappointed sigh. All right then, let me jury-rig my own weapon. Keddies removed her footwear from her feet and removed the heels and soles to reveal a number of thin metal parts. She quickly assembled them together and used a spare piece of leather to wrap the grip of what looked like a stiletto. It's not much, but it will do. Sharpie. A miniature version of Keddies appeared and dove into the improvised weapon. The thin dagger soon exuded a lot of sharpness and extraordinary willpower. Keddies looked a lot better now that she had an actual blade in her hands. Now I am complete again. The eager swordmaster eagerly took action by resonating with her stiletto and driving its sharp and empowered tip into the cell wall. Nothing happened. The stiletto failed to inflict more than the tiniest of marks. If that doesn't work, then how about this? She resonated with her little weapon again, causing it to gain an ominous dark corona. When she cautiously tried to swing it against the cell wall, she finally managed to produce a result by digging a thin and shallow line through the stone material. You succeeded. This was the first time that anyone among them managed to inflict damage onto their cell. However, Kedis did not look satisfied at the result. "I wouldn't be so quick to celebrate if I were you. I already spent over 10% of what I have in order to draw a thin scratch. That brings us no closer to breaching this wall. I will have to exhaust myself for many days straight if I want to reach the other side." Everyone who heard her grew disappointed again. Chapter 40, 770 Phase Wall. Kedis pulled off a nice trick by hiding the components of a blade in the bottom of her footwear. But the material density and hardness of the stone material that surrounded the group of captive Larkinsons was unreasonable. It became more and more probable that this facility had truly been built to contain extraordinarily powerful individuals. The Red Ocean Dwarf, Galaxy's native alien races, all sought to attain godhood by integrating as much face water into their bloodstreams as possible. This was extremely difficult and could kill any organism without exceptional measures and a lot of risk-taking. Nonetheless, anyone who succeeded in this wild attempt would gain power far beyond the limits of their race. If the path to godhood was defined by transcending one's racial limitations, then the act of injecting face water into an organic body definitely met the definition. Having met a genuine phase lord in the form of the Trampler of Stars, Vess found it extremely impressive that a Nuncer warlord was able to fight against an ace Mech like the Mars to a standstill. Patriarch Reginald Cross had pushed himself far beyond what any ordinary human could bear, and he was also a rare talent in the Mech piloting profession who had received personal tutelage from his deceased father, who also used to be an ace pilot. By combining his prodigious willpower with an extremely expensive and powerful masterwork ace Mech, Reginald and the Mars produced insane synergies, allowing this fantastic combination to challenge many threatening warships by themselves. Back in the old galaxy, it would have been ludicrous to think that a single human could challenge such a powerful Mech. Though Vess knew better now that he had witnessed the might of the upper echelon of the F5 Scrolls Compact, that did not take away the fact that it was improbable for any organism to be able to match the power of a fully functional ace Mech. The phase lords of the Red Ocean managed to do so. Vess understood the power of these native self-proclaimed gods a lot better than anyone else, because he had inadvertently started to evolve in this direction as well. Vess, and more notably Veronica, had both been infused with different concentrations of face water. Though Vess barely benefited from this change, due to replacing just 0.01% of his blood with face water, it still gave him a taste of what he could become if he chose to continue to evolve as a phase lord. Veronica boasted a much more impressive 7.1% concentration of face water in her cybernetic body. It was a pity that his cyborg cat was hiding in the middle of Block M at this time. Not only had the people assigned to Block M been spared from getting kidnapped, Vess seriously doubted whether the controller of this pocket space facility possessed the means to break through his transcendent cyborg cat's formidable anti-detection capabilities. In fact, he should be grateful that his living divine artifact remained in normal space. Veronica provided him with a strong guarantee that he would be able to claw himself back to life if his main body failed to make it out of this ancient pocket space alive. He would rather have Veronica in the same space, though. If she managed to utilize her material mimicking abilities to circumvent the security measures of these alien facilities and escape her cell, then she would have been able to roam the other areas and find a way to free the other captives. The absence of his most powerful cat to date limited a lot of his options, but that did not mean he had reached a dead end. He still had plenty of cards up his sleeve. The most valuable of them all was entering system space. Having accumulated a lot of ascension points due to completing one mission after another, he could do anything from buying a ready-made weapon from the Divine Bazaar to purchasing a powerful metal and proceeding to forge it into a serviceable greatsword to give caddies a much more effective means of hacking through walls. He was reluctant to resort to the Mech designer system right away. Those ascension points were hard to come by, and he would rather save them up for a powerful enlightenment fruit that could open fantastic new possibilities for his Mech designs. This was why he was trying to think of more economical solutions to get out of this cell. He turned towards his gem cat, whose teeth still ached after he tried and failed to bite through the stone floor. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Clixie tried her best to console Lucky by licking his metallic face. It appeared that Vess could not expect any help from the gem cat for the time being. The ancient alien cells were so well constructed that they even countered the properties of Lucky's phasing and material chomping abilities. Vess became more and more intrigued at the nature of the materials that made up the cells. He refused to believe it was cut out of a rocky mountain. The walls had to be manufactured. He even thought about how he could claim this powerful material for himself. If he could break this entire facility down and move all of the blocks of stone to his clan, then he could utilize it to build the most impenetrable fortress in Davut. Better yet, he might even be able to use it to build a Mech or a starship that was practically impenetrable against both phase lords and phase whales. Let's not get ahead of myself, he whispered to himself. There was no way he could realize any of these dreams if he and his relatives still remained stuck in the same place. In order to get back on track, he inspected his own gear. Aside from equipping himself with the unending regalia with all of the auxiliary features that came with it, he also carried a few of the tools he regularly kept on his person. The Mech designers stuck in the same cell were already making good use of his Vulcani multiscanner, which was probably the most useful piece of auxiliary gear in his possession. Aside from that, he carried the Hammer of Brilliance, the Hammer of Melody, a signal jammer, his comm, an emergency one-use teleporter, a pouch of Lucky's gems, and several other knickknacks not worth mentioning. Each of these tools could play a useful role in the right circumstances, but none of them possessed the power to get him and his people out of this confining space. For example, Vess was pretty sure that this entire facility inhibited teleportation unless it was done by its controllers. Forcibly making use of his teleporter would either waste this expensive gadget or produce a fatal outcome that would certainly be ugly. Wait a minute. Lucky and Clixie weren't the only cats at his disposal. They also had their companion spirits. Blinky, it's time for you to shine again. Emro. The purple star cat emerged from his forehead. His intangible furry body looked pleasantly plump, and the light trails coursing through his body were bright and streamlined. Blinky had returned to his best state, which was good news to Vess, as his companion spirit was not only able to manipulate spiritual energy, but also the much more materially potent work-law energy. What is that, Patriarch? Wow, it's Blinky. He's so cool. Though Vess took a risk by exposing his companion spirit to the party responsible for kidnapping him and a lot of people, he was pretty sure that no outsiders were monitoring him at the moment. Lucky had already sniffed the surroundings for any alien monitoring systems, but the cell was completely solid aside from featuring minuscule air vents. Vess' instincts also did not warn him that he was being stared at. Sure, it may be unreliable to base his actions on an unexplainable hunch, but he was feeling pretty confident that there were no direct methods to monitor what went on inside the cell. After all, any electronic components represented possible weak points that extremely powerful and resourceful phase lords could exploit. Vess did not bother to waste his time on introducing and explaining Blinky to the clansmen who weren't initiated to his secrets. His clansmen knew better than to disturb him with annoying questions. If he did not want to explain a phenomenon, then nobody would be able to get an answer out of his mouth. He ignored everyone else and approached a wall that was adjacent to a corridor. Though the wall was completely smooth, he imagined that there had to be an entry mechanism built into it somewhere. He refused to believe that it was a completely solid barrier and that the only way to get in and out was through the use of portals. That sounded way too extravagant, even for the phase whales. When Blinky approached the wall, Vess half expected the damn transphasic stone surface to repel the spirit from sinking inside. That did not happen, much to his relief. Vess watched on with gratitude as Blinky seamlessly moved through the incredibly tough and frustrating wall, as if the companion's spirit wasn't even real. That was not actually the case, but to the cell structure it may as well be true. Blinky's intangibility might look similar to that of Lucky and Veronica's phasing ability, but they were two completely different phenomena that just looked superficially similar. In the case of the former, a spiritual entity mainly resided in the spiritual realm. If any spirit showed up in the material realm, then it mostly represented a shadow or a reflection more than anything else. Only through special measures, such as coming up with an invention as wacky as the Geist system, had he recently been able to allow spiritual entities to affect the material realm in more substantial ways. In any case, Blinky's continued penetration of the meters-thick transphasic wall showed that the ancient facility clearly had not been built to guard against spiritual shenanigans. Heh, Vess chuckled behind his helmet. Now we are talking. He was desperately in need of intelligence now. With Blinky being able to travel through the transphasic stone structure without getting hindered, his incarnation should finally be able to provide him with a solid glimpse of any internal mechanisms, as well as what lay outside of this cell. Keddies soon walked next to him. Is it working? Vess nodded. Blinky is able to go through unhindered, though I cannot rule out the possibility that this facility has countermeasures against spiritual entities. If you want, you can help by exploring another direction with Sharpie. She should be able to phase through this stone material as well. You're right. I should have thought about that earlier. I think I will explore what lies below. When Keddies started to imitate Vess by sending Sharpie out of her stiletto and dispatching her extraordinary companion's spirit straight through the floor, others noticed what they were doing. Can I help, Papa? Little Marvane asked. Gloriana quickly stepped closer to the boy and patted his head lest he get any ideas. Let the adults take care of this, Marvane. It is too dangerous for you to send your immature companion's spirits out at this point. Wait until you are older, all right. But Mama, Marvane whined. After she made sure that the children did not do anything foolish, Gloriana decided to join the effort by sending out her red companion spirit. Alexandria dove through the ceiling, but did not go straight upwards. Instead, the queen cat followed the minuscule air vent channels in the hopes of finding a mechanism or control room that could manipulate their cell. For a moment, everyone fell silent as they waited for the three Mech designers to report their findings. This is odd. Keddies furrowed her brows. There are no electronic systems or anything comparable to it throughout the floor. Perhaps the aliens responsible for constructing this facility built it to last, Gloriana speculated. The use of so much simple but solid defensive construction suggests that the builders may have intended to keep its prisoners captive over a span of time that is unimaginably long to us. I would not be surprised if this cell is meant to contain its occupants over centuries or millennia, as opposed to months or years. Vess was inclined towards this conclusion as well. The most telling clue was the lack of fragile and less reliable electronic systems. Aside from the phase whales and certain other races, the rest of the natives of the Red Ocean definitely made use of conventional technology to a degree. For such systems to be absent around this cell suggested that it may truly be built to isolate the native version of gods. He slowly smirked behind his helmet. It's a good thing that I am not a god. I am just a Mech designer. Chapter 40, 771 Phase Energy. As expected of cells meant to contain modest-sized phase lords, the walls of the cells were meters thick in every direction. Both Vess, Keddies, and Gloriana all had their companion spirits move further and further away from the cell, only to encounter the same monotonous transphasic stone material with no hint of interruption. Vess had to send out Blinky a bit further than was usual in human-built facilities to finally enter a corridor. The star cat blinked as the incarnation curiously looked around. The corridor of the ancient alien facility looked as dull and plain as the cell, where Vess and his clansmen were stuck in. Whether the alien builders did not bother with any ornamentation, or whether all of the softer, perishable materials had all decayed or worn out many ages in the past, Vess could not say for certain. The barren corridor did not bode well to him. The lack of any systems or complications meant that there were no obvious switches or buttons that could open up a convenient exit to his cell. He still commanded Blinky to explore a bit further. Though the cat was steadily approaching the limit of how far he was able to move away from Vess, the distance was still extensive enough to cross into the cell on the opposite side of the corridor if he wanted. He did just that. Vess had already confirmed that there weren't any clansmen in the opposite cell, so he made sure that Blinky slowed down and approached cautiously, lest his sudden emergency caused him to be treated as a hostile entity. As Blinky finally moved close enough to poke his eye through one of the corners of the cell, the cat was able to observe a group of familiar-looking people in dress uniforms. The directors, top management, and star doctors of Freewell Medical Services had responded as well as they could to this latest crisis. None of them fell into panic or confusion. They forcibly kept themselves and each other calm while their best speakers sought to communicate with their captors. Vess did not bother making contact with this group. They were just a bunch of civilians with not a single weapon or serious combatant among them. They also lacked the knowledge or skills to facilitate an escape attempt. Vess instead sent Blinky onwards. The cat could pass through the solid walls and take a peek at other adjacent cells within his current range. A few more cells contained random prisoners that he recognized from Block L, so they were clearly placed here based on proximity. He even found a few more groups of Larkinsons, among whom were Mech pilots who possessed combat training and could be useful in a fight. That was important in any breakout attempt, as his cell was sorely lacking in combat-capable personnel at the moment. With the exception of Caddies, Lucky, Clixie, and General Verl, none of the others looked like they could put up a good fight, especially if they lacked the right gear. While there were retired military officers, such as Chief Minister Abigail Evern and Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson among the crowd, these older clansmen had left their glory days behind a long time ago. They may be able to shoot a gun and such, but their combat effectiveness was not comparable to one of his infantry troopers. My honor guards are located a bit further away. That is inconvenient. Goldie knew where everyone was located and informed him that his honor guards were stashed in a different part of this expansive pocket space facility. Vess would first have to break out of this cell before making his way down several corridors before trying to breach another cell. Though he definitely intended to do just that and strengthen his hand, he first had to complete the first step, which was getting out of this stupid cage. After examining the surroundings for a few more minutes, Vess, Keddies, and Gloriana each reported their respective findings. These air vents are not connected to any other cells, Gloriana reported first. There does not appear to be any active ventilation systems either. The alien air mixture is passively sent through the channels through the use of gravity until it emerges directly into our cells. There are other air vents built into the corners of this floor that ensure that air continues to circulate. Alexandria hadn't been able to find out more as the Red Companion spirit had reached the limit of her range before she could reach the end of the minuscule upper ventilation shafts. "Caddies?" Vess asked as he turned to the Sword Maiden. The structural integrity of the floors are just as hard and solid as the walls. If there are any cells below our feet, I am not certain they are there, as Sharpie hasn't been able to go any further. Sharp, 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 the tiny companion spirit in the shape of Caddies listlessly repeated. Is there any conceivable way you can think of breaking through this stone material with a good sword? Caddies frowned for a moment. If I had my Bloodsinger or a comparable weapon, then I am confident I can cut through 1/2 meter of this material if I go all out. I don't think I can do much more than that unless I have rested for at least a full day. That was better than Vess expected, but it was still not sufficient. Do you think that my Amistandira can drill a hole through this stone material. A few of the old-timers did not look surprised when Vess mentioned the name of his most powerful personal weapon, but the ones who had joined the clan later on looked completely clueless. Keddies had been with the clan long enough to know what he meant. Maybe you should ask Sarah Voikin, but in my opinion, transphasic weapons should already have a hard time damaging this tough material. A weapon that is not enhanced by face water should fare even worse. You will exhaust the energy reserves of your gun before you can produce more than a shallow groove into the wall. He agreed with her assessment. This was also why he didn't bother materializing the weapon in the first place. Gloriana looked concerned. What do we do then? We cannot remain stuck here. Either our captors will come and use us for their own ends, or we will remain isolated here for a long period of time. What if there is no food or water supply? How will we take care of our long-term hygiene needs? I am pretty sure that whoever bothered to kidnap us and the other VIPs at the founding ceremony has plans for us. They would have taken advantage of the lack of spatial inhibition to teleport bombs at our coordinates if killing us was their objective. Vess said. We are not worth as much if we are all dead. Only by keeping us alive will our abductors be able to leverage us against Davut and our respective organizations. That is a logical argument, Vess, but not everyone acts rationally. I know that all too well, honey, but this scheme is so advanced that I am pretty sure that our captors did not decide to reveal the existence of this pocket space on a whim. They had too little information about their captors to make too many guesses about their motives, but Vess already had a decent idea of what he was dealing with. He looked towards Chief Minister Novelin Pernes and Minister Sheddarin Pernes. The father and son duo had been swapping their own ideas and theories for a while now. They too had been able to come up with a few plausible ideas on what sort of scheme they had been caught in. Whoever controlled this facility had a greater purpose in mind. Vess could only hope that working towards this purpose distracted the abducting party long enough for him to launch a breakout attempt. He turned his attention to this priority. Given the way this place is constructed, I highly doubt we are being actively monitored or tracked. At most, there are penetrating sensors in operation that solely track us based on our mass, heat, neural activity, or whatever. Keddies concurred with his opinion. The lack of antigrav modules, security systems, riot suppression systems, and most importantly a method to transport food, signifies that this is not a prison in a human sense. If it is designed to hold phase lords, then the priority lies in containing their incredible power. Vess, do you remember the unclean whale we found at the center of the Palace of Shame? I do, Vess spoke. Did you notice that the giant prisoner was not only shackled in place, but had also been put into a state of hibernation for several centuries? While the whale obviously did not regain his peak strength shortly after breaking out of the asteroid base, he was clearly able to leverage enough strength to put up a fight against 7 ace Mechs. Vess widened his eyes. He understood the message that she was trying to convey. Although the word phase lord was a term that the Big Two had come up with to demystify the existence of native gods, their biologies had evolved so much that they couldn't be treated as ordinary organisms anymore. This was due to the amazing properties of face water. The substance actually existed in more dimensions than normal. By gaining a foothold in energy-rich dimensions, face water was able to passively power its amazing spatial effects. The actual explanation was a lot deeper and more complex than that, as it involved advanced physics and convoluted math that hardly anyone bothered to study before. It was a large part why so many human scientists needed so much time just to get a grip on this liquid exotic and its many possibilities. However, for now all Vess needed to know was that face water could largely meet the energy needs of powerful physical life forms. This was why phase whales and more formidable phase lords, whose bodies were actually a lot larger and more massive than they appeared on the surface, did not need to eat just as much food. Face water already supplied them with much of the energy needed to sustain their oversized bodies. therefore allowing them to get by with less conventional input. Of course, if any phase lord happened to get trapped in a barren place like this cell for a long time, then such a powerful figure had no choice but to hibernate and minimize as much body activity as possible in order to avoid starvation. Generally speaking, the greater the concentration of face water in the blood, the longer a phase lord can survive. Vess spoke. If this phase prison was built to contain the more formidable among them, then it truly isn't necessary to build all of those unnecessary elements. Each one introduces another weak point that a resourceful phase lord can exploit in order to break out of this prison. As Mech designers and engineers, Vess and his colleagues were easily able to derive clues about their prison by putting themselves in the perspective of its builders or owners. It was clear that both groups only cared about keeping its prisoners in place as much as possible. Seeing as there are no seams or any mechanisms that can open up any cavities, the only way that anything can go in and out is through teleportation, Gloriana concluded. This sounds counterintuitive because this entire pocket space facility appears to be built to inhibit phase lords from utilizing their face water-derived abilities, and teleportation is definitely a known spatial ability that they can perform as long as they learn the right techniques. How is it possible for the operators of this prison to teleport us, despite the heavy interference of all of these walls? That stumped the Mech designers. Though most of them had already started to study face water theory, their understanding of this field was still relatively shallow. There was no way they could equal the knowledge of that of a native face water engineer. Vess was a bit of an exception in this regard. As a human who recently stepped onto the path of a phase lord himself, his instinctive and theoretical understanding of face water had risen by leaps and bounds. He looked around for a moment before presenting his answer. Teleportation is still possible as long as it takes place over the right frequency. The others looked as if he had spoken an alien language. Chapter 40, 772 So Many Tricks. Since when did you become an expert in teleportation technology? Gloriana suspiciously asked. Is it due to your recent changes? Vess shrugged off her question. Maybe. That's not important, dear. The point is that there are ways for teleportation technology to work despite a blockade. In fact, whoever was responsible for teleporting us away may have been able to do so despite the presence of active spatial interdiction fields. It is just a lot more troublesome as you need to exert so much effort that you can't pull in as many people. Both Cadiz and Gloriana frowned. The two couldn't really follow him at this point anymore. What is your point, Vess? Gloriana asked. Are you claiming that you have mastered this frequency? What use is to us if you have figured this out? The only one of us who has a teleportation device is you, and I am highly doubtful that you can do anything if you have managed to make your way out of this cell. Hey, isn't it better for me to break out and find a way to free the rest? I am the swordmaster in this gathering. Vess gazed at her for a brief moment of time. You are a swordmaster without a sword. I have the Amestindira. Not only that, you don't even have any combat armor on you. A single attack will probably fell you even if you have Sharpie by your side. Why don't you pass your gear to me then? I am a much better fighter than you will ever be. This is the truth. Vess shook his head. I do not deny that, but out of the two of us, I am much more resourceful among the two of us. I have some experience in sneaking around and breaking out of prisons. This is crazy. You cannot be considering this. You are not a commando, Vess. You are confusing your identity. You are a Mech designer. You don't belong in the field, Gloriana exclaimed. The other clansmen in the cell soon got involved as well. Hardly anyone among them thought it was a good idea for Vess to be the one to teleport out of this cell and find a way to find a control room that could free them all. Not only would this put the most important member of the Larkinson clan at great risk, but Cadiz was clearly the more superior warrior among their gathering. After the Larkinsons kept trying to convince Vess in vain, he finally couldn't take it any longer. Shut up, he boomed as he amplified the voice transmitted by the speakers of this unending regalia. I am not making an impulsive decision here. There are good reasons why I am the best candidate. He banged his fist against his chest plate. First, I am clearly the most well-equipped among us, and I know my gear the best. None of you can make good use out of my unending regalia because you didn't design and build it by hand. He spread out an arm and channeled a few design spirits in quick succession. The golden cat briefly showed up again and waved at everyone with her paw. Naya. Lufa appeared and clasped his hands in greeting. Kalanxo briefly showed up and rear up to release a silent roar. Helena appeared as well and hovered behind Vess and placed her intangible hands on his armor in a show of support. I've got your back, little brother. The design spirits disappeared shortly afterwards, but the show of power had been enough to stun many of his clansmen into stunned silence. I am the only one among you who can do that. Even if the amount of help they can provide is limited, the ability to call them forward at least gives me more unconventional options. That might not be entirely true. Vess peeked at Marvain for a second. His son had already shown signs of taking after his father. That meant that the kid might be able to replicate this feat too one day. In any case, he still had a show to finish. For his final trick, he prepared to give everyone a glimpse of a recently acquired property that he had been doing his best to hide from everyone. He slowly lifted the suppression of his own glow. Soon, everyone in the cell became bathed by a glow. This was nothing new to the Larkinsons, as they frequently fell under the influence of a glow anytime they strayed close to a Larkinson Mech. When Vess had demonstrated his ability to call upon a hint of the design spirits under his sway, the clansmen also experienced familiar sensations. They had grown familiar with pretty much every glow that Vess had employed in his work. Whether it was the Solemn Guardian or Kahlo, every high-ranking member of the clan had to be familiar with what their mechs were capable of in order to lead it properly. Yet what Vess exuded this time was completely different, yet so familiar to all of the gathered clansmen. This was because Vess exuded a glow that was completely new to them, yet also felt unmistakably familiar for an unknown reason. Perhaps the only person among them who did not exhibit any sort of surprise was Caddy's. As a swordmaster, her intuition and senses were much stronger than anyone else's. She merely nodded as if she made an observation that confirmed her theories. I always felt you had grown a lot stronger than before, she said in calm acceptance. Since this is the case, it is truly reasonable for you to go out instead of me. I don't know what you can do with this glow of yours, but I have the feeling that I have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. She was right. Vess indeed hit a lot more surprises that gave him a lot of confidence in his ability to find a way to resolve this crisis. From his cybernetic leg that possessed a few unexpected surprises to all of the options that were waiting for him in the system space, there should never be a circumstance where Vess was truly unarmed and unable to extricate himself from a sticky situation. Before Vess could come close to putting his latest theory into action, his wife and the others forced him to draft a plan and prepare as best as possible. It was unacceptable to just send Vess out in the middle of an alien complex and leave him without any further directions. Though the other Larkinsons weren't able to provide him with a lot of substantial help, their varied backgrounds and expertise granted them insights in many areas that Vess might overlook. Hey, don't worry too much, he told them all. We can still remain in contact with each other. We are all Larkinsons, so we are all connected to the Golden Cat. I never had any reason to reveal this capability to you all before, but now that we have ended up in this difficult situation, I might as well unveil this to you so that we can maximize our chances of making it out of here alive. His closest people, such as Gloriana, Caddies, and a few other clansmen, already possessed varying degrees of awareness of how the Larkinson network connected them all. But there were many more members of the clan who never realized that they could directly transmit messages to each other. Does that mean that you can do more than sense other Larkinsons? Chief Minister Novelin looked shocked. Yup, we can turn it into a full communication network, though I don't think Goldie will like it if we use it to transmit messages to each other when an ordinary electronic network already suffices. Can you connect to the clansmen who are trapped in the other cells? What about our people back in normal space? I can connect to both, Vess casually revealed. In fact, Goldie should have already been feeding information about our circumstances to the people that we have left behind. They are quite worried, to say the least. Though there were many people who wanted to send out messages to the family they left behind, Vess raised his palm and forced everyone to quiet down. Stop. Let's not waste more time. We need to figure out a way to get ourselves out of this predicament before whoever kidnapped us is ready to take the next step. I think I am as ready as I can be. If I truly need your help, then we can still remain in touch with the help of the Larkinson network. He spent a bit more time to console his worried children before he attempted to teleport himself out of this cell. Go kill the bad guys, Papa, Andrest shouted in encouragement. Please bring back a present for me, Marvane begged. I want to play with alien toys. Ha ha ha, I can't promise you anything, but I will certainly try to bring back a souvenir. Once Vess had mentally prepared himself for his bold and potentially dangerous venture, he turned around and approached the wall that was adjacent to the corridor. As everyone else in the cell went silent in order to give their patriarch a chance to succeed, Vess closed his eyes and concentrated. The Phase King descended into his mind once again. A rough map of the facility entered his awareness as the design spirit was able to detect a large quantity of transphasic stone construction in a large radius around his current location. Vess did not need to know that much. He only wanted to get himself on the other side of this meters-thick wall. He did not intend to utilize his emergency, one-use personal teleporter to do this. He didn't understand how the device worked and how its technical properties interacted with the spatial inhibitions that dominated this entire facility. Aside from that, the personal teleporter was designed to be operated by people who clearly didn't know how to configure its settings. Aside from setting a few parameters such as distance or a description such as a specific starship, Vess had no way to control its settings at all. There was no way he could apply his theories about matching a specific frequency when this damn automated device didn't give him the possibility to alter its parameters. Fortunately, Vess did not believe he needed to waste his teleporter. If his theories were correct, then he might be able to pull this off without wasting this precious, life-saving trump card. All right, Phase King, we have corresponded about this before. I never dared to test this possibility in reality, but now that we are stuck here, we may as well try. He did not speak any longer as his connection with the Phase King made that redundant. He exchanged a large amount of thoughts with the alien design spirit. Prompted by Vess instructions, the Phase King began to leverage his power and incredible affinity with Facewater to touch and resonate with all of the transphasic objects within reach. The unending regalia began to vibrate and shake as its new transphasic armor plating seemed to come to life in a weird fashion. Not only that, but the nearest wall began to vibrate in a similar fashion. The objects in question weren't truly shaking. What was actually happening was that the Facewater integrated in these gears were rippling the immediate fabric of space, giving outsiders the illusion of vibrations. What was actually happening was that the spaces themselves were fluctuating. This looked extremely dangerous and could easily kill people if they had no grip on this process, but neither Vess nor the Phase King showed any fear. The latter had lived alongside many pools of Facewater for over 1,000,000 years. His knowledge and insight on this substance and some of its applications were extremely deep. Though Vess did not come close to matching the Phase King's incredible understanding of Facewater, his advantage was that a tiny amount of this dangerous liquid substance was already coursing through his veins. This massively increased his ability to withstand spatial effects, like the one that was gripping his body and his suit of combat armor. As the immediate surroundings around Vess started to shake more and more, the Phase King finally reached the critical point of the technique that it had performed through Vess. A strange effect took place that caused the air to pop. He's gone. How did he do it? This is impossible. No one was standing in the place where Vess' armored form previously stood. Gloriana and the others were still in disbelief. Chapter 40, 773 Vess the Biomech. When Vess decided to pull off a radical trick that he had only fantasized about in his mind, he did not know whether he could succeed. The consequences of failure were extremely dire. His body could explode. His body could merge into a transphasic stone wall. Not all of his body might be able to make it to the other side. Yet Vess had multiple reasons to go through with this measure. First, the existence of Veronica meant that anything he did would not end his life right away. A mistake that could prove fatal to others was not a one-way ticket to death. Second, being proactive was better than sitting around doing nothing. Vess did not want to leave the initiative to his abductors, who knew what the other party would do if more time passed by. Since he had the power to leave, why not try and see if he could improve his own situation? Third, the Facewater survey conducted by the Phase King revealed that this ancient alien complex that was apparently built inside a pocket space was not completely empty and barren. There might be relics or treasures that the original occupants had left behind. This alone was enough to stimulate his greed. When Vess learned from the Larkinsons on the other side that Davut had called in the MTA to crack open the pocket space that apparently no one knew about, his urgency grew greater. Having suffered multiple incidents where the Mechers arrived with a big capital ship before proceeding to steal his hard-earned loot, Vess was determined not to give the damned association a chance to claim the treasures of this mysterious place once again. Although it was impossible for him to take away anything big and cumbersome, he was no longer as helpless as before when it came to taking away smaller goods. When he thought about what kind of relics or treasures he could find during an exploration of this facility, he no longer had many scruples left. Vess had always been able to progress by leaps and bounds, by taking chances and grasping unique opportunities. As such, he did not hesitate to work together with the Phase King to see if he could teleport out of this cell. The process was difficult and cumbersome. He not only had to channel the Phase King and have him descend into his mind a lot more than usual, but he also had to endure the strain of supporting the Design Spirit's actions as the Fish Whale King attempted to pull off a teleportation technique. Nobody in the cell noticed anything wrong, but Vess' body had come under a lot of strain as the face water in his bloodstream had begun to fluctuate. This was an indicator that the Phase King had somehow activated the face water that had become a part of Vess' physical form. Of course, it was not just his body that the ancient entity tapped with his formidable face water manipulation ability. The Phase King also activated the face water integrated in the unending regalia, thereby attempting to make sure that Vess would not end up naked and completely unprotected if he managed to reach the other side. NGH, this is definitely one of my stupider idea. As Vess could feel the Phase King getting close to completing an unprecedented teleportation technique, it seemed as if his body was truly beginning to tear apart. Despite all of the augmentations, and despite its considerable strengthening, the power of face water was on a different level. Even a 0.01% concentration of face water in his bloodstream was close to tearing his body apart if the volatile substance ever went out of control. The reason why he experienced so much body-tearing pain was because a weak phase lord like himself, who barely took a single step onto this ascension path, should never be able to pull off a teleportation technique at his current level of strength. He needed to understand the deeper properties of face water, be able to exert a high degree of fine control over it. Become proficient with tapping all of the spare power that could be drawn from the substance and shape all of that raw power into a refined and complicated technique by calculating a huge amount of variables to ensure it would bring him to his intended destination in one piece. Vess understood a bit better now why his emergency teleporter did not allow ordinary people to control its mechanisms at all. There were way too many variables that could go wrong. Even though Vess himself couldn't even satisfy a fraction of those cumbersome requirements, the advantage that he possessed was that he did not have to do all of the hard work himself. He just needed to make his body and energies available to the Phase King. Right now, Vess had the strangest illusion that he had become a Mech. More specifically, his resemblance to the Evertshanger was uncanny. Both of them possessed the ability to load different design spirits into their being, though the expert Mech was able to do this a lot easier, as he was designed to operate like this from the start. At most, Vess imitated the Evertshanger's function because they were both attributed to life. One of the distinctive properties of a life domain was that it got along remarkably well with other attributes and entities. This meant that if the Evertshanger could channel different design spirits and even use this connection to borrow their power in order to perform a few minor techniques, Vess should theoretically be able to do the same at a smaller scale. Right now, it felt as if Vess had voluntarily surrendered control of his body to the Phase King, just as how the Evertshanger freely allowed Venerable Joshua to control his enormous mechanical frame. Vess even gained a couple of subtle insights about what life was like for a living Mech. Each time they interfaced with a Mech pilot, the living Mech had to extend a lot of trust and control to a human. This was a delicate process, and one that could do a lot of harm to Mechs that did not earn a lot of respect from their users. Vess also ended up in a similar position. By giving up control to the Phase King, the latter could do a lot of harm if he wanted. Just botching the current technique would definitely produce untold damage to his body. There was no particular need for concern, though. Vess embodied the Phase King on a deeper level, allowing him to understand the design spirit's thoughts and intentions on a more direct level. The same also applied in the other direction. If either of the two held any malicious intentions towards each other, then there was no way that Vess or the Phase King could hide their thoughts against each other. The bond they shared with each other was roughly comparable to the man-machine connection facilitated by a neural interface. Of course, even if Vess was a paranoid bastard by nature, he did not show much concern towards the Phase King. Both of them had established an unwritten contract a long time ago. They both knew what they wanted from each other and had many reasons to cooperate. There was no design spirit who understood face water and how to manipulate it better than the Phase King. In turn, there was no Mech designer who could provide the alien spirit with channels that could supply a lot of spiritual feedback. Vess was also the only human that could produce brand new spiritual fish whales out, or raw energy, that could populate the design spirit's spiritual kingdom. By relying on the power of mutual benefit, Vess trusted the Phase King to perform a teleportation technique in a manner that no human had ever done before. Vess bet that if the transhumanists could see him now, they would probably go wild with envy and desire. Only Vess knew that the Mechers probably wouldn't feel as enthusiastic once they truly knew what was taking place. "Come on, hurry up, I can't hold it much longer." His mental state, as well as his energy reserves, were depleting at a rapid rate. What the Phase King did with his body was comparable to a Mech pilot overloading his Mech in order to pull off a move that was beyond the capacity of the machine. It didn't help that the two were far apart in many different ways. The Phase King used to be a much more powerful alien entity when he was alive, and he had grown even stronger on a spiritual level after he had let loose of his mortal coil. Perhaps the Phase King could never compare to an authentic phase whale due to the limitations of his original biology, but his extremely lengthy lifespan had probably caused his understanding and control over face water to exceed that of many younger whales. Right now, Vess could feel how horrible this represented as the Phase King worked through thousands of different formulas at a time. The amount of variables that the Phase King had to process ran in the millions, and Vess could feel that this was hardly the spiritual entity's limit. If Vess had to describe this disparity in terms of Mechs, then Vess was like a third-class biomech that was trying to perform as if his ordinary processors and software suite had been replaced by first-class equivalents. The difference in processing power and sophistication was far too much for a fragile third-class bio-Mech to bear. Just the energy requirements alone was enough to drain the Mech in seconds. Just when Vess thought he couldn't bear it, his awareness completely blanked out for an instant. At the time where his armored form disappeared from the cell, it instantly appeared tens of meters away. The Phase King succeeded in pulling off the teleportation technique. Even though the cost was not only great due to the low specs of Vess' body, also because of the necessity of needing to find the right frequency of the face water integrated in the abnormally hard walls of the prison, the end result was an astonishing success. If not for the fact that the unending regalia could stiffen itself so that it could remain upright, Vess would have collapsed on the barren stone floor of the corridor at this time. Damn it, that was a bit more painful than I thought. Vess could barely think about how amazing it was for him to successfully teleport his body, as well as his combat armor, without relying on a fancy high-technology gizmo. This was because his body felt as if it was a Mech that had just gone through a backbreaking battle. Even if the face water in his body did not shred his body apart completely, he was certain that it had gotten torn in a lot of places. Fortunately, his unending regalia was a lot tougher than his body and essentially made it through intact. The diagnostics of his armor reported a few problems, but nothing critical had been damaged. His suit systems also detected the damaged state of his body and automatically injected a cocktail of drugs and medicine in different parts of his body. This not only gave Vess a bit of relief, but also helped him accelerate the healing process of his own body. As a transhuman phase lord, his control over his body was unparalleled. If he was able to control his hair follicles to the point where he could prevent himself from growing a beard, he could also control his body cells to mend the tears in his flesh and other organic parts. It took over 10 minutes for Vess to quickly patch himself back together. He couldn't do much about the ache in his head or the energy that he had depleted in order to fuel the Phase King's technique, but he at least regained his ability to move and act in this new environment. He stared out at the barren corridor, which stretched on in opposite directions. Well, where do I go next? Chapter 40, 774 Barren Facility. When the Phase King mapped out the interior of the large and ancient prison structure, he did not manage to figure out what each compartment held. Still, even a basic map was enough for Vess and the other Larkinsons to figure out a lot of clues. For example, there were hundreds of cells of the same size as the one where Vess had just escaped from. These were large enough to accommodate several organisms that were several times taller than an average human being. The Phase King's survey also revealed over a dozen larger cells within his range. These cells were much greater and were presumably designed to hold Phase Lords who could only become as small as a light Mech. Then there was a massive chamber in the center that was exaggerated in several different ways. It was large enough to hold a subcapital ship or an equivalent large organism. The walls in every direction were over 100 meters thick. The floor and ceiling weren't exempted from this either. If that wasn't enough, the concentration of face water in those walls was also at least 5 times higher than anywhere else. Vess could draw an obvious conclusion from all of these measures. The central chamber was designed to hold a phase whale. Could it be that he had inadvertently stumbled into another version of the Palace of Shame? Were the phase whales so damn chaotic that they needed to build lots of prisons in lots of different star systems in order to contain all of their misbehaving descendants? It would be quite devastating if it turned out if the center of this entire prison facility actually held a captive phase whale. The situation shouldn't be as bad, though. As far as he knew, the Palace of Shame had been built 1,000 years ago and was obviously still in use before Operation Lighthouse commenced. This unknown prison facility was much older than that. Vess could only sense a lot of desolation in its walls as it seemed that absolutely no one had come and ever attempted to turn it into a functioning prison for many ages. Aside from that, when the Phase King stretched out his awareness, the design spirit did not sense any living organism within his extensive range that possessed any concentration of face water. Unless a phase whale was strong and capable enough to block this scan, it was highly unlikely that the central chamber still held an actual phase whale. It's probably empty. Even if he was wrong, it didn't matter. Given how much effort and resources had been put into making it as impenetrable as possible, there was no way that a phase whale could get out so easily. It was impossible for Vess to get in, as he was far too incapable to teleport himself inside this chamber. In order to avoid any accidents, Vess did not intend to approach the center of the facility if he could help it. It was obvious that the security levels were higher over there, as bigger organisms tended to have more raw power at their disposal. In comparison, the smallest and most numerous cells were clearly placed in the periphery of the prison facility. The security levels here were lower as it did not make sense to invest an unnecessary amount of resources to contain lower-level prisoners. Even aliens don't have unlimited resources at their disposal. He already made a decision on where he should explore first based on the map that the Phase King had formed. Most aliens designed their structures in a similar fashion to humans. This was especially the case if they had to be economical due to the use of lots of face water. The design of the prison had been reduced to an extremely simple level. Even if it contained more ornamental features in the past, the core construction of the cells and corridors suggested that the builders mainly had practicality in mind. Just like humans, a lot of aliens tended to place the more functional systems such as power generators, storage vaults, and the like at the bottom levels. Any control rooms and offices for high-ranking personnel were usually placed at the top. However, Vess had to remind himself that the order was usually a bit different when it came to underground structures. A lot of alien races also adopted weird architectural rules that did not make sense to humans. The current location was also highly abnormal. His goal right now was to free his clansmen and loot any treasures that could be found in this large but barren facility. He bet that he could get what he wanted if he visited the lower levels first. If the upper levels contain the master controls, then there is also a high chance that the people responsible for kidnapping so many people have dug in over there. It is too risky for me to confront them all by myself. This was why he cautiously followed a route that should lead him to a number of ramps and shafts that slowly led downwards. As his armored feet clanked against the barren stone floor of the corridors, Vess winced at how much noise he was making. The complete absence of any activity amplified the noises even more. He contemplated whether he should activate the antigrav modules built into his suit, but that would deplete its energy reserves faster. He decided to keep walking and continued to move down the corridor. As he journeyed to the lower level, he made sure to observe his surroundings and remain on the lookout for any other individuals. He even sent out Blinky and have him explore the cells around him. He also made his companion spirit take a look past different corners whenever possible. Vess found that it was incredibly useful to have a companion spirit as a scout. Although the distance limit was incredibly annoying, it was already helpful for Blinky to seamlessly pass through every wall and see whether the cells around him contained any prisoners. It turned out that only some of the cells on both sides of the corridors contained any occupants. The people that had been taken from the seating blocks were anything but normal. Each of them maintained control over themselves and did not go crazy or irrational for the most part. Even if there were weak-willed individuals among them who began to boil over due to the pressure, there were others that could put a stop to any misbehavior. Whether this would last, Vess didn't know. He had yet to see any signs of contact, and no one received any food and water as of yet. He had a hunch that whoever kidnapped these VIPs did not plan on keeping these valuable captives for an extended period of time. Vess hurried his steps after he made this tentative conclusion. He needed to make his moves faster in order to preempt whatever schemes the controllers of this facility had in mind. He only slowed down his steps when Blinky started peeking into the cells that contained all of the guards, both the private ones and the security guards working for the colonial government. Just as he expected, the guards had tried their best to employ all of the weapons at their disposal to forcibly blow a hole into the walls, but how could they possibly succeed? Cells that were built to contain powerful phase lords should definitely be able to withstand all of the massed firepower with ease. At most, the more powerful transphasic armaments might be able to chip the surface, but the guns quickly exhausted their energy cells or magazines in the process. Vess only stopped entirely when he knew he had come close to the cell that contained his honor guards. He did not let Blinky act sneaky this time. The Star Cat openly appeared in the cell containing both his honor guards. "Sir," Nira, along with the other guards on standby, had straightened themselves and saluted to the intangible cat. "Did you?" "Emro." The cat nodded. "That is great. Are you by yourself or do you have a team with you, sir?" Emro. "That is exceedingly dangerous and irresponsible. Can you free us from captivity? Let us perform our mission." Emro. Vess continued to hold an odd conversation with his chief guard. Of course, he wasn't actually talking to his honor guards with cat sounds. He was actually tapping into the Larkinson network and using it to convey his words directly to her mind and vice versa. Once Nira discovered that Vess wasn't able to take his guards away from their cells, Nira felt glum due to becoming useless once again. There was nothing Vess could do about that. He first had to find a way to get them out, and he had yet to encounter any control interface or mechanism through his journey. "We will continue to wait here until you are able to free us. Our weapons are ready to eliminate any enemies that stand in your way, and our armor can still resist a lot of attacks that dare to harm your life." Emro. Blinky disappeared again, as there was not much point in lingering any longer. Vess just wanted to reassure his guards and put them on a higher state of alert in case he found a way to release them from their cell. There has to be several control interfaces somewhere. A place as secure as this might only have one control room, but Vess did not think that was the case, as it sounded a bit impractical and prone to failure. Having seen more the actual state of this barren and long-abandoned prison facility, he gained more insight into the design choices of its alien designers. Whoever commissioned or built this place really doesn't want any incidents to happen. If an unauthorized party truly managed to access a control center, then there has to be a backup one that can prevent a single person from freeing all of the prisoners. Vess became more certain that there had to be another control room in this large and expansive facility. Logically speaking, these crucial rooms should be placed as far apart from each other as possible. Normally, the center should be the most secure place to build a control room, but since it was occupied by a large cell that was built to imprison the most dangerous inmate imaginable, then it would be incredibly foolish to install the controls of the cells in close proximity. The odds are much greater that the primary or secondary control rooms are placed at the bottom. Even if he couldn't find one at the lowest levels, he would just have to explore the periphery of the facility until he managed to strike gold. As he started to descend several levels on huge ramps that were large enough to accommodate beings the size of Mechs, Vess gained a better feel of the desolation of the entire facility. He was pretty sure that no one had walked this path in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. Not even the unknown party that managed to take control of this place had disturbed the hallways in such a long period of time. This caused Vess to develop more ideas about whoever managed to take control over it. A number of possibilities became more plausible than others, but he had too little information to form a definite conclusion. Perhaps he might be able to gain more clues if he asked Ilvain, but the design spirit had yet to recover all that much from predicting all kinds of possible future events. Although Vess could still rely on Ilvain to make a couple of crucial predictions, It was best to save this up until it was truly necessary. For example, if he finally found a control room but lacked the ability to enter it because there was a solid wall in the way, he might need guidance in order to figure out a way to get inside. "I really hope something will break the monotony of this place," he muttered. "This is really starting to get creepy." Chapter 40, 775 Ancient Traces. As Vess continued to make his way to the lower floors, he began to notice more architectural features that he previously overlooked. The cells and the hallways were all decently lit. The light levels were on the lower side, but not to the point where people risked bumping into each other because it was too dark in their cells. Vess curiously moved closer to a wall and noticed that it was the source of the lighting. Somehow, the wall was constructed in a way that caused the face water integrated in the outer surface to release constant energy in the form of soft light. Interesting. As a Mech designer and a phase lord who had become versed in face water theory, he knew it was not that simple to engineer such a uniform light source at such an enormous scale. If not for the fact that the facility was made out of inorganic stone, he would have thought that this place was constructed by the phase whales. However, even if the phase whales had done nothing aside from creating this pocket space, Vess guessed that the builders of the prison most certainly had ties to the powerful native alien race. That caused him to become a little more vigilant. The phase whales were inscrutable and behaved much differently from other aliens. As they were aquatic in nature, they experienced vastly different lives than humans or other aliens. They were much more indifferent towards matters such as wars and death, and did not really possess empathy in a normal sense. Although the subject was taboo among the native alien races of the Red Ocean, there were plenty of humans who wondered whether the phase whales evolved naturally to begin with. Their affinity and compatibility with face water were simply too high. There were even people who speculated that the phase whales used to be a lot less different than other intelligent aquatic races. The reason why they had become so powerful was because they had advanced their technology to such an extent that they managed to upgrade their entire collective genome, so that even the most plain and normal whales among their kind could integrate more face water into their bloodstream with relative ease. That would have been an unimaginably grand project if this outlandish theory happened to be true. Lots of humans dreamt about doing this to the human race as well. It had long been in the realm of possibility to collectively upgrade humanity's genes so that they would all become more powerful. It did not entirely work out in practice. One of the reasons why dwarves became so numerous in human civilization was because their heavy gravity variant humans were actually the most successful and ubiquitous results of these efforts. The majority of dwarves possessed genetic codes that were natural and stable enough that it could be used to procreate more dwarves without worrying about genetic decay. They could easily expand their entire population at a rate that was just as quickly as baseline humans. Many families and other groups also practiced this kind of generational gene propagation. The diversity was enormous, and the results were mixed. Instead of developing custom designer baby formulas that were customized for each individual child, they instead tried to create a high-quality variant of humanity that performed better in any way, thereby ensuring that many generations would be able to enjoy the same advantages. It did not entirely work out in practice. One of the reasons why dwarves became so numerous in human civilization was because their variant was cheap and easy to produce. The same could not be said for high-end specs. The amount of resources required to grow a single designer baby was already great. Trying to grow millions, billions, or trillions of them quickly became prohibitive even for first-rate states. The resources required to grow better brains or stronger muscles often consisted of exotics that could only be supplied up to a point. The only way to prevent these expensive posthumans from bankrupting a state or organization was to control their growth rate, especially when times were tougher than in the past. If a group's circumstances became dire enough, then its people might become extinct due to the painful fact that no one was able to afford the cost of raising their expensive children anymore. Maybe this is why the phase whales have such a low fertility rate, Vess idly guessed. With their mastery of biotechnology, they should easily be able to find a way to increase their birth rate. The reason why they haven't is not necessarily because they are uninterested, but because they know it would put too much strain on their environment to raise so many of their kind. This was unimaginable to humans, as their fecundity was one of the key reasons why they had managed to rise up and become a powerful race during the Age of Conquest. Vess knew that factions such as the transhumanists did not care too much about this, but there were also many traditionalists who felt that unrestricted genetic modification would lead to massive societal problems and repeat the mistakes of the past. As Vess continued to think about a subject that was no longer related to the situation at hand, he abruptly stopped when Blinky made a massive discovery at the turn of a corner. He had reached one of the lower levels of the facility at this time. There were no more cells around him, as he had apparently reached a floor where a number of large halls were situated. He did not know what purpose they served, but he guessed that they may have been used for storage or other purposes. What he did not expect to find was a pile of bones. What the? After Blinky flew around a bit to make sure there was nothing else in the large, stadium-sized hall, Vess cautiously stepped forward and studied the bones from a distance. He could immediately see that the bones were undoubtedly ancient. Even if they did not have a speck of dust and hardly degraded over the ages, Vess could feel the sense of age exuding from their dry and clean surfaces. He cautiously stepped closer and tried to analyze and scan the heap of bones with the help of the advanced sensors integrated in his unending regalia. The data quickly allowed him to make a number of preliminary conclusions. The first one was that the bones came from many different races. Their shapes, their material composition, their sizes, their densities, their growth marks, and other indicators were all different. As Vess stopped at a modest distance from the edge of the pile, he could clearly see that the bones had not been stacked in a careful manner. It looked as if a large alien attempted to place them in a way that kept them together, but did not care about showing any respect to the alien individuals who grew these bones. What concerned him a bit was that the vast majority of bones looked as if they belonged to races that could tower over humans. Do these come from the former prisoners of this facility? Why pile them up here? Why not dispose of them so that they wouldn't litter this chamber? Vess couldn't help but imagine several different explanations for what he was seeing. One of them was that the prison had been operating for a long time, but that it had suddenly been cut off from normal space without explanation. Once the prison guards had become trapped and isolated from their homes, they eventually grew mad and fought against each other as they degenerated into savage beasts. Eventually, the surviving guard managed to slay his or her colleagues and ate the flesh of their bodies until there was nothing left but bones. In order to commemorate the fallen, the final survivor built this tombstone out of bones to remember the dead. This is a ridiculous theory. Vess found it difficult to believe in this colorful story. It was much more likely that the bones belonged to unruly prisoners who managed to launch an escape attempt by using a similar method as Vess, only to get caught by the guards before getting executed. The bones served as a reminder to every other inmate of the fate that awaited them if they attempted to do the same. Vess' body shuddered a bit as he realized that he might be the same as the poor aliens whose bones had been turned into a macabre monument. This also ignited his curiosity. He wanted to learn more about this prison. He wanted to learn more about the ancient beings who left no trace of their existence behind asides from these alien bones. He wanted to learn what this pile of bones truly represented. After hesitating for a dozen or so seconds, he decided to bite the bullet and reach out to touch one of the bones. Although he wasn't able to touch the surface with his bare skin, his limb had moved close enough for him to sense whether there were any spiritual traces left behind. he struggled to sense any spiritual traces. These bones had existed for so long that whatever resentment or regrets their owners held had already dissipated due to the passage of time. What about face water then? He didn't find any traces of face water either, but he could tell the bones used to be infused with it. This was a strong indicator that the bones used to belong to captive phase lords who were too powerful to be contained in ordinary prisons. Where did all of the face water go? Vess complained. It would have been marvelous if the bones held significant concentrations of face water. He could have created all kinds of interesting products by using them as raw materials, from totems to bio-Mech parts. He honestly couldn't tell whether the face water decayed naturally over time or whether someone extracted it from the bones. He felt that the former was more likely as the bones did not exhibit any traces of rough handling. As Vess became frustrated at how little these bones could tell him, he suddenly remembered that he might know a certain eldest sister who could derive more clues from this obvious monument of death. Since Vess did not intend to channel Helena's power, it was a lot more straightforward to call forth her manifestation. He carried small totems of every design spirit on his person. A gray-robed lady with a dark lotus flower in her hair appeared in front of Vess. "Hello, brother. I learned from Goldie that you have fallen into another predicament again." "That's an understatement. I'd love to chat, but I don't have all day. Can you give me your impression of these bones?" Oh sure." Helena's intangible form curiously stared at the bones and even began to float in the air in order to study it from multiple angles. She remained quiet throughout her examination and withheld her conclusions until she became satisfied. "Well," his sister adopted an intrigued expression. "Just like you, I cannot really read too much in this. I can tell you that this is an alien version of a funeral pyre. The aliens who these bones belonged to did not die at the same time, but their bodies and their flesh still remained relatively intact before they were apparently stacked together. Whoever burned the bodies did so with the intent of honoring the dead, more specifically one being in particular. So his theory that this was a tombstone of sorts was close to the mark. "Let me guess," Vess spoke up. "The body of the alien who this funeral pyre was dedicated to is located deep inside, right?" "That is correct, but I can't read much from them as I only have access to a fraction of my power in this state. They are almost indistinguishable from the other bones as they are so pressed together against each other that it becomes hard to tell them apart. I am afraid you have to separate them in order for me to gain a good look." Vess wondered if it would be a good use of his time to dismantle this funeral pyre and retrieve those particular set of bones. Logically speaking, it didn't make sense for him to waste his time and effort into doing so, but he was too damn curious to leave this mystery unsolved. Chapter 40, 776 Rest in Peace. Moving a bunch of bones piled on top of each other was quite exhausting. Vess could feel his calories burn and his recently healed muscles beginning to strain again. Each time he moved another big bone that belonged to a species that probably massed at least 5 times as much as an average human being. Vess questioned the wisdom of his current activity. He contemplated whether he should continue to make his way to the lowest floor instead of busying himself with trying to explore a funeral pyre that had no direct relations to his current predicament. However, every time he wanted to turn back, he could not actually do so. It was against his nature as a Mech designer, an explorer and an innovator to leave a stone unturned, especially if it was a particularly interesting and fascinating one. It was not as if there was anything more interesting for him to study. Vess had walked through a lot of hallways so far. He also sent Blinky out to peek inside the cells along the way to see whether he could find anything else aside from kidnapped and confused humans. Nothing. Vess had the strong sense that this ancient prison used to be a lot cozier and more furnished than in the present day. The spaces were a bit too big, and there were obvious functional chambers that clearly should have hosted areas such as a mess hall, an exercise room, and even an indoor farm. All of them had either decayed, until even the dust had blown away or the previous operators of the facility had emptied it out after a decision had been made to wind it down. Vess previously thought that the facility had been abandoned in an orderly fashion, but he couldn't figure out how the current display fit in that picture. Why go through so much effort to empty out all of the hallways and chambers, only to leave such an obvious mess behind? It didn't help that he had no idea about the alien race that previously built and operated this prison. The Nunsers, Orvans, and Pulmers possessed radically different cultures. Each of them treated their captives in different ways. Then there were the phase whales, who seemed to have a preference for locking up their misbehaving kind for whatever reason. As Vess continued to remove more bones from the central heap, the transphasic stone floor became more and more littered with old, but still fairly solid alien bones. The materials fascinated him quite a bit. Some of them looked as if they had grown completely naturally, while others possessed clear signs of augmentation and reinforcements. The bones of one particular species happened to be completely made out of fabricated metal. Just handling them gave him different ideas on how he could utilize them in various different projects. From creating artifacts that could house new alien design spirits to using them as the structural components of a new form of combat armor that explicitly complemented his identity as a phase lord. But the lack of face water significantly dampened his enthusiasm. He could already guess that he could turn them as hard as first-class armor plating as long as he infused them with a lot of face water. But was it worthwhile for him to go through so much trouble to enhance a bunch of old bones? "Keep going, brother," Helena said as she put more energy into sustaining her manifestation near the miniature totem that he stored in one of the cavities of his unending regalia. "You've almost uncovered the bottom. I can sense it. We are getting closer to unveiling the remains of the one who this funeral pyre is dedicated to. This is so exciting. I finally get to experience the feeling of digging up a precious alien relic like you for once. You should call me out for more excavations like these in the future, okay?" Vess breathed a little deeper in his armor as he had just put aside the latest heavy bone. Despite the modest volume of the bone, the use of heavy metals, including transuranium elements, caused them to become a lot heavier than they looked. Once he managed to move a large waste bone out of the way, he could finally discover whether he had wasted his time or vindicated his decision to dig deeper. "That is not what I expected," Vess spoke as he grew stunned at what he found. Even his sister became speechless for a moment as she hovered by his side. A few seconds of total silence passed by before Helena decided she wanted to take a closer look. She leaned over and brought her eyes closer to the distinctive-looking skeleton. "Am I looking at what I think it is?" Vess asked in a befuddled tone. "I may not be a biologist, but I still know enough about bones to see that your initial guess is not off the mark. There are differences that can be explained by different growth circumstances, but I can state with confidence that we are most definitely graced by the sight of a human skeleton." A human skeleton. Resting in the center with its arm bones clasped on its chest lay a human skeleton. Although Vess did not have a habit of playing around with bones, this was not the first time he encountered a human skeleton. Aside from that, Vess also possessed a good understanding of the human physique, including the makeup and proportions of every bone due to his Mech design, and especially bio-Mech design studies. Mechs often imitated the human form, so Mech designers had to understand the former in order to understand the latter. This was why he agreed with Helena's assessment and knew for certain that this was undoubtedly a human skeleton. How the hell did a human skeleton end up in this ancient alien prison facility? Vess questioned. Did I misjudge the age of these bones? Maybe an unlucky pioneer or colonist accidentally stumbled into this pocket space and prison, and somehow ended up in a fight against the descendants of ancient prisoners. Helena shook her head. That cannot be true. The passing of time is too obvious in all of these bones. The aura of death that they had once been saturated with has almost entirely dissipated, leaving little else but dust behind. The human skeleton has lingered here just as long as the larger alien bones that you have handled. They come from the same period of history. This is too ludicrous. How can this happen? Is it possible that we are looking at an altered Orvan skeleton instead? Of all of the varied native alien races of the Red Ocean, the Orvans resembled humans the most. Yet even then, no one would be able to mistake an Orvan for a human. Don't be silly, Vess. This skeleton most clearly has one pair of eyes instead of two. Orvans are also taller than average. There are also other differences in the growth of their bone structure that are obviously different. This is a genuine human skeleton. How? Vess could not explain how a human skeleton ended up so far away from the Milky Way and old Earth, where their race supposedly originated from. Shouldn't ancient humans still be living in caves and hunting mammoths at the time the owner of this skeleton ended up in this pocket space prison facility? As Vess continued to puzzle over how he could reconcile this find with what he knew of established history, his sister paid attention to an entirely different matter. We are looking at a genuine historical record that can definitely change humanity's perception of its own ancient past if we reveal its existence, Helena exclaimed. Do you think I can earn credit for this discovery, even if I don't have an actual identity in human civilization? That will never happen, Vess insisted. There were far too many things that could go wrong with such a revelation. Humanity had always believed that it was a young race that rose up from old Earth in relatively recent history and rose to dominance like a rocket. This short but proud history had given the human race a lot of confidence. Whereas many other races had risen to the stars much earlier, but barely managed to occupy a few star sectors in the Milky Way, humans had already conquered half of the galaxy in a fraction of the time. If anyone came out with strong proof that humans had not only treaded the stars much earlier than that, but also insinuated that old Earth might not be the planet where they originally came from, then all hell would break loose. The Terrans will kill us if we try to spread this discovery. The smug but powerful Terrans always took an inordinate amount of pride for maintaining control of humanity's ancestral home planet. Not even the Big Two could take it away from them, as any attempt at doing so would cause the Greater Terran United Confederation to launch a doomsday war against the rest of human space. In fact, even the Big Two would do their utmost to suppress the news and silence Vess, perhaps permanently. The myth of humanity's prodigal rise was far too valuable. Damaging it would damage the confidence of every single human, causing them to become more timid to the point where they no longer dared to conquer alien territories anymore. Interesting, his spiritual sister spoke as she poked her intangible finger through the skeleton. Interesting. What is interesting? You should take a closer look. No, just touch it. I think you will be pleasantly surprised by what you will find. Vess reluctantly did what she suggested and leaned over to touch one of the leg bones of the skeleton. What the? Do you feel it? Helena grinned like a sister who just introduced her younger sibling to an awesome new toy. You can feel it, right? These bones are anything but ordinary. They may look like they come from a random human body, but they are much, much more than that. You just need to infuse a little life into them to activate their dormant potential. Even though Vess did not touch the bones directly, he could feel as if a hungry void attracted his spirituality. It was as if Vess had just come across a battery that had remained empty for many ages. What would happen if Vess decided to charge this battery for a bit? Would he be able to activate the functions associated with the bones? His curiosity overruled all concerns. He wanted to know what would happen if he fed this dormant beast. Against his better judgment, he cautiously transferred a trickle of spiritual energy. The leg bone eagerly slurped up his life-attributed energy and seemed to come to life in an incredibly noticeable manner. What? The bones actually began to light up for no apparent reason. Vess examined the leg bone a lot closer, but couldn't see or sense the presence of any circuitry, electronics, spiritual constructs, or anything. The spiritual energy he donated was simply settling into the leg bone as if it had entered a pool that had literally been dry for ages. A small part of his spiritual energy even spilled over to the adjacent bones. Their hunger and eagerness to fill up their empty pools were even greater. I think one fact is clear. He spoke as he slowly let go of the bone to see whether it would do anything with the infusion of energy. "What is that, Ves?" Helena asked. "These bones aren't left behind by a regular human being," he responded. "In fact, I am seriously starting to doubt we are dealing with the remains of a member of the human race in the first place. This fellow might have looked indistinguishable from ordinary people back when he was alive, but you can argue that he actually belongs to another race entirely. This is especially the case when it seems that his bones are completely natural, which appears to be the case." When Ves briefly came into contact with the leg bone and infused it with a little life, he gained the sense that it had never been altered or augmented in any way. It had grown into a spiritually reactive material in a completely organic fashion. Chapter 40, 777 Traces of a Forgotten Age. "The skeleton deserves a name," Helena said as she continued to stare at the slightly glowing leg bone that still looked as if it was a cool glow toy. "I think that we will be working with it a lot now that we have discovered it. I know you well enough that you will never let go of this discovery, no matter what the Big Two might think about its existence." "That's right." Ves practically drooled at the sight of the human skeleton that lay neatly between a pile of recently displaced alien bones. He had always been on the lookout for spiritually reactive materials. Despite issuing instructions to his clan, as well as certain external organizations for materials that possessed the properties he needed, he had failed to get his hands on anything like unending alloy, despite offering rich rewards. Aside from internal skull bones from Galenta whales, a non-intelligent aquatic species, Ves had no clue where he could get his hands on known, spiritually reactive materials in the new frontier. These apparently human bones presented him with a pleasant surprise. Ves grew bolder and began to touch another leg bone. This time, he infused it with more spiritual energy. This not only caused the ancient organic object to light up a bit brighter, but also gave him a better sense on how much energy it could absorb before its pool became filled. "These bones can hold a lot of energy," he gasped. "Their capacity exceeds that of unending alloy and pea stones." He loosely estimated that he could pump tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of Ves worth of spiritual energy inside all of the bones before they became saturated. By that time, the entire skeleton would probably light up as if it was a god that had descended onto the mortal plane. "Wait," Ves abruptly said. "This fellow isn't coming back alive by injecting my energy into these remains, right?" "Don't worry, brother. As I said, too much time has passed. That is the point where the traces of death have long faded away. Even the most stubborn humans cannot escape the claws of death. These ancient bones are nothing but the dust that the previous owner has left behind in his passing." "All right." He trusted his sister's judgment on this matter. She was the daughter of death, after all. Her expertise on this subject vastly exceeded his own. He just wanted to be sure in case he accidentally revived an ancient monster. Again. Since it became clear that this skeleton couldn't have belonged to an ordinary baseline human, Ves and Helena began to guess at the ancient human's identity and life experience. The shapes and structure of these bones definitely correspond to that of a human male, Ves surmised. Even if it is clear that these bones are exceptional and consist of an exceptional mixture of exotic materials, the pelvis and hips of this skeleton are not as wide and flared as that of a female human. His intangible sister concurred with his assessment. "I cannot detect any traces of the human's past life, but it looks unmistakably male in my vast experience of looking at dead human corpses." "Hi. You should give it a name," Helena suggested again. "How about calling it Adam?" "The first human? Let's not go overboard. The identity and the power of this ancient human was most definitely awesome, but that is no reason to deify these remains. Maybe David is better. His sister looked impressed. After the giant slayer, that is an apt name, since this ancient human was buried under so many bones from larger alien species that he may have a hand in slaying them. This is a warrior's grave. Vess shrugged. Actually, I just want to call him David because we found him in a pocket space in Davut. They quickly moved on to decipher other information from this skeleton. I am completely uncertain how old David used to be. Vess frowned. The skeletal structure suggests that he was an adult at the time of his death, but that is all. His bone composition is so far removed from the baseline human standard that his aging pattern may be completely different. For all I know, he may have lived through several millennia, but still look like a middle-aged guy. I truly wish that the passage of time hasn't been so harsh on David's skeletal remains. Helena lamented. We could have learned so much about his identity and his place in history if even a trace of him remained. Is there truly nothing left? Vess frowned. What are you doing, brother? I am taking a closer look at the skull. If there is any trace of life left of the man who we currently call David, then it should definitely reside in the temple of his mind. Vess bent down and carefully grasped the skull on both sides before trying to wrench it from its spine. It remained stubbornly attached. He had to apply a bit more force than he liked to pop out the skull from the rest of the skeleton. Oddly enough, the jawbone also remained attached to the rest of the skull, but Vess felt that he could pull it out if he liked. From the moment his armored hands grasped the sides of the skull, he could already feel a significantly stronger attraction towards spiritual energy. Vess cautiously fed it with a bit more spiritual energy. Wow! As soon as it took in his spiritual energy, the skull glowed considerably brighter than the leg bones. Not only that, but two pale green points of lights had lit up in the middle of the empty and hollow eye sockets. It gave him the illusion, as if a revenant spirit had just awakened. Of course, Vess knew better. He hadn't actually revived any ancient undead human entity. The light show was merely produced by an unknown natural mechanism that fed off spiritual energy. Since Vess' domain was predominantly attributed towards life and metal, the glowing eye orbs reflected this by taking on a silvery green hue. Interesting. He tried to figure out whether anything new showed up. So far, his life-attributed energy did not feed any spiritual remnants or anything. There was absolutely nothing inside the giant void, inside the skull. Vess grew disappointed. He would have loved to revive an ancient guide that could provide him with valuable information about the layout and the secrets of this ancient prison facility. He also wanted to ask David how the hell a human like him ended up hundreds of thousands of light years away from humanity's supposed homeworld, long before the first starships ascended from its surface. You know, I get the feeling that the Milky Way and the Red Ocean used to be more interconnected than everyone assumes, he speculated. I have witnessed sights back in the old galaxy that suggest that the native aliens of the Red Ocean may have ended up in my home galaxy. If I assume that is true, then it is not a stretch to believe that natives of the Milky Way made their way here as well. The strongest proof of cross-contamination was the unending one. He didn't know it at the time, but now that he looked back on his encounters with this cruel but powerful dark god, the tentacled whale's spiritual appearance closely matched that of an unclean whale. Helena crossed her arms. The story is probably not that simple. It is best not to draw any premature conclusions. MMHMM. Vess turned his attention back on trying to derive anything useful from this find. Pumping the skull with spiritual energy caused it to glow a little brighter, but it still lacked an essential spark of life, which was a shame. Nothing else happened as Vess tried to manipulate it in various ways. He studied the skull and the rest of the skeleton to see if he could see any remains of clothes, weapons, equipment, or access passes, but the ancient human truly didn't leave any of that behind. That was another disappointment. Although Vess had become incredibly interested in David's story and the properties of his remains, none of this provided him with any immediate help. He hadn't forgotten about his original purpose. Before Vess was ready to wrap up this examination, Helena raised her palm. "Wait, let me give this a try. Can you take back the energy you put into the skull?" "Sure." Once he did so, Helena's intangible form slowly approached and placed a palm against the side of the human skull. Soon, a trickle of death energy entered the skull's giant pool, causing it to glow in a darker and more ominous tint. "I knew it. This skull can not only absorb different elements, it can do so without exhibiting any obvious bias." The two energies began to cycle around each other like a typical yin-yang symbol. The interplay between life combined with metal on one side and death on the other side seemed to form, and Vess looked at David's skull with astonishment. The eye sockets, which previously held two silvery green points of light, now held a pair of dark gray orbs. The skull had taken a much more ominous vibe. Vess subjectively felt as if he was holding a colder object in his arms, but that was just an illusion created by negative energy. "Can you do anything else with it now that you have pumped it with your energy?" Vess asked his sister. "If this is the extent of what you can do, then this doesn't really change anything." A skull that could hold different spiritual energy attributes was not functionally different from pea stones and unending alloy. It was hardly worth getting excited over alone. Why not try injecting your own energy into it again? Don't drain my energy away this time. I am curious to see what will happen." He shrugged. "Okay, sister, but I don't think anything special will happen. I have tried that before with pea stones. The only thing that happens is that they will get jumbled together and turn into a compound mush." As Vess cautiously injected his own spiritual energy into the skull again, it did not do what he expected it to do. Instead of blending with the death energy that Helena had provided earlier, the two energies remained separated from each other. Vess became a lot more alert all of a sudden. That isn't supposed to happen. The injection of spiritual energy from two different entities seemed to trigger an unknown mechanism that caused the skull to exhibit more activity. The two energies began to cycle around each other like a typical yin-yang symbol. The interplay between life combined with metal on one side and death on the other side seemed to form an engine inside the skull. The eye sockets began to change as well. One of them glowed in silvery green, while the other in ominous dark gray. "I knew it, ha, Helena suddenly cackled. "Our mother would definitely be interested in what we have discovered today." Vess remained confused. "What's the big deal?" "I know who David used to be. Our mother told me stories about them. If I am not mistaken, you are looking at a primordial form of the human race." "Wait, what? Primordial form? This skeleton is nowhere close to that of a baseline human." His sister glanced at him as if he was an idiot. "The variation of humans you call baseline are anything but normal, you silly brother. They are not the default form of the human species. They are the low-end version of what humans could be. David is an older and less downgraded version of humanity. He used to be so powerful back when he was alive, and he didn't even have to work as hard as normal humans in this day and age. Do you understand now, Vess? David is a relic of the most glorious period of human history. You might think that the age of conquest is already impressive enough, but you know nothing of the age where human gods such as myself used to be a lot more common than in the past. And that makes you so excited because, don't you see, Vess? With a lot of creative processing, David's skeleton can easily be used to reconstruct a human body for our mother. Not the superior mother, but your original mother who gave birth to you at Cloudy Curtain." "Really?" Chapter 40, 778 Primordial. What Helena said at the end shocked Vess beyond his wits. If there was one big regret in his life, it was his sorrow that his mother hadn't lived long enough for him to grow up under her care. Though he had reached the age where he no longer particularly yearned for his mother's care, he still possessed a lot of affection for the woman who gave him birth and provided him with his happiest early memories. Even though the current version of his mother diverged considerably from the gentle and pleasant woman that he remembered from his past, that did not change the fact that he loved her like any child would feel towards a parent. If there was a way for him to bring Cynthia Larkinson back to life in the flesh, he would definitely pounce on the opportunity. No matter how difficult it was, or how many resources he had to expend in order to make it happen, he would find a way to get it done, so that his father could finally spend the rest of his life with his loved one in a more ideal fashion. Vess stared at this skull, which seamlessly contained spiritual energy from two different sources, without mixing them up. He did not know why this was important, or how it was related to bringing his mother back to life, but he needed an explanation from his spiritual sister. He turned towards her. Right now, the woman glowed with so much joy that she looked as if she had literally risen from the grave. "You need to tell me more, Helena. Start with explaining the differences between baseline humans and these so-called primordial humans." "They are both humans, just like how dwarves are humans that just happen to be built differently," Helena replied. "The differences between modern baseline humans and ancient primordial humans cover other areas, though. In your world, it is similar to the differences between a budget mech and a premium mech, no expert mech. Are you calling modern humans like myself the cheap and inferior version of the human race?" Vess frowned. "Baseline humans are not inferior, Vess. It is not my intention to insult this group. They are a product of their times, and the same applies to primordial humans. Many eons ago, human society, as you can call it, used to be a lot grander. The humans that lived at that time were all powerful beyond what you can imagine. These were glorious times, and one that cannot be equaled anymore because the galaxy is no longer able to sustain primordial humans anymore." Although Vess had already speculated that this might be the case, he still couldn't remain skeptical of this outlandish story. Weren't humans supposed to be cave dwellers on Earth at the time? "Oh, Vess. Hey, it is a legitimate question." "This is not an easy question to answer," Helena answered in a more reluctant tone than before. "Our mother has given me a history lesson, but she merely brushed over the major events. I suspect that she does not know much about those periods either. What I can tell you was that a cataclysm occurred that fundamentally broke the Milky Way and possibly regions. The galaxy never became the same again, and much of what made primordial humans great could not be repeated anymore. Do not ask me what happened next. I can only say that after all of the dust has settled, primordial humans have left the stage, and the group that you call baseline humans have become the dominant strain. This was a heavy history lesson, even if it was woefully light on the details. Vess had so many questions that he didn't know where to begin. "Let me guess," Vess eventually spoke. "The reason why David's skeleton is a suitable raw material to bring our real mother back to life is because she is also a primordial human, right?" Helena gave him a brilliant smile. "That is so. Do you know why she is so powerful in life as well as in her unlife? Her race plays a large role in her rise. Primordial humans are powerful, Vess. They are naturally gifted and can easily master powers that are out of reach to baseline humans." "Are you sure our mother is descended from this group? You just told me that primordial humans went extinct." "Since when did I say that, brother? I merely mentioned that they have left the stage. That does not mean they have all died out. It is true that the vast majority of primordial humans have died out, but there are still ways for a small population of remnants to maintain small, isolated populations. These enclaves have survived for many ages, and some of them still exist up to this day." Vess became less surprised than before. It was easy enough for him to make this guess, after learning that his mother was a descendant of this small but extremely special group of ancient humans. It explained so much, to be honest. Major strains of humanity working together, their civilization wouldn't have been able to survive the most difficult period and expand so quickly once they gained their stride. It is only later on that, does the 5 scrolls compact consist of primordial humans as well? Helena nodded. Not entirely, but their upper ranks may as well be completely comprised of them. The leaders of the compact take great pride in their bloodlines and heritage. As you can imagine, they consider themselves to be racially superior to all of the other variants of humans that are part of modern human society. They have always believed that it is their birthright to reign over lesser humans. They do not even consider baseline humans to be of the same kind as theirs. That sounded awfully familiar to how the Orvans structured their society. The gulf between the upper castes and the lower castes were so enormous that the Orvans could not fathom they could get along with each other as equals. The Age of Conquest, that was driven by the 5 Scrolls Compact, right? He asked. You can say that about the Age of Stars as well, but you can also argue that baseline humans were already doing well for themselves. Mother describes it more as a collective effort. Without the 2 major strains of humanity working together, their civilization wouldn't have been able to survive the most difficult period and expand so quickly once they gained their stride. It is only later on that differences arose that became increasingly more difficult to resolve. It was interesting how Helena framed the rebellion of the MTA and CFA as a political affair. The greater truth was probably a lot more profound, and he bet that the sacred scrolls played a large role in the disputes. Let us get back on track, Vess said. How does taking David's skeleton back to Mother help with bringing her back to life? If she is one of these so-called primordial humans, isn't it easier to just dig up her grave and clone new flesh to wrap around her extremely valuable bones? Helena started to circle around Vess, paying constant attention to the glowing skeleton while she did so. The situation is not as simple as it sounds. As you know, our mother isn't actually dead in the traditional sense of the word, yet it is undeniable that she has died. She was already cursed and dying from the moment she fled to the Komodo star sector in order to escape pursuit. Her afflictions sapped her of all of her strength while she was trying to prolong her life. Bringing you to term and such drained her more than you could ever know. By the time she passed, her bones had already been drained to a much worse state than these bones. That sounded like a cruel and awful curse. Vess could not imagine what could have laid his powerful mother low. He felt he had been more than correct in his decision to evade the cultists of the 5 Scrolls Compact by fleeing to the Red Ocean. Though it was improbable that he could avoid the tentacles of the Compact forever, he could still delay a confrontation by continuing to go on far-off expeditions that were far removed from planets such as Davut. Okay, I get it. Her old body is used up until it has been wrung dry. How does using David's skeleton help? It used to belong to a completely different primordial human. The skeleton doesn't even belong to a female, and I am pretty sure that hundreds of thousands of years of resting inside this funeral pyre has caused it to lose a lot of value. You know nothing, Vess. From my perspective, these bones are almost perfect. The fact that they belong to a man is not an issue, as I am sure they can be reshaped. The fact that they have been so well preserved in an environment as static and sterile as this abandoned prison facility means that it has remained untainted by any filth. Only time has worn it down, and that is good news because any lingering resentment or other strong attachments have faded away. It has been cleansed down to its deepest parts. Our mother will not experience any backlash by appropriating it. Do you understand? I think so. The complete skeleton of a primordial human is not the material we need to make our mother whole again, Helena seriously said. We need to gather many other materials, but you do not need to worry about that. Our mother and father can collect the supplementary goods on their own. The primordial skeleton is the core that brings it all together. The ritual absolutely cannot proceed if it is absent. Vess found it quite coincidental that he got kidnapped to this pocket space before subsequently stumbling upon exactly the right skeleton during a breakout attempt. Helena's presence was also crucial. If she hadn't been around to encourage him to dig through this pile of alien bones and identify the extraordinary origins of the skeleton, then he may have missed this crucial find entirely. Although Vess was still interested in trying to get to the bottom of David's story, that was not as important as securing these bones for himself. "We can't leave this behind to the MTA," he spoke. "Will the Mechers be able to recognize the remains of a primordial human?" "Yes," Helena simply replied. "Okay, then we will need to take it away before the association arrives." "How will you do that, Vess?" He grinned behind his helmet. "I have just the trick. I have been waiting to pull this off. I think that the bones are just small enough that I can get away with pulling off this move." He carefully put down the glowing skull and carefully pulled a few hand bones from David's remains. Vess studied them for a moment before he opened up a storage compartment in his unending regalia that offered enough room for him to stuff the hand bones inside. "Let's see whether this works," he spoke. His body shifted in an abrupt fashion. Helena noticed the oddity but did not spot any differences. Of course it wouldn't be that easy, he frowned. He activated another function that caused the bones stuffed in the small compartment to be sprayed with a glue-like substance. It quickly hardened and cased the small bones to be physically attached to the unending regalia. "Let's try this." When Vess' body shifted again, Helena became surprised and shocked when she noticed that the storage compartment held nothing anymore. "Ha ha ha, it worked." "Did you lose the bones?" "No," Vess grinned at her sister. "I just put it in a much safer storage vault. Let me bring in the rest. I can assure you that nothing will go missing." Though Helena had her doubts about this assertion, Vess quickly proceeded to pull off the same trick. He started to apply the glue trick to the smallest bones and slowly worked his way up. It became a lot more difficult for him to physically attach the more sizable bones, such as the waist bone, to his armor. But he managed to solve that by attaching them to the back and pretending that they were backpack modules. Vess continued to exploit this interaction with inventorization and the system space until he had safely brought away all of David's bones aside from the skull. He originally intended to stow it away as well, but he stopped when he stared at its glowing shape. "What are you up to now, Vess?" "Now that you have told me about how awesome primordial humans are, I wonder if I can leverage their exceptional traits." "How?" "You'll see." Chapter 40, 779 Decade. "What are you doing, Vess?" "Isn't it obvious, sister? I'm charging the skull." "I am not blind, brother, but what is the purpose of doing this? You are expending your energy and wearing down your mind by doing this. Shouldn't you be conserving your strength for what may come?" "I am not losing any of the energies I am putting inside this skill," Vess stated as he waved the glowing skull that he held in between his armored hands. "If you look carefully, this container is doing an excellent job at isolating its contents. Besides, I am extremely curious how this skull is automatically separating spiritual energy provided by different sources, and how I can best leverage this property." To be honest, Helena was right to be concerned. This was because Vess kept connecting with different design spirits so that they could deposit their unique energies into his latest toy. Since David's skull could continue to store these energies without causing them to contaminate each other, Vess wanted to find out if there were any limits. If his suspicions about not possessing a limit was true, then Vess could think about a lot of possible uses for the skull. Of course, he needed to make sure he did not inadvertently damage it or alter its fundamental qualities in the process. He wanted to see if he could find a practical application for this object that would provide him with a bit of additional assistance in this time of need. It certainly seemed powerful enough to hide a lot of potential uses. He had a feeling that Master Benedict Cortez would probably go crazy if the man found this magical skull. Although Vess did not have a good understanding of what primordial humans and their bones were capable of, he could already conclude that David's skull was absolutely more remarkable than Object 335, which was meant to become the heart of the Geist system that he developed for his upcoming expert stealth mech. Vess interrupted his current activity of channeling different spiritual energies into David's skull and directed a perplexed expression towards his sister. After moving on from the disassembled pile of bones, the two had resumed their journey to the bottom of the ancient prison complex. His sister looked a lot happier than before. Finding the well-preserved skeleton of a powerful primordial human that somehow got stranded in the Red Ocean over 100,000 years ago had been an unexpected gift to her. The Oblivion Empire that their mother had built in the Nyxian Gap secretly spent a lot of effort searching for one, but the chances of finding one was practically nil. Too much time had passed in the Milky Way for such remains to be lying on the streets. Helena knew that the influence of the 5 Scrolls Compact was too pervasive. Whether it was the Age of Conquest or the Age of Mechs, the Compact maintained a lot of reach. The secretive cult's tentacles had stretched to every star sector, and it had raised countless subordinate organizations that could search for anything of interest. It was obvious that the Compact would have an extremely high interest in retrieving any primordial human skeletons that hadn't already been destroyed by aliens or the ravages of the galaxy. After all, if Cynthia Larkinson could bring her corporeal self back to life and mend the wounds to her most inner core, then so could the highest practitioners of the Compact. Aside from that, the Big Two would definitely not let go of the remains of primordial humans either. Helena's eyes narrowed for a time when she went over the horror stories that her mother passed on to her. The Mech Trade Association especially rankled her due to how far it was willing to go to chase after ultimate power. Even if the Oblivion Empire managed to secure a whole and complete skeleton of a strong enough primordial human back in the old galaxy, her mother's problems still wouldn't be over. Depending on how much it became exposed to the environment, it could have become contaminated with all kinds of messy elements. If the skeleton also came from an individual who had only died fairly recently, then the strong imprint and attachment to the bones made it virtually impossible for others to make use of it. The remains would have to be refined over a long period of time, with resources that were pretty much unattainable to the Oblivion Empire. David's skeleton therefore came as an enormous relief. The only difficulty that bothered Helena was transporting it all the way back to the Milky Way before subsequently sending it to the Nyxian Gap. It was impossible to employ a normal courier service for this crucial task. The Big Two inspected every piece of cargo that passed through the Greater Bayonder Gates and the Lesser Bayonder Gates. There was no way a primordial skeleton could ever get through without triggering a lot of alarms. The only other way to bring David all the way to the Nyxian Gap was to have Vess use his strange and surprisingly effective dimensional storage capability to his advantage to smuggle the precious primordial skeleton over in person. She didn't know how her brother would respond to such a request. Vess had invested so much into the Red Ocean that even a temporary departure would mess up all of his plans and arrangements in the new frontier. It was due to this heavy demand that she was reluctant to raise the request to her brother. On the one hand, she wanted her mother to get healed from her affliction that constantly caused her to leak out her power, as if she was a starship that suffered a hull breach that couldn't be repaired. On the other hand, she wanted Vess to remain happy and keep thriving in a dwarf galaxy where the hand of the 5 Scrolls Compact still remained weak. Sending him back to the old galaxy would bring him far too close to the agents of the dreaded cult. Though she said nothing during these minutes, Vess was sharp enough to pick up on her unease. He could easily guess the reason why she felt so troubled. "Let us discuss what we will do with David after I have survived this ordeal. There is little point in worrying about it now when I am still in unfriendly territory. We need to focus on the matters at hand." Helena nodded. "You are right. By the way, I think we are approaching a site of greater importance." Vess turned his attention back to the path ahead. They had passed through a few halls and moved down to the lowest level of the facility. He slowed down so that Blinky could proceed and scout the massive chamber located immediately ahead. "Oh," Vess spoke. "What is that supposed to mean?" His sister furrowed her brows. "I cannot sense anything up ahead. What did you find? Is it empty?" It isn't empty. I just need to wrap my head around what I have stumbled upon. I did not expect that there would still be intact storage containers in this empty facility. Once Blinky tentatively confirmed that there should be any immediate threats up ahead, Vess and Helena proceeded forward. Vess had been right in his hunch. Over 100 cylindrical containers were neatly placed in different round clusters. They were significantly taller than Mech's, but were only half as thick. He found it odd that they had remained untouched all of this time. It was as if the former owners of this facility never bothered to take them away, and just left them here to rest for thousands of years. Why do you think the previous occupants left them behind? Helena curiously asked. The logical answer is that the containers don't hold anything worth transporting back to normal space, Vess replied. The next most probable answer is that the previous occupants had to flee in relative haste and could not run away quickly enough. As Vess moved closer to the nearest cluster of cylindrical containers, his armor suddenly bumped into an energy shield that just came to life. Ah, damn it. That wasn't supposed to be there. How come there are still functioning energy shields in this place? It turned out that the prison facility wasn't as powerless as he thought. This was the first time that he came across a genuine powered effect in this prison. Everything else had been so simple that they did not require any energy to sustain their operations. Both Vess and Helena grew a lot sharper. A storage facility that contained reserves of food or ordinary supplies did not necessarily merit such protection. There had to be a reason for the alien builders to add an additional layer of protection in this facility, to prevent any escaping prisoners or intruders from exploiting the goods stored inside the containers. Vess did not immediately proceed forward, but instead moved to a bunch of other container clusters. Each time, he bumped into the same energy shields, but he already expected that to be the case. What he was actually paying attention to was whether the energy shields still remained consistent. Aha, I see. Vess grinned behind his helmet as he studied the performance of the latest energy shield he purposely bumped into. They're not the same. What did you discover, Vess? His sister curiously hovered closer. It is just an energy shield, so what? Ha, that may be true, but there are a lot of details that you are overlooking. First, these energy shields don't activate unless something approaches the area under their protection. They are normally turned off because keeping them on not only consumes a constant amount of power, but also wears out the shield generators. Okay, I could have made that observation as well, Vess. There is more. Did you notice that these energy shields are flickering a bit? They are still strong, no doubt, but they are hardly performing at their prime anymore. Unlike the solid transphasic stone material that we are surrounded by, any electric device is much more complex and much more prone to malfunctioning over time. I highly doubt the alien shield generators were designed to exist for so long. That sounds plausible. TZ. Look at this energy shield, Vess said as he slapped his armed hand against the protection barrier. Did you notice another crucial detail? The alien builders have clearly demonstrated their mastery of face water technology. Their shield generators are bound to be transphasic, but there is virtually no noticeable transphasic effect acting on the barriers. The energy shields were meant to be transphasic, but the incredible passage of time has either evaporated all of the face water or caused it to decay in another manner. Whatever the case, the shields are incomparably weak compared to what they were at their peak. Helena finally perked up. I see. You think it is possible to breach through these energy shields. If you can do that, you will gain access to a cluster of alien storage containers. Exactly. Before I expend a lot of effort to break one of these decrepit energy shields, I will need to scout ahead and see whether it is worthwhile to gain access to these containers. He sent Blinky forth as always and did not look surprised, as the alien systems responsible for watching out for intruders completely overlooked the companion spirit's passage. In fact, even if an energy shield activated anyway, Vess still doubted whether they could block a spiritual entity's passage. The tech clearly hadn't been developed to account for spiritual intrusions. As Blinky dove into a cylindrical storage container and explored what they contained, Vess suddenly paused. "What did you find, Vess? Tell me, please." "I've discovered a stash of face water." "That's great news, Vess. How much did you find? Are the entire containers filled with face water?" "Not exactly. Many containers are empty. The others show signs that they used to hold various quantities of face water, but I believe that the contents have long decayed over time. So far, I have only found 3 containers where there is only a bit of face water pooling at the bottom. There used to be a lot more face water stored in them, but even if much of it has disappeared, there are still many kilograms left after all of this time." "It is a start." He nodded in agreement. "It's a start." Chapter 40, 780 faded to dust. Vess scouted the containers even more. He explored numerous clusters and made sure to take a peek in each of them with the help of Blinky. The companion spirit only needed a single glimpse in order to confirm whether any remaining face water was left inside. He could not use the Phase King to sense the overall quantities of face water in all of the surrounding containers, because the containers were made out of an alloy that was extremely effective at isolating face water. Since each giant barrel could potentially hold thousands of kilograms of pure face water, they had to be made out of excellently stabilized alloys that could withstand the constant spatial activity generated by pure face water. Even then, Vess found it rather ludicrous to believe that all of the containers in this storage chamber collectively held hundreds of thousands of kilograms of face water. He did not know common face water used to be in the past. It should not be common to the point where alien groups could gather face water as easily with the same level of ease as stockpiling food rations. The aliens probably stored face water in a diluted form, Vess guessed. It is easy enough to mix face water with either a stabilizing substance or just plain water. By neutralizing the effects of face water or reducing its effective concentration, you can effectively make it a lot less dangerous to handle. It is also less risky to store blended face water over the long term this way. The only troublesome part is getting it back out again. Blinky possessed no face water affinity or face water senses on his own, so the cat found it difficult to judge whether the containers held pure or diluted face water. Whatever the case, both forms could be useful to Vess. "Do you want to breach an energy shield and gather whatever face water you can find inside this cluster?" Vess shook his head. "Not yet. It will take a significant amount of time and effort for me to do so. I do not think it is wise for me to get distracted by this when I haven't fully explored the lower levels of this prison yet. I need to take a peek at the other chambers and halls to see whether I can find anything worthwhile over there. My main priority is to find a control room where I can access the systems that still run this facility." He would have loved to spend days in this storage chamber if he wasn't in the middle of a crisis. He loved to make lucrative discoveries like this. There was never a time where he had too much face water in his possession. Still, he had greater priorities at this time, so he reluctantly turned away from the cylinders that still contained a fraction of the face water they still held, and continued to explore the lowest level of the facility. He failed to find anything interesting. Vast chambers and different rooms that clearly held a lot of furniture and other items in the past had now become completely hollow and barren. Vess continually wondered why the previous occupants brought away all of the hardware, but conspicuously left the containers that held varying quantities of face water behind. It was impossible for the natives of the Red Ocean to forego the opportunity to take away a lot of free face water. Maybe the people who emptied this facility of all of its goods failed to break through the energy shields, Helena speculated. That is the theory that I am thinking about as well. It implies that the group that controlled this prison last did not manage to overcome the security barriers that isolated all of the precious face water. This indicates that there are issues relating to authorization and control. A prison breakout may have occurred that either succeeded or did enough damage that the current controllers of this facility lost a great degree of access rights. Either way, the survivors chose to abandon this facility with what little control they had left. That is the most plausible theory that I have heard, but we need to find a control room. They continued to sweep the lowest floor, and when that did not yield anything, they moved to the next floor and repeated their search. It was not until they entered the third floor from the bottom that the pair of siblings finally encountered another break in the pattern. This discovery was just as significant as the containers of face water down below, if not greater. I am not entirely certain yet, but if there is any place that holds a control room of sorts, it has to be behind that broken wall. There was a broken wall. This was the first sign of genuine damage to the facility that Vess had seen up to this point. The walls in the other areas were completely whole at best and lightly scratched at worst. Their resilience was immense, and most face water-based abilities simply failed to take effect. Vess could not imagine what sort of attack had managed to breach through tens of meters of solid stone in order to create a tunnel that led to a smaller chamber that was situated at an odd location. Careful, brother, there may be danger up ahead. You don't need to remind me of that. I will just get close enough so that Blinky is able to scout ahead. As Blinky moved into the tunnel and took a closer look at the breach, Vess soon figured out how an unknown group managed to break into the place. Look at the sides of this wall. You can see artificial signs that it has been smoothed out, but whoever did it mostly focused on making the floor as flat as possible while removing the rougher edges on the other sides and the ceiling. From the patterns I can see from them, I can deduce that the tunnel has been bored by an overwhelming application of thermal energy. Like a mining laser, right? The Big Brother version of a mining laser, Vess replied. It has to be a transphasic laser weapon at the scale of a Mech-grade laser cannon, or more probably a warship-grade cannon. What complicates it even further is that it cannot fire a single beam for a couple of seconds. Unless its power is overwhelming, the laser weapon most certainly took its time to drill all the way to the other side of the wall. In fact, the weapon stopped firing shortly before it managed to break through on the other end. Do you see how much more jagged and fractured the transphasic stone becomes in the distance? That tells me that whoever wanted to get inside simply hammered the last bits of stone into pieces. Helena already started to come up with a story in her mind about an epic prison break. If these are the marks of an escape attempt, how have the prisoners gotten their hands on a warship-grade laser cannon? Vess grinned at her. Who said anything about using armaments? All beings that claim that they are gods are all the same. They eschew external tools and always rely on their own intrinsic strengths to do the job. I can only imagine that a phase lord has figured out a way to output a powerful laser beam from his body and leverage his own face water to make sure the attack is strong enough to drill through all of this transphasic stone. That sounded like a plausible theory. Vess knew he could have actually gone in this direction as well, though at a much smaller scale. He ultimately went in another direction. During his last marathon in the system space, he settled for integrating a miniature kinetic gun in his cyborg leg and focused the remainder of his evolution on obscuring his true nature. So how does figuring this out help us at this junction? Helena patiently asked. It tells me that if I absolutely have to breach through a lot of transphasic stone walls, I would be better off using an energy weapon rather than a kinetic weapon. More specifically, I should stick to relying on pure heat to melt or vaporize the stone, and whatever face water is integrated into them. It makes sense, as it is quite rare for phase lords to develop energy attack methods. It is much easier to develop in a similar direction as the Trampler of Stars, and rely on growing a strong body first, and come up with a few spatial manipulation tricks that can serve as your signature moves. Obviously, Vess had a low opinion of these delusional gods, who obsessed way too much about growing the biggest and densest bodies. Sure, more meat helped with increasing the absolute amount of face water that a body could hold, but what was the point of that? An organism with several tons of face water in his body was merely a deadlier monster to Vess. At least the compact cultists in the old galaxy made more sense by trying to transcend the limitations of the corporeal form entirely. After conducting several more rounds of explorations, Vess tentatively concluded that no one had bothered to set up a trap in the tunnel. "Let's head inside." As Vess and Helena proceeded to move through the tunnel that was large enough to fit an elephant with plenty of room to spare, Blinky, along with a small and simple observer bot, flew forward. Vess sent out the purple star cat to act as his eyes and ears, while the bot merely served as a decoy that might trigger any hidden proximity traps. Fortunately, nothing serious happened once they reached the other end. As Blinky entered the chamber on the other end first, the cat could immediately tell that he had entered an entirely different space. The stones no longer looked bare and perfunctory anymore. Instead, faded alien frescoes and other impressive images marked the walls. The ceiling and floor were both made out of a different transphasic stone variety with a brighter blue tint. All in all, the chamber that Vess guessed was a control room was obviously set up to accommodate high-ranking personnel. "Now we are talking." Vess smiled as he approached the left side first. The fact that these markings haven't entirely faded yet is a testament to their higher quality craftsmanship. It was a pity that all he could see were blotches of faded colors at this point. The alien artwork that previously made this room look more resplendent hadn't been able to withstand the test of time that well. "Everything returns to dust in the end." Helena spoke as she studied the other faded painted walls. "It is easy for someone to rise to fame and be remembered for years. It is more challenging to have the monuments made after you endure for decades or centuries. Only the greatest figures can ensure that their names are kept in the history books, but even history can fade as a civilization rises and falls throughout the eons. The march of entropy proceeds ever onwards. All will fade into dust, and in time even dust shall crumble." Vess directed a flat stare towards his sister. Okay, cool story. Anyway, we're here to see if we can access the controls of the prison facility. This has to be the right place." He no longer bothered to study the artwork, since they had all faded to the point of losing value. He turned around and moved directly to the other side of the chamber. The metal clanking of his armor hitting the stone floor slowed down as he reached the end to behold the damage done to what appeared to be a large, crystalline control interface. Once upon a time, a brilliant command console must have covered this wall. The quartz-like crystals came in shades of purple to green. Unfortunately, someone had come and ripped at least 2/3 of the crystals away. If that was not enough, someone had come in and hammered at the remaining crystals, causing them to break. The broken ends of those crystals laid forgotten and abandoned on the floor. His sister eventually floated closer as well. "So these are the controls that you hope to access?" "Yes." "How will you proceed?" "Isn't it obvious?" Vess started to grin behind his helmet. "I am going to fix this control interface." Chapter 40, 781 related tech. "So how does one repair an ancient alien crystal control interface?" Helena asked as she plucked her and casually turned it into its pistol mode and back again. "Because from my eyes, you are faced with drastically different technology than the circuitry and other conventional technology that you are accustomed to working with. This isn't one of your mechs, Vess. This is true red ocean alien technology that has never intersected with the tech that humanity has developed." Vess did not immediately respond. Instead, he already entered into his work mode and focused on collecting lots of data. He utilized all of the sensors built into his unending regalia to thoroughly scan and map out the broken crystalline interface. In addition to that, he held his Vulcani multiscanner and proceeded to examine the different crystals one by one in order to figure out whether he could mend the broken crystals. "Hello, Vess. Don't ignore your sister, it's rude." "Oh, sorry, Helena. I often get distracted whenever I am engaged in my work. I operate best when I can devote my full concentration to a task. Anyway, I did not miss your last question. The short answer is that, while you are right that I am most proficient in working with conventional human technology, don't count me out right away. I have worked with my fair share of alien technology, most prominently luminar crystal technology. The gray lotus that is tied to your flower is one of them, remember. Not all crystals are the same, Vess. As far as I am aware of, the luminar race whose technology you have scavenged from are native to the Milky Way. They developed their tech under vastly different circumstances. That is true up to a point, Vess said with a smile. What do you mean by that? Vess reached down and picked up a broken purple crystal. Look closely at this. Do you see the squiggles and patterns that are etched inside? These bear a remarkable resemblance to the circuitry of luminar crystals. In fact, even if the crystal circuitry patterns are different, I can clearly see that they share at least some of the same paradigms and frameworks. Helena slowly widened her eyes. Are you suggesting that this native red ocean crystal tech has a family relation with luminar crystal technology? I am not suggesting it. I am merely stating the truth. Look at this, dearest sister. He projected one of his luminar crystal designs from his combat armor. The projected crystal was situated right next to the ancient purple crystal. The similarities became more obvious at this point. As Helena leaned closer, she could vaguely recognize a few patterns that looked awfully similar. In fact, the likelihood that two completely different civilizations located in two completely different galaxies would develop their crystal circuitry tech in such a similar fashion was quite low. Wait, isn't a lot of technology similar due to universal laws? The design spirit questioned as she adopted a skeptical tone. After all, for many civilizations, their uses of electricity, circuitry, starship thrusters, and so on are all highly related to each other, because there aren't many other ways to perform the same actions in a more effective way. I know what you are talking about, but this is different. Crystals like these can be empowered and configured in many different ways. It is like building a city. We like to build lots of fixed structures on the ground, and if possible build a host of floating structures in the air, and pair that up with a highly defensive underground tunnel complex, in case of war. The Nuncers, on the other hand, stick to building large metal towers that also function as starships. This allows these aliens to adopt a more nomadic lifestyle, where their homes and warships are always with them and can always move wherever they like. Do you see how much they diverge? Personally, Vess thought that the Nuncers adopted an excellent model for their fleets. By turning their homes into massive starships, they could get the best of both worlds. I know that many aliens in this dwarf galaxy have odd notions on how they should build their cities. Now consider the Pulmers, Vess continued. These funny-looking aliens are so adept with technology that they can build any kind of city. Do you know how their society has evolved in this matter? They decided to build smaller oval-shaped warships that can all land on the surface of a planet and act as their homes while they are on the ground. Does that sound familiar? Both the Nuncers and the Pulmers are natives of the Red Ocean. It makes sense for them to adopt similar attitudes towards homes and starfaring vessels. It also makes sense that humans and many other aliens that are rooted in the Milky Way maintain a stricter separation between starships and land-based structures. Vess smirked and waved the purple crystal in his armored hand. Now imagine a circumstance where you have stumbled upon traces of an alien race in the Milky Way that just happens to adopt red ocean-style homeships. Would you say it is a coincidence, or do you think it is likelier that the alien race has ties to a different galaxy? This caused the Daughter of Death to frown. Even if she was a self-proclaimed goddess, this scenario was truly stretching her thinking ability. Your conclusion is reaching towards the improbable. If you apply Occam's razor, you will find that the simplest answer is that the luminar race coincidentally developed its crystals in the same rough direction as the creators of this ruined crystal interface. Vess shook his head. That is the most straightforward answer, but that is only in a circumstance when you don't have any corroborating evidence. I happen to have additional information. A long time ago, Lucky and I visited an ancient ruin of a race that I called the Crystal Builders at the time. Aside from stumbling upon interesting crystals that seem to make inventive use of crystals to produce light beams that possess highly interesting and destructive properties, the Luminars also showed they had become proficient in developing long-ranged teleportation portals and causing objects to phase through other solid matter. In fact, Lucky inherited his phasing ability from messing around in an ancient Luminar base. That was a long time ago. Vess could still remember the adventure somewhat vividly. He also created his first forbidden product in the form of a gamma laser weapon during the same period. Creating it had caused him to become a lot less restrained towards existing rules and conventions. In hindsight, Vess could clearly see how the system shaped his personality to a degree. It ushered him in a direction that ultimately caused him to become reluctant to develop a close and intimate relationship with the Mech Trade Association. It was for his own good. The Mechers would literally kill to obtain the Mech designer system. If it hadn't conveniently gone dormant and entered a lengthy upgrade cycle, Vess would have probably been found out by the polymath herself. Anyway, the system had played a rather heavy role in manipulating his younger and much more ignorant self, because how could he not grasp all of the powerful rewards it tossed in his direction? He wondered whether the system also played a hand in steering him into discovering Luminar crystal technology. How could it be so coincidental that Vess just happened to hole up in a specific star system at a specific asteroid belt, and just happened to have parked close to an entrance to a ruined Luminar crystal settlement? In fact, the most ridiculous part about it all was that the reason why he was able to encounter it was because Lucky became bored and started to mess around in the surrounding asteroids. This was not the first time that Vess suspected that Lucky acted as an agent of the system. Still, the Gem Cat was such a lazy idiot that Vess immediately dismissed the possibility. Lucky was probably the worst agent imaginable. Okay then, Vess. Helena placed her hands on her hips. So you think the Luminar race that lived in the Milky Way has a technological relation with the Red Ocean? I can even buy the theory that the ancestors of the Luminars may have originated from our current galaxy. How does that help you repair these crystals? I am not an engineer, but I can still observe that the circuitry and other technical elements of the two crystals are still different from each other. They may share the same root, but that doesn't necessarily make them compatible. You are correct, technically. Technically, his intangible sister raised her eyebrow. Luminar crystal tech, and whatever crystal tech this alien control interface is based upon, are most definitely of two different alien civilizations, but they share enough of a relation to each other that I think I can exploit it to my advantage. The only question now is whether I should repair the original prison control interface to its closest original form, or try to use the resources and tools available to me to kludge my own interface together. His sister couldn't help him in this matter, but he happened to know a design spirit who knew a thing or two about crystals. Illustrious one, it's time to shine. As Vess called upon the alien design spirit, he spontaneously came up with an interesting new idea. Instead of trying to load the illustrious one inside his own mind, he shifted the design spirit to David's primordial skull instead. Strangely enough, the attempt succeeded. Even though the illustrious one had clearly been caught off guard, the design spirit based on the Luminar race adapted quickly and somehow managed to settle inside the skull with virtually no problems. That isn't supposed to happen, Helena gasped. Well, it is happening anyway regardless of what you think. Even Vess looked surprised that his latest solution actually worked. Although Vess still needed to concentrate his mind and endure a bit of strain to maintain the illustrious one's presence, the difference in effort was significant. If Vess previously served as a small and rather inadequate container to the various design spirits, He now functioned as a pipeline that directed the spirits in question to their new and much more adequate skull-shaped container. How did you come up with this idea, Vess? Well, you gushed earlier about how the skull has been cleansed due to everything else dying out over time, and how our mother would perfectly be able to inhabit it again. If this applies to her, it can theoretically apply to other entities. Besides, this skull clearly used to hold a powerful primordial human in the past. It may have hollowed out since then, but its capacity remains unchanged. David's skull previously shone in different colors due to all of the mixed energies he stuffed inside of it. Right now, the illustrious one's descent had caused the light show to become practically radiant. Not only was it shining a lot brighter than before, but it also radiated all of the colors of the rainbow in a mysteriously hypnotizing pattern. The illustrious one had descended, and the alien entity's spiritual energy that Vess previously deposited in the skull now served as an adequate anchor for his presence. All right, you can explore the limits of this skull later. We still have a job to do. Let's get to work and decipher these alien crystals. As Vess held the rainbow skull in one armored hand and a purple broken crystal in the other hand, he looked as if he was performing an occult ritual rather than engaging in a systematic scientific examination. It took a lot shorter than Helena thought for Vess and his latest spiritual partner to draw a conclusion. Okay, he said as he stopped examining the crystal. I think I have a good idea on what is broken and what I need to do to access at least a part of the controls. I don't have the time to properly recreate this broken crystal interface, so I need to rush it and try to patch as much stuff together as I can. I will probably need to create at least one authentic luminar crystal, however. This will be my key control crystal, which I will use to access all of the other control systems that I have hopefully restored with my repair effort. Although the plan was anything but perfect, Vess was confident that he could complete this job in the least amount of time. He did not wait for Helena's input and immediately went to work. The Minifab backpack module could finally play a useful role this time. Chapter 40, 782 Crystal Interface. Vess became incredibly engrossed in his latest project. Despite the dire circumstances surrounding him and his fellow clansmen, he had always believed in his heart that he could resolve every problem by engineering the right solution at the right time. Shooting his way out of problems was not the most ideal way to overcome an obstacle. Rather than heading to the upper levels and risk falling into a trap or a fortified position prepared by the abductors of so many important stakeholders of Davut, he much preferred to use his own advantages to take control of the environment and turn the tables against his current opponents. He worked with haste as he employed the limited but fairly powerful capabilities of the compact Minifab module that he had mounted on his back. Despite the relative bulk of this highly sophisticated and relatively fragile field production and repair equipment suite, Vess rarely kept it separated from his unending regalia, even in a packed form. He had designed and fabricated several other useful backpack modules over the years. From a powerful flight system that could allow him to soar in the skies like a bird, to a large high-capacity battery that was solely designed to power an incredibly powerful shoulder-mounted luminar crystal cannon. He created all kinds of options that could be handy in different situations. He never really used them, though. Vess mostly appreciated the ability to fabricate or repair anything in a given location, as long as it held enough materials for him to engineer a viable solution. Though he spent a notable amount of years in Davut in total peace and comfort, he had never really let down his guard. Not truly, at least. His honor guard always made sure to keep his unending regalia close at hand, and it always came with the Minifab module as the default attachment. Vess wanted to have the power to create by his side at all times. He wanted to make sure that if he ever got stranded on a nameless planet, he would have the essential tools to build the tools and production equipment that could be used to fabricate a shuttle that could get him back to civilized space one way or another. In any case, Even though he hadn't actually made any use of his minifab module over the years, he showed little hesitation or lack of fluency in his operations. Of course, his minifab's many tools were mainly geared towards working with conventional technology. They did not provide him with the equipment needed to work with crystals. He was unable to conduct many operations. He needed to repair the alien crystal interface properly. He also lacked the knowledge and expertise to restore the alien systems to a semblance of their former selves. Fortunately, the crystals themselves hadn't decayed that much despite the lengthy passage of time. Vess knew that the biggest advantage to crystal-based electronic systems was that they were exceptionally hard and resistant to shocks and other damage. They were so solid that laying dormant for over 100,000 years hardly caused them to deteriorate, especially when they were built to last. Of course, even crystal-based electronics could not escape the ravages of time. It depended on the complexity and other factors. Since the control interface consisted of relatively simple clusters of processing and control-based crystals, the deterioration was not as great as with the energy shield generators a few floors down below. The fact that the latter remained operational all of this time was also a testament to the advantages of crystal-based electronics. Not everything was great, though. Crystals were a bit more troublesome to produce and even harder to repair. It was hard to implement proper functioning automatic repair systems into them because they were so solid and rigid. Right now, Vess had to mend many crystals that had been smashed by a hammer or another blunt object. Whoever wrecked this, a long time ago, did not do the courtesy of creating clean breaks. Instead, numerous crystals got chipped or smashed into dozens of ugly shards. Vess quickly had to examine and judge whether these crystals were worth saving. He dismissed over half of the crystals this way. The amount of available crystals is not that great to begin with, Helena noted. Is it truly all right to dismiss so many of them? What if you do not have enough to access the control system? It is all right, sister. I do not need to restore the whole control system. This place was originally built to control much if not all of the possible operations that take place in the prison facility. We don't need to gain that much control. From the clues that we have gathered, the illustrious one and I suspect that this interface is built with modularity and compartmentalization in mind. Every crystal is a self-contained control mechanism that is tied to a specific prison system. That is an odd approach to design computer systems, Helena remarked. Aliens always come up with new and inventive ways to tackle different technological problems. He leaned over and pointed to the empty hexagonal sockets that happened to resemble the honeycombs of beehives. Look at how these sockets are designed, for example. Anyone can easily pull in and pull out as many crystals as they want. Do you know the implications of this? Not all, but many of these crystals simultaneously serve as access keys. They are all designed to be slotted in and out with ease. I can imagine that the prison warden and senior security officers carry the most important crystals on their person, while the lower-ranking guards can only control less important systems. Helena looked impressed. It seemed that calling down the illustrious one and having him possess David's skull to the point where it was lighting up like a rainbow did serve a materially useful purpose. Though she felt a little concerned about how the possession would cause the primordial human skull to become imprinted to a new owner. It should be easy enough to wipe it away as long as a design spirit did not permanently inhabit its cozy interior. As Vess continued his efforts to repair the crystals with the limited tools he had at his disposal, he steadily mended one crystal after another. The collection of hastily repaired crystals consisted of different colors, with red, orange, and yellow being the most predominant ones, while the blue and purple crystals were noticeably scarce. If the aliens who created these control systems based their color choices on the spectrum of light, then the red and orange crystals should control the more basic systems of the prison facility. Vess explained to Helena. The purple ones, on the other hand, should provide us with top access. though I cannot rule out the possibility of clear crystals or black crystals playing this important role." Helena nodded in understanding. The color spectrum of light is a universal phenomenon, so that makes it easier to convey their meaning to many different alien races. It does not appear that the high-level crystals are salvageable, though. "You have only worked to mend a single purple crystal up to this point." "You are right." Vess sighed even as he continued to merge several pieces of a green crystal back together. "The purple ones are not that numerous to begin with, and whoever went to town on them really did not want others to ever gain access to the functions that they controlled." In the end, Vess quickly fixed up a lot of red and orange crystals. He was fortunate that there were still enough of them that were simple to repair. Although his repair methods were anything but perfect, and would most definitely cause the crystals to glitch or perform suboptimally, it would be worthwhile as long as they contributed to the overall restoration of the control room's interface. It took over 45 minutes for him to handle the crystals in the fastest and sloppiest way possible. Vess could have taken his time and potentially restored more systems, but time was of the essence. He already felt he had wasted enough time on exploring the lower levels and tinkering with all of these crystals. The strain of supporting the illustrious one's presence also began to stack up. The strain on his mind might not be as heavy as before, but using his own mind and spirit as a conduit was not a relaxing affair. This caused him to think about potential solutions on how he could reduce the strain for future attempts. His first thought was to take David's skull, cut off the upper bone cavity, and use it as a key ingredient for a new headpiece. Vess had good experiences with creating crowns, and right now he imagined he could utilize his recently gained expertise on biotechnology to create a personal crown made out of organic tissue. Although it would probably look disturbing as hell, he believed that as long as he made it out of brain tissue similar to the one that occupied his cyborg leg, he could turn it into a dedicated dummy brain that could serve as a purpose-built possession vehicle for his design spirits. What am I thinking? This is a ridiculous idea. He couldn't help but think about creating stuff like this in the few moments that he had completed a repair job and could gather his thoughts. Vess completely fell in love with utilizing David's remains to assist in his spiritual manipulation efforts. He could get much more work done and augment his products with the unique qualities of a relevant design spirit if he could call upon their help without as many barriers as before. Unfortunately, there was only one whole primordial human skeleton, and he needed to save it up for his mother. Perhaps David may not have been the only ancient human that ended up in the Red Ocean. Vess was actually pretty certain that a lot more of them managed to reach this dwarf galaxy, but they were most likely scattered all over the place. The mathematical odds that he could find a pristine skeleton of another one throughout his journeys were so small that he pretty much assumed that he would never be able to find one in his lifetime. That didn't mean he would stop looking entirely. He resolved to always pay attention to any news that could potentially lead him to the burial place of other primordial humans. He could also break the odds entirely if he became more capable in the future. If Ilvain managed to grow stronger in the following decades, then Vess could even use the Great Prophet's powers to track down a skeleton of the same quality as that of David. In short, Vess did not need to develop too much of an attachment to David, because the Red Ocean should also have a Simon, Michael, Mary, and a Joanna buried under a rock somewhere. After Vess fixed up the last crystal on the last, he carefully inserted it into a slot and beheld his work. He had decided to imitate the color arrangement of the original crystals and place the purple and blue ones in the center while putting the lower-level crystals closer to the sides. This produced a lot of gaps that were most pronounced immediately around the center. "Can you activate it now, Vess?" "Not yet, sister. I doubt this control system is easy to take over. A prison most definitely has multiple security safeguards. The long passage of time may have degraded them to an extent, but from how solid this place is built, I doubt the original constructors overlooked such an obvious security vulnerability. I need to create my own access key based on the luminar crystal technology that I am familiar with. I don't have the time or the equipment to synthesize such a crystal from scratch, so I will have to make it from an existing crystal, preferably a purple one that has the highest access rights. Chapter 40, 783 Crystal Improvisation. Vess bent down and picked up a large shard from a broken purple crystal. I didn't feel confident in restoring this crystal, but retooling it into a luminar crystal should be doable as long as I know what I am doing. Didn't you just tell me that you don't have the right production equipment to produce a proper luminar crystal? His sister skeptically asked. That is right. I don't have the right facilities in this chamber. My minifab is not comprehensive enough. I still have other options, though. Give me a second. Vess opened up a couple of gaps in his unending regalia and used the same glue trick to physically attach multiple purple crystals onto his armor. His body and his equipment flickered all of a sudden. His posture had abruptly changed, and instead of carrying multiple broken purple crystal shards, he only carried a single whole piece this time. Ugh, I thought I could get away with only spending a single point, but I had to spend 5 of them because this crystal is more complicated to re-engineer than I thought. I also had to buy a supplementary material to help fuse all of the gaps together. Helena widened her intangible eyes at his abrupt change. Though their mother informed her that Vess possessed his own advantages, this went beyond storing precious goods in a hidden pocket space. A lot of time had passed for Vess, and Vess alone. As far as everyone else was concerned, they had remained frozen while he had taken his time to thoroughly reshape the broken remains of a purple alien crystal into an intact luminar crystal. From the moment he came back from wherever he went, David's skull began to light up more as the illustrious one inspected and resonated with the newly made luminar crystal. Even though it wasn't connected to any power source, the purple luminar crystal immediately lit up as if it had become active. When Helena leaned closer in order to see what Vess had done to it, she became surprised when she detected that it had acquired another quality that shouldn't have been there in the first place. This luminar crystal is alive. Yep, Vess grinned. I worked on it long enough for me to make it alive and turn it into a totem of the illustrious one. Why would you do that? Won't that complicate your attempts to gain access? I don't believe so. What you are describing is definitely a risk, but I have thought a long time about this problem. This crystal here is much more special than is apparent on the surface. I have thought about many potential problems and preempted them with my preparations. Now I just need to finalize my tweaks after the illustrious one has inspected my work. One of the disadvantages to entering the system space was that he had to rely on himself. He could not work together with a design spirit in order to borrow from another entity's expertise during the design and fabrication process. Nonetheless, Vess already built up a sufficiently thorough theoretical framework to handle most of the work on his own. He just needed to make sure that his living product successfully established a connection to the illustrious one, and that its alien circuitry and programming were up to the task. Vess extended a cable from a port built inside his unending regalia and connected it to the slot that he had purposefully built on the top of the purple crystal. Helena found this to be a highly incongruous sight. The alien crystals in this chamber clearly weren't designed to interface with human computer systems, but Vess did not pay any attention to this rule. He was able to tweak the programming and correct a few bugs with the help of the illustrious one. The design spirit even took more direct action and added a few programming lines himself. This reflected the illustrious one's advantage as an alien design spirit. Composed of both an ancient crystal builder leader as well as the spiritual remnant of the blinding one, the amalgamated design spirit possessed a lot of expertise in luminar crystal technology, though his scattered heritage meant that much of his understanding was instinctive in nature. Still, Vess trusted the illustrious one enough to double-check his work and propose more profound corrections. Once Vess and his design spirit completed their last-minute inspection, the purple luminar crystal immediately entered the center slot. I think the most central slot is the most important one of all, Vess stated. It conforms to the logic of this design approach. Is that what your Mech designer experience is telling you? How can you know for sure? I am a Mech designer as well as an engineer, sister. Every creator adopts a similar perspective towards our vocation. Even aliens have to consider issues such as ease of use, effective communication, usability, universality, and so on. This is especially the case if this facility was designed to be crewed by a coalition of races, which I think is definitely the case. The more species a group consisted of, the more a design team had to adopt universal and foolproof design mechanisms. So far, everything that Vess had observed from the crystalline control interface conformed to this basic truth. Nothing is happening after you have slotted your new crystal, Helena notified her brother. I know, just putting it in doesn't necessarily do anything. The entire control interface needs to be switched on, and I don't know whether this stuff can still be powered after staying dormant all of this time. Theoretically, there should be a way to make it work, but I am still figuring out the details. He stepped closer and took a close look at the interface, taking particular note of anything that resembled buttons or switches. The console clearly used to possess an obvious means of turning it online, but he guessed that whoever wrecked this interface had completely demolished it to the point where there were no traces left. However, there should always be a backup option in case the main switch became inoperable. Aha, here it is. I knew I would find an alternative way to get this to work. He eventually found a small control mechanism at the bottom of the main console. It was a rather clever location. Once he pulled at a strange lever device, the surroundings lit up as the crystals slowly, but surely started to light up as they finally received power for the first time in so many years. A few crystals started to flicker, though. Vess could easily tell that they came from the crystals that looked to be in the worst shape. They needed to be repaired more thoroughly, but there was little he could do without possessing more specific expertise on this variety of crystal tech. To gods like her, it was not essential to rely on too many external objects to gain supreme power. Yet when Helena thought of the 5 scrolls compact, she understood that the cultists ultimately got Vess narrowed his eyes and paid close attention to the luminar crystal that he painstakingly made. He had put so much effort into adding all kinds of functions to it. Now was the time to see whether his efforts to subvert the prison facility's control system would work out the way he hoped. His sister hovered silently next to him, but did not speak out this time. She could not play a useful role at this junction. No matter how powerful she had become in the Nyxian Gap, it was hard for her to extend her power in the Red Ocean and far away from any living mechs and powerful totems. She could only burn her own energy to maintain a weak and pale presence in Vess' presence. Though she had been able to offer her expertise and make useful discoveries, such as uncovering the true nature of David's skeleton, she had no expertise at all in terms of technology. As Helena continued to observe Vess working quietly with the illustrious one to operate and monitor the activity of the newly made luminar crystal, she felt a lot more useless than she should. She suddenly felt a lot more inadequate than before. Even though there were many factors that prevented her from providing more material aid to her little brother, her complete lack of understanding of technology exacerbated the problem. Gods did not need to understand technology. They relied on their own power to affect reality and create favorable outcomes by force. If there was ever a situation where Helena was incapable of solving an issue, then that meant she just wasn't powerful enough. At most, she studied how to manipulate her divine power and develop her own divine abilities under the tutelage of her mother. Gods and beings that aspired to become gods must always work on cultivating their own power before anything else. A strong foundation was the basis of everything. Yet as Helena quietly plucked the dark lotus from her hair again and turned it into its pistil form, she began to admire its craftsmanship and the power it conveyed to her. She had utilized the weapon that was perfectly tailored to her domain to excellent effect in the battles of the Nyxian Gap. She understood a little more deeply than before that technology acted like a multiplier to both the weak and the strong. A small and individually weak race, like modern-day humans, had managed to conquer half of the Milky Way by relying on their excellent attainments in technology. To humanity, using technology was essential to keep up with the other powerhouses in the cosmos. To gods like her, it was not essential to rely on too many external objects to gain supreme power. Yet when Helena thought of the 5 Scrolls Compact, she understood that the cultists ultimately got beaten because they had been overtaken by technology that directly targeted their strengths. It was one of the many instances where the weak overcame the strong with the help of clever thinking, as well as the use of technology. Perhaps it was time for Helena to utilize her considerable intellect and learning capability to master certain forms of technology as well. If other fellow design spirits, such as the illustrious one, could gain a large proficiency in luminar crystal technology, what stopped her from learning how circuitry worked? She was certain that she could learn basic science subjects and become proficient in a few more advanced subjects. The problem was that technology was not a part of her nature. Unlike entities such as Vulcan, Helena had no inherent affinity with tech and could never master it to the point of giving Vess a run for his money. Gods were rather pitiful in that sense. For all of Helena's potential in becoming one with the fundamental concept of death, it was hard for entities like her to become any good in matters outside of her narrow specialization. If this was not the case, then the strongest practitioners of the 5 Scrolls Compact did not need to rely on so many subordinates and daughter organizations to fulfill their technical needs. For all of her mother's criticism towards the 5 Scrolls Compact for refusing to keep up with the times, wasn't she repeating the same mistakes? Helena found that her mother still maintained an aloof attitude towards technology. No matter whether it was mechs or starships, neither of them interested her mother that much. She didn't even possess a good understanding of the current version of the Devil Tiger, which had been upgraded far beyond its original specifications. Neither Helena, Cynthia, or Ringcall knew what kind of tech powered it these days. Just as the Daughter of Death increased her resolve to become more familiar with technology, the shaky and incomplete control interface suddenly started to produce a series of sounds. "What is it doing?" "These are sound notifications," Vess responded as he continued to control the functioning of the luminar crystal through the cable connected to his armor. "I think we have just managed to get past the initial checks that are required to boot up the main system." "I don't think we are in the clear yet, though. If my suspicions are correct, we should be greeted with a more robust security system soon enough." Chapter 40, 784, Vess the Alien Computer Administrator. Vess did not have to wait long for the next development to occur. A few more seconds passed by until a rippling and slightly misaligned projection appeared in front of them. It depicted a white ball that immediately started to communicate by making alien sounds. "That doesn't sound so friendly, brother." "Quiet, let me listen for a moment," Vess spoke. Even though the white ball continued to screech out alien words that sounded like gibberish, Vess listened carefully without trying to miss a single word. Other screens also appeared. They depicted a lot of dense alien writing that looked completely indecipherable. Once the white ball stopped producing any further sounds, Vess lowered his head and looked thoughtful. He communicated with the illustrious one as evidenced by the increased activity generated by the primordial skull that Vess still held onto all of this time. "So did you understand anything that the white ball said?" "Nope," Vess replied. "Neither the illustrious one nor I understood any words spoken by this computer avatar." "Wait, don't you excel at communication? I have witnessed you converse with many different species while ignoring the language barrier." "That is different, sister. I communicated with them face to face on a spiritual level. I was speaking directly to their spirits, in other words. This ancient computer system obviously isn't alive, so I can't understand it, let alone know how to operate its interface." He half hoped that he could solve this problem easily enough by relying on his automatic translation program. He had downloaded extensive language libraries from the MTA. They could detect and translate known alien writing and speech to an impressively accurate degree, but frustratingly enough, the database found no match. Helena frowned. The illustrious one can't help either. No, don't worry. I already expected this to happen. It would be too much of a stretch to assume that this old computer system would conveniently translate all of its messages in standard human language. Let me try out a potential solution. Vess began to split his focus and call upon the Phase King. Did you just speak Phase whale language? Yup, Vess grinned. I suspected it would do so. This pocket space was originally created by the Phase, though he did not summon the alien design spirit as extensively as before. The strain on his mind and spirit still rose remarkably, as he was already preoccupied with maintaining the illustrious one's presence. There was a strong reason why Vess called upon the Phase King's assistance this time. He cleared his throat and tried to shout an alien word. Rhchuga. The white ball suddenly shook as it took in the alien word spoken. It suddenly took on a purple shade, signifying that it had suddenly changed modes. Did you just speak Phase whale language? Yup, Vess grinned. I suspected it would do so. This pocket space was originally created by the Phase whales. I am sure this prison facility was built under their auspices as well. It makes sense that the computer interface would respond to the language of the most powerful and most revered race of this galaxy. I doubt that is enough to give you access to these alien systems. Surely other aliens must have learned this language as well, including the prisoners themselves. Now that the interface changed to Phase whale language, Vess was able to verbally communicate and manipulate it a lot more effectively than before. Even if Vess did not call upon the Phase King, he still would have been able to rely on the automatic translation program to communicate with the ancient alien interface. As Vess exchanged a few words with the purple ball, he eventually fell silent as he kept receiving the same sounds. Let me guess. You need to verify your rights to gain access to the prison systems, am I correct? Vess sighed. You are right. I was hoping that just pretending to be a Phase whale might get me in, but it is not so simple. I need to supply a password of sorts to get through this latest security check. Even then, I suspect that I will encounter additional barriers that I am not so sure I can overcome. Does that mean this plan is a failure? Hey, have a bit more confidence in your brother, will you? I anticipated this reaction as well. The prison's layout and construction are so tightly put together that their software and their control systems are just as well protected. It is pointless for me to wrestle them one by one. My plan to gain control is much more direct than that. If I can't subdue this control system in the way that I am supposed to do it, then I will just tear out this annoying purple ball and replace it with my own creation. What? You must have wondered what is so special about my purple luminar crystal, right? Vess grinned as he directed a glance at his sister. I did. Well, the reason why I put so much effort into creating it and making it alive is because I designed it to hijack this stubborn alien control system. He no longer said anything further, but worked together with the illustrious one to start his assault. The purple crystal began to exude more light and power as it followed its programming and forcefully tried to take over the alien systems. This was anything but simple, as the tech bases and the programming languages were entirely different. The only way they could communicate at all was because Vess had added in the Phase whale language to his luminar crystal. The alien computing systems did not appreciate the intrusions. The purple ball began to produce a lot more ominous noises. A large number of working crystals started to flicker and pulse in a more aggressive manner. An entire battle took place on a virtual battlefield. Though Helena could not see this battle directly, she could sense from Vess' mood swings and the evolving light show that the alien security systems were trying to put up a notable fight. However, the heavily damaged state of this interface worked against it this time. Ha ha ha, Vess laughed as he continued to coordinate the luminar crystal's activities. These heavily damaged crystals have lost a lot of functionality, and many of them are outright missing or broken. A single lone purple luminar crystal can't fight against the surviving security measures, but it has multiple advantages, including the hacking suite built into my unending regalia, as well as the computing support of my cranial implant. The state of native alien computing and processing technology in the Red Ocean was much more primitive than the equivalent tech in the Milky Way. It was one of the reasons why the Big Two's warfleets continually outperformed native forces. A notable superiority in data analysis, mathematical processing, and pattern recognition allowed human warships and mechs to achieve great results while using less power. In contrast, the alien warfleets had to rely on stupider means to overcome human forces, such as relying on a crushing numbers advantage or saturating their targets with an excess of firepower. Although the gap between the two was rapidly shrinking due to human traders leaking valuable technological secrets and even complete production equipment to alien civilizations, that was a problem confined to normal space. This ancient alien prison facility was stuck in time. Its tech was horribly out of date, even when Vess took the glacial technological progression of the Red Ocean into account. Vess took great advantage of this difference in technological strength and employed more and more processing power at his disposal to crush the damaged and incomplete security systems of the control interface by force. Nothing reflected the increasingly dire state of the alien control system by the increasingly less stable appearance of the projected purple ball. At this time, it looked as if several invisible hands were pulling it in multiple directions, causing it to grow spikes and looking as if it was getting ripped apart. Druyum. A loud but incredibly deep noise rumbled through the entire control room. The floor shook, causing Vess' body to shake as well as his footing grew less stable. He had the sense that an important mechanism of a device buried underneath his teeth had just turned. It could be the release of a giant mechanical lock. It could be the breakdown of an ancient computer system. It could be the activation of a hidden contingency system. Whatever the case, Vess had the premonition that the control interface that he had been trying to access had become a lot more active after this profound but unknown change. The projection fizzled out all of a sudden. No matter whether it was the white ball or the purple ball, the crystals no longer projected any image to Vess anymore. Helena became more alert. "What is the matter? Did you manage to unlock it, Vess?" "I did. Well, I am not so sure." Vess frowned. "I basically overloaded the security systems and employed a lot of advanced exploits that could get me through the security checks one way or another. Just as I was about to approach the final security measure, I think I tripped an emergency mechanism. Right now, I get the feeling that it is trying to communicate with a second control room that is located on the upper floors." "Wait, that does not sound good." "Relax. A connection can't be established because the communication channels between the two have already decayed over the years. It is clear that this place is only a secondary control room, and that everything it does is subordinate to the primary control room. In the event that communication between the two cannot be established, this control room will assume an emergency posture and operate in a more restricted but expedient fashion. At least, that is what is supposed to happen. So many variables have changed that I don't entirely know what will happen next." Eventually, the control system finally projected a new image. A purple 16-sided orb produced an aggressive alien sound. "What is it saying this time, Vess?" His expression grew more serious. "I've reached the final identity verification check. If I cannot prove I am an authorized prison official, the security system will self-destruct, and I will lose access to it entirely." Helena grew alarmed. "Unless you can hack this system further, it will be impossible for you to overcome this test. All your work will be in vain." Who said anything about that? I have anticipated this outcome as well, he told her before lifting the skull in his armored hand. Thank you, illustrious one. I will take it from here. The Luminar design spirit cut off his connection to Vess' mind and David's skull, causing the room to lose a lot of light. Vess did not care. Blinky immediately appeared from his head and dove right into the skull that had become a lot emptier than before. Emro. As Blinky took up residence in the primordial human skull, it began to exude a lot of vitality as the star cat brought a strong amount of vitality. As the skull seemingly came to life, Vess lifted it forward and barked an alien phrase with the help of the Phase King. Rug Wawizarus. The room rumbled again, though not as much as before. The many-sided purple construct buzzed like it was trying to parse information that it couldn't properly process. It suddenly disappeared, only for an elaborate projection to appear in its place. Helena looked with astonishment as a cat of all creatures appeared. The electronic blue cat looked familiar to her. She had occasionally seen it around Vess and other Mech designers when they were engrossed in their work. Attempting to restore more systems, but permissions are insufficient. In the process of subverting access, will take 27.6 seconds to produce additional results. Is that Beigel? No, he's just a pale copy of the AI avatar of my flagship. Vess shook his head. This is a poor and inferior imitation of that advanced AI that I have stuffed in my memory banks. It is not as versatile as my original intelligent assistant, but it will do for the moment. What did you do, Vess? He grinned. Isn't it obvious? I ripped out whatever AI system regulates and controls these systems and replaced it with my own. Modern human technology will always beat ancient and outdated alien tech. This is the power of progress, ha ha ha. Chapter 40, 785 Control Authority. The actual processes that Vess used to subvert control over the alien control interface was a lot more complicated than he described to his sister. He knew that Helena possessed no background in these affairs. How could she appreciate the ingenuity that he came up with in the days he remained stuck inside the system's space? The living luminar crystal that he had meticulously designed and synthesized was far from simple as it looked. From being able to interface with his own computing systems to becoming alive to the point where it could circumvent a part of the security measures of the alien control systems. This was a marvel of human and alien engineering that not only allowed him to gain normal access, but also unlocked the highest permissions that were available. Vess turned to the mysterious primordial human skull that had assisted his efforts in numerous ways. Ever since he dug David's skeleton out of the funeral pyre, Vess guessed that the ancient human's identity in this place was not so simple. Why would anyone bother to pile up so many powerful alien carcasses, whose bodies were no doubt treasures in themselves, and burn it all to honor a single deceased individual? The only answer that made sense was that David possessed a higher status among the natives of the time. In addition to that, it did not make much sense to lock a spiritually potent individual in a prison that was completely designed to restrain Phase Lords. Vess theorized that David somehow gained employment here because he possessed a lot of personal power, but was not susceptible to the restraints targeted towards Facewater manipulating creatures. Whether his theory was true or not, Vess believed so much in this theory that he was willing to gamble that he could go through a final identity verification check, as long as he used David's skull to fool the control system into thinking that a legitimate prison worker tried to gain access. As Vess took in a lot of information through the electronic cat avatar and his direct connection through the luminar crystal, he gasped as he became impressed by how much access he gained. What can you do now that you managed to obtain control? Helena eagerly asked. I can control a number of random and miscellaneous functions, he slowly replied. It's too much for me to list, but most of them are rather scattered and low-level. For example, I can alter the air composition and gravity of different cells so that they can better accommodate prisoners of different races. A lot of control crystals are broken or damaged, so I don't have nearly as many options as I should. It was all a bit random and disorganized. In order to gain a better overview of what he could do, he transmitted commands that caused a projection of the map of the facility to appear. The three-dimensional map showed the structure of the entire prison, according to the data held in the crystals. The exterior of the prison facility resembled an egg. Vess suspected that it was built like this in order to completely fit inside a spherical-shaped pocket space. The map projected by the alien control system roughly corresponded with the map created by the Phase King. The former was a lot more comprehensive and even provided many clues to the roles of many chambers that had since been emptied out until there was nothing left. Look, Vess pointed at the hundreds of smaller cells located in the periphery. According to the labels and the descriptions, these cells are truly meant to hold weaker individuals. The security measures surrounding them are rather light. Gaining control over them is not that difficult now that I have gained high-level permissions. Vess had also made sure to differentiate every room by assigning different colors. Why are only a part of those cells highlighted in green? That is because only those specific cells respond to this control system. I can't control the other ones. Whether it is because they are destroyed or because I don't have the right control crystals, I am not sure. It is probably a combination of both. The ones where he gained access to were lit up in green. The ones where he only gained partial access were lit up in orange. The ones where he could not exert effective control over were lit up in red. The majority of the cells were lit up in red, which signified that Vess could not exert any control over them. He could not even query their status, so he did not know whether they were broken or filled with all manner of unspeakable monsters. Vess immediately made two important observations as he studied the map. The first was that of the small number of cells that were lit up in green. Many of them happened to be familiar to him. Vess had been stuck in one of them, and he also confirmed that the other green cells conformed with the ones he confirmed held other human prisoners. Does the primary control room possess access to these cells as well? He asked. Can you give me a log that lists all of the recent commands involving these cells? That was okay. This was not essential information. Can I release any current occupants from these cells? Can I transport myself and the occupants of these cells back to the planet where they came from? Vess critically asked. Reason. At most, your permission level will allow you to shift any current cell occupants to AW**R#R# for their regularly scheduled recreation and socialization periods. Vess asked a few more questions and found that he could take advantage of this mechanism. Can I change the period upon which the inmates are scheduled to return to their cells? Can I grant permission to the inmates to exit these halls? Are there any exits to this facility that can be accessed and used with lower permission levels? Helena smiled. You have gained a roadmap to free everyone and bring them out of this prison. I don't believe it is that simple. Vess spoke as he focused his attention on the upper floors. Both the control room as well as the main gate were situated here. The culprits who hijacked many important figures of Davut most definitely occupied those chambers. Can you give me a count of living organisms that are currently present on those levels? Reason. Vess couldn't scout the details on the upper floors. They were entirely dyed in red, so there was nothing he could do to change these circumstances. Can I disable the energy shields on this level? His eyes lit up. Disable them and grant me access to those storage containers. All of those containers filled with face water had become accessible to him. Now he just needed to make sure that they would remain in his possession and not get stolen by those who came afterwards. Vess proceeded to make a few inquiries about transporting the containers away, but the secondary control room did not play along with him this time. Too many control crystals are missing, Vess frowned. This facility is in a direr state than I hoped. We should work with what we have, brother. You are right. Let me see whether I can free my relatives and the other human prisoners. I can't take them out of this facility, but I can sure as hell take them out of their cells and give them a fighting chance." He began to issue a series of commands that would make this all happen. The only problem was that he could not free his fellow humans right away. "What does that mean, Vess?" "It means I can only teleport the inmates in roughly 86 minutes. That is not too long." "You're right, but I am afraid that whoever is in control upstairs will notice what I am doing and try to hinder me from enacting my plan." Ultimately, he had little choice. Time was running out and he needed to take action sooner rather than later. Vess therefore proceeded to formulate a series of commands. They did not exceed the limits of his permissions, as he feared that doing too much might alert whoever was in control of the primary control room. "All right, we have 1.5 hours before we can rendezvous with the other humans. We need to move quickly to prepare for an upcoming escape attempt." The base suddenly rumbled. Both Vess and Helena were caught off guard by what was happening. "Did you do this, Vess?" "Hold on for a second. I need to check the systems." Vess furrowed his brows. As he began to interrogate the alien computer systems directly, he only managed to obtain scattered information. "Damn it. What is wrong?" "I got locked out," Vess cursed. "Whoever was in control of the primary control system likely took note of the changes that I have made. They tried to counteract my orders, but their permission levels likely aren't any higher than my own. We sparred a bit and caused the damaged control systems to glitch out even more. Due to our fights, both of us have been locked out for an entire cycle. A lockdown shouldn't have caused the entire facility to shake so much," Helena noted. "You're right. There are multiple possible reasons why that happened, but the most likely explanation is that the fellow on the other side used a purple control crystal to activate a specific protocol." "What sort of protocol?" "I don't know," Vess admitted. "It's a high-level restricted setting that can only be activated by the warden or another big shot and cannot easily be reversed once it has commenced. From what I have gathered, it affects the entire facility, possibly in a permanent fashion. The good news is that there are so many breakdowns and so much loss of power that it takes a couple of hours for this high-level protocol to take off. My people and I need to get out of here before it begins because I have a strong feeling that we don't want to be here when it starts." Vess cursed the laziness of the Big Two and the colonists once again. Why couldn't they perform more than a cursory search for hidden and abandoned pocket spaces? Surely they had to know that the phase whales were addicted to creating them. Their race existed so long that practically every star system likely hid an enclave of theirs. "We need to move back down to the storage hall where all of the remaining diluted face water is stored. The energy shields have been switched off, so I should have easy access to it all. I can do a lot with face water." After all of this trouble, there was no way Vess wanted to get out without a lot of personal benefits. If he could use the same exploit that he performed on the skeleton to all of the diluted face water, then he could potentially harvest hundreds of kilograms of pure face water in the end. That was an extremely handsome prize, and could definitely help him reach his ambitious goal of transforming his entire Larkinson army into a quasi-first-class transphasic Mech force. Chapter 40, 786 Inventory Exploit. Haha, the energy shields are no longer active. Face water, here I come. As soon as Vess returned to the storage hall that contained hundreds of alien face water barrels, he started to track down the containers that still contained traces of diluted face water. He had already mapped them out during his first exploration, so he knew exactly where to go. He passed through the perimeter that used to be protected by an energy shield with ease and immediately sought to pry open the top of the long barrel so that he could siphon away the face water. Getting the face water out of the barrel was a bit awkward. Vess needed to fly into the barrel and maintain a careful distance above the stagnant pool before extending a pipe to suck the face water into a special storage container built into his armor. Once he loaded up on the diluted substance, He entered the system space and dumped his cargo into the so-called Vault of Eternity, which claimed to be able to hold anything at any quantity. Vess repeated this process a few times until he encountered a new situation. He couldn't enter the system space anymore. What the hell, system, what's wrong? The Mech designer system must bear an increasing burden to store the net inflow of additional material that is only tangentially related to your inventorized item. One existing rule has been clarified, and one new rule has been established. They are as follows. Every cubic meter after that can be rented for 100 ascension points, up to a limit of 100 cubic meters. This pattern will repeat into infinity. The renting period is 1 standard year starting from the instant you have rented the spaces. Vess' expression grew incredibly ugly at this point. Ever since the Mech designer system completed its update and unveiled the system space, Vess had entered it numerous times without noticing the full implications of what was happening. Not only did he enter it with his full body, he also came with all of his clothes and all of the objects he carried on his person. None of them had been inventorized, but the system decided to pull them in anyway, which Vess was grateful for as it allowed him to keep his modesty. However, this interaction also proved that the system did not need to apply any special treatment to pull objects into its mysterious system space. It could probably pull in anything provided that it wasn't anything exaggerated like an entire capital ship or a whole planet. What really stopped Vess from bringing in anything substantial was the rules set by the system itself. This was where his unending regalia came in. Ever since he used one of his tickets to inventorize it and thereby bind it to the system, he noticed that he could pull it in even when he altered or upgraded its configuration. This proved that any inventorized object did not have to permanently remain stuck in its original form. It could be damaged, upgraded, downsized, and even upsized, and still be able to dematerialize and return to the Vault of Eternity as a whole. What he did last time stood out as a particularly dramatic example of this interaction. Vess had stripped out the original unending alloy exterior plating and put thin layers of transphasic first-class alloys in their place. All of the plates remained attached to the unending regalia without any issue. Vess then came up with the theory that he could continue to bring in objects as long as they were attached to his combat armor in a somewhat plausible manner. The system's mechanism for bringing in inventorized objects would conduct an automatic test that determined whether anything attached to it was part of the combat armor. Using glue to attach additional objects that had nothing to do with the combat armor or his personal loadout seemed to be enough. That was how he was able to import almost an entire skeleton into his system space, which included the whole pelvis. He had hoped the system would stay shut and allow him to proceed as he wished, but the damn system didn't play along. It was alive, and it could think. It could spot damn well that Vess was trying to pull the wool over its eyes. Treating it as a regular dumb automated system was a serious mistake. Fortunately, the system did not impose any penalties. It just clarified the situation and implicitly acquiesced to his behavior. After Vess spent the following minutes on testing the new limitations, he found that the maximum volume of free storage space that he obtained roughly corresponded to the dimensions of a rectangular container that could hold his unending regalia in an unpacked form. If Vess could create a box with straight sides and put his unending regalia inside, then he could pour in a lot of additional water up until it reached the upper edge. This was how much additional stuff he could effectively bring into the system space. Anything after that required him to pay precious ascension points to free up more storage space in the Vault of Eternity. What rankled him the most was that the cheapskate of a Mech designer system did not sell those spaces outright, but rented them on a yearly basis. If Vess did not choose to renew his rent by paying additional AP, then the system would ruthlessly dump the vault contents into normal space. This would be incredibly disastrous for Vess if the expunged contents consisted of face water. Diluted or not, the exotic could easily kill people on contact if it came into contact with their exposed bodies. Vess could just imagine a scenario where he collaborated with Gloriana on a Mech design project in the design lab like usual. As he became incredibly engrossed by a passion project, he might ignore the system's warning message about renewing his expiring rent, thereby causing it to dump at least an entire cubic meter of face water immediately outside of his body. All of that potent liquids would wash over his work console and splash directly against Gloriana's shield generator. No matter whether it was a conventional device or a transphasic one, the sheer excess of face water spilling out of Vess would overload the energy shield, or at the very least generate lethal spatial fluctuations at close range that might cause his wife's body to be ripped asunder. What a tragedy. Vess could not let that happen to the woman he loved and the mother of his children. He became understandably reluctant to rent any storage from the vault of eternity. He had little choice, though. He was stuck alone in hostile territory as usual. He could not cart off all of this diluted face water to the vast vaults underneath the cat nest or the many cargo bays of his main fleet. He painfully winced as he coughed up 2 AP to open up 2 cubic meters of storage space in the vault of eternity. At least Vess did not need to worry about building special containers to hold the diluted face water, as the vault already promised to store any items deposited inside it under optimal circumstances. None of the face water would decay over time, and they wouldn't damage anything stored in the vicinity either. By the time Vess completed his long and exhausting harvesting run, he managed to harvest 1402 kilograms of diluted face water. Of that amount, Vess had figured out that 13% of it consisted of real face water on average. The rest was mostly water intermingled with stabilizing substances that helped suppress any spatial activity. That meant he harvested around 182 kilograms of face water in total. He would have loved to extract all of the face water out of the diluted mixture right away, but that required a significant amount of time and effort to arrange. Given that he would have to spend at least one day in the system space to set it all up, he simply did not bother to go through all of this trouble and just settled for buying enough storage space to contain the diluted mixture. The additional storage space would still be useful for an entire year after he had bought it, so he did not mind it if he purified the face water later. The question now is whether I need to spend time and resources to build extra gear to support what may come next. Vess frowned. It would cost far too much AP for him to craft additional gear for his troops. His honor guards, along with the security guards working for the state, were already well equipped. Though the group of soon-to-be-freed humans also consisted of a lot of civilian non-combatants, they were all VIPs or relatives of important figures, so it was extremely likely that they carried personal shield generators themselves. As long as they stayed in the rear where enemy forces couldn't reach them, they should remain out of the fight. He could always remedy the situation by entering the system space and spend enough time inside it to fix up a new solution. There was not much time left before the prison would supposedly teleport the human captives to the recreation and socialization chamber. Hopefully, these systems hadn't decayed to the point where they became inoperable. He made sure to double-check them when he still had access to the systems connected to the secondary control room. The cells were marked green for good reasons. I need to be there to greet all of those people. Who knows what they would do if they were left to their own devices? Vess had been extraordinarily productive during this crisis. He spent several subjective days on trying to find a way out, while everyone else only experienced a few hours in their cells. He had already used much of his additional time on planning out the measures he would have to take in order to command all of the scattered people that would get confused quite soon. He could already imagine how bored, frustrated, and feared they would be when they showed up in another strange place all of a sudden. Goddamn Davute, Vess cursed again. This will be the last time I visit this cursed planet. Helena gave him an understanding look. I do not blame you. Do you want me to be present or absent while you try to herd your latest flock? Maybe it is better if you stick around. Most people won't know what to make of you, and that is good. We need to maintain a strong rhythm as time is running out. I don't know what our enemies upstairs are doing, but I have a feeling that the earlier quake is not a good development. Vess could feel that ever since he confronted the culprits behind this whole event, the entire prison became a lot less stable and enduring. He had a premonition that the entire facility may no longer pass through the ages as leisurely as before. Its existence might get cut short very soon. Have you come any closer to deducing the identity of our current adversaries and why they chose to abduct so many Davitan leaders? I am no closer to the answers than before, Vess replied. It doesn't matter too much. It won't take long before we can find out the answers. No matter what motivations possess them to launch an attack on us, their actions are unforgivable. Whether they are agents of Karlach or Davut, I will smash anyone who thinks they can mess with me or my family. Chapter 40, 787 Birthright. The large and expansive hall that was supposed to serve as the recreation and socialization area used to be a lot more pleasant in the distant past. Though Vess had few clues of how it actually looked, Vess imagined that there used to be a lot more greenery and brighter colors. The place was a means to reward and rehabilitate well-behaving phase lords. This was not easy, as those delusional aliens all saw themselves as gods. They could be as bad as the members of the 5 Scrolls Compact in that regard. Nonetheless, Vess guessed that one of the reasons why the cells were designed to be so empty, monotonous and barren, was to break the wills of unruly and overly inconsiderate phase lords. Those nuncers, Orvins, and other aliens that had just succeeded in adding face water to their bodies must probably be full of themselves. They had already cleared the hardest hurdle and became insanely confident that they would be able to attain full godhood in time. If they became crazy with power and started to break the rules of society on a massive scale, then their reign of terror had to end one way or another. This place isn't a traditional prison per se. Vess spoke as he continued to move in the direction of the recreation area. Gods that cannot reign themselves in need to regain their patience, humility, and respect towards authority. That is what this prison is actually for. It is probably a socialization center for inexperienced and delusional phase lords. It's a boarding school for troubled and recalcitrant gods. His sister thought about this analogy and reluctantly nodded. I suppose so. The native aliens of the Red Ocean have odd views towards gods. They solely obsess over materialistic factors such as face water and body transformation. I believe that they do not exercise their mental discipline that much. They lack a single coherent guiding ideology that can ground them and maintain their connection to their original species. It is much different in the old galaxy. Even the highest practitioners of the Compact dedicate themselves to strong beliefs. Their faith in the sacred scrolls and the immortal gods ensures that each of them will remain united and motivated to fight for a common cause. It was easy to look down on what the natives considered to be gods, but Vess did not dare to underestimate phase lords too much. For all of their power, spiritual entities had a hard time in the Milky Way and beyond. The current environment was not conducive to their growth, and many humans started off as defective in this department. Their journey to godhood was fraught with peril and insurmountable obstacles, as they needed to repair their deficiencies by going above and beyond. Pure spiritual entities did not possess as many limits, but were constantly at risk of getting blown away into the merciless and deathly imaginary realm. They needed physical anchors, as well as a steady supply of spiritual feedback, to prevent themselves from losing their power and fading into irrelevance. In contrast, phase lords had it relatively easier. They just needed to figure out a way to safely absorb face water into their bodies and go from there. The only reason why a lot of aliens never managed to overcome this starting hurdle was because they needed to develop the mentality to go beyond their safe confines and have the courage to take an exceedingly large risk to their health and life. However, once they overcame this starting hurdle, it appeared that Phase Lords relaxed a little too quickly and became drunk by all of the power and status they gained at once. This transition was too abrupt, and if there were no senior Phase Lords in their circle that could restrain their impulses, who knew what they would do with all of that power? As Vess spent more time in the prison facility, he felt as if he began to feel as if he steadily managed to decipher its history and purpose. Many details such as its architecture, its security measures, its design, and its age provided a lot of clues to Vess. His imagination even conjured up illusions about how the place looked when it was in its heyday. Dozens of different alien species worked together under a strong authority. They behaved firmly against the misbehaving Phase Lords, but also showed understanding and compassion. Phase Lords were rare in the Red Ocean, and each of them possessed a lot of value. The supply of face water in the Red Ocean was not great, but there was still enough to satisfy every would-be god under normal circumstances. Perhaps the Red Ocean's multiracial community was a representative example of how a galactic society might look like in an age where multiple different races lived alongside each other. Though the relations between the major races such as the Phase Whales, the Nuncers, the Orvans, and so on were not that harmonious, they at least did not get locked in an eternal struggle to the death. Individuals from different races had no problems with working together with each other as long as they shared enough interests. The Milky Way used to operate like this as well. The human race badly wanted to become a part of it, but the problem was that it used to be too weak to gain a proper seat at the table. In the end, power mattered the most. Since humanity couldn't gain the respect and consideration of the aliens in the Milky Way by playing by the rules, it was better to flip the table and demand respect by force. At least, that was the prevailing logic among humans today. Learning about the hidden truth of humanity's deeper and more complicated history put an entirely different spotlight on this matter. Unless Helena and his birth mother were completely wrong, the history of human lineage and the history of the Milky Way galaxy were much more complicated than he assumed. Major events took place hundreds of thousands of years ago that caused the primordial humans to rise in a galaxy that was much more conducive to spiritual ascension. Unfortunately, a mysterious calamity occurred that ultimately forced this earlier strain of humanity to disappear from the stage. What Vess found strange was how completely primordial humans fell from grace. This used to be a race that could travel the stars and occupy other planets. A lot of difficult questions arose from the information that Vess had available. How did almost all of the primordial humans disappear so suddenly? How could they have cleaned up their traces so extensively that hardly any alien civilizations in the Milky Way learned of the powerful humans that preceded their rise? Why go through the trouble to develop baseline humans in their place and settle them on Earth to give them the illusion they evolved naturally on the planet? Did primordial humans ever had a plan to engineer a comeback? And if so, would there be any room left for baseline humans in their society? The possible answers to all of these questions were both profound and frightening. Vess had the feeling that he had finally touched upon the deeper truths behind humanity's rise, the origins of the 5 Scrolls Compact, and perhaps the nature of his own birth. As Vess turned his attention to himself, he began to doubt his identity once again. Helena. Yes, brother. All this recent talk about primordial humans got me thinking. Is our mother descended from this group of ancient remnants? The spiritual goddess directed a deeper look at him. You can say that. There are distinctions that I will not get into as you are not a part of this complicated world, but generally speaking, she bears little difference from the ancient humans who have once populated the Milky Way. The potency of her blood and soul are identical to that of the powerful human gods that once wielded great power in their heyday. Am I a blood descendant of my mother? Yes, Helena said. I did not exist at that time, but my mother has made it more than clear that you are her son. She carried you to term in her stomach and took great care of you during your earliest years. A part of her blood is running through your veins, and you have gained great advantages due to your heritage. Are you sure about that? Vess furrowed his brows. Because from my perspective, I grew up as a dead normal baseline human. I am pretty sure that all of the medical checkups and so on would have clued people to the fact that my physiology is drastically different from a normal human. I did not grow up eating all of the exotic materials that are required to grow an extraordinary physique, either. Shouldn't I have starved to death when I was young due to my inability to absorb the right nutrients to support my more demanding growth? This was a clear contradiction in logic. An authentic primordial human like David managed to grow a powerful skeleton that was grown out of a mixture of treasure materials, while Vess was pretty sure he possessed normal bones before he graduated from university. You think too simply, brother, Helena replied. I told you earlier that our mother had been struck by a curse that caused her to grow weaker over time. I did not describe the nature of this curse too deeply, but one of the major consequences is that her physical state deteriorates rapidly over time. Though she managed to delay her degeneration, by the time she settled in the Bright Republic, she had lost much of her original power, making her almost indistinguishable from baseline humans. The only difference is that she was still able to exert great control over her own genes and body tissue, allowing her to prolong her demise by conducting an orderly transformation to a lower form of humanity. Oh, the control needed to do all of this while constantly suffering in pain and losing more and more power must be insane. Her body has lost the qualities that made them different. This meant that you were able to grow up as a normal human baby for the most part. You were almost entirely unaffected by the burdens that primordial humans must bear to live in the environment of these modern times. That is a blessing, not a curse. The answer disappointed Vess. He thought that he gained a lot of special and cool abilities due to the higher life state of his mother. Did I truly get nothing special from my mother? He asked. That is not true, silly brother. You are always special. Our mother used to be a powerful practitioner once. Even in the last years of her life, her soul was stronger than that of any baseline human. When you were growing in her womb, she was able to pass on a part of that strength to you. Her body, though drained of what made it strong, was still able to impart a trace of the great potential of primordial humans in your unborn body. Vess turned back to her. What does that mean? It means that, while your mother couldn't bring you to life on a higher starting point, your latent potential is deeper than others. Your physique is more adaptable, and your soul can endure greater stresses and changes without breaking. This is her greatest gift to you. You were indistinguishable from baseline humans when you were born, but you do not have to stay that way for the rest of your life. If you ever decided to follow in her footsteps or yearn to attain greater personal power in another capacity, you will not experience as many insurmountable obstacles as other modern humans. As a child of our mother, ascension is not a path to regaining the power of your distant ancestors. It is a journey of rightfully claiming the power that should have belonged to you, but has been withheld due to the realities of the time. This is your birthright, Vess. Vess became shocked by what he heard. He never knew that his mother had so many deep considerations towards her son. It made him feel warm and loved. He could feel the care that she had given him even to this day. Chapter 40, 788, Identity Confusion. What was his birthright? Was it to gain the power of a primordial human and inherit the power and knowledge of his mother? That did not appear to be the case. His mother had never told him about any of her extraordinary history back when she was originally alive. She never left any clues when she died, and did not set any expectations on Vess either. If Cynthia Larkinson had her way, her son would have grown up as an ordinary third-class citizen of a fairly normal third-rate state that was far removed from the dangerous power plays and galactic developments that made the galactic heartland and the galactic center so treacherous. The answer he gained from his eldest sister made him more confused. His mother injected him with as much potential as she could manage, but never imparted any expectations for him. This was another contradiction that troubled Vess. Though a part of him felt proud for being born to a once powerful parent, whose lineage was more nobler than others, what was the use of all of this if his mother just wanted him to live his life as an ordinary brider? It was not until his father broke the game by passing on the Mech designer system that Vess truly started making use of the deep but buried potential in his body and spirit. His sister, whose birth and upbringing was much higher than Vess had enjoyed, felt sympathy for her poor brother. "I am different from you, Vess. I was born to fight and assist our mother in her struggles from the day I was born," she told him. "You were born in a time where our mother had reached the weakest phase of her life. Not even she can maintain her confidence and optimism towards the future. She brought you to life because she wanted her life to have meaning and leave behind a legacy that would live on after her passing. She did not expect to return to life in her current form. It is only through a number of accidents and coincidences that you were able to sustain her and allow her to regain much of her strength." That may be true, but Vess was not entirely sure about whether all of it had been accidents and coincidences. He felt that a lot of different decisions he made back then may have been engineered to produce a specific outcome that led to the current circumstances. Perhaps his mother couldn't resist the urge to fall back into old habits and implement a scheme that might ultimately bring her back to life. Perhaps the Mech designer system remained attached to its original holder and sought to use her son to reverse her death. It could also be that everything that led Vess to getting reintroduced to her and giving her the means to claw herself back from total nihility was simply an unintended consequence of bearing a child. Maybe she suffered so much throughout her first life that karma finally played a role and compensated her for all of the good she had done. Vess shook his head. He was speculating again. He did not have all of the answers, and he had a feeling that he might never learn the full truth. "Helena, what is it now?" she asked as she conveyed a touch of impatience. "My mother once told me that she sabotaged my ability to pilot a Mech," he said. "Leaving aside whether she knew that I would be able to pilot a Mech in the future or not, what is the reason for doing so? Don't misunderstand me. I am not upset with what she has done. I might have thought differently if I was younger, but I am old enough and happy enough in my current career that I would not wish to trade my Mech designs to become a simple soldier who only knows how to kill. I am not entirely clear about this matter, Vess. My mother doesn't tell me anything. Even if I knew, I would still withhold my answer from you. This is a matter that you deserve to hear from her directly. Maybe if you come back to the old galaxy and hand over David's skeleton to her in person, she may finally answer all of the questions that have caused you to become so confused. You are right in that you have grown older and mature now. You have embraced your vocation as a Mech designer, and you are no longer easily tempted by alternative possibilities. I think our mother will be much more inclined to tell you the truth about her past self and the reason why her problems affect you as well." It became more and more imperative for Vess to return to the Nyxian Gap. "Fine," Vess accepted her words as a plan came to mind. "I will return to the old galaxy, but as you know, I really can't do so casually. I don't even know whether it is possible for me to leave within a decade. Aside from that, the Milky Way is also extremely dangerous to me for reasons that you are already familiar with. We can figure this out together," his sister replied in an optimistic tone. "You do not have to bear this burden together. Our Oblivion Empire has grown considerably over the years. We have not only mastered many technologies, but also attracted many talents under our banner. We will find a way to resolve the issues that you are worrying about one way or another. All right, let us leave this matter for another day." The pair of siblings continued to wait in the recreation and socialization hall for all of the captive humans to arrive. If the timekeeping system of the prison facility hadn't malfunctioned, Vess knew that the large and expansive room would become a lot more crowded in less than 4 minutes. He began to straighten his back and adjust his demeanor in anticipation of facing a tough crowd. He did not want to leave anything to chance. Ves needed to take charge of the entire crowd so that no one stupid would get to make idiotic decisions and ruin this chance of escaping the prison facility without suffering excessive casualties. His mind still wasn't fully in the present, though. A part of his mentality still remained in flux due to all of the knowledge he learned today about primordial humans, his mother and himself. "I suggest you don't think too much about your heritage," the spiritual entity advised. "No matter the circumstances of your birth, none of the advantages imparted by your parents has allowed you to build a business empire and a clan with ease. The worst primordial human is far inferior to your current self, and you have the chance to become much more powerful as long as you keep working harder. No matter whether you were born as a lesser or greater human, it is our mentalities and our accomplishments that truly make us great." "You are right," Ves sighed. The past was the past. Ves couldn't change anything about it. Whether he learned the truth about his heritage or not did not matter that much to him. He did not inherit his mother's profession, but instead became a man of the current times. Mech dominated his life today, and that was what he should be focusing upon. He yearned to return back to his stronghold so that he could go back to designing Mechs again. The Dullahan project and the Ghost project were both screaming to be completed, and he was determined to finish them by the time the refitted and upgraded spirit of Bentheim returned from an MTA shipyard. Helena perked up for a moment. "The air is changing." Ves nodded. He activated a command built into his unending regalia and caused it to project a glowing cape behind his armored back. Although the false cape was not that particularly impressive in itself, it could play a major role in enhancing his stature as long as the rest of the package exuded enough strength. Ves was incredibly confident in this aspect of himself. This was not his first rodeo, and he had specifically designed his unending regalia to convey the look of a martial leader. Nothing about his appearance looked anything close to a nerdy Mech designer. A few more seconds passed by as Ves could feel the spatial fluctuations in the air before him. It was as if hundreds of buzzers went off at once. The teleportation mechanisms were in a worse shape than Ves realized. A lot of face water had decayed, causing the devices responsible for bringing inmates in and out of their cells to struggle to perform their tasks. Fortunately, there were many of them, so the prison facility could always rely on an ample amount of redundancies to complete these exhausting jobs. The air crackled a bit as the sudden appearance of over 1,000 different bodies appeared at once. "Where are we?" "My comm still can't connect to the emergency services." "Hey, were you captured as well?" "Troopers, fall back on my position. Be on guard and investigate our surroundings. Surrender your combat armor and your weapon this instant. President Yename's Clive will not be happy if I have taken a laser round through my head. Protecting my life should be your highest priority." "Waisa, I want to go home, Mommy." The cacophony was loud and overbearing. People were screaming, crying, and issuing demands at the same time. Though there were a number of obvious leader figures who attempted to take charge of their own bodyguards, as well as the large number of Davitan's security guards, even they could not impose their order on the crowd. Ves did not look particularly surprised. He knew people well enough by now that he predicted that everyone would get messy. Of the few people who managed to keep their cool, the Larkinson delegation clearly stood out. They had received plenty of warnings and instructions in advance and had immediately moved to separate themselves from the crowd so that they could all group up at their patriarch's position. As the civilian Larkinsons retreated behind Ves, while his honor guards stood in a neat and straight row before him, he finally decided to put an end to this farce. With Helena, his wife, his children, and the rest of the leaders of the Larkinson clan paying close attention to him, Ves raised his fist and spread out his own glow, causing it to impact the minds of all of the scattered people who were squabbling among themselves. "Quiet," he boomed, making sure to amplify his voice by using his unending regalia. His voice immediately caused everyone else to grow quiet. They could not help it as the sight that Vess and his Larkinsons made, combined with the glow that he exuded from his body, truly made a strong impact on the scattered people. Not even the well-trained and numerous security guards working for the Davatan state exuded as much strength and unity at the moment. Though a number of people kept moving or talking among themselves, this was already an excellent outcome. Let me introduce myself to you. I am Patriarch Vess Larkinson, the founder and leader of the Larkinson clan. If you people have not been living under a rock all this time, then you should know who I am and the enemies that I have beaten together with my people. You may not have guessed it, but I am the reason why you have been teleported out of your cells just now. If I hadn't been able to escape my cell, locate a damaged alien control center, and repaired it just enough to get you all out, you would still be growing hungry and thirsty in your cramped cages. I have brought you this far. Now I ask you to follow my lead and help me bring you out of this sordid alien prison. Are you with me, Davatans? Chapter 4789, Commanding Lead. Who put you in charge? A mercenary general asked. The uniformed man possessed a brave demeanor and did not look inferior to a Larkinson. The people who got kidnapped largely consisted of highly successful leaders in every important profession. The Larkinsons were not the only ones who brought soldiers, and it could even be argued that mercenary organizations possessed even more fighting experience. This gave the mercenary general the confidence to contest for dominance. It was not that the man doubted the combat acumen of the Larkinsons, but his mercenary organization possessed a martial tradition that went back centuries. Vess recalled that the man came from a notable mercenary organization called the TRD Combat Application Group. General Holdren, I have heard much about you and your fellow mercenaries. I respect your mercenary company's competence in battles against Mechs on the battlefield, but we are in a different situation right now. The scenario we are in is more comparable to the expeditions that our clan has embarked upon in the past. In this alien environment, where we are tasked with fighting an asymmetrical battle with inconsistent battle assets, ingenuity and technological mastery are more important than knowing how to fight. Besides, you and your fellow mercenary officers have come without bringing any combat armor or heavy weapons. We have our guards. That may be true, but are they as well equipped as ours? Vess asked with a grin. He decided that a demonstration was in order. He waved for his honor guards to step forward. They did so with loud, clanking metal footsteps that echoed throughout the large and expansive hall. Each of them looked large and looming, as they wore serious medium to heavy combat armor that were geared towards assault, defense, and other heavy duties. The more knowledgeable and technical people among the crowd looked astonished as they understood how well the Larkinson clan's honor guards were armored. Those troops are wrapped in first-class armor plating, a senior Mech designer working for another company revealed. The workmanship is rough, but their effectiveness is not in question. Seriously, how extravagant. Even the Patriarch is clad in the same quality of armor. Vess grinned as he faced the crowd in an open helmet. He waved one of his honor guards at the side to step forward and face the massive crowd in a confident posture. If you doubt the capabilities of my soldiers and think that our clan should not take the lead, then feel free to defeat him. Shoot his armor. I dare you. If you want to challenge my right to take command, then prove you have the strength to beat my clan into submission. Not many dared to do so. The Larkinson clan's heritage may only be a fraction of the other organizations involved in this mess, but the glory and prestige that Vess and his soldiers had earned in a short amount of time was unequaled. While these mercenaries and other pioneers had been wining and dining in the safe and increasingly more secure confines of Davut, the Larkinsons either went on harrowing expeditions or spent time on preparing for their next journey into the deeper parts of the frontier. Reputation mattered in times like these. Vess had hardly heard General Holdren and his mercenary company's deeds, while practically every well-connected Davute knew about the Larkinson clan's record of beating mutant phase whales and formidable alien warships. Vess banged his armored fist against his chest plate, producing a loud noise that caused the timid individuals amongst the crowd to jump in fright. "Do you know where I gained the materials to upgrade the armor of my suit and that of my bodyguards?" Our clan ripped all of the materials off the damaged and broken debris from an alien warship whose name roughly translates to the collapsing house of the fractured star. Our Golden. Skull Alliance not only had to confront this ship in direct battle, but also had to fend off her mightiest leader and protector, a phase lord called the Trampler of Stars. If you think those names are exaggerations to embellish my record, then I can send you the edited footage of our battle against these powerful alien foes. No need. The words that Vess spoke combined with his odd glow that transmitted his will to dominate to the crowd completely caused them to fall under his rhythm. They never encountered a situation like this before. Many people did not even harbor any desire to challenge what Vess was saying. They already became convinced that it was right for this impressive clan patriarch to take charge of their entire group. Of course, not everyone was caught off balance. There were still many experienced and steady leaders among the kidnapped Vips. Their ability to endure pressure and think rationally were exceptional, and they did not let themselves get fooled by a younger man who happened to take the initiative. General Holdren of the TRD Combat Application Group looked unwilling, but he knew quite well that he and his mercenaries would not be able to surpass the Larkinsons in terms of strength or proven accomplishments. This caused him to withhold his voice and remain still. That did not necessarily mean that people like General Holdren were sincerely convinced and willing to obey the instructions of the Larkinsons. If severe differences in opinions ever arose, the mercenaries working for TRD might decide to separate from the Larkinsons and act in a separate capacity. That was an undesirable outcome to Vess, as he anticipated that there would be a tough fight ahead. Whoever managed to take over the primary control room should definitely have prepared enough defenses to defend against an attack. In the worser scenarios, the adversaries might have managed to subvert a few native defensive systems as well, which meant that the trapped Vips had to fight against both their kidnappers and the prison facility itself. Vess needed every soldier who could fight in order to maximize his chances of winning the upcoming confrontation. He did not want to worry about people messing up behind his back or throwing his strategy into disarray. Fortunately, the different delegations were quite limited and scattered in their opinions. Even if there were a number of them that were united in their unwillingness to answer to an upstart clan and its young leader, they were even less willing to answer to each other. Vess knew that he needed to make a breakthrough in order to unite the gathered Vips and their guards under his banner. While Vess had been arguing with the likes of General Holdren, a large number of soldiers wearing either low-profile suits or heavily armored combat armor had gathered and formed up in the rear of the main crowd. As the groups of soldiers began to organize themselves until they formed a much larger column of infantry troops, a lot of people discovered that a second powerful force was in their midst. The Davitan's security guards might not have the benefit of extravagant protection, such as first-class armor plating, but they possessed the greatest quantity of combat-effective soldiers among the people involuntarily brought to this pocket space. The hundreds of guards were not only well-trained, but already adhered to a single military command structure. If the equipment between the Larkinson guards and the Davitan guards was the same, then the latter would undoubtedly be able to gain an easy advantage in battle due to their overwhelming numerical superiority. Vess needed the support of these soldiers, but how easy was it to convince them to answer to a private individual? Each of them had been trained to answer to their superiors and no one else. As consummate professionals, they took their oaths seriously. It was impossible for Vess to deceive them with words and convince them to ignore the regulations they were compelled to follow. In truth, his entire show of force was not targeted towards the crowd as a whole. Vess was confident in his speaking ability, and if that did not work out for whatever reason, he could always resort to absolute force to cow the doubters and contrarians into submission. His actual goal was to win over the highest-ranking officer among the Davitan guards. Right now, that figure slowly stepped forward, while having all of his troopers form to his rear and sides. It became obvious that the guard officer had successfully managed to subdue the different guard units that had originally been stationed across different seating blocks. "Your name?" Vess asked, as if he was a lord demanding the identity of a subordinate. "Major Alden Durant. I have taken command of the Davitan Palace Guard forces that are trapped in this alien base. You have listened to my words like the others. Do you agree with my argument and agree to follow my orders?" "Respectfully, Patriarch, I cannot do that." The guard officer shook his head. "Our soldiers have a duty to guard you and our other honored citizens of our colonial state. We are not allowed to take sides or let ourselves be commanded by one group to the detriment of other groups. The command of our guard forces must always remain in the hands of an officer that is commissioned by our state. If your relative General Ark Larkinson was here, then we would surrender to his authority without any doubt, but you are not an officer of our state." Seeing that Major Durant could not easily be persuaded, Vess made a judgment call and decided to take a step back. "Very well." Vess smiled in a charming fashion while subconsciously increasing the strength of his glow. "Since you and your men are loyal servants of the state who can be trusted to do what is best, then I will not ask you to betray your oath and put my orders above your duty. I merely wish to obtain your cooperation in a breakout attempt that I have planned." Chapter 40, 790 Major Alden Durant. The sudden teleportation of so many different humans to the recreation and socialization area of the prison base had finally lifted a heavy weight off their hearts. Vess actually did it. Gloriana blinked, as she still couldn't quite believe that her husband managed to access the alien control system to such a thorough degree that he could release every captive human from their cells. "I knew I married the right Mech designer." "Papa is so strong." Marvane cheered as he jumped and ran as if he hadn't been spending several boring hours in a cell. "I want to be just like him when I am older." His mother frowned and picked him up to prevent him from wasting any needless energy. "Hush now, baby. Your father isn't an entirely good role model for a Mech designer. Your mama is just as good of a Mech designer. Spend more time with me, and I will teach you how to design more flawless and perfect mechanos. Does that sound fun to you, my son?" "I want that, Mama, but only Papa can teach me how to escape from prison and subvert an alien prison. I want to learn from him as well." "You shouldn't have to learn these lessons at all, Marvane." As Gloriana, Marvane and many other people enjoyed their slightly greater freedom and began to feel more optimistic about their chances of making it out, a much more serious discussion was about to take place. A group of important soldiers and officials quickly gathered in order to plan an assault on an unfamiliar position under adverse circumstances. This was not a normal military operation. Nobody among the crowd knew what they were getting into, so it became imperative to hash out as much as possible in the little time they had left. Major Alden Durant brought over a dozen different guard captains to the impromptu council. Meanwhile, Vess summoned General Verl, Cadiz, Chief Minister Abigail Evern, Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson, Director Rania Wadden, Nira, and anyone else that might offer enough useful input. All of the gathered officers and officials looked grim-faced and serious. No matter whether they wore full combat armor or a ceremonial suit that offered little protection except against the slightly toxic alien air. None of them believed it would be that easy to overcome the adversaries that had managed to circumvent discovery and managed to capture so many Davitan VIPs in a single instant. The only exception among them was Cadiz. Having spent several hours in a situation where she was not only trapped, but also deprived of her bloodsinger, the most combat-capable Mech designer among the entire gathering of captives, had been experiencing pure torture in the last few hours. It was only after she was able to meet up with the honor guards of the Larkinson clan that she finally managed to obtain a decent blade by her standards. "You might not be my possession, but I still remember how I made you with my own hands. You will sing just fine in my grasp." The swordmaster smiled as she patted the flat of her one-handed transphasic sword. She forged the weapon years ago during the times when the clan resided in Davut for several years. She took part in the comprehensive upgrade project that aimed to bring up the equipment standards of the Larkinson clan's honor guard to the highest standards achievable in the Red Ocean. Though her usage of face water was rough and experimental, she forged a batch of swords and sent the best ones among them to the honor guards that were skilled enough to make effective use of the powerful weapons. Although the blade was not attuned to her, Sharpie was already at work at trying to align it with her own style and strengths. By the time hostilities commenced, Keddy's hoped to be able to slice through whatever enemies prevented her and her family from returning to the clan. "You will need a suit of combat armor as well," Vess remarked just before the general discussion started. "One of my honor guards should have one that should roughly fit your dimensions." The swordmaster paused in her admiration of her new sword to shake her head. "Don't bother. You designed their suits of combat armor to fit their dimensions and fighting styles to an exact degree. It will do more harm than good if I force myself to fight in a shell that actively works against my movements. How are you supposed to fight then? Will you just let your shield generator tank all of the blows while you go off running around in a ceremonial outfit?" "Don't be silly, Vess. I plan to approach one of the many Davitan's security guards and ask if I can borrow her combat armor. The gear used by those troopers might not be as tough as your recent work, but they will complement my fighting style better as they are designed to be versatile and widely applicable." He understood her logic. The honor guards all received the benefit of customized gear, while the guard forces working for the state mostly had to make do with standard-issue gear. It shouldn't matter whether Cadiz was not a soldier of the state. She was a bona fide transcendent swordswoman and probably possessed the single highest combat power out of every infantry trooper in this prison facility. "I can see how that works, but you will be operating on a thin margin," Vess responded. "You can't afford to make as many mistakes, and any weapon that is as powerful as that of a Mech can blast you to pieces, swordmaster or not. There is a reason why your profession has declined in modern times." "You don't need to remind me of that, Vess. My intuition is strong, so I will know when I am being targeted. I won't foolishly storm ahead and attract everyone's attention. I will act according to my judgment." He did not express any further concerns as it was completely unnecessary. Cadiz was not a kid. Battles like these were hard to come by, and she was in the right position to make a difference. The lives of her children were on the line, and that made it impossible for her to sit back and rely on the protection of their guards. Vess respected her desire to put her life on the line in order to seek greater heights in the field of traditional swordsmanship. Both Vess and Cadiz soon joined the circle of leaders. No one understood their current circumstances better than Vess, and that made it important for them to hear what he had to say. Vess did not hold back too much in sharing his discoveries. He projected an annotated map of the prison facility and explained a summary of what he learned up to this point. Both Larkinsons and outsiders looked shocked and concerned at different junctions. Compared to the captured Vips, who had only been here for a few hours, the enemy had spent a lot more time in this ancient alien facility. "Our adversaries have too many advantages," Major Alden Durant spoke with concern. "They have demonstrated at least a partial degree of control over the automated systems of this abandoned ruin, and they have spent much more time entrenching their positions at the upper floors. Depending on the nature of our foes, we may be facing strong crew-served weapons, fixed defenses, and even outright combat vehicles such as infantry fighting vehicles, tanks, and maybe even Mechs." The senior security guard officer was right to be concerned. His forces may have been well-equipped for their specific responsibilities, but their responsibilities were mainly confined to crowd control and solving infantry-level threats. Anything heavier required the intervention of the Mechs on patrol duty. The infantry troopers were never expected to confront hostile vehicles on their own. They instead had to obey directives which obliged them to escort their charges to safety. General Verl turned to the Davatan Major. How many effective troops can you call upon, and how many of them are equipped with heavy armaments? According to our current count, we can muster over 120 unarmored security guards and 300 armored infantry soldiers. Major Durant responded. All of them are in good condition, and most still have ample reserves of energy and ammunition. Our unarmored troops are not suited for assaults. I prefer to keep them close and have them watch over our non-combatants. Our armored troops possess ample military training and can be relied upon to fight both offensive and defensive battles. However, there is not much variety to their combat equipment. Only 9 of my specialists are equipped with heavy weapons, and even then their ammunition reserves are limited. The seating blocks already possessed fixed defensive hardpoints that already covered this need. There was not much of a demand to bring in additional heavy weapons specialists for that reason. The fact that the group of security guards included 9 heavy weapons specialists was already remarkable by themselves. When Vess and the others took a closer look at the heavy weapons carried by these bulkier and more formidable-looking troops, they became slightly disappointed. 7 missile launchers and 2 laser cannons, General Verl summarized. Both are transphasic and can pack a substantial punch. The former can be programmed to follow complicated trajectories, and they are also geared towards punching through armor and energy shields. The latter can only be fired in a straight trajectory, but can fire repeatedly as long as the energy supply lasts, and the heat buildup is not excessive. Vess shook his head. We can only use them sparingly. The troopers don't carry that many spare missiles, so these launchers will quickly turn useless once they have fired a couple of times. The laser cannons are powerful, but they are undersized. Although we can string enough spare batteries from multiple sources in order to fire them a few more times, their heat capacities are too low, and that puts a limit on how many times we can fire them in a single engagement. The group concluded that they needed to make sparing use of the few heavy weapons available. They should only truly be reserved for threats that could not be solved by regular soldiers. Once they gained a greater understanding of their assets, they soon turned to formulating a strategy and planning their approach to the upper floors. There are clearly multiple approaches to the top. General Verl pointed at the different pathways. However, we do not have reliable and verified information on how well they are defended. On top of that, we still do not know what we are facing. Scouting should be our first priority. We must gather first-hand information on the state of these approaches before we should commit to an assault. That will give our adversaries more time to prepare. Major Durant spoke with a heavy voice. Aside from that, it is impossible for us to take competent and well-prepared opponents by surprise. In a cramped facility like this where it is impossible for us to breach the walls or circumvent their defensive lines, our only choice is to attack with force. We must carefully determine how extensively we split our forces and apply pressure in multiple directions at once. If they stuck together, then it would be easy for their enemies to defend from a single direction, or use overwhelming firepower to wipe out all of the attackers at once. If they split up too much, then it would not only be challenging to coordinate all of the groups, but there would also be a greater risk of getting defeated in detail. No matter what, the people who gathered here had to make a lot of hard choices. Another problem was the soldiers hailing from the other groups. They amounted to hundreds of additional armored troops and could play a huge role in any fight. However, they could only provide a lot of value in the field if they cooperated sincerely. If they slacked off or retreated too soon, then many other units would definitely get in trouble. Chapter 40, 791 First Scouting Results. Scouting the upper levels was not a complicated affair. The Davatan Guard forces possessed strong scanning and investigation tools, as they needed to be able to detect threats in advance before they could attack the people under their protection. Vess and various different people also carried tiny spy drones and other surveillance equipment as part of their standard loadouts. They passed on these useful gadgets to the soldiers that had been assigned to scout all of the different approaches to the upper levels. This was a risky and dangerous mission. No one knew what they were facing and how many traps and defenses awaited them above. The scouts might have to pay for the information they gathered with their lives. Nonetheless, the infantry troops wearing nothing but lighter armor did not even think about refusing their latest instructions. The colony of Davut hadn't existed all that long, but several years was enough for focused training programs to indoctrinate millions of Mech pilots and other servicemen into loyal and dedicated patriots of the colonial state. If there was one essential skill that every state mastered, it was the ability to brainwash lots of people into serving their new masters without too much thought. Though Vess regarded this phenomenon in a cynical light, he also acknowledged that there was a noble element to it as well. People needed to become part of a greater community, and those who possessed the means to fight had a moral obligation to stand up for their weaker citizens. Vess tried to foster the same sentiment in his clan as well, and he was largely happy with the results. It was just that incidents such as his Uncle Ark's compulsive need to surrender to a state caused Vess to feel a lot more bitter about this sort of stuff than he should. The Larkinson clan had grown quickly in the past decade. Many people already likened it to a state, just one without a permanent territory. Sadly, there were still a lot of gaps between the current state of the clan and a fully fledged state. Just the lack of planets made it a lot harder for people to treat the Larkinson clan as a sovereign state that was separate and unbound from any other states in the Red Ocean. Vess frequently wondered whether he should take measures to intensify the indoctrination efforts of his clan. He was reluctant to increase their weight because he did not want to turn his own subordinates into mindless drones that could not properly think for themselves. He hated blind fanaticism the most. Still, Vess couldn't deny there were cases where these traits could play a helpful role. Vess admired the way the hand-picked scouts fearlessly left the recreation hall and moved in the direction of the upper floors. "It will be a while before we hear from them again," General Verl stated. "This is especially the case when we do not want to expose too much of our details to the opposition. Communication will be a problem in this facility, especially when the ubiquitous transphasic stone material around us effectively blocks wireless communication across long distances." Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson frowned. "We shouldn't split up our forces too much if that is the case. I do not know how you feel about the scattered guard forces of the other groups, but I do not trust them to consistently obey our instructions or move at the right timing." Vess also shared those concerns. "We have a lot of different soldiers, but their mixed allegiances and mixed ideas make it difficult to command them effectively. I am much more inclined to just form a single powerful assault force and just smash the enemy position with everything we have." "That is not entirely wise." Major Durant shook his head. "We must attack from at least two separate directions in order to introduce an element of uncertainty and force our opposition to split its focus. We must keep our enemies guessing and never make them feel they have completely figured out our details." The leaders with a military background continued to swap ideas and offer proposals. Vess put in a few words as well, but he found that it was not necessary for a layman like himself to lead the discussion anymore. Everyone gathered here were professionals who were good at their jobs. There was not much they could talk about until the scouts returned. Much of the talks centered around the organization of their own troops and the combat roles of every individual unit. More than half a minute passed by before the scouts flew back at their fastest speeds. Each of them did not hesitate to push their flight capabilities to the limit and expend as much energy as possible in order to share their findings as early as possible. "Sir, we have found a large encampment along with several visible defensive installations in the main hallway leading to the upper floors. The left side entrance is both mined and guarded by a combination of turrets and armored guards. The small rear entrance has been completely blocked by a wall that consists of metal debris that has roughly been welded together. It is at least several meters thick, according to our scanners, but we do not know whether the opposing force has deployed any shield generators that are currently inactive. The scouts brought a huge amount of useful information that Vess was unable to obtain during the time he had partial access to the alien control system. What interested Vess, and the others the most, was not the defenses by themselves. They instead wanted to know what sort of enemies had targeted the important delegates of Davut in the first place. After spending so much time cut off from greater human society and the rest of their organizations, they were tired of being kept in the dark. The first-hand information collected by the scouts, who surprisingly managed to return in one piece, finally exposed the nature of their current adversaries. "That is not human technology," Vess authoritatively said. "The turrets, the mines, the defensive fortifications, and so on are all alien without a doubt. I don't recognize the architecture and design style, though. They don't conform to the design rules of the Nuncers, Puelmers, and all of the other usual suspects. Combined with the fact that the overall sophistication and material quality of their construction are not too high, I think we are facing a minor alien race at most." Multiple people concurred with his assessment. "Did we manage to obtain visuals of alien individuals?" Director Ranyawadin asked. "Understanding their biology can tell us much." "Durant." The Davatan Guard leader remained silent for a few seconds as he silently held an exchange with his scouts. "The alien individuals have mostly hid behind their fortifications or deeper inside the upper floors. Only one of our scouts managed to obtain a glimpse of an armored alien soldier from a distance." Alden Durant projected a still image in the air. A lot of people leaned closer in order to study the small figure that had just moved out from behind a defensive emplacement. What immediately stood out was the figure's height. According to the collected data, the armored alien was 2.5 meters tall, which was significantly higher than the baseline human average. The shape of the alien was clearly humanoid, but the proportions were all different. The torso was fat and round while the legs were fairly long. The arms were thick but comically short, so much so that the alien figures probably wouldn't be able to wield handheld weapons with great skills. The alien race apparently made up for this deficiency by directly mounting weapons onto the armor. 2 different energy weapon barrels extended from the arms. Vess could easily imagine them firing laser beams at any targets they pointed towards. Although neither Vess nor the Larkinsons recognized these aliens by their distinctive shapes, Major Durant and a surprising number of his guard captains reacted as if they had recognized a nightmare from the past. "You know," Vess confronted the Davatans, "you recognize these aliens." "We do," Major Durant admitted. "The design of their defensive installations are much different than before. The alien species that I am thinking about had a habit of applying art to all of their construction. I believe what happened to them has not only inflicted a great amount of trauma to their group, but also caused them to lose so much of their culture. They have likely made many changes to their society and how they operate, but their physiology still remains the same." "Please do not keep us in suspense. Spit it out already," Vess impatiently asked. A few Larkinsons had already managed to deduce the answer, though. "Oh," Minister Sheddarin Purness uttered, "it appears you did not clean after yourselves thoroughly enough." General Verl had a bitter expression on his face. "We are all suffering from the mistakes of the founders of this colony." The highest-ranking representative of the colonial state did not deny these accusations. He finally supplied everyone with the answer that they wanted to hear. "The alien in the projected image is a member of the Peskin race. The Peskins are a weak species that has reluctantly become a member of the native galactic community, but never managed to expand their territory behind a single star system. Their civilization is fairly young and has advanced relatively slowly. They are generally peaceful, but they used to fight against each other in limited conflicts between different alien city-states. None of that is valid anymore because humanity has driven them to extinction. At least, that was supposed to be the case. The description sounded fairly odd to Vess at first, but he quickly managed to connect the dots. These Peskins used to be the original inhabitants of Davut, am I correct? Several Davitan officers nodded. That is correct, Patriarch. I can personally recall the operations that we conducted upon arriving to this star system the first time. Several pioneers have already raided the native city-states on Davut Roman 7 multiple times, but their society has largely remained intact. Our Mech forces had to land in large numbers and wipe out the indigenous defending troops before we could cleanse the remainder of the Peskins as a whole. Vess groaned. Were they strong? No, their technological innovation is not strong, and much of their advancements are actually supplied by the Nuncers. The reason why the Peskins received such favor was because their small star nation has voluntarily agreed to become a protectorate of the Nuncer civilization. In exchange for supplying a fixed amount of resources and occasionally manpower, the Peskins can continue to live under the guarantee of this powerful alien race. They never prepared a serious standing army that could fight against foreign invaders because they assumed the Nuncers would prevent that from happening. Obviously, the Nuncers had been unable to make good on their promises. Their forces stationed in this corner of the Red Ocean had probably been steamrolled by the Big Two during the same time. If these Peskins are so weak, then your Mechs and troops should have cleaned them up without exception. How could you have missed this group? Major Durant developed a possible theory that explained how these aliens managed to escape the purge. We did not spend much time on studying the indigenous alien society, as it was destined to get destroyed. We did note that our forces have never found any trace of an important Peskin individual, who the anthropologists have called Great Chief Jaharan. Who is this Great Chief, exactly? He was the leader of the largest city-state of the Peskin Star Nation, Durant answered. To be more precise, his city-state occupied the best geographic position on this planet. Our Mech forces have invested more effort into defeating its protectors, breaking open its defenses, and destroying every trace of the Peskin civilization. We wanted to claim this site for ourselves and prepare it for the construction of our first and most important settlement in the Red Ocean. The only remnant of the indigenous people that we have decided to retain was the name of Jaharan's former city-state, which we have inherited in order to symbolize humanity's conquest over an important alien holding. You are talking about Davut, Vess flatly stated. Major Durant nodded. The word means center in the language of the Peskins. Our leaders thought well of that and decided to keep it since our troops already called it Davut during our extensive cleansing operation. Chapter 40, 792, The Sins of the Past. The truth had finally been revealed. The identity of the adversaries finally became clear to everyone. It turned out that the assailants who had taken advantage of the initial chaos that had erupted in the government district turned out to be the original occupants of Davut Roman 7. The Peskins used to be one of the many alien species that added to the biodiversity of the Red Ocean. Before the time humanity invaded the Red Ocean at large, the Peskins were small and insignificant players in the dwarf galaxy. Confined to a single star system, and having developed their civilization too late to become a serious contender at the highest level, the Peskins did not follow the path of the humans and tried to fight and cheat their way to power. Instead, the Peskins, who generally weren't that greedy or ambitious, calmly decided to accept their status as small fry and submitted to the first powerful alien civilization that was willing to accept their offer of fealty. The Nuncers eventually absorbed the Peskins in the greater Nuncer civilization. By becoming a protectorate, the Peskins abdicated their sovereignty to their bigger alien brother. This meant that they were denied the right to set their foreign policy, wage war against rival alien star nations, make widespread changes to their planet, settle on other planets on a large scale, and more. It was also due to this reason that the Peskins failed to pose a serious threat against the extragalactic invaders who coveted their planet and took it for themselves. The coalition formed by the Clive Consortium, the Dogen Collective, the Serenitas Foundation, and other founding organizations did not encounter any significant setbacks during the brief campaign to conquer and cleanse Davut Roman 7. Major Durant narrated to the gathered crowd. The Protectorate maintained a small garrison of Nuncer warships and ground troops, but the former only consisted of a small sub-capital ship, while the latter were too few in number to make a difference. The shotgun Shogun, the Koi Riser, and our other ace mechs eliminated all of the forces that could inflict greater than nominal damage to our colonization efforts. After that, our regular mech divisions and auxiliary divisions were tasked with cleaning up the rats. The Major still stored a number of archival footage in his cranial implant. He projected them through his combat armor, giving the people present a close view of what this conquest entailed. Tall aliens with strangely shaped humanoid bodies panicked and screamed as the beautiful painted structures around them collapsed on top of each other. A few enthusiastic striker mechs even decided to initiate the alien vermin extermination operation early and gleefully started to spray their flames into the structures, where hundreds, if not thousands, of Peskin civilians were trying to shelter from the brutality displayed by the humans. The deaths of all of their friends and family seemed to spur on the native defenders even further, but an intent to fight could not compensate for the incredible disparity in technological and material strength. Weak and ineffective tanks and airplanes futilely tried to halt the indomitable advance of human mechs, only to get melted, crushed, or cut apart as the primary combat platforms of the human race demonstrated the technological might of the Milky Way. What Vess interested the most was when the invasion of the indigenous city-state of Davut pressed towards the center of the city. Small battalions of elite alien tanks and other combat vehicles managed to block the advance of the murderous mechs for the time being. These powerful vehicles were clad with transphasic alloys and were equipped with transphasic weapons. Some of them were obviously built by more powerful alien civilizations for export to weaker races, such as the Peskins. These elite alien battalions defended the center of the city-state to the death. This was where the largest and most opulent alien palaces had been built. Vess could already guess where this location corresponded to in the present day. "You guys built the government district on top of the ruins of a native alien city center," he asked. "Not just a normal city-state, but the largest on the planet." He may not be a superstitious person by nature, but even he would think twice about founding the capital city of a colony and eventually an entire colonial state on the most sacred and honored location of the previous occupants of the planets might be a little daft. Major Durant and several other veterans of this conquest lowered their heads. They were all elites of the founding groups of the colony of Davut and personally fought on the streets of the alien city. "When we stepped foot on this planet, we received instructions to wipe out all forms of alien life and destroy everything they have built," he said. "Despite the fact that Davut is a port system, it is not a particularly valued location to the indigenous aliens. The advanced races here have always utilized warp drives for superluminal travel, so they are not bound by the rules and constraints of Milky Way-style FTL drives. This star system used to be a galactic backwater, so it was impossible for the Peskins to have anything worthwhile for us to covet. They did not even possess much face water, as they surrender what little they can harvest to the Nuncers as tribute." Many people nodded. They could already see from the footage that the Peskin forces truly couldn't keep up with the human invaders. Even the elite transphasic vehicles that the local aliens built at great cost over multiple generations ultimately succumbed against the superior firepower and flexibility of the mechs brought by the eager colonists. The invaders did not even bother to deploy their high-ranking mechs against these transphasic vehicles. This was an incredible show of force, and one that proved that pioneers at this early phase of the opening of the Red Ocean could still compete against the indigenous aliens without relying on face water technology. So you and your fellow soldiers invaded the palaces built in the center of the city-state of Davut in order to capture or kill its highest leaders, correct? That is so. We have managed to hunt down and neutralize many high-ranking native officials. I imagine that we only captured them in order to interrogate them for information about this planet. Kedis snorted when she heard this. Well, your interrogators obviously didn't do a good job, because they failed to obtain any news about a pocket space hiding in the middle of this former alien city-state. Believe me, miss, I am resentful of our intelligence officers as well. They have not only failed to obtain the necessary information, but never followed up on the fact that Great Chief Jaharan has gone missing all of this time. General Verl crossed his arms. It is not the fault of your intelligence department. I imagine that a secret as controversial as an ancient pocket space that has long been abandoned is a core secret that is only mastered by the leaders and the inner circle of this alien city-state. Think about it. If more individuals learn about a pocket space that has immense strategic value, the Nuncers will learn about it soon enough. Do you think these tyrannical alien cows will continue to allow the planet to be occupied by the weak and inconsequential Peskins? Even though it appeared that the phase whales had lived so long and traveled so widely that they opened up pocket spaces in every star system, in truth they were not that common. The quantity of pocket spaces in the entire Red Ocean was definitely great, but many of them had either been abandoned like this prison facility or already occupied by other strong races. This made Davut so valuable. Whether the Nuncers wanted to repurpose this pocket space into a top-secret experimental lab or a hidden military base, it was more than worthwhile to dissolve the Protectorate and get rid of the Peskins in order to claim it for themselves. I must say that your coalition has made an excellent and fortuitous choice in the selection of your first colony, Minister Sheddarin Purnes calmly remarked. As long as this unpleasantry has passed, and as long as the MTA disdains to lay claim to it themselves, this pocket space will fall under the control of your colonial state. This will provide great benefits to Davut. Many people's eyes lit up after they heard this. They all knew this was correct. If the Nuncers were greedy enough to fight for a pocket space, then the humans were no different. Davut would be able to gain a significant advantage if it could control the entry and exit of personnel, vehicles, and cargo. In the context of the upcoming war against Karlach, the pocket space that was located so close to the Skyline Palace could be treated as both a core secret development center and elite military base. Compared to setting up laboratories or bases that were situated in remote locations or exposed sites on more populated planets, it was a lot more secure and convenient to place them right in the heart of the government district, where security was the highest, and where numerous ace mechs were often close at hand to respond to any incidents. In fact, the best way to ensure near-total security and confidentiality was to make sure to station at least one active ace mech at the only portal in and out of the pocket space. Vess grew a little depressed after making this realization. He knew that no matter how much damage Davut and President Yenames, Clive ultimately incurred by letting an attack the heart of the colonial state, the government would ultimately harvest a huge amount of profit from obtaining a precious pocket space. Karlach would become so green with envy and desire that the rival colonial state would definitely step up its offensives as well. This was serious business. The two port systems shared many similarities, but if outsiders learned that Davut had a pocket space and the other destinations did not, they would be far more inclined to take their business to the former because it was more special. People were strange like that. Pocket spaces were part of the latest trends that drove many pioneers and colonists crazy. A few folk even regarded them as a sign of good luck or an omen for prosperity. We can consider all of these matters in the future. General Verl said as he wanted to bring this session back on topic. We must first formulate a plan that will allow us to escape. You are correct. The group of officers and dignitaries began to hold more substantive talks. With the first-hand intelligence gathered by the scouts, along with the known information in the possession of the veterans of the Davut campaign, they quickly hashed out a relatively simple but reliable plan. Although the battle plan relied on far too many assumptions for his liking, Vess liked it. He even provided his input so that he could add a special stratagem that could only be performed with the help of one of his clan's unique advantages. Are you certain your assets are up to the task? Major Durant looked skeptical. What you are proposing is not a light matter. We may be able to gain control over the enemy camp with much greater ease if this gambit of yours succeeds, but our opponents should not be too incompetent. When Great Chief Jaharan retreated to this pocket space, he brought along his best men and equipment. Vess smirked. The best equipment that the Peskins had available at the time, you mean? I am pretty confident that the technological disparity between our two sides has remained just as great, if not greater. There are still great consequences if you are wrong, Patriarch. You do not need to remind me. We will bear the risks. Don't worry, it will work. This is not the first time we pulled this off. All of this is routine business to our clan. Chapter 40, 793 Assault Plan. Our latest scouting attempts have reported that the Peskin Enclave holds a population of at least 2,000 individuals, of which a disproportionately high number are highly trained soldiers. They have access to some of the best weapons and tech that their alien civilization has produced. The proportion of transphasic weapons and equipment is disproportionately high. All of this sounded fairly bad. Even if the Peskin civilization had never been that strong to begin with, the tech accessible to the hand-chosen elites of Great Chief Jaharan must be quite impressive. Not only that, but the indigenous aliens that blocked the kidnapped humans from returning to normal space also possessed a notable numbers advantage. Even if their civilians were not professional soldiers, they could sure as hell mount a casual suit of armor and start blasting at the humans with their arm cannons. This was compounded by a notable defensive advantage. It was always a bad idea to attack an entrenched enemy that could rely on turrets and solid walls to blunt any assaults. However, none of the humans allowed these factors to deter them from committing to an attack. Every single human looked down on the Peskins. They were called natives or indigenous for a reason. Quantity alone could not make up for the difference in quality. Only the defenses concerned the leaders a little more. The detailed scouting data revealed a number of potent turrets and other defensive emplacements that needed to be eliminated first before they inflicted a large amount of casualties against the attacking humans. General Verl tapped his finger on a map that highlighted several threatening turrets and thick walls. Major Durant, you should direct your heavy weapons specialists to destroy these fortifications right at the start. Their threat against an infantry force without the support of Mechs is too great, especially in this limiting terrain where we can only proceed in one direction. The guard officer of the colonial state did not disagree with Verl's suggestion. We should have enough missiles to destroy the defenses that are in the open at the moment, but doing so will deplete our stockpile. This will leave us with much less missiles to hurl against tanks and other possible vehicles that are too well armored to defeat by relying on the damage output of firearms. Do you have any better ideas? We could lay a siege, Alden Durant proposed. Our missiles are finite under the current circumstances, but it is much easier for us to keep supplying energy to support the operation of our 2 laser cannons. We can sit back and creep up to the Peskin defensive lines step by step. General Verl shook his head. We do not have the time to lay a siege. Our adversaries have too many advantages. With the sheer amount of troops and assets at their disposal, they can absorb the punishment and prepare a more devastating counterattack. It would be ruinous if they somehow managed to surround our positions. The laser cannons are line-of-sight weapons. If we want them to fire at the deadly alien turrets, We will have to cart them out and expose them to return fire. The chances that they will get destroyed is too high since there is no meaningful cover inside the hallways that lead up to the upper levels, Vess noted. The terrain was too unfavorable to the attacking side. The prison complex's hallways and corridors were all straight and flat, giving no opportunity for any escaped prisoners to hide behind cover. General Verl made an alternate suggestion. We can employ the missile launchers instead. The advantage of using them is that we do not require a direct line of sight to fire them. We can program their flight trajectories and targeting priorities in advance before firing them in quick succession. If we do so quickly enough, we can catch the Peskins off guard and overwhelm them with fire and fury. This is also the right time to launch a blitz attack. We must strive to overrun the initial defense lines before the native alien remnants are able to recover from the shock. The general of the Larkinson army had always favored the shock and awe approach. It fit with the clan's great embrace of psychological warfare as its principal Mech warfare doctrine. The only issue with this strategy was that the current circumstances were much different from what General Verl was accustomed to. The rules governing infantry combat were much different than the ones related to Mechs. Major Durant may have the lower rank, but he was a true infantryman. His insights in this field were much greater than anyone else in this gathering. While I agree that a shock and awe approach can catch the defenders off guard, I have fought against the Peskins before. The more they are cornered, the more desperately they will fight back. We can clearly surmise that this pocket space is their final refuge and stronghold. Not only will they defend it to their death, but they will likely have many assets in reserve. Expending our missiles at the first line of defense may give us an early advantage, but I am afraid we will be losing out in terms of strategic depth. Our troopers also are not as tough and persistent as Mechs. Once we conquer the first floor occupied by our adversaries, we should take a moment to rest and secure our gains before we consider pushing further. This did not sit well with Vess. He did not need to possess Ilvain's foresight to know that the Peskins were up to no good. Ever since the entire facility rumbled the last time, he began to have the premonition that he really did not want to be here in a few hours. We cannot surrender the initiative to the enemy. We must push as far as we can go, Vess urged everyone. The talks continued for another 15 or so minutes. The focus of the meeting rested on persuading Major Durant to overcome his cautious and more restrained mindset and continue to push forward until they reached the top of the prison facility. Such a struggle would inevitably lead to greater casualties and losses. Not only would the Davitan Guard forces sacrifice more men as a result, but the safety of the VIPs which he was charged to protect would also become compromised. Our greatest priority is to protect our charges, Major Durant spoke. I am only agreeing to an initial assault in order to preempt any possible attack from the Peskins. So long as we are attacking their positions, they will not have any thoughts about attacking the leading figures of our colonial state. I am not optimistic about pushing our assault any further than that. I believe it is enough to inflict a serious blow. Our government will not stand by and should definitely find a way to mount a rescue attempt. Faced with the man's obstinacy, Vess had little choice but to let his own elite honor guards bear a lot more pressure. My personal troopers shall lead the charge, Vess spoke to the Davitan Guard forces. They will continue to press forward as their armor can take the damage. All we ask from you is to follow in their wake, provide covering fire, and keep their rear secure. Combined with the gambit that we have proposed earlier, we should have a good chance of breaking through all of our opposition. Given how much the Larkinsons wanted to commit to a full attack and were willing to bear the greatest risk, Major Durant finally assented to this proposal. We will see how well the Peskin defenders are able to absorb our attacks. If we judge that we are not at risk of overextending, then we shall back up your elite guards. Major Durant eventually spoke. Vess smiled. That is all we ask of you. It is best if we can all eliminate the threat posed by the Peskins as soon as possible. All of the soldiers prepared to attack now, that their superiors settled on a battle plan. The general layout of the plan was quite simple. The Larkinson Honor Guards, along with a large proportion of troops from both the Davitan security forces and the private guards of the other groups, would commence the assault on the main entrance to the upper floors. The corridors here were the widest, which meant that the attacking troops would have more room to maneuver. They also became a lot less vulnerable to getting bottlenecked. A much smaller force of Davitan soldiers and third-party guard forces would commence a flanking attack from a different direction. The job of this flanking force was not to press deep, but to distract the Peskin defenders and draw enemy resources away from the main entrance. Only a small batch of irregular soldiers and assets were left to attack from a third and much more obscure direction. Though not many people expected much from this group, Vess had high hopes in this gambit. This was one of the wild cards that could potentially throw the defenders into disarray, but it was not the only trick he had up his sleeve. As the soldiers all prepared to set off, the non-combatants would be following them from a distance. It was not a good idea to let them dwell in the lower floors. Not only would they be too far away for the soldiers to turn back and offer support against a possible surprise attack, but if the portal somehow opened up at any point, then that would be a great opportunity to escort the VIPs to safety quickly. A lot of people who had never stepped onto the field of battle understandably exhibited a lot of fear and concern about this matter. There were a lot of timid CEOs and executives who thought it was better to stay on the opposite side of the prison facility when the shooting commenced. Vess did not care for what they thought. He was already happy if these useless people stayed out of his way. They might even be right about keeping as much distance from the Peskins as possible. The Larkinsons did not follow suit, of course. Each of them had already been accustomed to following their Mech legions into battle from a distance that would scare a lot of people to death. No matter what, even the least combative clansmen gained a lot of bravery through these repeated exposures. Even Gloriana resigned herself to this decision. "You can do what you want as long as you guarantee my safety and the safety of our children," she said in a tired voice. Vess smiled at her as he bent down and gently patted Marvain's body. "Don't worry, our kids are the best protected among our group. Their shield generators are unsurpassed. You can trust in the quality of the products vouched by the MTA. I even think that it may be better if we bring our children forward a bit. This is a priceless opportunity for them to become exposed to real combat up close with their own eyes. The benefits that this will provide them will help them throughout their later years." Gloriana couldn't believe what she heard from her husband. "Are you crazy? They are children, Vess. They shouldn't be exposed to any blood until they are well into their adult years. Their immature minds cannot process the trauma of witnessing such ugly sights." "Our children aren't normal, honey," Vess patiently replied. "We have tested them in various ways and learned that they are much, much smarter and more resilient than other designer babies at their age brackets. If we want them to become successful, then we don't need to do anything extra. However, if we want them to excel in their respective fields, they need more than a lot of smarts. They need to develop a stronger mentality, and they can only do so when they go out of their comfort zone. This will be good for them, and I do not think they are too young. If the brutality becomes too much, then you can take our youngest away. Is that good enough for you, Gloriana?" "That is hardly any better." Chapter 40, 794, My Little Skull. Surprisingly enough, their children did not sit back and let their parents hash out their differences. They had become completely enamored by their father's suggestion. "I want to see Mama," Andrest insisted. "No, I want to fight." "I want to stay with Papa," Marvain said. "If Papa can withstand this danger, then so can I." A qualified leader must not show timidity. Aurelia finally voiced her opinion. It took a lot of arguing, but Vess finally managed to get his wife to agree to bring his children close enough to allow them to experience the brutality of combat at a closer distance. Of course, they would still remain well in the rear where the aliens shouldn't be able to attack their positions. Vess may be crazy, but he wasn't stupid. What was important was that Vess wanted his children to stay close to him, as he served as the center of a mobile command post. It just so happened that his unending regalia possessed the most powerful communication system. Even without a dedicated command and communication backpack module, the high-quality miniaturized communication modules built into his combat armor exceeded the specifications of comparable communication systems in the possession of dedicated communication operatives. It was due to this strong advantage that General Verl and Major Durant decided to stick close to Vess and make use of his communication systems. Once everyone completed their preparations, the majority of the trapped humans started to move in the direction of the upper floors. A few hundred civilians chose to stay behind. Major Durant had also allocated a number of armored and unarmored guards to protect them against any aliens that somehow circled around and sought to destroy this vulnerable group. The rest marched onwards and steadily moved towards the floors occupied by the Peskin race. A lot of people held mixed feelings about this. They would have decided to stay behind like the rest of the risk-averse civilians if not for the encouragement from the Larkinsons. Although the Larkinson clan had a reputation for being foolhardy and reckless, it also had an unquestionable record of success and victory. Many Davitans had enough faith in the Larkinsons that they chose to follow these daring people. In any case, out of all of the people among them, only the Larkinsons possessed an abundant amount of experience in dealing with alien threats. As Vess accompanied the command group that was still busy with analyzing new data and adjusting the battle plan, he also entered into a brief discussion with Cadiz about her role in the upcoming fight. "Are you sure you are up to the task of attacking the enemy's rear?" Vess asked with notable concern. "As a swordmaster, your role in this upcoming fight is comparable to that of an expert Mech. You can do a lot of good by raising our morale as you demonstrate your combat prowess and lead our forces from the front." Cadiz shook her head as she continually wiped the blade of her borrowed sword with a polishing cloth. "That is not how sword maidens prefer to fight. We can do much more damage with our swords if we attack our opponents from an angle they are not prepared to defend against. I would much rather join up with Lucky and disrupt the Peskins from the rear. Besides, I don't have to worry about accidentally getting shot in the back over there. If I take part in the frontal assault, then the combination of a relatively confining tunnel and hundreds of infantry soldiers will make it far too likely that I will get caught in the crossfire." "Maybe you have a point. Besides, I am not needed at the front. You have plenty of other ways to raise morale, and your honor guards are already strong enough by themselves. This will be your show, Vess. Let me have mine." She may be one of the bravest members of the Larkinson clan, but even she did not fancy getting caught in the middle of a firefight. Her concerns were exacerbated by her decision to opt out of borrowing a suit of combat armor from the honor guards. If she had said yes to this offer, then she would probably be a lot less reticent about jumping into the middle of all of the chaos. "Fine," Vess said. "I will trust you to do what is best for yourself and for the rest of us. Don't feel too pressured about having to destroy all of the opposition you come across. It is already good enough that you are able to sabotage the Peskins' defenses and other installations. Make sure to coordinate with Lucky." Meow. The cat did not look enthused about receiving another dangerous combat assignment. Lucky knew better than to refuse, though. This was why he reluctantly jumped out of Andrast's arms and started to hover behind Keddy's shoulders. The swordmaster's lips bloomed into an eager and bloodthirsty smile. "It is great you have my back once again, Lucky. It will be just like old times. It has been too many years since we last slayed a monster together. I still remember the time when we fought against a cultist monstrosity." Meow, meow, meow. Lucky recalled that battle as well. He had managed to munch through a lot of unending alloy at the time. Andrast, who had always looked up to Cadiz, dashed forward and started to beg for stories. "Tell me what happened. Who did you fight? How many enemies did you kill? What did Lucky do exactly?" Vess chuckled as Andrast badgered Cadiz into retelling this battle that had taken place a long time ago. Back then, The clan still utilized third-class mechs, and expert mechs remained a distant luxury at the time. The Nyxian Gap campaign may have been one of the bloodiest periods for the clan, but it also fueled its early rise and made it possible for the Golden Skull Alliance to earn enough MTA merits to obtain passage to the Red Ocean. As they continued to move forward, Vess began to occupy himself with charging David's skull with different variations of spiritual energy. He continued to contact his design spirits and persuaded them to inject more and more portions of their spiritual energy into the skull of a primordial human. A lot of people, including Gloriana, found it disturbing that Vess was openly playing with a glowing skull. It made him look like a pirate warlord who was just about to throw the lives of his men away in order to plunder the final remaining heritage of the previous rulers of this planet. Vess did not care about their opinions. He was above their concerns. He knew that as long as he maintained a strong and confident posture, the others would continue to follow his lead. After all, out of everyone stuck in this prison facility, only Vess looked as if he knew what he was doing. "Papa," Aurelia walked up to his side as she held Clixie in her arms. "What is that? It feels so funny." Her father grinned indulgently at her. He even waved the skull closer to his girl so that she could get a good look and feel of the spiritually charged object. "I can't tell you much about it, but right now it has become a vessel of my power. I can do a lot of neat tricks with it, but the premise is that I have enough energy on hand to support my actions. Nothing comes for free. Since there is enough time, I am using it to inject as much energy into it as possible. That way, I can slowly expend it like a battery and produce many different effects as a result." His firstborn daughter was approaching her teenage years. Though her spirituality was still relatively weak, it had already started to show signs of rapid growth, just as puberty was ready to accelerate the growth of her body. Her sensitivity towards spiritual energy was not low. Aurelia almost couldn't resist sending out Mana so that her companion spirit could investigate the magical skull up close, but she restrained herself from revealing this capability in public. "Can I touch it, Papa?" "I'm not sure." Vess hesitated. "It can be dangerous. I am also sure that your mother doesn't approve of you touching random human skulls." Fortunately for him, Gloriana was currently focusing her attention on Marvain. He was much younger than the other children and didn't fully understand all of the implications of what was taking place. There was a limit to his rapid mental development. Aurelia didn't give up, though. She widened her eyes and started to act much cuter than before. "Can I hold it, please?" "Oh, all right. Be careful with it, though. It is rather heavy and big for a child of your size. Don't drop it. I don't want to add a dent in the skull cap." He was exaggerating, of course. The bone composition of a primordial human was comparable to that of organic mech armor. "Meow, Tilda." Aurelia whispered to Clixie for a moment before she put down the furry cat. Clixie didn't mind this and easily kept pace, as she also developed a lot of curiosity towards the skull that contained the spiritual energies of a dozen or so design spirits. As Vess cautiously passed David's skull into his little girl's hands, he paid close attention whether any unanticipated reactions would occur. Fortunately, his daughter did not receive any physical or spiritual harm. It was like touching a pea stone. As long as the vessel properly contained all of the spiritual energy, nobody around it would get affected. Oh. Aurelia was able to experience the special and distinct qualities of the skull in a much more direct fashion. Mana became more active as well. The tiny Persian kitten began to exude a small glow that largely resembled that of Lufa. This helped to shield the girl against her exposure to so many different attributed energies. This was also one of the reasons why Vess was confident his daughter could hold the skull without any problems. "What do you feel, Aurelia?" "This skull is so powerful," she said with awe in her voice. "It is so warm." Vess narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Her reactions sounded a little bit odd. "Do you feel it is warm, like it is a part of our family?" She tentatively nodded. It is like meeting distant kin. Is this our ancestor, Papa? He didn't know how to respond to that. This is an ancient relic that I recently excavated, nothing more. It is so old. Vess fell in thought as he noticed Aurelia's inexplicable closeness to the skull. There had to be a clear reason why his daughter responded this way. He already had a theory in mind. After thinking back on Aurelia's early life and how extensively Vess had supported her growth with spiritual shenanigans, such as giving her a companion spirit seed, he suddenly realized that she actually resembled primordial humans a lot more than other people. Even though Vess clearly felt that Aurelia did not match the properties of an authentic primordial human, the differences shouldn't be too great. Her impressive physical, mental, and spiritual development exceeded his original estimates, so much so that it was hard to see any resemblances between her and baseline humans. While Vess began to consider whether he had inadvertently turned his offspring into primordial humans, Aurelia continued to grow fascinated by the glowing skull. The girl just couldn't get enough of this macabre, but endlessly fascinating ancient relic. Clixie also felt it was special. The cat felt tempted enough to jump at the skull and tap it with her front paws. Clixie, behave. Meow meow. You're not a dog, Clixie. You don't need to chew on this bone. Meow. What nobody noticed was that the jewel attached to her neck glinted in multiple colors. It remained unclear whether it did more than that, as the aura and the glow of colors exuding from the skull had an obscuring effect. Chapter 40, 795 Defiant Words. As the humans displaced by the Peskins moved into position to begin their long-awaited assault, a lot of events took place back in normal space. The tragedies and losses inflicted on the citizens of the new colonial state, centered around Davut, were devastating. The beasts let loose in the packed and congested city center, that should have been the safest district of all, had an enormous effect on many people. The festive mood had decidedly been squashed by the violent attack. Even the colonists located in the many planets that fell within the sphere of influence of the colonial state no longer felt happy and satisfied. The broadcasts that clearly transmitted the violent and bloody images of death and destruction ensured that no one was able to miss what was taking place on the ground. Though the citizens of the fledgling colonial state also managed to observe a lot of heroic mechs and mech units vanquish the stronger war beasts, that did not take away the realization that Davut had screwed up its security precautions. If the bystanders already had a low opinion of Davut, then those who suffered directly from this catastrophe held an even worse regard for the colonial state. They had paid a great price to leave the Milky Way and start a new life in the Red Ocean, because they thought they could rise to greater heights. Though the Red Ocean always carried an element of risk, no one thought that a state as strong and well-prepared as Davut would get attacked to this extent. Now, tens of thousands of people had died, and more had suffered varying degrees of injuries. The emergency services were still in the process of digging out bodies and badly injured survivors from collapsed structures. The blood that had spilled on the streets had yet to be cleaned. A lot of reinforcements had converged upon Cotter City. The colonial state had decided to draw forces away from other positions in order to convey absolute security in the symbol of its rule. The abundance of mechs, along with the calming glows of the Pacificer mechs, did much to calm everyone's nerves. Many expert mechs and ace mechs also deployed at the same time in order to do their part to reassure the frightened populace that a repeat attack would never be able to inflict as much damage. 2 hours after the outbreak of violence had ceased, the mood among the people had shifted. The military and the security forces had done much to stem the bleeding and prevent the population from growing hysterical. That did not mean that Davut was out of the woods quite yet. The confidence that the colonists and citizens held towards the institutions and the leaders of their new state had become permanently damaged. A small but noticeable proportion of immigrants had even decided to cancel their plans to become a part of Davut's founding generation and decided to leave right away. As long as they were not bound by overly restrictive contracts, these individuals who either possessed a lot of wealth or talent were all treasures to the state. The outflow of too many immigrants would definitely cause Davut to deflate. This might prove fatal to its development. As the leader of this young and fragile colonial state, President Yenames Clive had come under enormous pressure to lead his people through their very first crisis. The man wanted to delay for another hour or two and wait if the Larkinsons, trapped inside the mysterious pocket space, managed to lead all of the trapped VIPs back to Cotter City. The strange but helpful communication lines that the Larkinsons maintained with their kidnapped Klansmen had given Yenames a lot of optimism and relief. At least his government wasn't left in the dark. If he could greet the survivors of this heinous act and address his citizens alongside the rescued stakeholders, then Yenames Clive would be able to ride on a wave of optimism. Unfortunately for him, his subjects were lacking in patience. They demanded answers, and they demanded an accounting from the state. The longer he remained silent, the more room he gave for the people to make up their own answers, and not many of them aligned with his thoughts. His chief of staff tried her best to persuade him to speak sooner rather than later. "It is time, Yenames. I am aware you prefer to wait for the outcome of what is about to take place inside the pocket space, but you have an increasing number of angry stakeholders knocking at your door. They are not at all pleased by your previous reassurances. Then there is the general public. Their low opinion of us is spreading through the news cycle, causing many potential colonists to settle for other destinations. What is happening is antithetical to your strategy of inclusion." The president sighed as he shifted in his ceremonial robes. He had yet to remove them, but seriously considered whether he should do so. He decided against it as he still needed to look dignified. "Very well. Schedule the speech in 15 minutes and make sure it is broadcasted throughout our new territories." It took time for President Yenames Clive to show up in public again. He stepped onto the same grand stage that was still floating in a relatively exposed position in the air. He did so in order to convey that the strength and confidence of the state hadn't been damaged, though the pair of ace Mechs flanking it also helped a lot. The choice of ace Mechs guarding the grand stage was rather clever this time. The leader of the colonial state should not show timidity in the face of this attack. Having an ace knight Mech like the Endormian as a guard was one of the most luxurious forms of protection that an individual could enjoy. However, Yenames did not want to send the message that he was afraid and that he wanted to turtle up. He also did not want his citizens to let fear and inferiority take root in their hearts. This was why the two ace Mechs chosen to guard over his life possessed distinctive offensive traits. The shotgun Shogun piloted by St. Anti-Shogi had been one of the most prominent saviors today. It not only protected a lot of VIPs, but also defeated the powerful war beasts that initiated the attack. What was surprising was that Yenames had also invited the Mars to form a part of his protective detail for the time being. The powerful masterwork Ace hybrid Mech had made an even greater impression onto everyone due to its domineering offensive might and its aggressive actions. From firing its multitude of positron beam weapons towards different targets at the same time, to utilizing its transphasic axe to chop apart rampaging war beasts into pieces, the ultimate champion of the Cross clan had won over a lot of fans and admirers today. Right now, Yenames Clive did not care about the ace Mech stealing his thunder. He actually wished that more people would get distracted by the impressive masterwork Mech. At least this way people would admire its strength, and by extension, the colonial state that managed to have such a powerful asset on retainer. With the domain fields of the shotgun Shogun and the Mars washing over him, President Yenames Clive already started to convey a much more forceful demeanor. "My fellow Davitans," he spoke as he precisely modulated his voice. "Today is a day of tragedy. None of us wanted this to happen. We should have been celebrating the founding of our state. Instead, we have suffered a grievous blow that not only damaged our proud capital city, but also deprived many citizens of their lives. The president's eyes burned. It is tempting for us to become preoccupied by darker and more somber priorities. Whether it is mourning the dead or casting blame on our security forces, I know that many of you want to draw your attention inwards. This was indeed the case. A lot of people had already started to shout against each other. What you may not take into account is that you will play exactly in the hands of the culprits responsible for launching this brazen sneak attack. The vile and evil murderers of Karlach, for who else could have plotted against our colonial state, have not sought to kill our citizens and inflict damage to a number of our city's structures. No, their ambitions stretch much further. They wish to turn Davitans against other Davitans. By causing us to squabble amongst each other, Karlach would become free to sweep our divided state. This time, Yenname's Clive did not hide his defiant emotions. Do not let the Karlachs have the last laugh. We must not give in to the emotions and impulses that I have mentioned earlier. Davitans must be better than that. In a time of tragedy and loss like this, we must join hands and seek to support each other. Doing the opposite will only weaken us and deliver the outcome that our archenemies sought to accomplish with their unforgivable crimes. Yenname's Clive sneered in front of all of the recorders. We must remain unbowed. Show Karlach that our people are not the sort that collapses at the first blow. We can be better than that. Only by directing our hatred and desire for vengeance upon the true culprits of the attack will we be able to deny their satisfaction and pay them back for what they have done. Yennames received plenty of feedback throughout his speech. He became more reassured when he heard that most demographics responded well to his words so far. His efforts to direct people's anger towards Karlach played a crucial role in revitalizing the confidence of his state. Let us spite our foes by doing the opposite of what they seek. Instead of allowing them to spoil our party and force us to mourn our dead, I intend to complete my declaration and give us cause to celebrate. Yenname's Clive began to look a lot more solemn this time. Many people already had an inkling that the crucial moment had come. On this day of blood debts and heroism, I declare that our colony shall form the basis of a new colonial state. From today onwards, this colony and the colonies that have signed our accords shall formally become a part of the Colonial Federation of Davut. The Colonial Federation of Davut. Many citizens who lived in the sphere of this new state felt inordinately proud of becoming a part of it from the very beginning. The malaise that previously hung over their heads due to the earlier tragedy had not entirely faded, but it did not affect their moods as much as before. By embracing the model of a federation, we guarantee that we provide an equal voice to every citizen and to respect the rights of each colony in our great and welcoming state. None of us shall be able to declare themselves kings, and no one shall be granted the right to rule over others solely by birth. A federation had a lot of good connotations. Though there were clear weaknesses to federations, it did not stop people's enthusiasm for hearing they would live under a more equal society. Even I am not exempted from our laws, the Yennamist said. As the founding president of our federation, I will not hold my post for life, but will step down from it so that another citizen of Davut can be voted into office. Let it be known that our colonial federation is willing to listen to its people. This increased people's enthusiasm further. Not every state promised to hold its leaders directly accountable to its citizens. After Yenname's Clive wound down his speech, he spoke about the planned festivities. As I have stated before, we must not let the recent tragedy bring us to despair, but it would be too callous for us to celebrate the founding of our federation too soon. The festival will not be canceled. Instead, our administration will postpone it by several days to give everyone a time to recover and adjust. Only then will we proceed with our week-long celebration. Do not feel guilty for finding joy in this occasion, because we honor Davut with our words and deeds. Many people reacted with surprise when they heard that the state still insisted on holding the festival. While it would be difficult for many people to muster up the same degree of enthusiasm of this festival as before, their new president had successfully persuaded them to enjoy this event without feeling too guilty. Chapter 40, 796 Preparedness. While President Yenames Clive formally announced the formation of the Colonial Federation of Davut, the people displaced into a dangerous and confining pocket space were on the cusp of launching an attack. Of the large group that steadily made their way to the main entrance, two separate detachments of troops split away. The first one consisted of dozens of armored soldiers. The mix of colors and armor designs signified that they consisted of a combination between Davitan Guard soldiers and a random collection of private guards in the employ of the organizations valued by the colonial state. This flanking force had been tasked with attacking the upper floors, controlled by the indigenous alien remnants from a different direction. "Do you think these flankers will produce any results, Major?" Vess curiously asked the leader of the government forces trapped in this pocket space. The middle-aged infantry guard officer maintained an impassive face. The man possessed a lot of experience dealing with high-ranked personnel. He wouldn't have been assigned to oversee the protection of the VIPs invited to the seating blocks if he did not possess the required social acumen. The man initially appeared unprepared to lead all of the guard troops who had the misfortune of getting trapped in the prison facility, but he quickly adapted to his new role. This was why Major Durant conscientiously made sure that he did not surrender total control to the Larkinsons. "We do not have a good understanding of the combat effectiveness of the Peskin survivors," the man replied. "We can observe their troops and assets, and we can even form estimates of how effectively they can fight based on what we have learned during the initial invasion of this planet. But several years have gone by since then. The scientists and engineers that Great Chief Jaharan has undoubtedly brought with him must have developed numerous technical improvements. We cannot let ourselves be fooled by what has worked in the past." The Larkinsons understood this well. They had personally experienced how the native community of the Red Ocean adapted its tech and strategies after humanity broke out and quickly conquered large swaths of territory. The differences in tech and cross-racial cooperation between the shabby alien pirate forces based in the Borean system and the modern fractured house of the collapsing star showed that the natives did not object to learning from their betters. Just as the humans who rose up from old Earth had rapidly assimilated all kinds of alien technologies in order to close the technological gap, the indigenous intelligent life forms of the new frontier were in the process of imitating this approach. Vess decided to call up the latest footage recorded by the spy drones that the scouts had tried to sneak into the upper floor. The trapped humans possessed a good understanding of the outer defenses that could easily be observed from a distance, but it was a lot more difficult to obtain solid details further inwards. "Why don't we have any good footage of the inner base and the top floors?" Vess asked as he became dissatisfied with the monotony of the collected data. "The aliens have activated numerous transphasic energy shields that block the passageways that lead up to the next floors," Major Durant answered. "These shields are constantly active, which means that no spy drone, no matter how small or unnoticeable, can move past these barriers." That was bad news. Vess frowned. What a crude and costly defensive measure. Energy shield generators will have to endure a lot of strain to remain constantly active. The wear and tear is significant. In a circumstance where the Peskins are cornered in an isolated pocket space where they cannot replenish their spent resources, they should be conserving what little they have left. "I believe that the Peskins understand they are at the end of their ropes," General Verl commented as he studied the borrowed footage of the initial invasion of the alien planet in order to get a better understanding of his current adversaries. "The local aliens have no planet left, and they are completely trapped in a zone where they are surrounded by powerful human forces in every direction. This battle will likely be the last swan song of their race." Vess frowned as he thought back on the behavior of these aliens up until this point. The entire situation stunk. While he knew little about the Peskins, their past interactions with the Nuncer civilization suggested that they were not a race that was prone to make foolish decisions. The Peskins understood humility and recognized how weak they were in the face of much more powerful races. If my intelligence director was here, then she would have asked a lot of pertinent questions about the motives of the Peskins, he said to everyone. Right now, these aliens are most likely the last survivors of their race. If they have any sense of self-preservation, they would have taken advantage of the obscurity of their pocket space and continue to hide for generations. It makes no sense for them to expose themselves and their pocket space to humanity. What do they seek to gain by kidnapping the people that the colonial state most relies upon? Since these Peskins understand the importance of our identity, I am sure that they must have been able to study us throughout all of these years. He spent so much time with Calabast that he had learned how to think from her perspective to an extent. Though he was still far inferior to the kind of machinations that the spymaster was able to deduce from a few scattered clues, even he could not ignore the clear gap in logic presented by recent events. General Verl, who used to have an intelligence background, was not ignorant of the odd choices made by the Peskins. It is difficult for us to predict the behavior of aliens by virtue of their non-human cultures and thought patterns. Nonetheless, I also agree with you that these Peskins have made odd decisions. There are several possible answers that can explain their behavior, which appears irrational on the surface. The first and most obvious one is that the Peskins that have fled into this pocket space may be running out of food and water. That caused both Vess and Major Durant to frown. Vess waved at the projections showing the state of the alien camp. With all of this hardware, it should not be difficult for the Peskins to start a few indoor farms. That may be true, but that also depends on how extensively the aliens of the city-state of Davut have prepared for this evacuation. General Verl replied. Major Durant, how long did the campaign to conquer and cleanse this planet of alien life last? Not long, General. Our leaders were impatient and wanted to build an initial settlement and start the terraforming process as soon as possible. We cannot proceed with either of them without risking attacks from the local indigenous aliens, so one of our most urgent priorities was to make the Peskins extinct. Though we did not employ our high-ranking Mechs too much, we mustered almost all of our Mechs as possible to raise their cities and slay the aliens en masse. Only in certain cases did infantry such as my unit have to step in, mostly to raid the most valuable treasure houses. So the Peskins hardly had time to prepare for a proper evacuation or backup plan. Vess asked. Major Durant reluctantly nodded. Numerous pioneering fleets had raided the surface of the planet before, so the Peskins already learned of us. I was told that those fleets only launched quick raids at the smaller and weaker city-states, so there is a great chance that the city-state of Davut did not take us seriously at the time. The local aliens also put a great amount of faith in the protection offered by the Nuncers. None of the locals could have imagined that we would wipe out their entire race in as little time as possible, especially since they lacked contact with the greater galactic community. One of the major shortcomings of the civilizations of the Red Ocean was the lack of sophisticated communication. As far as humanity was aware of, the alien races of the Red Ocean did not possess a widespread network of instant communications. Although the major alien races most certainly possessed at least some means of communicating across vast distances, most individual aliens did not have access to such tech. Even entire ships and planets remained in the dark of what took place in other parts of space. This also caused the local galactic community to become a lot more fractured and localized. Even aliens from the same race began to diverge wildly due to how much they were separated from each other. It was completely plausible that the Peskin race had remained ignorant of the scourge of humanity throughout all of this time. It was not until the pioneering fleets dispatched by the founders of the colony of Davut that the indigenous aliens experienced true despair. But by that time, it was too late to do anything substantial. Okay, Vess collected his thoughts. From what I am hearing, the Peskins of this city-state may have been forced to rush their evacuation to this pocket space. Given that farms and food and stuff are usually located outside the city proper, it may be possible that the aliens under the leadership of this great chief simply didn't have the time to bring in enough food. General Verl nodded. That is plausible, sir. A far-sighted leader should have stockpiled sufficient food and agricultural facilities, though. This is why I am also considering other possibilities. Such as, staying here is not a viable way for a race to persist, Verl said. This is literally a prison. The space is too confining, there are no stars above their heads, and it is impossible to harvest any resources here. If humans can go crazy here, then so can aliens. If this is the case, the Peskins may be thinking about staging a breakout attempt. That is a rash decision. In the years that have passed by, the founders of Davut have transformed this place into a trade hub as well as a military fortress. General Verl acknowledged this argument. You are not wrong, but perhaps they are under time pressure. If they wait too long, then this star system, along with all of the other star systems in the zone, will become much more unfriendly towards aliens seeking to escape from human-controlled space. Do not forget about the timing of the founding ceremony, Major Durant noted. The fact that so many important figures of Davut have gathered in the center of the government district is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the aliens understand us well enough, then they may have confidence that abducting you and all of the other important leaders may serve as effective leverage in any negotiations. Vess grimaced. His thoughts already headed towards this direction ever since he discovered that the culprits responsible for bringing them all here were the former rulers of this planet. It was almost impossible for such a scheme to succeed. I think that Davut must definitely have no choice but to surrender to the demands made by the Peskins, Vess theorized. However, I don't think the Mech Trade Association will allow any compromises to be made between humans and aliens. This caused everyone else to look less optimistic. The Peskins may have been able to learn much about the conquerors of their former home planet through unknown means, but their understanding of humanity was still deficient. If these aliens thought that blackmailing human civilization would produce results, then they would definitely suffer a major penalty. General Verl, their original plan likely cannot proceed anymore now that we have escaped those cells. Rather than letting these desperate, traumatized, and resentful aliens dictate our fate, it is better to take matters in our own hands and earn our freedom through our own efforts. Agreed, Vess said. We are approaching the enemy site, Major Durant reminded them. That is not all. Our scouts have detected elevated activity from the enemy defensive positions. The Peskins know we are coming. Chapter 40, 797 Imperfect Discourse. In a terrain as difficult and confining as this, it was impossible to sneak up on the upper floors. No matter how primitive the Peskins may be, they knew the importance of paying attention to what took place outside of their stronghold. Vess, along with other military leaders, carefully observed the live feeds transmitted by the scouts. The feeds showed that hundreds of Peskin soldiers began to man the walls and other defenses. The indigenous aliens utilized fairly basic but practical weapons for the most part. There appeared to be a higher proportion of energy weapons among the troops, and a distressing number of them were transphasic in nature. The soldiers armed with transphasic rifles need to be eliminated first, Vess advised. Our sharpshooters have already received the necessary instructions, Major Alden Durant of the Davitan Guard forces replied. Their threat towards my men is much greater than your elite guard troops. The second-class combat armor cannot withstand sustained attacks from weapons of this caliber. The good news was that a lot of alien soldiers were armed with more normal-looking small arms. The quality of these Peskin troops were much more reasonable, though they could still pose a significant threat if dozens of them concentrated their fire on individual targets. Papa, there are so many of them. Can we win against the aliens? Andrast asked with a touch of concern. In order to allow his children to experience the upcoming battle on a more personal level, Vess had brought them along here. Everyone else tolerated the presence of the children, as they considered it to be another part of the eccentric nature of the infamous Larkinson patriarch. "Of course we can, Pumpkin." Vess turned towards his second daughter and grinned. "If we did not have the confidence to vanquish these aliens, we wouldn't have come here in the first place. Do you see all of the projections over here? That is all of the information we gathered on the enemy. Although we haven't figured out the full details of the Peskins, we have confirmed that their tech is still stuck in a fairly primitive state. When the disparity in tech becomes too great, the differences in numbers don't play that big of a role." Although Andrast could easily be fooled by this answer, her mother was not as easy to fool. He carried Marvane in her arms as she observed those same projected feeds with much greater concern. "You do not know what the Peskins have stored in the upper floors. Who is to say that their defenses here are representative of their full measures? This prison facility is large enough to fit combat vehicles such as tanks. In addition, these fixed defenses are difficult to destroy with small arms alone. We have to rely on heavy weapons to disable them, but they will run out if we encounter too many obstacles." He understood these concerns well. That is just a risk that we have to take. We are not going to allow those uncertainties to put us in a passive position. Tanks may be troublesome, but they are so large and cumbersome that they cannot navigate through the smaller corridors and entrances of this facility. Fixed defenses may make it hard to press much further, but since they are immovable, we can retreat and regroup without a problem. The military officers had already considered all of these variables before. Even if they knew that they would have to pay a price in blood to defeat these formidable threats, they still chose to press on because the price of doing nothing may be far greater in the end. As General Verl, Major Durant and the others exchanged their views and adjusted the orders of their troops, an unexpected development occurred. Upon detecting that the humans had drawn closer, the Peskins did not begin with opening fire or anything, but instead sent out a small bot down the large hallway. "It's not a bot," Vess spoke as he analyzed the simple alien construct after he zoomed in. "It is a remote-controlled construct." His wife nodded in agreement. "It was recently built, possibly within the last hour. The alien that made it possesses great skills, and the tools he used are decent by our standards, but he or she had made it with so much haste that there are too many flaws." By the time the small head-sized vehicle stopped a fair distance away from the humans around the corner, it began to project a tall, two-dimensional screen. The tech was different, but its function was familiar. The screen portrayed a well-dressed Peskin male who stood behind a display of aged stone and wooden ornaments. Major Durant straightened his back. "That is Jaharan, the great chief of the city-state of Davut. So this is how he has managed to escape our manhunt. He was hiding in this pocket space all of the time." This was not an unexpected development. Vess and General Verl exchanged brief glances with each other. "What do you think this is all about?" Vess asked. "I cannot say for certain, sir," General Verl softly responded. "This Jaharan alien may be desperate to negotiate a way out for him and the remnants of his race. It may also be that he is preparing to encircle us, but needs to stall for time in order to close the net." Vess did not take the former possibility seriously. These aliens deserve to go extinct for what they have done. His side also deployed plenty of scouts and observation devices in the surrounding tunnels in order to guard against the latter possibility. This was one of the reasons why they did not rush towards the upper floor at their best speed. The projected alien figure began to speak at this time. Great Chief Jaharan spoke in his native language, but it appeared that his people managed to develop a pretty good translation program over the years. Of course, a human-developed translation program would probably be a lot more effective. "I believe that this alien leader is waiting for one of us to step forward and open up a dialogue with him," General Verl spoke up. "Who among us will speak for our group?" That was a difficult question. Vess looked towards Minister Sheddarin Purnus, who had been analyzing every scrap of data that the Davitans had on the Peskin race. The Peskins have a long and rich tradition of diplomacy and exchanges, the foreign minister said. Before the arrival of humanity, the city-states frequently warred and traded with each other to varying degrees. A good dialogue has eased many potential conflicts. The Peskins understand the need for compromise, but it is not guaranteed that these survivors are as rational as before. Their race is literally driven into a corner, so beware of taking everything at face value. The major of the guard forces was already prepared to project an image of himself in the corridor. As the highest representative of the Davitan state, I should speak on everyone's behalf. Wait, Vess placed his armored hand on the man's shoulder. Do you have any experience with talking with aliens? Have you ever been put into a situation as dire as this? You are an infantry officer, not a major leader. I have spoken to a lot more aliens in my life. Let me take the lead. Alden Durant did not like what he heard. He had given a lot of ground to the Larkinsons, but this was pushing it a bit too far. Although his training did not account for a scenario as unlikely as this, he generally knew that he must step up and represent his colonial state, however young and fragile it may be at this time. I must insist on answering the Peskin Great Chief this time. No offense, Patriarch, but you are not employed by our state. There is no legal basis for you to speak on behalf of our government. The man had a good point. They argued a bit further, but Vess eventually took a step back. It would be fine if he managed to produce a favorable result, but if he screwed up here, he would incur a lot of blame. Vess also couldn't make promises that he couldn't keep. The chances were too great that the Peskin would issue demands that were unacceptable to Davut or the Mech Trade Association. Very well, you can go on ahead. It was hard for Vess to let another person play the leading role. He was so accustomed to being the leading figure of any group that he did not feel comfortable with surrounding power to another person. Major Durant eventually projected a three-dimensional image of himself in front of the indigenous alien leader. His image was a lot more realistic and lifelike, though he had made sure it did not tower over the image of the alien leader. Great Chief Jaharan, I am Major Alden Durant, a guard officer of the armed forces of the colonial state of Davut. You wish to speak. Durant deliberately spoke in standard human language, which was a clever choice as it shifted the emphasis on the human side as opposed to that of the aliens. The Great Chief did not control his body well. The tall humanoid's body shook as he either possessed a great revulsion towards humans or recognized the Major's uniform specifically. Vess and several other humans frowned. Are all Peskins like this, or is this Jaharan fellow particularly badly affected by the fall of his race? General Verl wondered. The records that the Davitans have on the Peskin race indicate that they are capable of rational communication and that they maintain good control over their impulses and emotions. Minister Sheddarin softly spoke. For the last surviving Great Chief to deteriorate to this state is concerning. His conduct does not bode well for the sanity of the rest of his remaining compatriots. Vess wasn't too sure about that. It could be an act. Once the alien leader reluctantly reined in his madness, he finally spoke more purposeful words. Major Durant frowned. Can you confirm that you are actively negotiating with President Yename's Clive? For what reason did you take us to this prison? What are you demanding in return for our freedom? Minister Sheddarin jerked his body for a moment. The diplomat clearly didn't approve of how Major Durant approached this conversation. As Major Durant had a duty to guarantee the safety of his charges, he preferred to obtain a peaceful resolution to this problem. The alien leader sounded reasonably enough now that he had regained most of his calm, but what he was asking for was not that simple to fulfill. This put the Davitan officer into a difficult position. The man did not quite know how to proceed as he did not want to mess up the ongoing negotiations. As Major Durant continued to converse with Jaharan, Vess looked around and saw that many soldiers had either grown bewildered or confused. General Verl also noticed what was happening. "If we want to launch an attack, we need to do so in the next 2 minutes." The man silently communicated with Vess over a private communication channel. "If we wait too long, we will lose all of our momentum, which will make it much harder for us to press forward in the face of determined opposition." Vess discreetly nodded. "I understand, let me think." Chapter 40, 798 Impulsive Trigger. Vess was growing really annoyed at the awful translation program that incompetently interpreted Jaharan's words. Although he was smart enough to roughly guess what the alien leader was talking about, he was missing all kinds of nuances and implications due to the strange word choices and odd grammar. Even so, Vess was still able to pick up a number of clues. The last surviving leader of the Peskin race may speak conciliatory words, but his alien body language was both erratic and aggressive. The image that this presented was a leader who wanted nothing more than to kill as many humans as he could, but that his mission to save what remained of his race took precedence. "Is this guy truly trying to save his people, though?" Vess questioned. "Why would you think that is not the case?" His wife responded. "Because to me, this alien looks like a madman that is driven to a corner. I might not know the Peskin race well enough to understand all of their body language and thinking patterns, but if this fellow was a human, he is probably thinking about going out with a bang." "Shouldn't you have a method of verifying the truth, Vess?" "You know what, I do. Let me consult my pet prophet for a moment." Vess lifted the glowing skull in his hand and used it to commune with Ilvain with greater ease. Since the human design spirit had recently overutilized his powers, Ilvain did not have the energy to make costly predictions. This meant that Vess needed to ask the right question that would best give him the answers he needed. Will the humans trapped here in this prison be able to escape here alive? Uncertain. Ilvain could not get a read on the answer of this question because the immediate future surrounding the prison was in flux. No, it was more than that. From the wordless impressions that the great prophet was feeding back to Vess, it appeared that there was so much chaos surrounding what might happen in the following hours that the entire future became obscured. Let alone making more profound predictions, Ilvain couldn't even determine whether the local star would be able to rise on Cotter City the next day. That puzzled and concerned Vess. Why is this the case? The answer was complicated, as always. Too many ace pilots were involved, for one. This indicated that whatever was happening inevitably involved a lot of powerful personalities who produced so much interference that they practically made it impossible for Ilvain to read anything meaningful. However, a lack of an answer was sometimes an answer in itself. Vess narrowed his eyes. Anything that produced a huge mess and involved lots of ace matches was inevitably bad news in his opinion. The clues he gathered from Ilvain matched his concerns. Whether he was being paranoid or not, having an extra source to back up his suspicions strengthened his belief that Great Chief Jaharan was hatching a nefarious plan. "I think this guy is stalling," he told his fellow Larkinsons. "Whatever words are coming out of his mouth are a bunch of nonsense. He should know that humans like us aren't so gracious as to let him blackmail us into leaving. Even an alien must be clever enough to know that he loses his leverage as long as he gives up his hostages. He will either have to keep us for a long time or resort to another plan to escape human space. That, or he has decided to go out with a bang and wants as many humans as possible to suffer." Unlike Vess, General Verl did not possess any sharp intuition. "I cannot say anything definite without solid proof. I agree with you that Great Chief Jaharan is unlikely to represent himself truthfully, but that is normal among leaders and politicians." They both turned to Director Rania Wadden and Minister Sheddarin Purnas. Rania was an exobiologist, and while studying intelligent alien species was not her specialty, she could still tell a lot more about alien species than ordinary people. "I have been studying the information supplied by the Davitans. We should be thankful that Major Durant and a few other officers still retain old briefings and intelligence packages. According to what I have read, the Peskins are a young race that have remained fairly sheltered, but not to an exaggerated degree. They should understand the rules of negotiation, deception, deceit, and cheating. Can you judge that the alien is lying to us at the moment? I do not have sufficient data to do that, sir, Gloriana's cousin replied. I can only say the possibility exists. Sheddarin. Reading aliens is different from reading humans, especially if I am unfamiliar with them. My extensive experience with speaking with comparable figures leads me to believe that Great Chief Jaharan has ulterior motives. I cannot rationally explain why I am inclined to believe this, but this is my tentative answer. All of these answers strengthened Vest's suspicions. If it was up to him, he would have cut this farce short and launched an attack right away. However, he needed to take Major Durant's opinions into account, however burdensome it may be. The Larkinsons needed the support of the Davatan Guard forces in order to press the assault forward. Without sufficient numbers, his honor guards would probably get overwhelmed. It's so troublesome to rely on external forces, Vest muttered. He had been so pampered in the past. Let alone the Larkinson clan, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan often did what he asked without casting too much doubt. Although he suspected the Peskins of playing tricks, he first needed to gather evidence before he could launch a proper attack. As he observed the alien continuing to take Major Durant on a ride, he suddenly gained an unusual idea that might just work. Vest boldly decided to project himself in front of the alien as well. You, what are you doing, Patriarch? Major Durant looked incensed at the unwelcome interruption. Vest ignored the infantry guard leader's query. He didn't have time to explain himself at the moment. He only paid attention to the alien leader. Vest smirked. You are missing a few titles, alien. The Mech designer did not answer immediately. Instead, he channeled the Phase King once again and fully let go of his own restraint. This not only allowed him to channel the Phase King's glow to the greatest possible extent, but also increased his face water affinity to the point where he was able to resonate with the transphasic parts of his unending regalia to a minor extent. The vibe he exuded became a lot more grand and inscrutable. Although his appearance hadn't changed to a significant degree, the impression he made had become a lot more inhuman. This produced a noticeable reaction from Gloriana, his children, and the other people around him. It was as if an alien had taken possession of his body, which wasn't that far from the truth. The creepy human skull also added to his monstrous vibe. It glowed a lot brighter than before as it provided a huge amount of help in channeling the aura of the Phase King. Vest finally answered, with a voice filled with unbounded strength. Ruruguha arfuhihu. Gigfr ruagwa araguga. What did you tell the alien, Vess? Gloriana quietly asked. What have you done to drive him to madness? Oh, it's nothing. I just told him I was a Phase Lord, that was all. Even I did not expect this fellow to get triggered to this extent. He is a lot less stable than I expected. The indigenous alien community does not have a secular view towards Phase Lords, Minister Sheddarin clarified. That is a purely human construct. Since the Phase Lords themselves buy into the theory that they can be gods, what Vess has done is pass himself off as a god as well. Gloriana burst into smiles. Really? While the woman became oddly happy, the same could not be said for other people. Major Durant maintained tight control over his emotions, so he did not outright glare at Vess. To say he was unhappy was an understatement, though. You are ruining our dialogue, Patriarch. I must ask you to cease your interference this instant. Vess waved towards the maddened alien, who seemed to have forgotten all about the humans observing his abnormal conduct. Look at him. Do you think he can be a good actor? This alien has clearly snapped. There is no way that you can trust him to negotiate in good faith. That produced enough doubt for Vess to continue speaking with the alien. Arguagru arwerugugug rfg gugurg. This time, the projection of Great Chief Jaharan snarled. Although the alien spoke a lot of words that were difficult to decipher, Vess latched onto one particular phrase that caused his intuition to ring alarm bells. WRHH Gugakwa, Uahawaror. What is the alien talking about now? If Great Chief Jaharan's outburst is true, then we are in great danger. Minister Sheddarin spoke. According to my interpretation of his latest words, the alien leader speaks of the presence of another phase lord, one that is greater and more powerful than what Vess pretends to be. I can surmise that Great Chief Jaharan may have colluded with this phase lord to somehow escape together in such a violent fashion that Cotter City may suffer untold damage in the process. That was an alarming possibility. Vess felt that the alien was not lying this time. Jaharan's badly translated words conveyed a lot of menace and a desire to inflict retribution onto the humans. No words were needed to make it clear that the alien derived a lot of satisfaction at the thought of killing a lot of humans. That does not sound like a leader who is ready to compromise, Vess told his fellow people. Prepare to attack. We cannot wait any longer. Patriarch, Major Durant barked. Wait, let us not be hasty. We cannot afford to take action based on misunderstandings. We don't need any further clarification. We have clear evidence that this alien is plotting to kill us along with many people living in Cotter City by freeing a supposed phase lord from this prison. Don't you realize it already, Durant? One of the larger cells holds an ancient being of great power. We need to head to the primary control room upstairs and see if we can stop that from happening. You have no proof. Then we will collect it over the dead bodies of those aliens. If you have any shred of duty towards Davut and its people, then you should order your men to back up my honor guards. Vess turned towards his children all of a sudden. At the same time, he held his free hand and materialized the Amistandira in his hands. As your father, let me give you a lesson. There are times when procrastination and letting inertia hold you back are detrimental. In situations like these, you need to take drastic action and do whatever it takes to break the game. Do not hesitate to do what you think is right. As long as you have weighed the risks and are willing to pay the price, just pull the trigger. Gloriana started to have a bad feeling about this. What are you doing, Vess? What does it look like? He grinned as he became more assured in his decision. I am pulling the trigger. Chapter 40, 799 Inciting Actor. Even as numerous people started to question his odd behavior, Vess said goodbye to the Phase King and called upon Zygra. It may be because the crown cat had melded extremely closely with his father, but Zygra possessed a much greater compatibility with Vess. His vibe exuded a lot of aggression and excitement all of a sudden. The primordial human skull in his hands no longer exuded an air of mystique, but turned into an illusionary flaming skull that ignited the fire in everyone's hearts. Vess moved away from the command center and moved forward until he joined up with his honor guards. Let's go. March forward and do not stop until you have reached the top. Wait, don't go, Vess. Vess ignored everyone else's well-meaning advice and turned around the corner to fire his Amistandira at the nearest turret. His aim wasn't half bad these days. The burning bright laser beam struck the defensive installation, causing it to produce a piercing blow that not only cut through its structure, but also damaged whatever was behind. Attack. The bold strike, along with the spread of Zygra's aggressive glow, seemed to spur all of the other soldiers to launch their own attacks. They hadn't even bothered to wait for orders before they joined in on the assault. This is madness, Major Durant uttered in shock and disbelief. No matter how many orders he transmitted to his units, his troops no longer paid attention to him anymore. The guard captains may have remained sober enough to understand that they were acting contrary to their orders, but their men just thought that since the Larkinson Patriarch ran ahead, the plan had already commenced. It was a big misunderstanding that was exacerbated by the aggressive glow that Vess deliberately propagated to the soldiers around him. The man seemed to excel at grasping and inciting the emotions of the people around him, causing them to lose their rationality and to become his unwitting slaves. Although Major Durant deeply wanted to find a peaceful resolution to their dangerous predicament, now that the humans had fired the first shot, the possibility to reconcile with the Peskin remnants had dropped to almost zero. There was no way he could continue to negotiate the release of the humans trapped within the prison. Since that was the case, Major Durant had little choice but to support the Larkinsons and hope that their decision to switch to an aggressive strategy yielded results. Fire the rockets according to our original plan. The heavy weapons specialists who were situated further in the rear exhibited much greater control. They had to be more careful about the firepower in their possession, as a single mistake could have devastating consequences. As such, they kept their weapons in check and waited for an unambiguous order before they took action. Now that Major Durant had spoken the words, the heavy weapons specialists confirmed the settings of their missile launchers and made sure to inspect the instructions that they programmed into the missiles. It was only then that they fired their warheads. 7 guided projectiles quickly flew into the air and began to rapidly turn around a couple of corners before they headed straight onto the enemy defenses. The heavy turrets and other defensive installations had only just begun to come online. It was as if not even the Peskins expected the humans to disrespect their great chief and open fire right away. The only weapons to open fire were automated projectile interception systems. Rapid streams of kinetic projectiles attempted to shoot down the missiles, but these transphasic guided munitions were not only fast, but could also take a few hits without getting affected. In the end, the distance was too short and the speed of the missiles were too fast. The warheads struck their intended targets without any suspense and blew them to pieces without fail. The Davitan Guard forces apparently invested a lot of money into acquiring destructive transphasic missiles. Munitions of this grade were hard to come by and costly to expend, but the Davitan Guard forces were backed by a state and carried an important duty. Davut's ability to earn face water was not low on account of its unceasing efforts to create an open and tolerant trade hub. The superior economic circumstances of Davut even allowed the government to equip its troops with consumable transphasic products on a greater scale. How luxurious! As explosions engulfed a part of the fortifications that the Peskins had built in this abandoned ancient prison facility, the surviving alien defenders flinched or slackened their fire. This only encouraged the human soldiers to attack even harder. Concentrate your fire onto the other turrets. Sharpshooters, keep your eye out for Peskin defenders armed with transphasic weapons. Fire the second batch of missiles. The broad tunnel became flooded with explosions yet again, causing both humans and aliens to flinch or groan once again. The fact that these explosions occurred in a confined space made them even worse. It couldn't be helped. The defenses had to be destroyed as quickly as possible in order to prevent the assault from getting beaten back with ease. As Ves continued to fire his Amistandira at different targets, he noted that the return fire from the defenders had already dropped by more than half. The targeting of the defensive installations had been especially helpful as much of the bigger guns in alien hands had already been destroyed. This was crucial in maintaining the momentum of this attack. "We need to push forward," Ves roared in frenzied encouragement. "We need to take over this entire floor before the Peskins catch their breath and get their act together. Rush forward." It was absolutely amazing and horrifying that the leader of a large clan that played a pivotal role in Davut had put himself in front of other soldiers. However, people couldn't help but admire a leader that dared to charge forward like no tomorrow and endure the same risks as every other soldier. This was why Mech officers who commanded his troops in the trenches were often a lot more effective in inspiring fellow Mech pilots. It became unquestionable to every trooper that was a formidable fighter. This was especially the case when he fired his powerful first-class laser pistol in one hand and channeled the aggression of Zygra through the primordial human skull with his other hand. He looked like a mystical space pirate that had stepped straight out of an action drama. Of course, Vess did not stay in the vanguard of the human troops for long. Even though it looked like he had gone absolutely bonkers by charging at the front, he still maintained a shred of rationality and calculation. He knew how much damage his unending regalia could take. If his armor somehow failed to protect him sufficiently, then his personal shield generator could make up the difference. With the level of protection that he now enjoyed, it was extremely difficult for attacks to kill him in a single blow. Vess did not even exhibit that much fear against transphasic weapons, as his modified unending regalia had become a lot better at resisting attacks of this nature. The only possible concern was that his armor and energy shield could not protect him against the kinetic force of an overwhelming physical attack. Even so, he would only get blasted off his feet and get knocked around for a moment. Right now, his beliefs were vindicated as the more responsive and trained Peskin soldiers shot at the obvious human target in front of their sights. Dozens of laser beams struck his unending regalia without producing any noticeable results. The physical attacks were a little more annoying, but his armor resisted them easily enough. "Ha, is that the best you can do, aliens? Come on, men, these aliens are not as tough as they look. The Peskin race is a defeated race. Let us hasten their extinction." His main purpose was not to fight like a champion, but to incite the foot-dragging Davitan Guard forces into committing an assault. Now that hundreds of infantry guard troopers, as well as hundreds more private guards employed by other groups, followed the plan and rapidly advanced into the enemy stronghold, there was no need for Vess to set such a dramatic example anymore. Whether people noticed it or not, he did not march as quickly as the other troopers. This was how the latter quickly overtook Vess and started to carry the brunt of the assault. With hundreds of laser rifles and Gauss rifles firing in the direction of the opposing Peskins, the monster that Vess had created through his drastic actions had fully matured. Even if Vess withdrew Zygra's glow, the troopers would still press on with their attack. His honor guards had also caught up by now and took up positions around him. "Sir, please withdraw to the command group." A part of Vess wanted to say no and continue to press forward, but he reined in this irrational impulse. It may be fine to indulge in his desire to fight once in a while, but he should not forget his original identities. He was a dignified clan leader and a solemn Mech designer. How could anyone like him turn himself into cannon fodder on his own accord? It should be other people who took on this job on his behalf. Vess was not stupid, so he took a deep breath and started to turn back. "Very well. You guys must proceed, though. The other forces are doing well so far, but they will definitely face a lot more opposition. Only you can lead them further." The honor guards nodded and gripped their heavy assault rifles before marching forward at a steady but solid pace. Their heavy luminar crystal rifles began to spit out large disruptor beams and slicer beams. These specialized luminar crystal attack patterns excelled at taking out energy shields and armored targets. A lot of Peskin soldiers couldn't withstand the firepower of the armaments of the honor guards. It was a pity that Vess hadn't gotten around to making them transphasic, or else they would have been able to inflict a lot more damage on the Peskin transphasic defensive installations. Even so, the combined damage output of just a small group of honor guards was still enough to overwhelm the intact defenses by relying on sheer quantity. With hundreds of other human troopers making their own contributions, it was not as hard as it looked to destroy the first line of defense. Unfortunately, the Peskins weren't completely defenseless, though. Once the alien soldiers started to fight in earnest, they managed to slay plenty of humans. In one instance, a turret fired a wide energy beam that vaporized an entire squad of infantry troops. Since the soldiers didn't carry any shield generators or other exceptional gear, The chances of those troopers surviving was minimal no matter whether they were wearing any transphasic combat armor. The casualties did not affect everyone's morale. They had already commenced the attack with the resolve to fight for everyone's lives, and Zygra's unceasing glow encouraged them not to think too much. Vess did not think it was wise to maintain this glow forever. Unceasing aggression could be useful in spurring soldiers on, but it could also tire fighters out a lot faster than they should. For now, all was fine. The Peskins had finally rallied to the point where their resistance had stiffened deeper into their camp on this floor. If the human infantry forces couldn't overcome this hurdle, then they wouldn't be able to invade the floors above their heads. Speed up, don't slow down. We've moved past their initial defenses. Aliens cried out as they fought with uncommon ferocity. The hatred towards humans had boiled in their alien hearts for so long that they couldn't hold back their impulses anymore. It looked as if Zygra's glow was affecting the aliens as well. The agitation produced by the feline design spirit seemed to induce these aliens into a similar frenzy, causing them to fight back no matter the consequences. Chapter 40, 800 Unhealthy Fixation. As Vess looked down at what he held in his armored hands, he had the illusion that David's skull was a far more effective weapon in this battle than his old but trusty Amestindira. Damn. This was not only a recognition that David's skull could be incredibly powerful in the right hands, but also an admission that his Amestindira had fallen behind the times. This shouldn't be surprising. He hadn't upgraded it or altered it in any way. Previously, this was because he lacked the skills and resources to mess with such exquisite first-class weapons. Later on, Vess had been afraid of ruining the weapon's connection to the system. Those conditions no longer applied anymore. He had become a lot more knowledgeable and already formulated many ideas on how he could completely reshape and reinvent his signature weapon. He just never got around to it because he became preoccupied with other projects. He also assumed that no one would be stupid enough to confront him by himself and put him in a situation where he needed to attack in person. He was wrong. This incident had shown that there were always enemies out there that could target Vess directly. An effective gun in my hand is a lot more useful than tens of thousands of mechs that are out of reach. Although Vess still had other weapons at his disposal, his attachment to his Amestindira had become strong enough for him to stick to it rather than switch to a new weapon entirely. He already decided that as soon as this was over, he would wait until he had entered the right mood before he completely overhauled his Amestindira. As a talented, brilliant, and experienced mech designer, Vess no longer felt as comfortable wielding an imitation of a real masterwork weapon. He wanted to wield a real masterwork weapon, and one crafted by his own hand, no less. As a mech designer with multiple masterwork certificates on his record, Vess knew that it was never simple to make a masterwork gadget on demand. He needed to turn it into a passion project rather than just a routine project, and in his experience, careful. The aliens have planted booby traps. Wait for our scanners to detect them so that we can blow them up in advance. That only tended to happen if he became inspired and inflamed with passion. Vess did not have any brilliant ideas relating to luminar crystal technology at the moment, but he was sure that recent events gave him enough material for him to gain inspiration sooner or later. For now, all he could do with regards to the Amestindira was wait and continue to deepen his accumulation until the fateful period had come. Meanwhile, the assault on the floor was proceeding better than he hoped. The initial defensive line got blown up by a succession of missiles, allowing the hundreds of human infantry soldiers to enter the floor and attack the Peskins on more favorable ground. Press the attack. Don't blow up that structure. Our scanners detect that the Peskins have stored a small stockpile of face water and other resources inside. Careful, the aliens have planted booby traps. Wait for our scanners to detect them so that we can blow them up in advance. Do not rashly chase the aliens as they retreat. They know the terrain better than us and can use the more confining spaces to avoid getting overwhelmed. Although the Peskins were starting to take down more soldiers due to terrain advantages, this shouldn't last unless the Peskins in the floors further above launch a counterattack. As the initial defense line of the alien remnants no longer posed a threat, the command group moved forward so that they could remain in sufficient contact with the other troops. As Vess reunited with the people he should have been sticking with, their remarks weren't all that good. "What were you thinking, Vess?" Gloriana screeched. "I can tolerate many of your antics, but what you have done goes way above the line. While I can understand your need to set an example and spur all of the soldiers onwards, you are not supposed to be anywhere close to a position where an enemy gun can shoot at you. The risks are too great. Are you deliberately trying to make me a widow and have our children grow up without the father they deserve?" General Verl let out a sigh and crossed his arms. "I do not often see eye to eye with your wife, but I have to agree with her for once. What you have done is not only disproportionately risky, but also unnecessary. Just firing your laser pistol at the enemy from the furthest possible distance, along with utilizing that handy glow trick of yours, was enough to set our plans in motion." Vess stubbornly shook his head. "I am a Larkinson. Perhaps you don't entirely know what that means, but to me a Larkinson must be brave. It is why our lineage have become so famed and successful in combat. It is also why other people trust us to fight by their side and do right by them. Yes, I could have hung back, but that would paint me in a completely different light. People aren't stupid, you know. The soldiers whose lives are at risk will regard me as a manipulative politician who talks big but always cowers behind everyone's back as soon as anything actually dangerous occurs. Instead, my bold actions have ensured that they will see me as their brother in arms, which will make it much easier to order them around without question." Vess could feel the trust and admiration he attracted from the soldiers as they swept through the current floor. It was too bad his wife did not see it that way. Gloriana glowered at him. "You have an unhealthy fixation towards cowardice, Vess. This is starting to look more and more dangerous, in my opinion. Your compulsive need to avoid an association with timidity and cowardice is if you constantly make bold and dangerous decisions. Are you unable to recognize your own faults?" That caused Vess to narrow his eyes and think back on his many flaws and shortcomings. He was not blinded by his rush of power. There were much bigger fish in the pond, and just their unconscious movements were enough to produce harmful ripple effects. Nonetheless, it was this inadequacy that constantly made him feel as if he was short on time. He could not afford to take it slow and steady, because then he would have failed to make enough progress to address the crises in the future. How could he explain all of that to his wife and the high-ranking people around him? He could not divulge all of the information he possessed, because a few were bound to trigger the hell out of the more sensitive and upright people. Major Alden Durant happened to be one of them. He completely gave up on trying to understand the eccentric Larkinson patriarch. This man was much crazier than described in the rumors surrounding the man. There was no point in trying to cast blame or start a fight at this junction. What was done, so the Major vastly preferred to talk business. "According to the maps and other intelligence that you have provided us, there are 2 more floors above us. The scouts sent to scope out the next floor have reported another layer of fortifications and defensive works. Many of the retreating Peskins have fallen back to these positions so that they can work towards bleeding our resources for another round. We cannot sustain such an assault, especially when we have run low on transphasic missiles. The Peskins did not put all of their eggs in a single basket," General Verl analyzed. "While we were able to breach this floor considerably easier than expected, we will only encounter tougher defensive works on the next floors. This should be a means of causing us to expend our limited resources in areas that are not as useful. It is a common strategy in base assaults." That did not sound good to Vess at all. These Peskins understood sound military strategy and could even predict the behavior of the humans to an extent. These aliens are going all out on defense. Verl nodded. The tiered defense strategy employed by the Peskins is also blunting the effectiveness of our flanking assaults. Detachments assigned to attack from the side and rear of this floor has played no role this time, though that may change in the next attack, seeing that the next floor is of much greater significance to the aliens. The strategy employed by the Peskins show that they expected to take severe losses and that they were willing to take the blows in order to produce another result. Major Durant affirmed the general's words. The aliens are trading lives and space for time. The greatest question is what requires them to buy so much time. This fell in line with Vest's suspicions. I told you these aliens are up to no good. Jaharan's earlier talk was just a ruse, and you fell for it because he understood your concerns. Although Alden Durant did not directly reply to that, his stormy expression and the clues that he gathered already showed that he had come around to this viewpoint. The contradiction between the Larkinsons and the Davatan Guard forces had eased as a result. It is more important to consider how we should conquer the next floor and the one after that. General Verl focused on what needed to be done in the present. From our initial scouting reports, we have observed less fixed defenses but much more civilian construction. A lot more Peskins also reside over there. We will most certainly face greater resistance that can't easily be eliminated with the use of heavy weapons. When Vess and the others glanced at the projections produced by the various spy drones, they saw that the Peskins were organizing their civilians. No matter how poor their combat effectiveness may be, once they donned a basic armored suit whose arms extended into laser guns, they could still pose a threat through massed firepower. How much ammunition and relevant supplies do we have left? They are still at adequate levels for the most part, Major Durant responded. While our guard infantry have been equipped with loadouts on the assumption that they can replenish their spent ammunition and batteries from nearby supply depots, the conquest of this floor did not drag out too much with the help of our missile salvos. Now that our heavy weapon specialists are down to their last warheads, we cannot repeat this feat. Vess once again experienced the frustration of not bringing enough firepower and support to a battle. He really felt frustrated for only being able to bring his honor guards to this fight. Their quality was excellent, but their quantity was wholly insufficient. We have already come this far, he stated. We need to finish the job. Even without the use of missiles, we can still press forward. The Peskins are most certainly more prepared this time, sir. They have figured us out and know what we are capable of. Seeing that the floor above us appears to be the main and only living space for most of their civilians, the aliens who have lost their homeland will most assuredly fight to the death. Not only do we have to fight a brutal urban battle, the aliens should also hide a few surprises upstairs. Conquering this floor did not feel like a true victory. Though the humans had undoubtedly ruined the enemy's plan to bleed the attacking force, the next phase of the battle was probably the true fight. Let's regroup and use the time we have left to figure out the enemy's weaknesses, Vess proposed. We have barged into their territory and taken control of this floor before the defenders could take away a lot of assets. We have samples of their tech, and we may even be able to salvage intact weapons that we can employ against their former owners. Perhaps we'll be lucky and find missiles or other heavy weapons.